Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Outlaws Gunslingers with Bang and Dang, starting a whole new series. We're the podcast of series now. We got our Mafia series, we got our Serial Killer series, and now we got the start of, well, at least for the foreseeable future, the Hells Angels series.
Hells Angels. Right?
We got at least, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe about 9 or 10 of these episodes on Hells Angels. First one up, we'll cover the history. Pretty much, obviously, the foundation up into, how we do it with the Mafia, run through before we get more in depth on some of these subjects coming up on this stuff. Breakdown of all their crimes in different places. United States, California, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, rest of the world.
Crazy.
And then we'll profile two of its bigger, well-known people, which was one was the original founder, Sonny Barger, who just died a year ago, I think. And then George Christie, who's probably the most famous one. He's running around right now doing podcasts and talking all sorts of stuff about him. So got a lot of Hells Angels stuff coming up. Before we get into it, go check it out. Go check out our YouTube at Bang Dang Network, where we post clips, shorts, full episodes, and our YouTube exclusive Dart League. If you're just listening on Spotify, Apple, give us a prescription, give us a review, and share us with your friends. Answer that Spotify question. Or if you're listening on those two, head over to YouTube, give us a subscription, and watch the video version. We put up little pictures of the relevant stuff as we're talking about it. So if you guys are interested in what we're seeing, then that's the way to go. So, Hells Angels.
Angels.
Which are, according to this, they're outlaw motorcycle club whose members typically ride Harley Davidsons, typically. In the United States and Canada, the Hells Angels are an incorporated.
A couple victories are Indians in there, you think?
Definitely Indians. They're incorporated. Look at that.
Think any Hondas?
They're a company. Doubtful.
Any Kawasaki's?
I think you'd be beaten and left on the side of the road. They are incorporated in the United States and Canada as the Hells Angels Motorcycle Corporation. Common nicknames for the club are HA, Red and White, HAMC, and 81. With a membership of over 6,467 chapters in 59 countries, Hells Angels is the largest outlaw motorcycle club in the world. Good for them. Many police and international intelligence agencies, including the United States Department of Justice, Criminal Intelligence Service Canada, and the Australian Federal Police, and Europol, consider the club an organized crime syndicate. Hells Angels originated March 17, 1948 in Fontana, California, when several small motorcycle clubs agreed to merge.
No.
Otto Friedley, a World War II veteran, is credited with starting the club after breaking from the Pissed Off Bastards motorcycle club over a feud with a rival gang. According to an alternative theory, the Hells Angels were founded on November 15th, 1951 in San Bernardino by Dick White, who was a member of the Redlands Roadrunners. But the actual story is they broke off from the Pissed Off Bastards, so I don't know why that would be included in.
According to its website, the club's name was suggested by Arvid Olsen, an associate of the founders who had served in the Hells Angels squadron of the Flying Tigers in China during the World War II. In a letter written to the Guinness Book of World Records by a member on the Hells Angels' behalf, it is instead stated that the club's name was taken from the Hells Angel Squadron of the 303rd Bombardment Group, which was active in the European theater of World War II. It is at least clear that the name was inspired by the tradition from World War I and World War II, whereby Americans gave their squadrons fierce, death-defying titles. An example of this lies in one of the 3 P-40 squadrons of Flying Tigers fielded in Burma and in China, which was dubbed Hells Angels. In the year 1930, the Howard Hughes film Hells Angels showcased extraordinary and dangerous feats of aviation, and it is believed that the World War II groups that used that name based it on the film. According to Hells Angels' website, they are aware that there is an apostrophe missing in Hells, but it is you who miss it. We don't.
We don't miss that apostrophe. We don't care. All right, some of the Hells Angels' early history is not clear and accounts differ. The club's first official charter was reportedly drawn up in Fontana in 1950, like we said. Various autonomous Hells Angels chapters were formed throughout California in the decade following the foundation by nomadic members who moved from one city to another. The San Francisco, or Frisco chapter was reportedly founded by former members of the Market Street Commandos in 1954. A North Sacramento chapter was established in 56, followed by another one in Sacramento the following year, which was formed by two brothers, James Mother Miles and Pat Miles, who were former members of the Hell Bent for Glory Biker Club. So there was two charters in Sacramento. How's that work? Can't be doing that.
Right. The Sacramento charter later disbanded and relocated to Richmond as a Nomads chapter in 1965. According to Ralph Sonny Barger, founder of the Oakland charter in 1957, other early charters of the club were founded in Gardena and elsewhere, with members usually unaware that there were other clubs.
Well, I mean, it is the 50s.
Right. One of the lesser-known clubs was in North Chino, South Pomona in the late 1960s. Barger has been credited with helping to unify these various chapters under common club bylaws.
Right. Other sources claim that the San Francisco Hells Angels were organized in 53 by Rocky Graves, who was a Hells Angel member from San Bernardino.
Right, since they didn't know there were other clubs anyway.
Right. Implying that the Frisco Hells Angels were very much aware of their forebears. Right. The Frisco Hells Angels were reorganized in 1955 with 13 charter members, Frank Sadalek serving as president, and the smaller original logo. The Oakland charter at the time, headed by Barger, used a larger version of the Death's Head patch nicknamed the Barger Larger, which was first used in 1959. It later became the club standard, which you see now. The first chapter to open outside California was established in Auckland, New Zealand in 1961. That's crazy.
Right.
Somebody moved from California and was like, I'm going to New Zealand, and guess what? I'm starting a biker club.
Damn right, baby. The Hells Angels are often depicted in semi-mythical romantic fashion, like the 19th century James Younger gang. Free-spirited, iconic, bound by brotherhood and loyalty.
And loyalty.
At other times, though, such as in 1966 Roger Corman film The Wild Angels, they are depicted as a violent and nihilistic, little more than a violent criminal gang, and a scourge on society. Well, the club became prominent within, established its notoriety as part of the 1960s counterculture movement in San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district, playing a part of many of the movement's seminal events. Members were directly connected to many of the counterculture's primary leaders, such as Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters, Allen Ginsberg, Jerry Garcia, and the Grateful Dead, Timothy Leary, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Mick Farron, and Tom Wolfe, to name a few.
All right. Well, gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson's book about the club launched his career. You guys might know Hunter S. Thompson. He's the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Right.
From 1968 to 69, the Hells Angels of San Francisco headquarters was at 715 Ashbury, across from the Grateful Dead house at 710 Ashbury.
Sweet.
I guess there was a Grateful Dead house, whatever that is. Was that where the band members lived, I'm assuming?
Sure.
1973, members from several branches of the organization protested at an Environmental Protection Agency hearing about a proposed transportation plan that included restrictions on motorcycle use and sales to get California to meet the new Clean Air Act standards. These motherfuckers have been at it
For years.
since the 70s. Jeez.
Wow. The Hells Angels official website attributes the official Death's Head insignia designed to Frank Sadalek, past president of the San Francisco Charter.
Right.
The colors and shape of the early style jacket emblem before 1953 were copied from the insignias of the 85th Fighter Squadron and also the 552nd Medium Bomber Squadron also.
Right.
The Hells Angels have a system of patches similar to military medals.
They do.
The specific meaning of each patch is not publicly known, but the patches identify each biker's specific or significant actions or beliefs. The official colors of the Hells Angels are red lettering displayed on a white background, hence the club's name, the Red and White. The patches are worn on leather or denim jackets and vests as well.
Mm-hmm. Red and white are also used to display the number 81 on many patches, as in Support 81, Route 81. The 8 and 1 stand for the respective positions in the alphabet of H and A.
Oh.
Friends and supporters of the club use these in deference to club rules, which purport to restrict the wearing of Hells Angels imagery to club members. The diamond-shaped 1%er patch is also used displaying 1% in red and on a white background with a red mirrored border.
No.
The term 1%er is said to be a response to the American Motorcyclists Association, who commented on the Hollister incident, which we'll get to the effect that 99% of motorcyclists were law-abiding citizens and only 1% were outlaws.
Most likely the case.
The AMA has no record of such a statement and calls the story apocryphal. It's false.
Most members wear a rectangular patch, again, white background with red letters and a red marrowed border, which is identifying their respective charter locations.
Right.
Another similar designed patch reads, Hell's Angels. When applicable, members of the club wear a patch denoting their position or rank within the organization.
Right.
The patch is rectangular, like those described above. Displays a white background with red letters and red marrowed border. Some examples of titles used are President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and Sergeant at Arms.
Ooh, that old Sergeant at Arms.
This patch is usually worn above the chapter location patch. Some members also wear an AFFA patch, which stands for Angels Forever. Forever Angels, referring to their lifelong membership in the club. Once a member, always a member.
Yeah, well, some additional patches are worn by select club members. Select club members consist of 2 Nazi-style SS lightning bolts below the words "Filthy Few." Some law enforcement officials claim that the "Filthy Few" patch is awarded to only those who have committed or prepared to commit murder on the club's behalf.
Prepared?
Hell's Angels, ordered it or something.
Right.
Hell's Angels have denied this interpretation, however, comparing it instead to a merit badge awarded to those who are the first to arrive at a party and the last to leave.
No shit.
According to reports from law enforcement and prosecutors, another patch similar to the Filthy Few patch is the Dequialo patch. Dequialo?
Okay. Wow. Well, this patch is a reference to the El Degualo, a bugle call played by the regimental band of Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna's army at the Battle of the Alamo. Wow.
Why are they sporting Santa Anna, man?
Right. This patch allegedly signifies that the wearer has fought law enforcement on the arrest.
Look at that.
Cool, man. Freaking assaulting an officer.
Right.
There's no common convention as to where the patches are placed on members' jackets or vests. Angels Forever, Forever Angels is also the club's traditional motto.
Well, good for them.
Other Hell's Angels slogans include, when we do right, nobody remembers. When we do wrong, nobody forgets. Also, 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead.
Yeah, that's true.
And when in doubt, knock 'em out.
All right, Mama said knock them
I
out.
like that. When in doubt, knock 'em out.
Yeah, fuck around won't be around, right?
Which was coined by New York City chapter member Vincent Big Vinny Girolamo.
All right, Hell's Angels incorporated in 1966, trademarking the club's name and 4 symbols. The club filed a trademark infringement lawsuit for the first time October 26, 1989, when the Hell's Angels lodged a federal lawsuit in Los Angeles against Concord New Horizons, which produced the film Nam Angels, and against the Media Home Entertainment, which distributed the film, over infringement rights on the club's registered trademarks. The suit was settled out of court.
Oh, I bet it was.
According to the Globe and Mail, the Hells Angels considered seeking an injunction to block the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation from broadcasting the miniseries The Last Chapter because of how closely the biker gang at the center of the series resembled the Hells Angels.
Aw.
Well, they sure the hell didn't say nothing to Sons of Anarchy.
Right. Wow. And the Mayans.
Well, Sons of Anarchy did have Hells Angels working on the show.
March 2007, Hells Angels filed suit against the Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group, alleging that in its film Wild Hogs, used both the name and distinctive logo of the Hells Angels Motor Club without permission. That's with
Tim Allen and all those.
and Andy Dick.
No.
No.
The dude from Shameless.
Right. Yeah.
John Travolta.
Yeah.
Somebody else.
The suit was eventually voluntarily dismissed after the Angels received assurances from Disney that the references would not appear in the film.
And they didn't.
October 7th, 2009, Fritz Clapp, attorney at law for the Hells Angels, contacted online games community FOCO, demanding the removal of all membership marks and club trademarks from the Los Santos Roleplay Forum, which was a message board for the San Andreas multiplayer modification for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Why would they try that and think they can get away with it, you know? Probably wasn't the exact logo, or was it?
Yeah, it was a mod, which was probably, so they have real life stuff, so I'm sure somebody made a Hells Angels group in it.
Oh, man. While members of the community were skeptical at first, Clapp posted a tweet confirming his identity.
This is me.
And he's like, yeah.
October 2010, the Hells Angels filed another lawsuit against Alexander McQueen for misusing its trademark winged death head symbol.
Oh, wow.
And several items from its autumn-winter 2010 collection.
Doesn't Bret Hart have something like that?
Kind of, but no. Who's that? What is an Alexander McQueen? It's a brand. Well, they must make clothes. Good for them. The lawsuit also aimed at Saks Fifth Avenue and Zappos.com, which stocked the Jacquard box dress and knuckle duster ring that bear the symbol, which has been used since at least 1948 and is protected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. Can't be just stealing people's stuff.
I know. Come on, guys. Get your shit together.
A handbag and scarf were also named in the lawsuit. The lawyer representing Hell's Angels claimed this isn't just about money, it's about membership.
Right.
If you got one of these rings on, a member might get really upset that you're an imposter. Right.
Right.
It's like wearing Gaines colors in the wrong neighborhood, dude.
Right. You could get hurt.
Jeez.
Sachs refused to comment, though. Zappos had no immediate comment, and the company's parent company, PPR, could not be reached for a comment. The company settled the case with the Hells Angels after agreeing to remove all the merchandise featuring the logo from sale on their website, stores, and concessions. And they were recalling any goods that had already been sold and destroying them.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure just people voluntarily gave them up.
They're like, I didn't even receive it. Right. In the fall of 2012, the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Cali, Hells Angels sued Toys R Us for trademark infringement, unfair competition, and dilution in relation to the sale of yo-yos manufactured by Yomega Corporation, a co-defendant which allegedly bear the Death Head logo.
Nice, look at that.
Wow.
In its complaint, Hells Angels asserted...
Hells Angels put the yo-yo out of business?
They asserted that the mark on the yo-yos would likely lead people to mistakenly believe that the toys originate with Hells Angels.
No, come on. Nobody's ever going to think that.
Right. Yomega filed counterclaims against Hells Angels for cancellation of the Death Head registrations on grounds of alleged fraud in the procurement of the registrations.
Oh.
The case settled in the lawsuits was dismissed with prejudice.
Okay.
Right. As of December 2013, the Hells Angels sells its branded merchandise at a retail store in Toronto. Look at them. About time. I mean, geez. 2019, the Hells Angels sued Redbubble in the Federal Court of Australia for infringing on its trademark, launching another suit in 2021 after providing evidence that Redbubble had continued to breach the trademark.
Oh, shit. These guys are like, I don't care.
The 2019 case concluded with the Hells Angels being awarded $5,000 in damages.
That's it.
July 2022, in the second ruling against Redbubble, the company was ordered to pay the club more than $78,000. Yeah, Redbubble, they're like they make like stickers and like that type of shit.
Assholes.
Idiots.
To become a Hells Angels prospect, candidates must have a valid driver's license. Wow.
All right. That's one thing. We can murder and do all this shit, but you must be valid.
Yeah. They must have a motorcycle over 750 cc.
Yeah, we can't have no fucking pussy-ass, weak-ass Hondas.
Right. And they must have the right combination of personal qualities, whatever that is.
All right.
It is said the club excludes child molesters and people who have applied to become a police or prison officer. Intravenous drug use is also forbidden among the club.
Which means no fucking heroin, you smackheads.
Yeah, jackass. You can smoke your little pots.
Right.
Drink your little whiskey.
Snort your little cocaine.
Right. Anything other than that? No.
Be shooting up.
Members in North America are required to ride in United States-built motorcycles.
Good.
Harley-Davidson's bikes are the most common in the club, although other bikes such as Victory and Indian are also permitted because guess why? They're made by Americans.
Right. After a lengthy phase process, a prospective member is first deemed a hang-around, indicating that he's invited to some club events or to meet club members at known gathering places. If the hang-around is interested, he may be asked to become an associate, a status that usually lasts about a year or two. At the end of that stage, he is reclassified as a prospect, participating in some club activities but not having voting privileges while he is evaluated for suitability as a full member. The last phase, obviously, is full membership, or you get the patch, buddy.
Right,
you get the patch.
You're part of the club now, motherfucker. The term full patch refers to the complete four-piece insignia, including the Death Head logo, 2 rockers, top rocker, which is the Hells Angels, bottom rocker is a state or territory claimed.
Right.
And also a rectangular MC patch below the wing of the Death's Head.
Nice.
Prospects are allowed to wear only a bottom rocker with the state, province, or territory name along with the rectangular MC patch.
No Death Head and no Hells Angels wording. Good. Nice.
And usually it says prospect too.
Could be.
To become a full member, a prospect must be unanimously confirmed by the rest of the full club members.
Well, before votes are cast, a prospect usually travels to every charter in the sponsoring charter's geographic jurisdiction and introduces himself to every full patch member.
Wow.
This allows each voting member to become familiar with the prospect and ask any questions of concern before voting. Some form of formal introduction follows, wherein the prospect affirms his loyalty to the clubs and its members. Final logo patch, which is the Hells Angels rocker, is then awarded at the initiation ceremony. The step of attaining full membership can be called being patched, yes.
Right. Even after a member is patched in, though, the patches remain the property of Hells Angels, not the member.
Right.
On leaving the Hells Angels or being ejected, a member must return his patches to the club. Makes sense. Members must pay dues as well and are required to attend mandatory club meetings and motorcycle runs. Kind of like if you join a golf course.
Right.
You have to spend so much in the...
Or like you join the Eagles Club or something like that. You got to pay dues and do all that shit.
Like you have to spend so much in the pro shop at the golf course and all that shit. You got to go to the banquets and all that garbage. Sometimes you have to clean up.
You should.
Right? Chapter meetings, known as church, are typically held at clubhouses or members' residence. 1978, members were required to pay $20 per month to the local chapter and $10 a month to the state chapter. The money is used by the club to finance motorcycle runs and funerals.
Probably the second one more.
Right. And to fund the travel of club officers to state and national meetings.
All right, look at them.
Hells Angels may become exempt from paying dues after a certain period of time as a member of the club.
Well, obviously, you're higher up, you ain't paying shit. The club is not officially a racially segregated organization. In the U.S., at least one charter allegedly requires that a candidate be a white male. And Sonny Barger said in a 2000 BBC interview, the club as a whole is not racist, but we probably have enough racist members that no black guy is going to get in it. Right. At that time, the club had no black members.
Wow.
A few non-white members have been noted in the United States. 1967, Hunter S. Thompson remarked upon a Chinese Mel from San Francisco and Charlie, a young Negro from Oakland.
Wow.
Stephen Wayne Yee, a Chinese-American member of the Hells Angels Cleveland chapter, was convicted of moida in 1990.
Oh, shit.
Right. Look at that.
The Satan's Angels MC in Vancouver had a black member when it merged with the Hells Angels in 1983.
Well, good for them.
San Fran and Anchorage.
You got to go.
Right. The San Francisco and Anchorage chapters threatened to have the Vancouver chapter expelled from the club
no.
when they learned of the situation. The matter was ultimately resolved when the man changed his nationality to Hawaiian.
Oh,
He's like, I'm Hawaiian, man. Oh, all right.
that's fine.
That's cool. An unsanctioned Hells Angel chapter in Windsor, England, was granted official status in 1985, shortly after its only black member, John Mickelson, had died in police custody.
They've been like, they probably told him, like, you're not getting full official status until this black guy leaves.
All right.
They're like, all right, we can arrange that.
Easily.
Another notable is Gregory Woolley, a high-ranking member of the Rockers MC in Montreal, who was the protege and bodyguard of Hells Angels boss Maurice Boucher, who spent 5 years in a notoriously white supremacist motorcycle gang, the SS.
Oh, shit.
Woolley became an associate of the Wait, damn, so this dude took a black guy under his wing after leaving the old white supremacy group.
Wow.
Woolley became an associate of the Hells Angels Montreal charter in the 90s and later tried united street gangs in Quebec after Boucher was in prison.
Oh, shit. Look at that.
Look at that.
Good for you, guy. In another interview with Barger in 2000, he said, if you're a motorcycle rider and you're white, you want to join the Hells Angels. If you are black, you want to join the Dragons.
Okay, that must be Chicago, I bet.
That's how it is, whether anyone likes it or not.
Hey, nothing we can do about it.
We don't have no blacks, and they have no whites.
They ain't got no whites.
When asked whether that could change, Barger replied this: anything can change. I can't predict the future. All right. But
Right.
Toby Livingston, who formed the black motorcycle club East Bay Dragons Motorcycle Club, wrote in his book that he and Barger have a long-lasting friendship, and the Hells Angels and Dragons have a mutual friendship and hang out and they ride together.
Well, good for them. They see joining each other's ranks.
I think if they're on the highway, they might like pass each other. Maybe to slow down for a minute and look, hey,
we go first, boys. 1966 Ebony article about motorcycle rebels in the African American community.
They shoot their tires out.
Right. The chosen few motorcycle club said they see no racial animosity in the Hells Angels, and that when they come into chosen few territory, they all get together and party.
I'm sure they do.
A Hells Angels member who interviewed for the magazine insisted there was no racial prejudice in any of their clubs. He said, we don't have any Negro members, but maintained that no blacks have sought membership.
All right.
At one point in the 70s, the Hells Angels sought to consolidate the various motorcycle clubs and offered every member of the chosen few a Hells Angels patch, an offer that was declined.
Oh,
like,
sure.
nah, man, we'll be cool, but we want our own patch, man.
Right. Yeah, man, we're us. The Hells Angels became the first notarized and organized outlaw motorcycle club. The biker clubs formed subsequently have reportedly imitated the Angels' insignias, rules, doctrines, and rituals. Mm-hmm. Hells Angels chapters are governed by an officer court, and consisting of a president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, sergeant-at-arms, as we said, Oilia, and a road captain.
And a road captain. It's like a brigadier general.
Right. Chapters are composed of between 10 and 12 members on average. Each chapter has autonomy regarding member discipline and minor policy changes.
You do whatever you want. Just stick to what our basic outlines, I guess. Right. In contrast to other prominent motorcycle clubs in the U.S., Hells Angels organization is not headed by a national or international president. It is instead governed by regional officers who are each chosen to represent a collective of localized chapters at monthly regional meetings.
Nice.
Regional officers are divided into two groups. Those who attend the West Coast Officers Meeting, this is WestCom, to conduct the policy, actions, and affairs of the Hells Angels in the Western United States. And those who attend the EastCom, or ECOM, to govern the chapters of the Eastern United States, clearly.
Right.
The dividing point of the West and East regions is Omaha,
hey.
in which states with multiple chapters, weekly state meetings are also held in addition to chapter meetings.
Fantastic.
Weekly, huh? So
Damn.
You're in California, which most of them are. You're probably meeting in like San Bernardino. Sucks to be you.
All right.
If you're up north.
All right, you ain't kidding. Damn. Although the Hells Angels have no official mother chapter, the club's de facto national headquarters remained in its founding location of San Bernardino, which is in Cali, until the club founder Otto Friedli, probably. Yeah, he was in prison in 1958. The club's unofficial headquarters was then relocated to Oakland by Sonny Barger, who succeeded Friedli as the boss, or as the president.
De facto.
Right. Oakland chapter has traditionally been able to maintain a preeminent position as the first among equals because it has the largest membership of any charter of the United States and because of Barger's esteem among club members.
Yeah, I mean, he was the guy.
He was the guy.
The Oakland chapter is responsible for making major decisions within the club and granting new charters. So they're clearly the
right.
Any motorcycle club seeking to join the Hells Angels must apply to the Oakland chapter for membership, and the applicant must be monitored and approved of by the Oakland Hells Angels before being granted membership.
Oh shit.
In New York, the HAMC, Hells Angels, is incorporated as the Church of Angels, a nonprofit religious organization.
Oh, shit.
Look at them, huh? Getting around those taxes.
Fantastic. Hells Angels acknowledges more than 100 chapters in over 29 countries. New Zealand had the first charter of the Hells Angels outside the United States.
Right.
The club founded a charter in Auckland in 1961, as we said earlier, and has since taken over gangs in Wanganui. Europe did not become widely home to the Hells Angels until 1969, when two London charters were formed. The Beatles' George Harrison invited some members of the Hells Angels San Francisco to stay at the Apple Records in London in 1968. Oh, they were like, this is nice.
Right.
According to Chris Odell, only two members showed up, Frisco Pete and Bill Sweet William Fritch.
All right. Well, two people from London visited California, prospected, and ultimately joined. Look at that. Two charters were issued July 30th, 1969, one for South London, the Reimagined Charter renewing the already existing 1950 South London Charter. Oh, there was already a one.
Wow.
And the other for East London, but by 1973, the two charters became one and just called London.
Makes sense.
London Angels. London Angels are killing again. They provided security at a number of UK underground festivals, including Fun City in 1970, organized by Mick Farron.
Okay.
They awarded Farron an approval patch in 1970 for use on his first solo album, Mona, which also featured Steve Peregrine Took, who was credited as Shagrat the Vagrant. All right.
Oh, shit. Look at old Mick Farron trying to become a biker.
So approval, we'll give you this patch. You're approved to use it by us.
Right.
Yeah, look at that.
That's fantastic. 1977, the Hells Angels arrived in Canada with the Popeye Moto Club, patching over to form the Hells Angels Montreal chapter. During 1980s and the 90s, there was a major expansion of the club into the rest of Canada. The Quebec Biker War was a violent turf war that began in 1994, continued until 2002 in Quebec.
Damn.
The war began when the Hells Angels in Quebec began to try to establish a monopoly on street-level drugs in Quebec. Many drug dealers and crime families resisted and established groups such as the Alliance to Fight the Angels, which was led by a rock machine.
The Rock Machine must be a gang.
Right. The war resulted in the bombings of many establishments and murders on both sides.
That's the thing about these damn bikers, dude. They love their bombs. They're like the Irish.
Yeah. A lot of bombs.
Lots.
More than 160 people died. Over 300 were injured. And 100 missing.
Missing from the free open air, yes.
Right. And over 100 bikers were incarcerated.
That's it?
Members of the Spanish charter were involved in the killing and tried as well.
Okay.
A list of acknowledged charters can be found on the Hells Angels official website.
Yes, they can.
I bet so.
Over the years, the Hells Angels have amalgamated a number of smaller outlaw clubs in a process known as a patchover.
Right.
1967's the Animals MC became Hells Angels Cleveland. 69, the Aliens MC Nomads became New York City. 75, Grateful Dead MC became Hells Angels Bridgeport, Connecticut, I'm assuming. 1977 in Canada, the Popeye, which we just said. 1978, and then the Netherlands, Neanderthals. In the Netherlands, the Kreidler Ploeg Oost became Hells Angels Amsterdam.
Makes sense.
1980, Denmark, the Unionen MC became Copenhagen. 1980, also in the Netherlands, the Mad Dogs became Harlem with 2 A's. 1982, Spain became Spain. They didn't have a group. 1982, in the United States, the Brothers MC became Anchorage. 1983 in Canada, Satan's Angels became Vancouver.
How often can you ride a motorcycle in Alaska, especially Anchorage?
Well, Anchorage.
Couple months.
All the time.
Maybe.
1984, Canada, the 13th tribe became Halifax. 1990, Germany, the Phoenix MC became Berlin. 1992, Norway, the Rowdies MC became Trondheim. 1993, Sweden, the Dirty Draggles became Malmo.
Well, that's stupid. I like the Dirty Draggles.
Right.
Why couldn't it be called Hells Angels Dirty Draggles?
Right. Hell Angels DDs.
Right.
United
Double
States,
Ds,
the
baby.
Dirty Dozen MC became Arizona. Canada, the Grim Reapers became Calgary. Another Canada, the Rebels became Saskatoon. Oh, Saskatoon, huh? Yeah. In Canada, Satan's Choice became Ontario. Also in Canada, the Lost Bravos became Manitoba. The Brothers Fast MC in the United States became Denver. Paradise Riders became Ontario again. Lobos MC became Windsor. Banditos, that was the ones that they were beefing with. Banditos Edmonton became the Red Deer Nomads, and North Coast MC became Akron, Ohio.
2015, there's their last one that they took over.
2015. Yep.
Wow. Various United States law enforcement agencies classify the Hells Angels as one of the big 4 motorcycle gangs.
Yes, the Banditos that they're most
right.
They're actually cool with the Outlaws.
Right. There are the Hells Angels, the Pagans, the Outlaws, and the Banditos.
Yeah. With a name like the Outlaws, you kind of got to be outlaws, right?
Right. And law enforcement contend that members carry out widespread violent crime and organized crime, including drug dealing, trafficking in stolen goods, extortion, prostitution operations, and more, and others. In Australia, the Hells Angels are included among the Big 6, with the Banditos, the Comanchero, the Finks, the Mongols, and the Rebels.
No outlaws over there, huh?
That's cool.
Right. Members of the organization have continually asserted that they're only a group of motorcycle enthusiasts who have joined to ride motorcycles together to organize social events such as good road trips, fundraisers, parties, and motorcycle rallies, and that any crimes are the responsibility of the people who carried them out, not the club as a whole.
That makes sense.
Right. Which, they do say, we're a motorcycle club. We just happen to have criminals.
And a lot of times, if they mess up a lot, they make them go.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. 2019, May, a court in Utrecht issued a verdict that made the Netherlands the first country to completely ban the Hells Angels.
Oh, poor guys.
You bastards. You guys are supposed to be the home of the frickin' Vikings.
Right.
The presiding judge called it a danger to the public order and the rule of law. Other countries, such as Germany, had banned local chapters, but never the entire club.
I mean, okay.
July 15th, year 2022. The Supreme Court of Netherlands reaffirmed the ban, making it permanent.
Oh, permanent. No more Hells Angels in the Netherlands, huh? Oh, they're still there, I bet, though.
Right.
So that was a quick little history of the old Hells Angels, but coming up next, I think we should do probably profile Sonny Barger next, since he's the main vein. The main vein of the Angels. And then maybe we'll do some crimes, because in the United States we got in detail of a bunch of crimes that they've committed. California by itself's got its own episode, because obviously.
Holy shit.
And then Australia's got its own, because obviously. Canada has its own, because obviously. United Kingdom has its own, and then we'll do one on the rest of the world, which there's literally some in like Malaysia. Argentina has got some. I mean, they're everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. Copenhagen, Denmark, obviously. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. So we got at least another 7, 8, 9 episodes of the Hells Angels. So, yep, that was just a little brief history, and we'll get into more. But next month, I guess, we'll get into Ralph Hubert Sonny Barger Jr., who just passed away 2022 June. So, yeah, and
he lived a long life.
Yeah,
Good for him, right?
Yeah, good for him.
Right.
Most prominent member during the counterculture era, was reputed by law enforcement and the media to be the club's international president, an allegation he repeatedly denied. Good for him. And then he lost his voice in like 2010 or something, or like 2000 or something from cancer, smoking. Don't smoke, boys and girls.
No.
So, yeah, we'll get into his little story. his little story next month, but coming up next week. I think it's going to be the first of our remastered series where we go back and kind of an alternate look at episodes we've already done. Maybe it'll be, well, we've seen with the the H.H. Holmes episode. It was a completely different story than what we did. So
sure hell was.
Maybe we'll have some other stuff. So, yeah, we'll probably start out with Wild Bill. So that'll be next week. And then, obviously, we've got serial killers coming up, which I said last month. It'll be about the old baby killer that was just convicted in like 2013. So, got a full slate of stuff happening here on Outlaws and Gunslingers. Reminder, at Bang Dang Network on YouTube. Give us a review on Spotify, Apple, and answer that Spotify
baby
question.
Killer. Who's the baby killer?
The baby killer, the one that was doing abortions.
Oh, yeah, that guy. What's his name? The Mexican
It was
guy.
Barrero or something like that.
Yeah, they made a movie.
Yes, they did. Is he there? Oh, I don't have him there. But yeah, so that's us. We'll be back next week for a remastered. It should be fun, actually. We'll go back to the Wild West days for a little bit here on the old Outlaws and
Wild
Gunslingers,
West.
where the mother music industry.
Bang dang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Outlaws Gunslingers with shows Bang and Dang. Coming back here once again for our second installment of Hell's Angels.
Hell's Angels.
Of which here we got Sonny Barger, who isn't the founder per se, but he is the founder of the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels, which became the
What they become?
headquarters or whatever of the whole thing and all that stuff. He was responsible for getting the club incorporated in 1966, also instrumental in getting chapters across the world pretty much. And yeah, regarded in the media as being the international head of the group, but denied it the whole time. But lots of crimes this guy was involved in, lots of stuff that went down, including the infamous Rolling Stones concert where the dude got stabbed to death when the Hells Angels were hired for security there. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. This is probably going to be upwards of an hour and a half there, guys, but it's worth it. It's got a good story. Good stuff here. Yeah. Before we get into it, go check out our YouTube at Bang Dang Network for shorts, clips, plus our YouTube exclusive Dart League, as well as if you join for 99 cents, you get this series, well, Outlaws and Gunslingers podcast as a whole, and our other podcast, Battles of the American Civil War, at least a day early. And if you don't mind waiting until it comes out, that's fine with us too. If you're listening on Spotify, Apple, give us a review, share us with your friends, answer that Spotify question. Ralph Hubert Sonny Barger Jr., born October 8, 1938, he was born in Modesto, son of Catherine Carmela and Ralph Hubert Barger.
Oh.
His father had German and Dutch ancestry, and his mother was of Italian descent. Look at this guy. His mother left the family when Barger was 4 months old, leaving him and his older sister Shirley to be raised by their Pentecostal grandmother, an alcoholic father, a day laborer who worked on the Oakland docks.
Okay.
And she took off. She said, I don't want this life.
Time to roll. Barger grew up in Oakland in the post-war era, during which time the city's shipbuilding and automobile industries went into decline, leading to a significant rise in unemployment. Growing up, Barger was suspended from school several times for assaulting teachers. Oh, look at that. Beating up on the old
He was
teachers.
born in 1938. Post-war era, of course, yeah.
And he often fought with other boys. Makes sense. He dropped out of school in 10th grade. Although many of his school friends became drug addicts, Barger worked at a grocery store. And he enlisted in the United States Army at the age of 16 in 1955.
Oh, just in time for the Korean War, huh? He was given an honorable discharge 14 months later when it was discovered that he had forged his birth certificate in order to be, yeah. I was going to say, you can't join when you're 16 anyways.
He was given honorable discharge.
I'm like, all right,
You're willing to
Right.
put your life on the line.
Barger had liked the discipline, masculine camaraderie, and learning how to disassemble weapons. After his return from the Army, Barger drifted between menial jobs and lived with his father in a single residence at a hotel, later moving in with his sister and her children.
Oh. Fantastic. One of those guys, huh?
Right.
1956, Barger. He joined his first motorcycle club, the Oakland Panthers.
Right.
Which he founded with a group of fellow military veterans.
He's not even a veteran, though. I mean, I guess he did basic training.
Right. After the club disbanded, he started riding with another group of bikers, one of whom was Don Boots Reeves. He wore a patch that belonged to a defunct Nomads chapter of the Hells Angels in North Sacramento.
Oh.
I don't think you're allowed to still wear the patch, though, are you?
Oh, he's a nomad. He can do whatever he wants.
They went on to found their own Hells Angels club on April 1st, 1957. This said, this is no joke. No fools here, baby.
We'll be no more. We'll be nomads no more.
Right. Each member wore the patch, a small skull wearing an aviator cap within a set of wings, later copyrighted as the Hells Angels Death Head logo, after having replicas made at a trophy store in Hayward.
Right.
Yeah.
Barger was not the founder of the Hells Angels, as is often claimed, which was the group was founded in 1948, if you listen to our last episode about him. But he became its best-known member to such an extent that he's often misidentified as the founder. He and the Oakland Hells Angels were initially unaware that there were several other loosely affiliated clubs using the same name throughout California. How do you... No, we proved that wrong already.
Right.
Founding members of the Oakland Hells Angels were basically honest, blue-collar or unskilled workers looking for excitement.
Right.
According to George Baby Huey Weatherin, who became the chapter vice president in 1960, he said that. He said, we were just
bunch of good
young
boys.
guys just riding our bikes around.
Bunch of good old boys riding on two wheels, baby. Unlike the World War II veterans who formed the early Hells Angels chapters, many of the founding members of the Oakland chapter were former servicemen with disreputable military records. Oh, that sucks. Barger described his chapter as a wild bunch.
What a wild bunch.
Barger and the Wild Bunch. After a chance encounter with a member of the pre-existing Hells Angel chapter, Barger learned of the club's history, rules, and regulations and procedures. He was then appointed president of the Oakland chapter in 1958, following a series of meetings with Hells Angels from Southern California.
Oh, so they're like, this is actually like a thing.
Right. He's like, oh.
Oh, well, with Barger as president, the Oakland Hells Angels traveled around California and amalgamated with the other Hells Angels chapters, dividing territory and forming club bylaws.
Fantastic.
While infighting did occur between the chapters, conflicts predominantly arose with other clubs such as the Gypsy Jokers.
Right.
When Otto Friedli, the founder of the original San Bernardino Hells Angels chapter, he went to prison in 1958, Barger was proclaimed de facto national president.
Oh.
One of his first actions was to relocate the club's mother chapter, or the national headquarters, from San Bernardino to Oakland, where it remains to this day, actually.
Right. He's like, we got to bring that shit here. Bring that shit here. Later that very year, Barger suffered a fractured skull during a fight with Oakland police.
Got beat with a billy club, I bet.
Although the basic organization was in place when Barger assumed leadership of the club, he introduced additional rules pertaining to new members, club officers, and the establishment of new members.
Or chapters.
Under Barger's leadership, the club's membership began to increase. By 1960, the Oakland Hells Angels had established an extensive narcotics network within the club.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Some of the Barger's rules included no using dope during the meeting and no drug burns or rip-offs. I mean, you sell them right.
Right, or you buy them right.
Right. The Hells Angels worked as part-time distributors of drugs in the 1950s and early 1960s. That's where they've messed up.
All right. Well, according to George Weathern, who left the Hells Angels in 1972 and went on to testify against the club before entering the Federal Witness Protection Program, he wrote a book in 1978 called A Wayward Angel. He says Barger convened a meeting of the leaders of the Hells Angels and other California motorcycle clubs in 1960, in which the various clubs parlayed over the mutual problem of police harassment.
Right.
The clubs voted to ally under a 1% patch to be worn on their respective colors. The terms refer to a comment. Yeah. We all know what 1%ers mean.
Right. Wow. 1961, Barger opened the first Hells Angels chapter abroad. He did that in New Zealand.
Damn.
The Oakland chapter, with Barger serving as his president, assumed an informal position of authority within the Hells Angels that began following a confrontation with Loco Popo and the California Highway Patrol.
Remember that show?
Chips.
Oh. There was like a reality show back in the day, California Highway Patrol. It was like Cops, but with California Highway Patrol.
Oh, that'd be cool.
We watch it all the time. How do you not remember?
Maybe. In the aftermath of the outlaw motorcycle meeting in Portersville in September 1963, that's when that conversation happened with the Loco Popo. Although always a predominantly male organization, the Hells Angels had female members as well until 1964 when Barger imposed a rule making the club men only. The Female Women Hater Club, or what was it called?
Female Women Hater Club. Yeah. He justified the male-only rule on the grounds that female Hells Angels were less able.
He-Man Women Hater Club.
He-Man, right. Oh, same thing. He says... The male-only rule is good because women are less able to defend themselves against rival bikers seeking to steal their patches, right? Barger was employed as a machine operator from 60 to 65 when he was dismissed due to extended absences.
Yeah.
He still had a regular job, huh? Well, it's like, we'll see George Christie. He was employed by the Department of Defense for the government until they found out he was with the Hells Angels.
Crazy.
So his criminal record began in 1963 after he was arrested for possession of marijuana.
Oh.
He was arrested once again on the same charge the following year and for assault with a deadly weapon in 65 and 66.
Oh, it just keeps on getting worse.
Might as well.
Oh, wow. The 1965 incident, he forced his pistol into a bar patron's mouth after the man had made disparaging remarks about the Hells Angels.
Oh, come on now.
Ooh. Barger claims the gun fired by accident, but wrote in his 2000 autobiography, Hells Angel, The Life and Times of Sonny Barger and the Hells Angels Motor Club.
I mean, come on, I bet you guys.
Right.
It's too long.
Right. He wrote this. Since the motherfucker was already shot in the head, I bet him over the pool table and shot him again.
Well, geez, and he only got charged for fucking assault with a deadly weapon?
Oh, my.
So he's lying.
Right. Yeah, Barger was convicted of assault with intent to murder. Damn. When a rival club of bikers stole Barger's motorcycle, ooh, you don't do that. That's like horse stealing right there.
Right.
Right.
I steal horses.
Right. He and his members assaulted them with spiked dog collars.
Oh, probably wrapped around their fists, punching the shit out of them, huh?
They were whipped with bull lips. And finally, they used ball-peen hammers to break their frickin' fingers.
Oh,
dang, these guys are worse than the frickin' mob.
Right. The Oakland Hells, this is everything we wanted the Mafia to be.
Right.
The Oakland Hells Angels maintain a prominent position as first among equals by having the largest membership of any U.S. chapter and because of Barger's esteem among club members internationally. The author and journalist Hunter S. Thompson wrote in his 1967 book Hells Angels, The Strange and Terrible Saga of the Outlaw Motorcycle Gangs, that in any gathering of Hells Angels, there is no doubt who is running the show.
Oh.
He described Barger as a 6-foot, 170-pound warehouseman from East Oakland, the coolest head in the lot, and a tough, quick-thinking dealer when any action starts. And he said of him, by turns, he is a fanatic, a philosopher, a brawler, a shrewd compromiser, and a final arbitrator. Barger continually denied that he was Hells Angels leader or that Oakland was the club's headquarters. However, he said, there's no charter that's the boss. That's all cops and newspapers.
Oh. Okay.
But, I mean, but we know.
Right. Barger and Hells Angels, many of whom were military veterans, as we've said it 500 fucking times, we'll say it again, consider themselves anti-communist.
Good for them.
And anti-subversive.
Right.
Patriots.
1964.
Barger and another Hells Angel, Michael Tiny Walters, told an Oakland Tribune columnist, our oath is allegiance to the United States of America. If there should be trouble, we would jump to enlist and fight.
I bet they would.
More than 90% of our members are veterans. We do not want no slackers.
So what did they do in the 70s when the fucking war?
Vietnam? War in Vietnam?
Well, they were all too old by then anyways. 40 years old.
Right.
Barger was at least. When students of the University of California, Berkeley announced an anti-Vietnam War rally, Oakland Angels, the Oakland Hells Angels denounced the rally as a despicable un-American activity.
Oh. That's fantastic.
Well, where are these guys now with the fucking Columbia and NYU and all this shit?
16th of October, 1965, Barger, he led a group of Hells Angels in an attack on anti-war demonstrators, marching from Berkeley to the Army terminal in Oakland to protest against munitions shipments.
How do they think this is going to end up? It's the 60s, too.
Right. The Oakland police reportedly stood aside and let the attack commence.
Oh, so not much has changed in California, huh?
Whereas the Berkeley police intervened to stop the bikers from assaulting protesters.
Of course.
It is Berkeley. 6 Hells Angels members were arrested, and a Berkeley police sergeant suffered a broken leg in the brawl. Damn. Damn.
Most likely it was like brawling and fell awkwardly or something.
Okay.
Unless somebody stomped on his fucking leg.
Fell awkwardly on a bat. A swinging bat.
Right.
The Angels maintained that the
He
attack
fell on the bat 3 or 4 times.
The Angels maintained that the attack was done in the interest of public safety and the protection of the good name of Oakland, California, which they probably believed that at that time.
So the incident led to a collection of students, left-wing political organizations, and labor unions led by Allen Ginsberg and Jerry Rubin. They met with the motorcycle club representatives headed by the president of the Sacramento Hells Angels in a cafeteria at San Jose State University. Ginsberg and Rubin sought assurance that a planned Vietnam Day committee protest in Oakland on November 20th would not be disturbed. Ginsberg invited Barger and the Oakland Hells Angels to a party where he provided the bikers with free alcohol, drugs, and sex in exchange for their guarantee that the rally would not be attacked.
We will not be bought.
I bet you they were. Well, no, they probably took all that shit and still fucking...
Right.
Hopefully.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that. That's cool. On the 19th of November, 1965, 5 Hells Angels led by Barger held a press conference at their bail bondsman's office, announcing that the club would not attend the protest the following day as any physical encounter would only produce sympathy for this mob of traitors.
True.
According to Barger, that's what he said. He went on to read aloud a telegram sent to President Lyndon B. Johnson, stating this: I volunteer a group of loyal Americans for duty behind the line in Vietnam. We feel that a crack group of trained guerrillas could demoralize the Viet Cong and advance the cause of freedom. You would think wrong.
Right.
Because the United States is well over their head.
I don't care how trained your guerrillas are. You're stepping into a trap that has spikes.
And President Johnson was like, I don't think this guy knows what he's talking about. Let's just toss that away.
Pretend we never got that.
He did not reply.
After the spate of publicity the Hells Angels received in 1965, Barger had the club's name copyrighted. Right? He's like, now people are going to try to use my shit. The Hells Angels were incorporated as a non-profit organization in 1966. Bargers and the Hells Angels become associated with the counterculture phenomenon of the 60s. Between 66 and 73, the majority of his legitimate personal income was derived from consulting various film projects.
Oh, fantastic.
He acted as a technical advisor on a series of outlaw biker films, beginning with Roger Corman's The Wild Angels.
Fantastic.
Damn.
Oh, biker film, 1966, huh? I don't know what that's about.
Based on the
spaghetti biker films? They're spaghetti bikers. Oh, wow.
They call themselves the Wild Angels.
Wild Angel.
And inspired the biker film genre that continued to the 70s.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of biker films.
Oh, Nancy Sinatra's in it, huh?
Oh, that makes sense. But it's terrible.
Oh, and Peter Fonda.
Oh, you know, he's got to be in it.
So it was a decent little movie then, huh? Probably.
He's like, my dad made westerns. I'm gonna make bikesterns, bikerns. On screen, Barger was identified, but did not speak in Hell's Angels on Wheels in 1967. And it was one of several members of the Angels who had speaking parts playing themselves in Hell's Angels, 1969.
Motherfuckers are making movies and shit.
Right.
Damn.
That was in 1969. When that came
Right.
out. He appeared in several additional films as well. Baja features prominently in Hunter S. Thompson's book, Hell's Angels.
Well, it had a little bit of a longer title, but...
Right. He was unimpressed with Thompson.
Oh.
And said of the writer this: when he tried to act tough with us, no matter what happened, Hunter Thompson got scared. I ended up not liking him at all. A tall, skinny, typical hillbilly from Kentucky. He was a total fake.
That's probably why he ended up shooting himself in the face.
Oh, no, Thompson.
Barger and the Hells Angels are also depicted in Tom Wolfe's The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test in 1968 during Ken Kesey's La Honda encampment.
Oh.
Okay. Using his fame, Barger opened a chapter in Omaha, Nebraska in 1966.
Might as well.
Which, besides the chapter in New Zealand, was the first Hells Angels chapter outside of California.
No shit.
Wow. 1967, Barger opened a Hells Angel chapter in Lowell, Massachusetts, which was the first Hells Angel chapter on the East Coast.
Oh, damn, that's all you needed right there.
Coming there. Coming for you.
Wow, during the Summer of Love in San Francisco, 1967.
Summer of Love.
The Hells Angels began to sell PCP,
Why not?
which came to be known as Dust of the
Or
Angels,
Angel Dust, right?
or DOA for short. PCP
I didn't know you like to get wet.
Right. PCP came to be popular with the hippies during the Summer of Love, owing to its ability to cause hallucinations, and Angels came to dominate the market for PCP in the Bay Area. Barger, he later admitted that besides selling PCP, his chapter used to move most of the LSD in the San Francisco area as well.
PCP and LSD, two different things. But
Right.
Acid.
Right, LSD fuck you up. So PCP.
Right.
Selling PCP made the Angels wealthy for the very first time.
Wow.
And according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation,
Boo-roo.
Agent Tom McKinley, who often investigated Hell's Angels related cases. It was in 1967 that the Angels become a major criminal organization in their own right. They're rivaling.
Well, you had the Mafia on the East Coast, and you got these guys primarily on the West Coast over here.
Right.
Well, prior to 67, the Angels had been used as subcontractors for other criminal organizations who used them to distribute cocaine and marijuana. With PCP, the Angels created a vertical monopoly. As PCP lost popularity, the Hells Angels switched to selling meth.
Oh, my
A market that they have dominated ever since. Yeah, bikers and meth are like 1 and 1, dude.
It's crazy.
Barger recruited Kenny Maxwell, a former chemist, for the Royal Dutch Shell Oil Company, who taught the Angels how to make meth.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow. Well, that's nice.
Why doesn't he have a blue thing?
All right. For at least 5 years, beginning in 1967, Barger and the Angels surrendered hundreds of guns and hundreds of pounds of explosives, as well as locations of caches of weapons and narcotics to the Oakland Police Department in exchange for the release of jailed Hells Angels members and other considerations from authorities. And you little snitches.
We'll take cash and other considerations, please.
Yeah, I'll play her the name later. Wow, look at these little snitches.
Well, I mean, might as well, right? Trying to get you guys out. Here, you want this sawed off? Who cares?
You want this on off? Yeah, these little low-level drug dealers.
And Oakland's like, yeah, we got all these guns off the street. Yeah, they got warehouses full of them still.
You ain't kidding. Oakland and Berkeley suffered a spate of approximately 80 bombings in the late 60s.
Yeah, these bikers like to bomb.
And police made the arrangement with the Angels in order to acquire black market weapons, which could otherwise be used by subversives such as the Black Panthers and Weather Underground radicals.
Oh, these Weather Underground.
Oh, they're weird.
I'm surprised we haven't done one yet. But
thought the Black
so they're
Panthers.
saying the Hells Angels are giving them bombs so they can keep them out of the hands of the Black Panthers and the Weather Underground?
Right.
All right. The Angels were dealing in weapons which were stolen from armories and gun stores or smuggled from abroad. Oakland Police Sergeant Edward Ted Hilliard testified in 72 that he accepted guns, dynamite, and grenades from Barger personally in return for deals on arrests during at least 15 separate meetings.
No shit.
Oh, what a fucking wow. The most recent of which would occurred at spring of 71.
Wow.
Hilliard also testified that Barger had offered to deliver the bagged body of a leftist for every Angel released from jail. Oh, jeez. An offer Hilliard refused as it was absolutely out of the question.
He's like,
sure.
How can I get away with this? I can't.
Barger denied ever making such an offer.
I bet he did.
Hilliard insisted, however, that authorities had not permitted crimes committed by the Hells Angels.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. Come on, you guys are just local guys when you got the CIA and all this shit planning hits on foreign leaders with the mafia and shit.
Right. Get the hell out of it. The first internal murder of the Hells Angels member, sanctioned by the club, was allegedly carried out when Paul German Ingalls, a member of the Oakland chapter who had previously transferred from the Omaha chapter, was found guilty of burglarizing Barger's valuable coin collection. Oh no. Anybody but his.
Right, why would you do that?
Right. He found guilty by a 6-man kangaroo court at the home of a Hells Angels member on the 1st of February, 1968.
If you guys don't know what a kangaroo court is, basically a court set up where you're guilty before you even get in there.
It's just a formality.
Right.
Ingalls was forced to ingest a large quantity of barbiturates until he suffered a fatal overdose.
I bet you.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, he was probably feeling good for a minute.
Right. Jeez.
In the late 60s, Barger began selling heroin and also developed an addiction to cocaine.
Oh, man.
He was described as being totally crazed on cocaine for a time. Well, of course. Barger was allegedly the main distributor of cocaine and heroin in the East Bay area. He was among 33 members of the Oakland chapter arrested on drug charges after police raided a bar and duplex apartment in the city of in Oakland on August 30th, 1968. $7,000 worth of heroin and $2,500 worth of other narcotics were confiscated, as were firearms, including an M16 rifle, 2 shotguns, and an M1 carbine.
Damn.
And a large cache of weapons or ammunitions, knives, and chains, and suspected stolen merchandise. During this period, Barger's first wife, Elsie May, died on February 1st, 1967 from an embolism in her bloodstream after undergoing an illegal abortion. Was Gosnell her fucking guy?
You ain't kidding, right? Damn, ain't that crazy how this goes into the next?
Right.
Wow. The year 1969, Barger began a relationship with Sharon Gruelke, a former beauty queen from Livermore. Barger married Sharon while he was incarcerated at the Folsom State Prison in 1973.
A little spoiler alert.
the marriage ended in divorce.
Not so much of a spoiler.
30th of July, 1969, Barger opened up the first Hells Angels chapter in Europe, with a chapter being founded in London, obviously, followed by another in Zurich in 1970.
All right.
1969, he opened up a Hells Angels chapter in New York, Salem, and Rochester, giving the Angels a strong presence in the Northeast.
I wonder how that New York one went over with the Mafia.
Right. Barger was one of the Angels present at the Rolling Stones Altamont free concert on the 6th of December, 1969, at which the bikers were reportedly given $500 of beer to provide security. Concert goers and musicians alike were subjected to violence from the
$500
Angels.
a beer in 1969, that's probably
A lot.
a lot of fucking beer.
Damn, concert goers and the musicians were subjected to violence from the Angels, including Marty Ballin of Jefferson Airplane, who was knocked unconscious.
Oh, no.
And an audience member, Meredith Murdoch Hunter, who was stabbed to death. Damn.
Yeah,
How just a random audience guy have a nickname, Murdoch?
Barger admitted in his autobiography that Hells Angels had beat the fuck out of them, who are the people attending the concert. One of the Hells Angels pointed, yeah, because you know how these guys are all, they're probably drunk LSD and all this shit, doing mosh pits and shit, bumping into some Hells Angels guys, probably getting punched in the face. One of the Hells Angels pointed a gun at Keith Richards when he wanted to leave the stage owing to the violence in front of him.
Oh, shit.
Barger claimed to have been sitting on stage drinking beer when the violence was taking place. As a result of critical media attention given to the Hells Angels after the concert, he went on KSAN, a local Bay Area radio station, to justify the actions and to present their side of the story.
He asserted that violence only started once the crowd began vandalizing the Angels' motorcycles.
Probably could have happened.
Barger would later state that Hunter would fire a shot that struck a Hells Angels member with what he describes as just a flesh wound. Barger maintained that the Rolling Stones were ultimately responsible for the violent events that took place, saying that they agitated the crowd, had the stage built too low, and then used us to keep the whole thing boiling. They got exactly what they wanted. A dark, scary atmosphere to play sympathy for the devil.
Oh, Dijon was just a shadow away.
He went on to say,
Shadow, is that the song?
maybe,
Wait, it was like, that's a song that's used in like every Vietnam movie, right?
yeah. He went on to say, just because you sing well doesn't mean you can act like a bunch of assholes to your fans. And that's what they did that very night at Altamont.
He also blamed the Rolling Stones' extended delay before making an on-stage appearance for worsening the hostility of the crowd, and said the Hells Angels refused to act as bodyguards for a bunch of sissy, marble-mouthed prima donnas when the band asked the bikers to escort them to the stage.
Oh, wow.
He also claimed that he stuck a gun into Keith Richards' side to force the Rolling Stones to keep on playing through the riot despite the band's misgivings.
Shit, no, motherfucker, you're on the Titanic.
You stay here.
You're on the
gonna go down with the ship,
Titanic.
bitch. Barger took umbrage with what he felt was the Stones' refusal to take responsibility for the catastrophe, and he said in the days after the concert, Mick Jagger, he put it all on us. He used us for dupes.
Oh, man. You know, fucking Mick Jagger. Barger appears in documentary film about the Altamont free concert, Gimme Shelter.
Gimme Shelter,
That
that's
happened in
the song.
1970.
Give me shelter, right?
Reflecting on the Altamont concert, which had been referred to variously as the end of the hippie dream and the day the 60s died. It's 1970, so.
69 was when it happened.
All right. Barger wrote in his autobiography, all that shit about Altamont being the end of an era was a bunch of intellectual crap. The death of Aquarius. Bullshit. It was the end of nothing. Altamont may have been some big catastrophe to the hippies, but it was just another Hells Angels event to me.
He could give a shit.
Right.
After Altamont, Barger sought to expand the Hells Angels and improve the club's image. He said, we got to go on a PR run now.
Right.
Members who were of little value to the Hells Angels were drummed out, and intravenous drug use was banned by the club. No more heroin, guys. Yeah. Barger also stripped the Hells Angels' colors of offensive patches, such as Nazi regalia and various colored wings awarded to members as a reward for sexual adventures performed in the presence of other members.
Damn, awesome.
The club also hired public relations specialists and began participating in charity fund drives. We're trying to be the good guy bikers.
Yeah, shit. The dispute between the Angels and the Rolling Stones was compounded when the band refused to compensate the Angels for $50,000 in legal fees accrued by the club in the trial of Alan Pissarro, who was acquitted of Meredith Hunter's murder on the grounds of self-defense. March 1983, Clarence Butch Crouch, a founding member of the Hells Angels Cleveland chapter. He testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee, that the club had an open contract on members of the Rolling Stones. Oh, damn.
Jeez.
And made 2 failed attempts on the life of Mick.
2 failed attempts, huh? How do you make a failed attempt on Mick Jagger?
Right.
Everywhere. You guys are shitty assassins.
Can you imagine if that would have happened, dude?
Well,
The longest rock band would have been no more.
Sucks to be them. For better or worse. Which one of them? Barger subsequently called a press conference to deny Crouch's testimony.
Right.
He again refuted the claims of a murder contract on Jagger in an interview with the Phoenix New Times in '92, saying, I personally don't like the guy, but that doesn't mean I want to kill him.
Right.
There are 7 Hells Angels chapters in England, and he comes over here a lot. If there was a contract out on him, he'd be dead.
Right.
It's that simple. He wouldn't still be singing.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Makes sense.
Come on.
Barger referred to 1970s as gangsta era for the Hells Angels, writing in his autobiography.
Well, coincidentally, it was for the Mafia, too.
Yeah, he says, the clubs tried to take our reputations from us. The blacks and Latinos didn't like us. White people were scared of us. Hippies no longer dug us. Rednecks couldn't stand us either.
Damn.
Everybody hated us. We became isolated. Damn.
I doubt well, maybe. I don't know.
During this period, Barger's main lieutenants were Russian,
Right.
Sergei Walton, James Jim Brandis,
Hey, Jim.
and Kenneth K.O. Owen.
Oh, shit. Original KO of it is.
All right. A police report from April of 1970 stated this. The subject, which is Barger, is influential with motorcycle clubs all across the nation.
I bet he is.
Barger has been employed for years and is yet seen with large amounts of money.
What, are we going to get a fucking tax evasion?
Right. The money may come from dues he collected from his own chapter and the franchise money he obtains from chapter charters he has sold in various states. It is known that all Hells Angels deals extensively in the narcotic trade.
Yeah, but he made a bunch of movies for money, or bunch of movies for money. He made a bunch of money from movies in the 60s. You tell me they wouldn't have none of that left?
Right. April 11, 1970, Barger was arrested on narcotics charges after Donald Holworth, a film studio property manager in 1967 Mr. America from Studio City, was apprehended while walking towards Barger's home with a suitcase containing 17 ounces of cocaine, 30 ounces of heroin, with an estimated retail worth of $350,000.
He was walking towards his home. Who said he was going there?
All right.
Well, Barger temporarily resigned as president of the Oakland chapter in June '70 to fight the charges, but returned to the position within months after his successor, Johnny Angel Palomar, was sentenced to a 10-year prison term for shooting a bartender.
Oh, what an idiot.
The drug charges against Barger were later dismissed.
Okay.
He was, however, sentenced to 90 days in jail after walking out of a court session.
Oh, contempt.
Holworth was convicted and sentenced to serve 5 years of life. Wow,
Oh, damn,
that's
he
a
did.
hell of a discrepancy. He probably did 7.
Maybe.
Right, just because he's walking to somebody's house doesn't mean
Right.
nothing.
They're just trying to get him on anything.
Right.
22nd January 1972. Barger and 4 other Angels, Russell Baya, Bobby Dirt England, Oakland Gary Popkin, and Bert Stephenson. They were traveling through Redwood Regional Park in 2 cars, which was a Pontiac and a Cadillac. When they were pursued in a high-speed chase by park rangers who suspected that they stole their picnic baskets.
Barger's like, hey, Oakland.
Hey, dirt.
Like, but Barger, what about the park rangers?
Well, the park rangers suspected that the Angels were poaching.
Poaching what?
Right. The Pontiac struck a tree after his tires were shot out by pursuing park
Jeez,
rangers.
these park rangers were fucking around.
Damn. And England and Stephenson fled into the brush, only to be apprehended later. Discovered in the trunk of Pontiac were 3 club prospects: William Hood, Russell Huddleston, and Danny Jarman. They weren't poaching; they were trafficking.
What the hell? Well, Hood and Jarman have been bound, gagged, and beaten, while Huddleston has survived having his throat cut. What?
Oh shit!
Barger, Baya, and Popkin were arrested after the Cadillac was chased for 4 miles by convergent police. Various objects were thrown from the Cadillac during the pursuit, including 4 handguns, a shot. Why do you throw these stuff?
Right.
A shotgun, surgical gloves, and a belt with an ammunition pouch and a silver buckle engraved with the caption, Sonny Barger Jr., 1957 to 67, President, Hells Angels, Oakland.
Okay.
What? Why did they kill these guys for? Or they tried to. Anyways, dude got his throat cut.
Oh, Barger and the others were charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, and assault with a deadly weapon. Hood and Jarman told police that the incident was merely an initiation hazing.
They just cut my throat.
Right, amidst claims by the Hells Angels attorneys Jack Berman and Herman Mintz of insufficient evidence and an illegal search by arresting officers. All 5 defendants pled guilty to a lesser charge of unlawful imprisonment.
Oh, jeez.
Holy shit.
Along with fellow Hells Angels member Sergey Walton, Donald Dwayne Whitey Smith, and Oakland Gary Popkin, Barger was charged with the May 21st, 72 murder of Servio Winston Aguirre, who was a drug dealer from McAllen, Texas, who had traveled to Oakland with a consignment of narcotics for sale.
No.
Which allegedly occurred following a dispute over an $80,000 cocaine deal.
Oh, shit.
The prosecution witness, Richard Evaldi, testified that he witnessed Barger shoot Aguirre dead as he slept at the home of an absent acquaintance, and that Barger subsequently ordered the others to set fire to the residence.
Oh, shit. Damn. According to Barger's chief attorney, James Crew, Evaldi himself was involved in the conspiracy to kill Aguirre. And knowing he was a prime suspect and fearing retaliation from the Texas Mafia, he tried to blame it on the Hells Angels. Barger was also provided with an alibi from his girlfriend, Sharon, who would be his wife, who claimed she was in bed with him at the time of the murder. Couldn't it be?
Like, he was eating this pussy so good.
Right.
Fuck you, cops.
Right. The killing of Aguirre was one of the 5 possibly linked murders committed in the area around that time. 3 men, drug dealers Kelly Patrick Smith, Willard Thomas, and Gary Kemp, an acquaintance of Aldi, were found shot to death in a house near San Leandro, the day after Aguirre's murder. Oh, shit. And the body of a woman, Karen S. Long, was discovered in the trunk of a car in Oakland on May 26, 1972. Damn.
Evaldi had led investigating detectives to the location of the automobile in which Long's corpse was found. John Joseph Devaney, Long's former husband. He was also found dead in a car in Hayward, June 14, 1972.
Oh, shit.
In apparent suicide by carbon monoxide.
Hey, I'm sure.
During the trial, Ted Hilliard, Barger's handler in Oakland police, and Barger himself testified that he had been cooperating with police for over 5 years in return for deals on arrest, bail reductions, and other considerations. He just outed himself as a fucking snitch, pretty much.
Right. Holy shit. Well, Barger went on to explain, if we come into possession with guns and explosives, we don't like to keep them around. We turn them in hoping that the police will do something for us. Well, yeah, I guess. Scratch, scratch.
Right.
Itch, itch. He also admitted being a drug dealer under questioning from the prosecutor in the case, District Attorney Don White. Wow.
Okay.
December 29, 1972, Barger and his 3 co-defendants were acquitted following a 7-week trial after Evaldi's credibility came under scrutiny.
Wow. December 1972, police bypassed a 6-foot fence and Doberman Pinscher guard dogs to raid Barger's home in Oakland Hills, finding 8 guns throughout the house and an unidentified human skull on a dresser.
Oh, shit.
At Barger's trial for narcotics and weapons offenses in February 73, the jury was read Barger's testimony from his 72 murder trial, in which he admitted to dealing drugs.
Oh, shit.
March 16, 73, he was sentenced to a prison term of 10 years to life after he was convicted of possession of narcotics for sale, which was 37 grams of heroin.
Damn.
And possession of a weapon by a convicted felon.
Oh, shit. I did it right there.
That.
No. His future wife, Sharon, was a co-defendant. Her case ended in a mistrial when a jury failed to reach a verdict. As a result of his imprisonment, Barger was forced to relinquish his presidency of the Oakland chapter for the very first time since its inception.
That's not true, because he stepped down for a minute.
Right. According to police intelligence reports, he had designated San Jose chapter president Fillmore Cross as his international successor during a motorcycle run at Bass Lake prior to his imprisonment. Krause, he was also imprisoned for possession of amphetamines in 1975, and Barger allegedly continued to lead the Angels from his cell at Folsom State Prison. He was like, oh, come on, I'm trying to let you guys do this shit here, but...
Hells Angels and members of other motorcycle gangs formed a clique in the California State Prison, which acted somewhat autonomously from the Aryan Brotherhood, which was the dominant white prison gang in California.
Yeah, they mess with Aryans.
One prison official described the status of bikers in the prison system as they originally stay out of things. They provide a balance in the racial conflicts. When trouble starts with the Chicanos or the blacks, the Angels join up with the other whites, obviously.
Right.
Barger befriended Mike Acha Ison, who was a leader in the Mexican Mafia at Folsom, though.
That's cool.
In the laundry room, like American History X.
Right, happens, man. Jeez, Barger began studying sociology in prison. During his incarceration, a Biker's magazine ran a Free Sonny Barger campaign, selling T-shirts and bumper stickers, which helped pay his legal expenses.
Good for him.
Fantastic. Barger, he gave series of interviews, included one with Geraldo Rivera.
This fucking guy.
Right, for his Goodnight America television program, in which he portrayed himself as a model prisoner, and he said this, "They gotta let me out sometime." April 1977, Barger won an appeal to face a retrial on a prior marijuana possession conviction. Oh, there it is again, trying to do that. Wait till your shit's done, and we got another charge.
All right. Well, his acquittal in that case made him eligible for parole.
Oh, fantastic.
At the California Supreme Court ruled that a 5-year waiting period attached to his sentence due to the prior marijuana conviction was unconstitutional.
All right.
He was paroled November 3rd, 1977, after serving 4.5 years of his sentence.
Well.
December 5th, 1977, Barger opened the first Hell's. He's like, I'm going to go open some more chapters. The first one in Canada, which was in Montreal, and awarded the Canadian Hells Angels national president Yves Labas Batu the right to wear a Hells Angel jacket with the word international written on the bottom.
All right.
Which was a great honor within the world of the Hells Angels, where jackets normally list only the state in which the Hells Angels live in.
Right.
So I'm an international motherfucker.
October 28, 1978, Barger opened the first Angels chapter in Netherlands with Willem van Boxtel serving as the president of the Amsterdam chapter. The Amsterdam chapter under Boxtel's leadership was to become the most powerful Hells Angels chapter in Europe.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to them.
Barger was arrested on a parole violation charge of possession of firearms when police officers discovered a 9mm semi-automatic pistol, a .38 caliber revolver, and a rifle after arriving at his Oakland home on the 27th of March, 1978, to serve a subpoena and to conduct a parole search.
Oh,
come
yeah,
on.
right.
The case was dismissed when Barger's wife, Sharon, testified that the guns belonged to her.
But he's not supposed to be
Around them. They're like, oh, they're yours? Okay.
Okay.
Whatever.
Barger and his wife were among 33 members and associates of the Hells Angels Oakland, San Francisco, Marin County, San Jose, Los Angeles, and Vallejo chapters indicted on RICO statutes on June 13th, 1979. Damn. He and 15 others were arrested during a series of raids carried out in the Bay Area by around 200 DEA agents, plus ATF guys. The indictments followed 2 car bombings targeting law enforcement officers in Northern California, which were blamed on the Angels.
I bet they were. Oh, son of a bitch. The bombings prompted the California Department of Justice to issue a warning to Popo departments that the Angels were engaged on a campaign to eliminate law enforcement personnel who investigated their drug activities. The RICO case against the Angels was the most substantial effort in federal history against the club at the very time. And it charged the defendants with various crimes dating back to 1971.
No statute of limitations on RICO?
Shit. Including manufacturing and distributing meth, conspiring to commit moida, assault, use of false identification.
Gotta throw that in there.
Intimidation, and also bribery.
Barger was held on $1 million bail and spent 14 months in San Francisco County Jail before and during the trial.
Damn.
In a jailhouse interview with Cynthia Gorney of the Washington Post, October 79, Barger stated, I can tell you why they want to get rid of the Hells Angels. What I think. First of all, we're a virtual army. We're all across the country, and now we're in foreign countries also. And they have no idea how many of us there are.
Right.
We have money, many allies that are outlaw bikers that are not Hells Angels that would probably do anything we ask them to if something happened.
Ooh.
It's probably true on that one, too.
Damn. Barger and 17 of his co-defendants went on trial in the United States District Court for the Northern District of California at the San Francisco Federal Courthouse, beginning the 4th of October in 1979. The prosecution team representing the federal government attempted to demonstrate a pattern of behavior to convict Barger and the other members of racketeering offenses related to illegal weapons and drugs. According to United States Attorney William Hunter, the cornerstone of Hells Angels drug enterprise was large-scale manufacture and mass distribution of methamphetamine.
Meth. Prosecutors claim the Angels accumulated $160,000 per day in the street sales of the drug. Tim McKinley of the FBI stated that the case against the Hells Angels had been poorly prepared, as the prosecution had taken convictions for Barger and the other Hells Angel leaders for granted. McKinley told the Canadian journalist Julian Schur and William Marsden, the problem was the FBI, we didn't have any idea who was in the Hells Angels. I thought, this is weird. This may explain why we're not doing very well at the trial.
Right. Damn. The FBI had conducted no electronic surveillance of the Hells Angels, and the prosecution had no corroboration of what witnesses were testifying to at the trial.
Dude.
What the fuck is this?
Right now, they're doing all this stuff against the mafia.
Right.
All this electronic surveillance and stuff. Why would they not be doing it against these guys?
Wow. Isn't that crazy? The defense maintained that the club should not be held accountable for crimes committed by individual members.
It's probably true.
Barger himself admitted during the trial that he had used and sold narcotics in the 1960s, but asserted that his actions did not involve the Hells Angels. On the 2nd of July, 1980, following an 8-month trial in which 194 witnesses testified, a mistrial was declared when a jury failed to reach a verdict on counts against 18 of its defendants. Of the remaining 12, 9 were convicted, and 3, including Sonny and Sharon, were acquitted.
Acquitted altogether.
Oh, wow.
All right, over a 2-year period, starting 1980, the Melbourne chapter of the Hells Angels, led by Peter John Hill, shipped 300 liters of P2P, which is a chemical necessary to manufacture meth, or amphetamines, period, to the United States. Hill sent 2 cans of P2P per shipment that provided enough P2P to make $50 million worth of amphetamine.
Oh, shit.
Hill and the rest of the Melbourne charter received no share of the profits, and were told that this was their contribution to helping Barger and the other Hells Angels leaders pay the legal fees related to the RICO case. Like, you're helping us out, bro.
Wow. By 1978, the Angels had branched out from their home state of California and had additional U.S. chapters, which we said before: Nebraska, Massachusetts, Ohio, New York, Connecticut, North and South Carolina. Wow. And a couple were overseas. The Angels declared war on the Outlaws during a summit of various chapter presidents in Rochester, November 1978. Oh, shit. Barger allegedly ordered the Angels across the country to kill any outlaw they encounter on sight.
Murder them.
Damn. The feud between the two clubs began in April 1974 when 3 members of the Hells Angels Lowell chapter was murdered in South Florida on the orders of Outlaws leader James Big Jim Nolan. He did this in retribution for an outlaw being beaten by Hells Angels at a New Year's Eve party in New York. Damn.
According to the FBI, the Hells Angels and the Outlaws were engaged in a conflict over control of meth in the United States and Canada. Authorities accused the Angels of dominating the production of the drug in the U.S. Barger addressed such allegations by saying, "I'm sure there are some individual Angels who sold methamphetamines, just like I'm sure some cops have sold some methamphetamine.
True.
I'm sure some of our members own guns, whether legal or not, and I'm sure the government makes a living off of us."
Can't deny anything there. Late 1970s, Barger, other senior Angels, ordered James Buddy Carronite, the president of the club's East Coast faction, to organize a peace conference with the outlaw leaders. Hey, at least they're trying. The supposed peace meeting, scheduled to be held in an eastern state, was in fact an opportunity for the Angels to assassinate their rivals' leadership, according to investigators. Having given his word to the outlaws that they would be safe at the meeting, Carronite, who characterized himself as a man of honor, he reportedly warned away the outlaws when he learned of the assassination plot. He's like, oh, shit.
The warning angered the Angels' hierarchy, and Carronite was demoted from his position as a national officer.
Oh, I bet. Surprised they didn't kill him.
All right, October 82, Barger was part of a larger group of Hells Angels from across the country who attended the murder trial of Jack-O-Lantern Gentry, who was a member of the club's Cleveland chapter, accused of shooting outlaw member Ralph Realtime Tanner.
I bet I know why his nickname's Jack-O-Lantern.
Was he smiling all the time, or is he evil?
He has no teeth, probably.
Maybe, right. He shot Tanner behind the Outlaws Toledo, Ohio clubhouse, November 30th, 1980.
He did it at the Outlaws clubhouse?
Right.
Oh, shit. On the best day in history?
Cleveland Hells Angel turned government witness Clarence Crouch testified for the prosecution that Gentry had murdered Tanner as part of an initiation process into the Angels.
Oh, shit, huh? Trial took place in Lucas County Circuit Court, Toledo. It's city considered Outlaws territory. Barger and his Oakland contingent rented a house on Toledo Sylvania Street. And the Angels showed a significant presence in the city throughout the court case.
Got some balls on these guys, don't they?
I bet there's a lot of shit going on. Wearing their colors, the bikers rode their motorcycles past the residence of Assistant County Prosecutor James Bates. They visited the neighbors of jurors after obtaining a list of prospective jurors in the case. Ooh. And circled the courthouse in black bands with Hells Angels painted on the side. Holy shit, these guys.
A female juror was excused from duty after her son was threatened by a group of Hells Angels at a downtown Toledo bar that he would have lots of problems if his mother did not vote the right way.
Dude, you're only going to make it worse for yourselves.
When Gentry was acquitted after a 4-day trial, Barger sent invitations to the jurors to attend the party he threw for Gentry at a local Sheridan hotel. He denied that jurors were intimidated by the Hells Angels' presence at the trial, saying, "The only ones that are intimidated are the ones feds tell to be."
Ooh.
That's true, huh? 1983, he was diagnosed with throat cancer.
Oh, shit.
Temporarily handed control of the club over to his second-in-command, Michael Irish O'Farrell, while he received and recovered from treatment.
Oh, shit. I wonder if it was from, like, chew or something.
Well,
he reportedly smoked 3 packs of Camel cigarettes per day for 30 fucking years. How do you smoke 3? I don't understand. I mean,
when you're up for 16 hours drinking.
It's true.
Every day.
Wow. 3 packs a day for 30 years. That is insane. His diagnosis and treatment took place at Fort Miley, Virginia. It was a hospital.
The VA hospital, man.
Yeah, VA hospital. Yeah. Fort Miley VA hospital in San Francisco. Having stage 3 laryngeal cancer, he underwent a total laryngectomy with bilateral functional neck dissections. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Consequently, due to his vocal cords being removed, Barger learned to vocalize using the muscles in his esophagus. He subsequently wore a full-face motorcycle helmet to protect the hole in his throat when riding. Oh, man. He had one of those things.
Of course.
Barger later publicly advocated against smoking, saying, "Want to be a rebel? Don't smoke as the rest of the world."
I guess, yeah. Well, Anthony Taterhead Tate, the sergeant at arms of the Hells Angels chapter in Anchorage, volunteered to become a paid informant for the FBI in 1984.
What the fuck's a guy doing in Anchorage? I mean, I guess it's probably more meth than anything in the world.
Commencing a 3-year nationwide organized crime drug enforcement task force.
You ever watch like Alaska PD or something like that?
I've watched
It's fucking insane.
Gangland, and they had a thing about Alaska, and there's surprisingly a bunch of street gangs in Anchorage.
Like Live PD, it's in Anchorage, and it's in Anchorage and somewhere else, dude. And it's like constant crime. I'm like, holy shit, dude. And these people are like, we gotta take a helicopter because we can't get to this place, or it's gonna be about 45 minutes on snowmobile. Jeez.
I mean, what else you got to do?
Right.
Commit crime and
Smoke meth and steal alcohol.
all right. Travel in the country at government expense. Tate made documented purchase of firearms, explosives, and drugs from various Hells Angels chapters. He also covertly recorded club meetings by wearing a wire.
Oh, wow.
During one such meeting, Barger admiringly told Tate that he represented the Hells Angels of the 90s. He was clean-cut, articulate, and capable of carrying out club business.
Look at that.
Yeah, if you only knew, huh?
Right. April 1986. Barger had a member of the Oakland chapter, Terry Dalton, expelled for stealing. 14th of May, 1986. Barger had a photograph of Dalton using issued to all Hells Angels chapters, along with note saying that Dalton was fucking up by socializing with the Hells Angels, especially with the members of the Vallejo chapter who were close to Dalton. Right. You should not even be talking to anybody.
Right. You're expelled, man.
Right. July 1986. Barger, who was very angry that the Vallejo chapter were still friends with Dalton, invited them to Oakland Clubhouse, where he had them all beaten. Holy shit. Tate, who was present during... So I guess like the Sons of Anarchy and the Mayans are somewhat accurate TV shows?
I would assume so.
Well, Tate, who was present during the beatings, he wrote this. Several people gathered, the Vallejo chapter president, Derek Kualapi, and took turns beating him. Oh, my. Tate described Barger as the man in charge of the beatings.
Sure he was. August 12th, 1986, John Cleve, J.C. Webb, call him J.C., a member of the Anchorage Hells Angels, was shot and killed by outlaws outside a biker bar in Jefferson County, Kentucky.
Oh, shit.
Why all the way in Kentucky?
Right.
Prompting Barger to say that it was time to start killing outlaws again.
You ain't getting...
Barger sent a stolen copy of a government document prepared by the El Paso Intelligence Center, which contained the identities and personal outlaw or data of outlaws members and associates via express mail to Webb's sister. That's why he was there. In Louisville.
Sure.
Who then turned it over to the Hells Angels member.
Oh, shit.
He also displayed another copy of the Epic Manual, which is the El Paso thing, and explained how to use it to fellow Hells Angels at an Oakland chapter meeting.
Oh, man. This guy, he just wants to get shit done.
Why do you have to explain how to use it? You read the names?
Right. When another chapter member suggested calling outlaws to inquire whether Webb's killing was an isolated incident, Barger replied, "Call them collect."
I don't get that. What's that supposed to mean?
Right. He lent the
So they have to pay for the call or something?
I guess. He lent the Epic Manual to Tate for photocopying after Anchorage chapter president Edwin Hubert, who was also expressed retaliatory sentiment after Webb's killing, instructed Tate to acquire a copy of the manual in September 1986.
Mm-hmm. When Tate informed Barger in a phone conversation that the FBI was investigating the package he had mailed to Webb's sister, Barger proposed the alibi that the package contained sympathy cards. Barger also circulated a photograph of the two outlaws who killed Webb, firstly at an Oakland chapter meeting November 30th, and then again at a summit of West Coast chapter officers January 3rd, 87.
Oh, shit.
He and Tate discussed retaliation against outlaws on several occasions, and Tate encouraged Barger to travel to Alaska to provide guidance to the Anchorage chapter on retributive action.
Right.
Look at this Tate guy just setting everybody up.
Asshole. After Cleveland chapter president Kenny Yates, he was shot and wounded by outlaws in Joliet, Illinois on the 18th September 1987. Tate told Barger that he had been to Chicago and Milwaukee to carry out reconnaissance on outlaw clubhouses and that he would require an alibi if he was to carry out an attack. To which Barger responded, that would be no problem. 18th of October, 1987. Tate informed Barger of a fictitious plot to bomb the Outlaws' Chicago headquarters, which he purported would likely kill 5 or 6 people. And Barger replied, that'll be really nice after that Juliet thing. A bomb just for 5 or 6 people. Come on, you want to get
small one?
50 or 60 of them bitches in there, right?
Well, Barger then made plans to provide an alibi for Tate. Between October 20th and 23rd, 1987, Michael O'Farrell periodically stayed in Hyatt hotel room booked by Tate and drove Tate's rental car. Tate called Barger on November 9, 1987, and reported that he had accomplished his mission.
Oh.
Operation Cacus, C-A-C-U-S, concluded on November 10th, 1987, when, what was the operation? Didn't we say that? It was the operation that Tate was doing. When 38 Hells Angels members and associates in Alaska, California, Kentucky, North Carolina, and South Carolina were arrested on various narcotic weapons, explosives, and conspiracy charges.
Oh, shit. Well, Barger, he was among 13 people taken into custody in the Bay Area, where over 400 FBI, ATF, and California State Police personnel carried out 26 raids on homes and other properties, seizing more than 100 weapons, approximately $1 million in cash and drugs.
That's it?
And 3 meth labs.
Uh-oh.
Damn. 2 epic manuals and a homemade explosive device were discovered in Barger's home. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
By federal agents. Tim McKinley of the FBI gave orders to the FBI agents who arrested Barger to place his handcuffed hands behind his back, which the agents ignored and placed his hands in front. Is there a reason for that?
McKinley joked to Schur and Marsden, who are agents, good help is so hard to get. Okay. As Barger was being marched into the FBI San Francisco office November 10th, 1987, Ted Baltas of the ATF approached Barger to take custody of him. Barger kicked him in the right knee and assaulted him.
Oh, shit.
When McKinley came to Baltas' aid, he in turn assaulted him.
Oh, shit.
Barger's last words to McKinley, a man he had hated, were, "Fuck you, McKinley, you're an asshole."
Oh, shit.
McKinley stated the trial was a desperate time for Barger, as he stated.
Oh.
When he gets scared and under pressure, he reverts to type. Cornered, trapped, he lashes out.
Ooh. Never back a dog into a corner.
Right.
A Hyatt hotel room key, handwritten note, deemed to have been written by Barger after evaluation by a handwriting expert, listing Anthony Tate's hotel room number and rental car license plate number, were also found at Michael O'Farrell's residence. While most of the Angels arrested in North Carolina were charged with North California were charged with drug offenses. Barger and O'Farrell were accused of conspiring to violate federal firearms and explosives laws.
Oh, please.
United States Attorney General Edwin Meese stated that Barger's arrest had averted 5 murders. Barger,
possibly.
Right. Barger was formally indicted on the 15th December 1987, along with 20 others.
Well, Barger and 9 other Angels from California and Alaska were extradited to Kentucky to stand trial for conspiring to transport firearms and explosives across state lines.
Shit.
10 defendants went on trial at Louisville Federal Court beginning in July '88, accused of plotting to bomb the clubhouse of the Outlaws Louisville chapter located in the city's Portland neighborhood, which is in retaliation for the J.C. Webb killing. Barger was represented by defense attorney Stephen Miller, and Barger's wife worked on the defense team as a paralegal.
Oh, beautiful.
Around 100 Hells Angels wearing full colors attended the trial, as did the country singer Johnny Paycheck, who was a friend of Barger.
No shit. Johnny Paycheck.
Huh? What's he sing?
Wow. What do you got there, Johnny?
70s is a force of country music outlaw movement. You got any good songs, bud? Probably not.
Pardon me, I've got something to say. He's a Grand Ole Opry member. Take Stick's job and shove it. Oh, that's what he's notable for, huh? I ain't working here no more.
So he piggybacked off of Hank, Waylon Willie, and Billy Joe Shaver, and Merle Haggard.
The U.S. Marshal Services provided security, and assistant United States attorneys assigned to the case were deputized by the marshals, allowing them to carry guns inside the courthouse.
Look at that shit.
Prosecutors asserted that the Angels were a highly organized criminal organization ruled by a code of silence,
Omerta,
involved in drug trafficking, shootings, and bombings. Anthony Tate, the government's key witness, was housed in a safe house in Louisville, in a Louisville suburb of Prospect, during the trial, where he was guarded by an FBI SWAT team. Damn, a whole SWAT team guarded his ass.
The defense team endeavored to expose the government's outrageous investigative conduct and discredit Tate, whom the government acknowledged was paid $300,000 in salary
That's it?
and expenses for the information he provided.
Expenses.
Tate's estranged wife, Brenda Lee Fowler, gave evidence for the defense, calling her husband a liar, a scum, and a cheater,
Oh, shit.
and alleging that he dealt drugs. Wait. That's not the defense. The defense would be them, the Hells Angels.
Yeah, she's back in the Hells Angels. She said her husband's a piece of shit.
I get it. Oh, Tate's estranged wife.
Right.
Okay, I was thinking Barger's wife. All right. Tate's estranged wife, Brenda Lee Fowler, gave evidence for the defense, calling her husband a liar, a scum, and a cheater, and alleging that he dealt drugs. Leonard Cool Ray Mullen, the Outlaws member convicted of killing Webb, testified that... Oh, he was already convicted. Testified that he shot Webb over a personal feud and that there was no war between the Outlaws and the Angels.
He had to say that.
All right.
Well, they then also attested that the FBI had asked him to fake his own death in order to further their investigation against the Angels, to which he's like, hell no.
Fuck no.
Defendants shook hands with Mullen, thanked him for his testimony.
Shook hands?
Oh, shit.
The defendants shook hands with Mullen.
Wow. Okay. That's weird.
So the Hells Angels did?
I guess.
Okay.
Wow, what's going on here, man?
Right.
Wow. Under a special arrangement approved by the United States District Judge Edward Johnstone, defense attorneys subpoenaed each of the co-defendants as witnesses, entitling them to per diem witness fees. Nice. The total cost of the case was estimated at $1 million. Barger reported celebrated his 50th birthday in the midst of the trial by partying and smoking marijuana at the home of Thomas Clay, Michael O'Farrell's lawyer. Mm-hmm. That was in Goshen, Kentucky.
Of course, why wouldn't you?
That lawyer's like, come on, guys.
He didn't care.
Right.
Following a 3-month trial, the longest ever in the history. 3 months was the longest ever in the history of Western District of Kentucky.
Oh, shit.
Barger and O'Farrell were indeed convicted October 28, 1988 on the felony charge of conspiracy to transport and receive explosives in interstate commerce with intent to kill and damage buildings.
Oh, shit.
Barger and 3 other defendants were also convicted on the misdemeanor charge of knowingly converting a copy of a government document, while 5 others were acquitted of all charges. He stated following his conviction, I think we won very handily in there.
Oh.
It's just too bad that Irish and I were convicted, but we'll probably win with an appeal. I think it's a devastating blow to the government, and I couldn't be happier with the verdict, except if I had been found innocent myself.
Oh, wow.
I was just glad that everybody else got innocent.
What a positive guy, that guy. Oh, fantastic. 10th of March, 1989, Barger sentenced 57 months in prison. Federal Correction Institution in Phoenix, Arizona. He took up running for exercise in prison, saying, I'm slow, but I can go on forever. While in prison, Barger received dozens of requests for interviews every month, but continuously turned them down as he was collaborating with a screenwriter at the time to have his life story turned into a motion picture. And he was unwilling to compromise the commercial viability of this very project. He's like, hell no.
Okay. Christmas 1989, he sent one of the prosecutors in the case, who was Assistant U.S. Attorney Cleve Gamble, a card from prison showing him posing on a towel as if he were on the beach with the message, nice weather, wish you were here. As inmate 82740-011, he became to be fond of Arizona, as he later wrote. I dig the desert. It's the new California. It's wide and free.
Oh, no shit.
Barger appealed his convictions, contending that the government's investigative conduct had deprived him of his Fifth Amendment right to due process, that he had been incited to commit crimes by Anthony Tate and the government, and that the district court erred when it sentenced him pursuant to the Sentencing Reform Act guidelines. Yeah, I was just going to say that earlier.
Right.
This dude's like goading him into doing shit.
Right.
He came to him saying he wanted to bomb things.
So I got all this stuff going on. I need an alibi.
Ridiculous.
Wow. He said the government's case against him, in his own words, there never was a crime thought up by the Hells Angels. It was thought up by the FBI. It was paid for by the FBI. And I went to jail for it. That's the way it goes.
That's the way she goes, boys.
23rd of January, year 1991. The United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit upheld Barger's convictions, stating that the granting him amnesty would greatly intrude into the law enforcement and functions of executive branches of federal and state governments.
In other words, we need to do slimy, creepy, fucking dumb shit to get people behind bars because we're too dumb to catch them doing actual shit.
Wow.
The appeals court agreed with the government's position that its conduct was necessary due to the Hells Angels' violent history and rejected Barger's argument that the government had committed entrapment because it deemed the conspiracy to have been originated by the Hells Angels themselves. Okay. Furthermore, the appeals court ruled that the district court did not act in error to sentence Barger under the federal guidelines. Of course it did.
Barger, released from prison, 6th of November, year 1992, after serving 3.5 years of a 4-year sentence.
That's not bad.
All right, just take it. On the day of his release, Barger took a flight to Oakland International Airport, attended a homecoming party at the Mountain House, a bar at Altamont Pass in Livermore, at which Johnny Paycheck performed.
Look at that.
Good for you, bud. To celebrate the end of his parole, he held another private party in Livermore on the 6th of November in 1994. He was only on parole for 2 years. And this was attended by approximately 700 people, including the politicians Gary Condit and Ben Nighthorse Campbell. Colorado State Senator Nighthorse Campbell had allegedly tried to use his influence to have Barger released from prison earlier.
That didn't work, did it?
Yeah.
Conflict between the Hells Angels and Outlaws saw a resurgence following Barger's release from prison as a result of his long-standing rivalry with Outlaws president Harry Taco Bowman.
Oh, shit.
Philip Reich of the Detroit Police Department Motorcycle Gang Unit described the feud as an ongoing thing over who had the better club. He also said it was like the Hatfields and McCoys. They hated each other. In an attempt to quell the increasing tensions between the clubs, Bowman twice hosted peace talks with Ventura Hells Angels president George Christie, who we'll get to coming up later on. He held that in Florida, firstly in December 92 and again in May of 93.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Look at that shit. According to Christie, he and Bowman, they were working towards a peace treaty when the Outlaws leader withdrew from negotiations. Christie believed Bowman was persuaded to abandon a truce with the Angels by one of his lieutenants, Kevin Spike O'Neill, who thought agreeing to a ceasefire would make the Outlaws appear weak and look like pussies. You might as well just ride Hondas.
Right.
In August 1993 in Paris, leaders of the Hells Angels and the Bandidos, they signed the Pact of Paris that divided up much of Europe between the two clubs.
Good for them, huh?
See, the Bandidos, they're smart.
Right. Well, Bowman allegedly placed a $100,000 bounty on Barger's life when he made a speech to hundreds of his followers on December 31st, 93, announcing an escalation of hostilities against the Hells Angels. Angel, come out and play. At the same time, Barger handled the outbreak of the Great Nordic Biker War in Scandinavia. Oh, we'll get to that as well. Early 94, Barger summoned Thomas Moeller, the president of the Angels Melmo chapter, to remind him that the Pact of Paris was a non-aggression pact.
Right.
A summit was held between the leaders of the Hells Angels Oakland chapter and the Bandidos Houston chapter, where it was agreed that the Bandidos would abide by the Pact of Paris, which had been signed Sweden to the Hells Angels. Oh, so Sweden, Hells Angels get to Sweden, huh?
Oh, shit, look at that. Look what's going on here. I like it. The attempts to avert a biker war in Scandinavia failed, largely because the Danish Bandino leader, Jim Tindand, kept trying to expand the Bandinos into Sweden, contrary to the Pact of Paris. And the American leaders of the Bandidos were unable to control Tindand.
What are you going to do, man?
I mean, he's fucking 15,000 million miles away.
Right, gotta kill him.
The Angels' December 1994 patchover of the Hell's Henchmen biker gang in the Outlaws' home base of Chicago resulted in a number of shootings and bombings in Illinois. Oh, they took over.
Took over another gang and said the Hells Angels are in Chicago now, boys.
Nice.
Another New Year's Eve speech, December 31st, 94, Bowman declared that the Outlaws would in turn attack the Hells Angels in California.
Oh,
Team of
he's
Outlaws.
going right to the source.
Right. A team of Outlaws members were sent to California in early 95 to carry out surveillance ahead of the assassination of either Barger or Christie.
Oh, shit.
Although the Outlaws failed to kill either man, a number of Hells Angels' owned businesses in Southern California were firebombed. Yeah, these fucking bikers love their firebombs.
Wow, 1997, government in Denmark contemplated banning all outlaw biker clubs in response to the Great Nordic Biker War. To forestall this possibility, Barger attended the peace talks in Seattle, representing the Angels, along with Thomas Moeller, who was in charge of all the Angels in Europe.
He's like, hey, man, get a hold of your fucking people, will you? Well, it's really it's the Banditos being dicks.
Right. The Bandinos, who were represented by their international vice president, George Wiegers, Charles Jaws Johnson of their Houston chapter, and Jim Tindon up with it. Yeah, they wanted to get him there.
Right.
Of the Helsingborg chapter. The meetings ended with the American leaders imposing a truce on their Scandinavian chapters, as neither the Bandinos nor the Angels wanted to see a biker ban. Like,
Right,
man.
obviously.
Like, Jim, can you fucking hold it together up there, man?
Jeez, dude, they're going to ban you all together. Then what are you going to do?
Right.
The Canadian journalist Yves Levine wrote that Barger's ability to impose a truce on the Scandinavian branches of the Hells Angels showed that his power over all the Hells Angels around the world was real, not nominal. And it was significant that he only took action in response to the possibility of a ban on outlaw biker clubs. Right.
Hey.
I mean, you're not going to do everything.
Right.
When that shit's like that, you got to step in and be like, okay,
All right, come
I'm
on,
fucking
man.
this shit down,
Come on.
guys.
I didn't steal this fucking group from a guy for no reason.
Right.
October 18th, 1997, 5-chaptered strong Dirty Dozen biker club of Arizona that got patched over to become Hells Angels.
Good for them.
Barger was keen to establish Angel chapters in Arizona and quartered the Dirty Dozen, which, despite its name number, did not have a dozen, and they were dirty, but there's 120 of those dirty
they had
bastards.
10 dozen.
Right. Barger quartered the Dirty Dozens for 5 years prior to the patch over. Damn.
Good for him, huh?
That's a hell of a court. Barger cut the period of time serving as prospects for the Hells Angels by half.
Good for him. They're like, you can get in sooner now.
What the fuck was the whole 5-year courting? That should have been the prospecting.
Right.
Should have instantly went in.
You would think.
The Dirty Dozen were described by the ATF agent Joe Slatala as the largest and most violent gang in the state.
Good for them. The Dirty Dozen had beaten off attempts by the Mongols, the Vagos, and the Devil's Disciples to establish chapters in Arizona.
Oh, shit, dude.
Barger praised the Dirty Dozen as friends and allies. The Angels' amalgamation of the Dirty Dozen was promulgated during a meeting in Oakland. Barger transferred over from the Oakland chapter to the newly formed Cave Creek charter in October of 98. He said, I'm going to Arizona, boys.
No shit. Look at that.
In 1999, Levine wrote, the Hells Angels obviously have big plans for Arizona. Sonny Barger would not pull up roots after 40 years in the Bay Area on a whim.
Right.
It's true. Talks of his retirement are premature. His move to Arizona will allow Hells Angels Ventura chapter president George Gus Christie to take over the political reins of the gang, but Barger will help legitimize the gang in the business world from the dry desert state.
Oh, wow.
The Hells Angels Motorcycle Club is Sonny Barger's life. He will retire only when he dies. He has nothing else to live for.
Who says that?
That is Levine. Avice Levine, a Canadian journalist.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Year. Nope. Barger's role within Arizona was reportedly an advisory position. He did not hold officer status, and he rarely attended rallies or public events for the Angels. He founded a motorcycle repair company in Arizona named the Big Red Machine, a reference to a popular nickname for the Hells Angels.
Look at him, just retiring down to Arizona.
And get a bike shop. Fuck yeah. Barger was later a member of the Yavapai County chapter.
Oh, jeez.
Cher and Martson, they wrote that by 2002, Barger was a figurehead, relinquishing day-to-day decisions to many of his underlings. He's
just
still the
there.
boss. He
Right.
just ain't doing shit.
In 1998, peace talks were opened to end the long-standing biker war with Outlaws, which was largely because the conflict was bringing down too much police pressure on both clubs.
Right.
Mel Chansey, the president of the Hells Angels Chicago chapter, served as their lead negotiator, met with Barger in the spring of 98 to discuss the negotiating terms. Talks began July 18th in the Copacabana Strip Club in the Illinois town of Alsip, with Edward Shock Anastas, who was president of the Outlaws Milwaukee chapter, serving as their lead negotiator.
Oh, shit. Under the terms that Chansey and Anastas struck, the status quo was preserved as the Angels recognized Chicago as within the territory of the Outlaws in exchange for being allowed to keep their chapters in Chicago suburbs. In the suburbs.
Right.
Yeah. You guys can have the city. We just want the burbs. The agreement was applied to Canada as well, with the Outlaws agreeing to provide no assistance to the Rock Machine in return for peace with the Hells Angels in the United States.
Must be some war going on in Canada right now against the Rock Machine.
Wow. Barger attended the last negotiating session with the Outlaws between January 23rd and the 25th in 1999 in Indy. Wearing a joint press conference with Anastas, it was warned that any outlaw or angel who violated the peace agreement would be dealt with.
Yeah, this is a press conference, too.
We.
In 2000, Barger became a best-selling author with his autobiography, Hell's Angel, The Life and Times of Sonny Barger and the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club,
Fantastic.
which was co-written with Keith and Kent Zimmerman. In that autobiography, he divided the history of the Hells Angels into 4 eras, namely the first era, 50s and 60s, characterized by drug use and sex, the second era in the 70s, characterized by organized crime, third era in the 80s, which he depicts as a period of persecution by the U.S. government, and the fourth era, which was the 90s, which he characterized as a return to the original values from the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you got to go full circle, right?
Right.
Got to go through all the emotions to be great. Now you can move forward, guys. He wrote several biker-related novels as well. Barger's 21st Century books represented a change of image, as Sharon Marston noted that his earlier writings in the 20th century had glorified and self-congratulatory tales of rapes and murders, while his later books present himself as a more family-friendly guy.
He's getting old now.
Right. Yeah. A reviewer in the Los Angeles Times on the 21st of April 2002 called Barger the writer of romantic tales of hell and heck-raising. Later years, Barger worked up to promote motorcycle safety. He co-authored, you always got to be safe on a motorcycle, no matter if you're a bad man or not.
Right.
He co-authored a book on the subject with Darwin Holmstrom. Oh, sweet, huh? The author of The Complete Idiot's Guide to Motorcycles, which is in 1998. And it was titled Let's Ride, Sonny Barger's Guide to Motorcycling in 2010.
All right. In terms of pure workmanship, personally, I don't like Harleys. I ride them because I'm in the club, and that's the image. But if I could, I would seriously consider riding a Honda ST 1100 or a BMW.
Yeah, it's a smoother.
We really missed the boat not switching over to the Japanese models when they began building bigger bikes. I'll usually say, fuck Harley Davidson. Ralph Sonny Barger, Hell's Angel.
Yeah, Harleys was so rough to ride.
Uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, you get on a Honda, dude, and it's like a freaking so comfy. August 2000, Barger visited the United Kingdom to promote his book, despite advice from the police for the Home Office to deny him a travel visa under the grounds that he had a criminal record. Barger was allowed entry under the grounds he was no longer a threat to public order. Right. He's like, come on, look at this guy. What's he going to do? He drew large crowds for his British book signing tour. The media reaction was largely favorable. The Daily Telegraph called him a legend.
A legend.
The Times of London wrote that Barger was affable, big-hearted, very warm. The Independent stated that Barger was an American legend.
Good for him.
Loved worldwide.
Right. Barger was present at the Hellraiser Ball, a tattoo and motorcycle trade exposition in Plainview, New York, which was sponsored by the Long Island charter of the Hells Angels, which was ambushed by dozens of members of the rival Pagans gang.
Oh, shit.
On February 23rd, 2002, resulted in one biker being killed and at least 10 injured.
Oh, man.
A Hells Angels member was charged with second-degree murder, and 73 Pagan members were indicted on federal racketeering charges in the aftermath of the incident.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
Wow. Increasing tensions between the Angels and other motorcycle clubs led to Barger organizing a peace conference. And he's like, damn, I thought we were done with this shit.
All right.
This was scheduled to be held in the Arizona desert following the April 2002 Laughlin River Run, which was a motorcycle rally in Laughlin, Nevada. The meeting was canceled as a result of a River Run riot. Damn, they call it a case of the River Run riots. A confrontation between members of the Hells Angels and the Mongols at the rally, which ended with 3 deaths.
Jeez.
Damn. About the Laughlin River Run riot, which put the Hells Angels and the Mongols on the front page of the New York Times, Barger stated, "Publicity has always been good for the Angels."
So bad thing is publicity. All publicity is publicity.
Oh, good.
No such thing as bad publicity.
No such thing as bad publicity.
July 14th, 2002, Barger called the police to say that he had beaten his wife, Beth Noel Barger, so badly that she is paralyzed and cannot move. Barger stated that he and his wife were fighting over a slut, as Beth called his mistress. Barger in his 911 call said, "She tried to pull a gun on me and I kicked her and she says she can't move."
Oh, shit.
Jeez. Barger then changed his story when the police arrived and said that his wife was merely going for a gun that was hidden in her car when he kicked her. Beth Noel Barger stated that Barger had attacked her while she was sitting in a patio chair and denied going for a gun at all. A doctor's report revealed that Beth had suffered a broken rib, a broken back, and a lacerated spleen. Beth also stated Sonny had beaten her before, but she never reported it. March 6, 2003, Beth Noel Barger called the police to accuse Barger of beating her up along with her 13-year-old daughter, Sarah, by a previous marriage. One of the sheriff's deputies in his notes of the incident wrote, "Sonny Barger admitted to me that he did physically grab his wife by the arms and possibly by the throat."
While Noel was being treated for her injuries, hospital that very night, told FBI agent Steve Smith that Barger had a Star 9mm semi-automatic handgun at his ranch, which would be a violation of Arizona law, which forbade felons from owning guns pretty much everywhere, right?
Right.
Noel also claimed to have been paid $1,000 to become a confidential informant for the FBI, but gave conflicting and confusing statements. A gun matching the description provided by Noel was found on the Barger ranch, but it remained unclear who was the owner of the gun. Still, so what? Shouldn't have been there, right?
Right.
March 11th.
Didn't that happen already?
Somewhere, right? March 11th, 2003, a hearing was held to decide if there was enough evidence to even go to trial.
However, there was no evidence beyond the statements of Noel that the gun belonged to Barger.
Right.
Barger's lawyer, Brian Russo, during his cross-examination of the FBI agents, he established the FBI never dusted the gun for Barger's fingerprints.
Oh, no.
When the judge asked the prosecutor as to what was the reason why the gun had never been dusted, he received the reply, "I do not. Anything sounds like an excuse." Mm-hmm. The judge dismissed the case under the grounds there was no reliable and credible evidence. Jay Dobbins, an agent for the ATF, met Barger in Arizona while he was serving undercover in 2003.
He told Shar Madison he's the shot caller, the deal broker. His reputation precedes him, so when people talk to him, they know who they're talking to. Without a doubt, you know that he's the guy. He's very personable. He's charming. You can see how he developed this club. He's a politician. He's a salesman. He also stated he's not a big guy, not a physically threatening guy, but he's got this charismatic leadership personality that allowed him to build this club. When you talk to him, when you speak to him, he makes you feel that there is nothing going in his life except a conversation with you.
Good for him.
Yeah, right. He makes you feel important. Like he is personally interested
My
in
dude
you.
fell in love with him.
Yeah, fucking Dobbins. All right.
Many of the younger Hells Angels resented Barger for the way he became a rich man by selling his books and paraphernalia.
Oh, shit.
Dobbins stated that Barger was unpopular as the feeling within the Hells Angels where all he's concerned with is promoted himself, his books, his movies, his products.
Oh, wow.
Papers filed in court after Barger's wife, Noelle, filed for divorce revealed that Barger made $330,000 in royalties from the sale of his autobiography in 2001, $340,000 in 2002, and $230,000 in 2003.
Damn. Fantastic, right? No shit. Well, he also received $150,000 from 20th Century Fox Studio, which purchased the film rights for his autobiography. Oh, shit. One police officer stated that the Angels leader in California disliked the way that Barger refused to step aside, as he said, "You can't be the heir apparent if Sonny continues to keep calling the shots and running things. Sonny didn't leave, and people are still in battle with that." Why should he have to? It's his fucking place. It's his shit. You don't get no money for the trademark use and all that shit, too?
Maybe.
A number of other Hells Angels leaders, such as George Christie, the powerful president of the Ventura chapter, were described by Scher and Marston as rivals who were waiting for Barger to just die.
Die already, geez.
Right.
March 22nd, 2003,
They'll
Daniel
give you this big
Hoover.
funeral and you know,
Right.
just go.
You're done.
Right, just go.
March 22nd, 2003, Daniel Hoover Saber, the president of the Hells Angels Cave Creek chapter to which Barger belonged to, was moited.
Oh, shit.
At the time, Barger told the media, "I'm just going to miss him. He put the club before anything else in his life." When Barger learned the Operation Black Biscuit, as the ATF operation against the Arizona Hells Angels had been codenamed, he accused the police of killing Saber as he maintained that Saber was hostile towards Dobbins.
Oh, shit.
After Saber's murder, Barger rarely appeared in public for several years afterwards without Louis Valdez, who was a sergeant-at-arms of the Cave Creek chapter, as his bodyguard.
Oh, shit.
He said, "These motherfuckers try to kill me, too."
Oh, wow. Together with his lawyer, Frizz Clapp, Barger owned and managed Sonny Barger Productions, which was a media firm designed to promote his image. Clapp told Scher and Martin in 2005, "When we were in Europe, he was greeted like the Pope. Limos at the airports. Anything we wanted. It was a great time." When Scher and Martin in an interview asked Barger about his involvement in the Angels Outlaws Biker War, the Great Nordic Biker War, and the Quebec Biker War, he said this: "I didn't know anything about the Biker Wars. I've never been involved in one, and therefore I cannot talk about it."
Well, good for him. Barger married his fourth wife, Zorana, on June 25th, 2005, and remained married to her until his death. He had no biological children. 2010, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Oh, man.
Underwent
Damn,
surgery in
throat cancer,
2012.
prostate cancer. Shit.
In 2012, his prostate was removed, and he was subsequently declared free of cancer. Marsden and Scher,
Just a big old bag on his side.
described Barger as a deeply dishonest man, as they noted he had conviction of conspiracy to murder members of the Outlaws in '88, which in their view counted as involvement in a biker war.
Dude, this dude had a bag in his fucking belly, a hole in his throat.
And a bitch by his side. Marsden, they described Barger as a man who wanted to promote his image as an outlaw and was clearly uncomfortable with their questions about crimes involving being an outlaw.
Right. 30th November 2010, Barger made a guest appearance at Dang's birthday party. November 30th, 2010, Barger made a guest appearance as Lenny the Pimp Janowitz on the season 3 finale of FX television series Sons of Anarchy.
Really?
I never watched the series, so I wouldn't even know.
Hi, dude.
This series is, if you guys don't know what Sons of Anarchy is, it's a fictional outlaw motorcycle club.
Everybody knows. What
Allegedly
Anarchy
based
is.
on the Hells Angels. Show creator Kurt Sutter spent time with Barger and other members of Hells Angels researching for the show and acted opposite Barger in the scene.
Oh, he's in it too. Okay.
Barger returned on November 29, 2011, in the season 4 finale, part 1. As his third appearance on Sons of Anarchy was during season 5, episode 10, which aired on November 13, 2012.
Okay, good for him.
Cool.
One novel written by Barger, Dead in 5 Heartbeats, was made into an independent film in 2013, which Barger and his fourth wife, Zorana, produced and appeared in bit part roles. Film was promoted as having been rejected from the Sundance Film Festival and every other film festival it was submitted to because it was probably terrible.
Right.
A biopic of Barger's life was also in development for several years, with director Tony Scott attached to the project at one point.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Barger left Arizona October 2016, returned to Oakland chapter. Well, he's like, I'm back. They're like, oh, fuck.
I know, they're like, motherfucker, just
die. Right. He remained a popular figure both in the United States and abroad. May 2017, when Barger visited Paris to promote a French translation of his autobiography, he attracted huge crowds of fans to the Paris clubhouse of the Hells Angels for the book signing. The Norwegian anthropologist Teresa Ostabo Cordova described Barger as a man who had turned himself into a brand, having become a global icon who symbolized a very ruggedly tough, macho definition of American masculinity, which explained the large crowds of Parisians who wanted him to autograph copies of his autobiography. Why are Parisians Parisians? Paris people?
obviously.
People of Paris?
May 3rd, 2018, Barger testified in the racketeering trial of former Bandidos national president Jeffrey Fay Pike and former vice president Xavier John Portillo after being called as a defense witness by lawyers for Pike.
Okay.
Oh, he testified for them, huh?
Nice.
Unable to travel to the trial in San Antonio due to medical reasons, Barger testified via video from the federal courthouse in San Francisco, denying that the Hells Angels and the Bandidos were enemies. Barger's testimony challenged earlier assertions by the government witnesses who testified that Anthony Benesh, a motorcyclist who was shot dead in Austin in 2006 after attempting to establish a Hells Angels chapter in the city, was killed by Bandidos members because he ignored the club's warnings to not set up a chapter in Texas. Oh, so look at this guy even helping out other groups. I mean, what are you talking about? We don't even care.
Yeah, right. By this point, dude, you're never going to kill it. Hells Angels is too big. Well, Barger, he continued to keep a low profile in his final years through his 81st birthday. The numbers 8 and 1 are used by the Hells Angels to refer to their corresponding letters of the alphabet, H and A. It was celebrated in a major event hosted at the Oakland Chapter Clubhouse on October 2019. Damn, fire their only ever member to hit 81.
Right. Well, George Christie, but we'll get to him. He's not allowed to associate with them.
All right, June 29th, 2022, Barger, dead, liver cancer. Damn.
I don't know, he's got all sorts of shit.
Shit.
83, though. I mean,
wow, he did that at his home in Livermore, California at age 83. His death was announced in a Facebook post reading this. If you are reading this message, you know that I'm gone. I've asked that this note be posted immediately after my passing. I've lived a long, good life filled with adventure, and I've had the privilege to be a part of an amazing club. Although I've had a public persona for decades, I have mostly enjoyed a special time with my club brothers, my family, and close friends. Please know that I passed peacefully after a brief battle with cancer. For the third time.
right.
Third time's a charm, cancer said. Gotcha, motherfucker. But also...
One way or another, motherfucker.
Right. But also know that in the end, I was surrounded by what really matters. My wife, Zerona, as well as my loved ones. Keep your head up high.
And others.
Yeah. Keep your head up high. Stay loyal. Remain free. And always value honor. Signed, Sonny. Hells Angels Motorcycle Club Organization.
July 2022, the Hells Angels made a request to hold a memorial service for Barger at the Oakland Coliseum in East Oakland the following month. Instead, Barger's funeral was held at a motorsports racetrack in Stockton on September 24, 2002.
Holy shit.
22. Estimated 7,000 people attended, and the event was peaceful.
Oh, that's nice.
Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson spoke at the funeral.
Oh, shit.
Carlson said that he'd been a fan of Barger since his college years, quoted Barger as saying, "Stay loyal, remain free, and always value honor," and added, "I want to pay tribute to the man who spoke those words."
Oh, beautiful.
Barger was laid to rest at Sacramento Valley National Cemetery in Dixon.
Well, look at you, bud. Who knows if you're actually a decent man in your last years, but could have been a bad, bad man behind closed doors still.
Of course he was a bad, bad man his whole life. You don't just become a good, good man after murdering and shit for your whole fucking life.
Well, Sonny Barger, huh?
Yeah.
Motherfucker made it big time, and his members got pissed. Like, look at this fucking guy.
Right. Instead of doing himself,
Right. Why not just do the whole
do
thing?
the club. Start selling Hells Angels merch and
Right.
fucking all that shit.
Asshole.
Share with the people.
Right. He felt sorry for himself because he had a hole in his throat.
Who's got this? Me.
Nobody got it. Nobody. I got it. Did what you fucking made That'll do it for us. Yeah, it's the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club.
Company. Organization.
HMC. Oh, so he did the O as an organization because it's an organization. Samco. That's what they call them in Sons of Anarchy. Samco. Sons of Anarchy Motorcycle Club Organization. No, but it's Samco. Yeah. Oh, the O is Oakland. Right. Hells Angels Motorcycle Club Oakland. That's what the Hamco was. Because Sons of Anarchy, it's Samco. But Sons of Anarchy Motorcycle Club Originals. Original Redwood Charter. Anyways, that's going to do it for us. Next month's Hells Angel episode is going to break down the plethora of criminal incidents involving the Hells Angels and various crimes they committed in the United States.
That ought to be fun. I'm guessing a lot of drugs and...
We're going to go pretty much state by state. There's a lot of them.
Violent, fucking domestic violence and shit, I bet.
As we stated before, California has its own section because that's how much shit they've done there.
Battery.
And then next week's episode of Outlaws and Gunslingers, though, is going to be another remastered edition. Which it'll either be Sam Bass or Black Bart Bowles, I think.
Black Bart Bowles.
One of those two. So we'll remaster that.
Black Bart.
And then our serial killer one, which is going to be the end of the month. Maybe we'll do a big popular guy.
Did we ever do Bass Reeves before?
Nope.
Wow.
Maybe we'll do him, but he was more, I guess, I did say we do policeman as well.
He is a gunslinger.
Right. So that'll do it for us. Go check out our YouTube at Bang Bang Network, or if you're just listening on Spotify, Apple, or any podcast, give us a review, share us with your friends, answer that Spotify question, and we'll see you next week for it'll be an OS of some sorts remastered. So we'll see you then. We are the Mother Music Industry.
Bang Dang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Outlaws, Gunslingers, Hells Angels edition with your host Bang and Dang, second Tuesday of the month, which means we're back at some more Hells Angels. And boy, do we got some Hells Angels for you today, because we're profiling all the notable crimes that they've committed in just the state of California. This is just the state of California, and there is a lot. And we still got crimes from the United States, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, and then the rest of the world. Oh, geez, these guys are criminals.
Criminal.
Actually, some pretty crazy. You thought Mafia was like crazy. These guys are just crazy, dude. Right. For real. Before we get into it, go check out our YouTube channel at Bang Dang Network, where we post these shows, these shows, podcasts, plus shorts, clips, YouTube stuff. Also, if you guys are into our dart stuff, and if you've watched our dart stuff on our YouTube, we've moved all that over to another channel, which is called the Liquor Shelf Lounge Dart League. So just search that, or I'll leave the link in the description. That's where all our dart stuff's going to be uploaded from here on out, because really flooding the old timeline of this channel, YouTube channel, with darts, when that's not what it's for. So if you guys like our dart stuff, go follow the other channel. If not, then keep it right here. If you're listening on Spotify, Apple, give us a review, listen, especially, but share us with friends, answer that Spotify question. Let's go. Some crimes in California. These guys,
we all know there's a lot of that happening.
A lot.
Not even just the Hells Angels.
Well, as we know, there are more Hells Angels chapters in California than any other state, with over 300 members in state. The Hells Angels are the most significant motorcycle gang in California in terms of membership and criminal activity, clearly.
Right.
Club has a significant role in the manufacture and distribution of methamphetamine and in other illegal enterprises. The West Coast faction of the Hells Angels was also, they've been especially active in the infiltration of legitimate businesses, including motorcycle and automobile services, catering operations, a bunch of bikers catering, bars, restaurants, and antique stores. Damn, look at these guys. Additionally, they have been, the California Hells Angels been associated with criminal ventures with the Aryan Brotherhood, the Mexican Mafia, and the Nazi Lowriders.
Damn.
The Nazi Lowriders. Oh, what the fuck? This group of like Mexican Nazis? Neo-Nazi white supremacists in Southern California, allied with the Aryan Brotherhood and the Mexican. What the fuck? How do you be a white supremacist group but be allied with the Mexican Mafia?
Right.
Makes no sense to me. But whatever. Oh yeah, so they got a little bit of business with all these guys. Plus, they also got some disputes with the Aryan Brotherhood, which we'll see coming up. So yeah.
A 1990 review by the California Department of Justice determined that 215 members of 14 Hells Angel chapters in that very state had been arrested an average of 10.4 times each.
Oh, jeez.
A total of 2,202 charges, most commonly narcotics violations, assault, weapons violations, burglary, and robbery.
Oh, so you know the huge.
The offenders' crimes generally escalated after they gained membership of the club.
Oh, did they though?
Makes sense. Shortly after the foundation of the Hells Angels North Sacramento chapter in 1956, 12 club members were arrested at a house party in Sacramento's Ben Alley neighborhood. After being elected sheriff of Sacramento County in 1961 of January, John Misterly.
Mr. Misterly.
Misterly. You know that Mr. Misterly lady? I just killed it. John Misterly began a campaign of surveillance and purported harassment against the Hells Angels. Look at this. Sacramento's like, you know what? We're not going to stand for this shit.
Oh, 1964, one Hells Angel, Ernest Canada, two N's, appeared before the Sacramento City Council and read a letter protesting alleged illegal tactics against the club by sheriff's deputies. During this period, Hells Angels members would reportedly remove their colors before entering Sacramento County due to Misterly's hostility towards the club. In the spring of 1965, James Mother Miles, the founding president of the Sacramento Hells Angels, disbanded the chapter and relocated it to Richmond, where its members joined forces with Hells Angels from the San Francisco Bay Area to form a Nomads chapter.
Oh, fantastic. Well, look at that shit.
Wait, is this Richmond, Virginia? Got to be if it's Nomads, right?
California.
Richmond, California. Well, okay.
Fantastic. Mr. Lee, he took credit for ousting the Angels from the county and denied that his deputies were guilty of harassing the bikers. Mr. Lee's supporters told the Sacramento Bee that his harassment techniques were instrumental in the breakup of the Hells Angels, however. Going against what Mr. Lee just said. He's like, they weren't harassing nobody.
Well, that's fine. Apparently, his supporters, and that's all that matters, they're the ones that elect him. So,
Well, Mr. Lee allowed the Hells Angels to return to Sacramento as part of a one-day truce to attend the funeral of Miles. Oh, he was murdered in a motorcycle accident.
yeah.
Holy shit.
You know, the road took him out.
Right. He was killed in a motorcycle accident in Berkeley on the 9th of January, 1966. Up to 300 Hells Angels from the 11 club chapters throughout California were present at Miles' funeral before they were given a police escort out of the city.
Now you get the hell out of here.
Shit. The Sacramento chapter was reestablished in 1973.
My guess is Mr. is gone by then. January 29th, 1963, we'll go back. The Hells Angels Oakland headquarters was raided by the Popos. And 7 club members were charged with the alleged gang rape of a 29-year-old woman, which took place January 27th. Other charges included Hitlerism. Okay, that's a charge, huh? Marijuana possession and theft.
Hitlerism, huh?
A swastika flag and a picture of Adolf Hitler with the inscription, "Hitler is alive, our buddy." Also found on the premises.
No shit.
Wow.
Wasn't the Argentinians over there?
All right, 5 people were charged with inciting a riot and 1 with the illegal possession of a weapon after the Tulare County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol, and local police dispersed approximately 200 members of 7 clubs from across California, including the Hells Angels and the Galloping Goose, who converged in Porterville on August 31st and September 1st, 1963.
No shit.
Oh, come on. They went and broke up it for no reason.
Damn. Among numerous incidents of violence, a group of bikers allegedly stormed Sierra View District Hospital in an attempt to continue a fight with G.E. Montgomery, who was a resident of the city who was receiving medical treatment after earlier being beaten at a local tavern.
Jeez, this dude's a drunk as fuck.
48.
We ain't done with him now.
Damn. 48 Hells Angels members and their girlfriends were arrested at their clubhouse on San Francisco's Folsom Street on the 5th of December, 1964. They had charges of robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, possession of marijuana, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. 3 of the girls were alleged to be underage.
What else did they do with him?
8 in suspected felons. Alleged rape of a 25-year-old woman who claimed she was assaulted on the premises the day before.
How do you aid suspected felons? Either they're felons or not.
Right. Get the hell out of here. And alleged that the girls were underage.
Well, I'm sure they confirmed that.
Right.
The raid also pertained to a robbery in a nearby alley of a man who was allegedly knocked unconscious and dispossessed of his wallet.
Damn, these guys are just some freaking...
There's a young gun members, probably.
Right.
A group of Hells Angels members, as well as some of their girlfriends, were charged in connection with a fight in which broke out during a birthday celebration at a cafe in San Fran, September of '65. The violence there allegedly erupted when the bikers attacked 2 police officers who arrived at the establishment. They were just going to get some coffees or something and some bagels.
Right.
And the Hells Angels were like, fuck you, bro.
Right. Son of a bitch.
Jeez.
16 Hells Angel members attacked anti-Vietnam
We're just
War.
rattling off just...
Right. It's- holy shit. 16 Hells Angels members attacked anti-Vietnam War demonstrators at a Vietnam Day Committee protest. There was a march in Berkeley on the 16th October 1965, resulting in 6 Hells Angels being arrested, 1 capo,
Mafia?
and 1 police officer suffering a broken leg.
Oh, damn.
Shit.
Oh, wait, I think we went over this.
The incident led to a collection of students, left-wing political groups, and labor unions led by Allen Ginsberg and Jerry Rubin, meeting with a group of motorcycle club representatives headed by the president of Sacramento Hells Angels Club. In the cafeteria at Jose San,
College State.
right, in the cafeteria at San Jose State College, they wanted to seek assurance that a planned protest march in Oakland on November 20th would go undisturbed. I think we did that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was in the history of Hells Angels. Some of the stuff will repeat, obviously. November 19th, 5 Hells Angels members led by the club's reputed national leader, Sonny Barger. They held a press conference at their bail bondsman's office announcing that the club would not attend the protest the following day as, quote-unquote, any physical encounter would only produce sympathy for the mob of traitors.
Exactly.
That's what Barger says. He went on to read out a telegram sent to President Lyndon B. Johnson, reading, I volunteer a group of loyal Americans for behind-the-line duty in Vietnam. We feel that a crack group of trained guerrillas could demoralize the Viet Cong and advance the cause of freedoms. Yeah, right. Not over there, buddy. President Johnson did not reply.
He's like, what the hell is this? If I didn't even see it.
It's a new number. Who dis?
Right. 8 Hells Angels were arrested when a fight broke out in a Daly City Tavern on April 15th, 1966. Tax day, they were pissed. Following the funeral of San Francisco, Hells Angel member Larry Dean Lucas. He died in a motorcycle. Died in a motorcycle accident near Santa Maria on 9th of April.
Damn, one was in Santa Monica, the other one Santa Maria.
Damn.
Where's the Pinta?
Santa Pinta.
Right.
For at least 5 years, beginning in 1967, the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels turned over weapons acquired on the black market or locations of weapons, which could otherwise be used by Black Panther Party and weather underground radicals. They're like, hey, yo, Popos, we can get you this. And
Only if.
you release some of my buddies. And they're like, okay.
They did, too. I mean, how does that not consider Sonny Barger a little snitch fucking
Handed in guns.
informant and shit?
Right.
Who knows what else they was giving him?
You know it?
There's theories out there that he was a informant.
Yeah, I bet he was.
Oakland Police Department Sergeant Edward Ted Hilliard testified in 72 that he accepted guns, dynamite, and grenades from the club's president, Sonny Barger, in return for deals on arrest during at least 15 separate meetings. He did this, the most recent of which came in spring of 71. Hilliard also testified that Barger had offered to deliver the bagged body of a leftist for every angel released from jail. Jeez.
Oh, wow.
He denied, however, sure he did, that authorities permitted crimes committed by the Hells Angels.
Well, you know they did.
Yeah, come
That's
on
definitely,
now.
especially in.
You do this for me, you give up
Right.
this fucking guy, we'll turn our heads on, you beat up fucking Jerry in the bar. We're not going to come do nothing.
Right. It was the 70s, man. There
Right.
a lot of shit going on. Hells Angels member Charles Crazy Chuck Forsyth. He was arrested in possession of marijuana on the 16th of February, 1967. And the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department was subsequently granted a warrant by the Ontario Municipal Court. The judge was Richard Garner. He said, go ahead and search the Gray Ranch in Alta Loma, which serves at the headquarters of the club's San Bernardino chapter, as deputies had probable cause to suspect the ranch contained more marijuana.
Did they?
The Gray Ranch was rented by the Hells Angels from a landlord named W.H. LeBand of West Covina.
All right. Did they look into W.H. LeBand?
Right.
February 18th, 67, 13 Hells Angels members, including Burdu, who was chapter president. What? Oh, Bernardino. Burdu chapter, they call it. President Otto Friedley, who is actually the actual founder of the whole club itself. And 8 women were arrested on drug and weapons possession charges when 27 officers of the Sheriff's Department, Vice Squad, and Special Informants units, plus the Highway PD, Highway Patrol, they raided the ranch. Oh, jeez.
Damn.
4 boys aged 3 to 6 who were the children of the Hells Angels members were sent to juvie. What?
Oh, wow.
3 to 6? They went to juvenile hall?
Damn.
What the fuck?
That's crazy.
The arrests were largely uneventful, although one Hells Angels, David Friedley, had to be restrained when he attacked a photographer from the Sun Telegram.
Dude, there's way more stuff going on with with these guys in the mafia right now.
Oh, man.
And the mob's probably like, cool.
Well, I don't know. Mom's doing pretty shady shit in the 60s, too.
Right. Quantities of marijuana and other drugs. An arsenal of 21 firearms, including semi-auto rifles and pistols. Also ammunition. Several switchblade knives.
No.
Nazi paraphernalia.
Or
Motorcycles.
insignia,
Motorcycle parts. These were all seized in the raid.
Shit, where's Dom?
Right. 20th of March, 1967.
You don't get it.
4 of the accused were released due to the lack of evidence. Dennis L. Thomas and David Lee Baumgartner, they pled guilty to possession of marijuana on 27th of November, 1967. Due to the publicity the raid received, 4 senior members of the San Bernardino chapter were granted a change of venue to stand trial. They're like, we can't do that here. There he is going to that next venue.
There he is. Gotta go to court, baby.
Their cases were moved to Santa Ana in Orange County.
All right, well, meanwhile, Friedley was convicted of maintaining a place for the unlawful use of marijuana and unlawful possession of a firearm by a former felon.
Oh, shit.
February 12th, but Barger didn't get charged with that when they found one on in his house. All because the chick was like, it's mine.
Right.
February 29th, 1968, 2 other Hells Angels, Theodore Moses Medina and Ralph D. Ladd, were found guilty of marijuana. The Hells Angels subsequently abandoned the Gray Ranch. I would too.
Right.
Let's take a look at some sex crimes engaged by these guys.
A lot of rapes, I bet.
Approximately 300 Hells Angels descended on Monterey during Labor Day weekend 1964 for the purpose of raising funds amongst themselves to transport the body of a former member who was killed in an accident back to his mother in North Carolina.
Oh, shit. On the 6th of September, 1964, 2 girls, aged 14, 15, allegedly taken from their dates and gang raped by the Hells Angels.
Oh, jeez.
4 Hells Angels were jailed for rape, although the charges were dismissed on the 25th of September due to insufficient evidence. The club was also banned from the city.
No more coming back to Monterey, guys.
The incident prompted an investigation into Hells Angels and other motorcycle gangs by the Attorney General of California. Oh, shit.
The Lynch Report is what this was called, compiled over a 6-month period and released March 15, 1965, detailed various alleged crimes committed by the club, such as assault, robbery, forgery, car theft, and trafficking in narcotics.
Oh.
Fast forward 3 years, in April 68, almost the entire membership of the Hells Angels San Diego chapter were indicted on the charges of kidnapping, assault, false imprisonment, robbery, and rape.
Damn.
Charges related to an incident in which a 28-year-old woman was abducted from a San Diego bar, taken to a nearby residence where she was beaten, raped, tortured by several Hells Angels members and their girlfriends. Jeez, what the fuck are these guys doing? Get a hold on your guys.
Right, what the man, all hopped up on meth and shit.
The mafia would never stand for that shit, dude.
Right.
They'd be killing these guys.
I mean, bikers are savages, man.
fucking causing too much attention.
Savages, these guys were. Crazy. A woman was allegedly gang raped by 4 members of the San Diego chapter on its 27th
These San Diegans, man.
Right. And that was in 1969, 27th July. After filing charges against the 4, she was subjected to threats and intimidated into leaving the San Diego area. She refused to testify in court for fear of reprisal.
Jeez.
She's like, these motherfuckers are going to kill me. We could put you in protection.
WITSEC.
Right. And like, no. Members of the San Bernardino Hells Angels, along with bikers from the Glendale chapter of the Mongols, the Straight Satans of Venice, and Glendale Night Riders, they committed a sexual assault on a 15-year-old girl in August 1972.
Damn, the whole freaking,
Jeez.
the whole community, huh?
Damn. April 5th, 1973, Hells Angel member John Fisher, Glenn Little, John Stratton, and David Wynn, and also Thomas Neely were among 11 motorcycle gang members convicted in L.A. of rape and sex perversion.
Jeez, dude.
Man, these guys are just some freaking scoundrels.
Oh, but wait, there's more. A woman alleged that she was beaten and assaulted with a rubber dildo by 2 San Diego Hells Angels members, their girlfriends, not the members, and that she was forced to orally copulate a Hells Angels and a German Shepherd dog.
Oh, no.
After she accepted a ride home from a biker funeral with a group in 75. Dude, she had to suck a dog's dick.
Oh.
What the fuck? The charges were dismissed as law enforcement were unable to locate the woman after she filed a criminal. I bet.
Oh, jeez.
Well, fast forward to March 1977, a woman was allegedly stripped of her clothing, beaten, and forced to ingest LSD by the Hells Angels members and their girlfriends at the residence of the club's San Diego chapter president.
Damn.
She had been accompanied to the residence under the pretense of attending a party after meeting a Hells Angel at an Ocean Beach bar earlier that night.
Oh.
Moral of the story, ladies, you meet a biker, don't go back to any places with them.
Right. Son of a bitch.
And why is it always with their girlfriends, too? Because girlfriends are probably jealous.
Right.
And fucking, yeah,
Probably them ones egging it on.
Right.
Holy shit. According
they're
to
old ladies.
All right. According to the DEA, Hells Angels began large-scale drug distribution during mid-1967. Soon became the lead manufacturer and distributor of LSD in California. At this very time, the Hells Angels became involved in a drug war with the Gypsy Jokers in the San Francisco Bay Area. The clubs reached an accord that very year. The Jokers left California for Oregon. Damn. Gone. And the Angels agreed to stay out of Oregon.
You just go up to Oregon.
Right.
Untapped potential up there. You have the whole state to yourself. We don't give a fuck about up there anyways.
Right. California Department of Justice estimated the Hells Angels distributed approximately $31 million in narcotics between 1969 and 1972.
Damn.
That's not a lot.
That's a lot in 1969.
I guess.
Well, meanwhile, 33 members of the Oakland Hells Angels chapter, including Sonny Barger and 4 of their girlfriends, were arrested on drug charges after the police raided a bar and duplex apartment in the city August 30th. $7,000 worth of heroin, $2,500 worth of other narcotics were confiscated, as were firearms, which included an M16 rifle, 2 shotguns, and an M1 carbine, and a large cache of ammunitions, knives, chains, and suspected these motherfuckers were trying out for the road rage video game.
Right.
Beating each other with chains and shit.
Right. It was called Road Rage, wasn't it?
And of course it was. The raids were the result of a 3-week investigation.
Holy
That's actually
shit.
a pretty short investigation. They were probably like, wow, look at these idiots doing all this shit all in the open.
Why did it take 3 weeks? Fuck. Hells Angels Oakland chapter.
Chapler?
The Angels Oakland chapter president and national leader Sonny Barger
Allegedly.
arrested narcotic charges after Donald Holworth, a film studio property manager and in 1967 Mr. America from Studio City. He was apprehended while walking towards Barger's Oakland home.
I remember this with the fucking suitcase.
He had 17 ounces of cocaine, 32 ounces of heroin.
Jeez.
Estimated retail worth $350,000. He had that in a suitcase on the 11th of April, 1970. Barger, he temporarily resigned as president of the Oakland chapter, as we all know, in June of 1970 to fight these charges, but returned to position within months after his successor, Johnny Angel Polomar. Well, he went to jail himself for 10 years, shooting a bartender. Can you believe that?
Yes. The drug charges against Barger were later dismissed, although Holworth was convicted and sentenced to serve 5 years of life. He probably did 7. Palomar, while deputizing as president of the Oakland chapter on behalf of Barger, was charged with narcotics and weapons violations after a raid on his home by a police drug squad uncovered small quantities of drugs and small arsenal of firearms June 25th, 1970. Charges were later dismissed, although he was sentenced to 10 years in prison right after shooting that bartender. So, jeez, dude, stay out of trouble.
Right, fucking
These
insane.
are the presidents and shit, the big guys. Come on.
Wow.
Unorganized.
Sonny Barger, Sergey Walton, Donald Dwayne Whitey Smith.
Sergey?
Sergey Walton, Donald Dwayne Whitey Smith, and Oakland Gary Benjamin Popkin. They were charged with the May 21st, 1972 murder of Servio Winston Aguero. Servio Winston Aguero. He was a drug trafficker from McAllen, Texas. He traveled to Oakland with a consignment of narcotics for sale, which was allegedly occurred following a dispute over an $80,000 cocaine deal. Prosecution witness Richard Ivaldi, he testified that he witnessed Barger shoot Aguero dead as he slept at the home of an absent acquaintance, and that Barger subsequently ordered the others to set fire to the place.
There was no fire trucks or nobody found a body afterwards.
Gotta be some kind of paper trail to this.
Right. The 4 defendants were acquitted December 29, 1972, following a 7-week trial after Ivaldi's credibility came under scrutiny. He's a criminal. According to Barger's chief attorney, James Crew, Ivaldi himself was involved in the conspiracy to kill Aguero and known he was a prime suspect in fear and retaliation from the Texas Mafia. I'm assuming that's where Aguero's from.
Right.
He tried to shift the blame to the Hells Angels. The killing of Aguero was one of the 5 possibly linked murders committed in the area around that time. The others, 3 men, drug dealers Kelly Patrick Smith, Willard Thomas, and Gary Kemp, which was an acquaintance of Ivaldi, were found shot to death in a house near San Leandro, the day after Aguero's murder, and the body of a woman, Karen Long, was discovered in the trunk of a car in Oakland, May 26th. Damn, dude, they took out all his acquaintances,
Holy shit. Damn, informant.
Was it really? Was it the Texas Mafia that did that?
Well,
you think?
Maybe. It's very possible.
Oh.
An informant led investigating detectives to the location of the automobile in which Long's corpse was found in that very trunk, just dead. John Joseph Devaney, Long's former husband, belongs to girl.
Right.
Was found dead in a car in Hayward on the 14th of June in an apparent suicide by carbon monoxide.
Oh, I'm
poisoning.
sure.
Barger sentenced to a prison term of 10 years to life on the 16th of March in 1973 after he was convicted of possession of narcotics for sale, 37 grams of heroin. Woo! He also had a weapon, which he's a convicted felon, and he's not allowed that, Barger. His girlfriend, Sharon Grook, was co-defendant. Her case ended in a mistrial when a jury failed to reach a verdict.
And we got who we wanted.
All right.
According to police intelligence reports, Barger had designated San Jose chapter President Fillmore Cross as his international successor during a motorcycle run at Bass Lake prior to his imprisonment.
Fantastic.
Cross was also in prison, though, for possession of amphetamine in 1975. And then Barger allegedly continued to lead after that from his cell in Folsom. I wonder if he was there for the concert. What year was that?
I don't
know. Barger was paroled November 3rd, 1977 after serving 4.5.
Look at that. Did 4.5 good behavior. Get the hell out of there. Drug dealer Gail Elmer English and Vallejo Hells Angels chapter president John Henderson were murdered.
Oh, shit.
And another Hells Angel, Ted D. Wild, was left in critical condition as a result of a gun battle at English's Vallejo home on November 1st, 1973. English, he was allegedly murdered on the orders of senior San Francisco Bay Area Hells Angels member Kenneth J. K.O. Owen.
Oh, shit.
For intruding on Owen's narcotics franchise. You can't do that.
Now they're going to eat each other here.
Damn, Kevin Owens, huh? Oh, Kenneth Owens.
Right. Hells Angel associate Henry Crabtree was extradited from Arkansas, where he was charged with the 18th of October 1979 murder of Michael Birch, which happened in November 79.
Wow.
Wait. He was extradited in November of 79 for the October murder of Michael Birch.
Right.
Right. And they did that to testify for the government against East Bay 9 clubs. Against 9 East Bay club members and associates implicated in the bikers and drug dealing, which took place between 68 and 77.
Oh, wow.
Crabtree, who had grossed $100,000 per month from selling meth, he had obtained from Hells Angels members, withdrew from the club's
Milieu?
from the club's membership in August of 77 and began cooperating with authorities in January 78.
Ooh.
After learning that Oakland chapter enforcer James Brandes had put out a $10,000 contract on his life because they believed he turned informant. Guess what? They're right.
They were correct. This dude's dead if he shows his face anywhere.
Right.
That's the crazy shit, man. You have to go to Oregon.
Right.
Wow. Members of the Aryan Brotherhood attempted to shoot Crabtree, also interrogated his friends in an effort to collect the bounty.
They wanted that 10 grand.
I bet they did more than interrogate his friends.
Right.
Aryan Brotherhood is some assholes. Crabtree testified in front of a grand jury that he and 2 Hells Angels, Kenneth Owen and Sergey Walton, the Oakland chapter president, they stole bottles of phenyl-2-propanol.
P2P. That's to make meth.
Oh, wow. They also stole enough glassware to build 5 meth labs during a heist at a local chemical company in January of 1977. Look at these guys.
Well, Douglas Chester Schultz, president of the San Diego Hells Angels, was arrested October 31st, 1985. He was indicted on 18 counts of possession of meth, intent to distribute, and conspiracy.
Oh, wow.
2 employees of Schultz's limousine service, Gerald Robert Ladley and Thomas Longnecker, were also charged with distributing meth from the business.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, they were going around the city in the limos, dropping it off and stuff.
Yeah.
April 8, 1986, Schultz and 3 others were charged with the February 86 assault of William Eugene Barr, a federal informant in the case.
You think he had a full-size moonroof for his limo? Thomas Longnecker?
It's a dome. Convertible limo.
Wow. Well, Schultz sentenced 5 years in prison for conspiracy to distribute meth and using a telephone to facilitate a drug transaction on the 30th of June, 1986. Damn, you know how to use
illegal?
Use a telephone? That's fucked up.
How was you supposed to do it?
Oh, wow. He was one of 4 members voted out of the San Diego chapter during the fall of that very year.
Oh, now they're getting census here.
The club later reinstated him,
Oh,
though,
geez, never mind.
as they had unknowingly violated their national charter by expelling an incarcerated member.
All right, you can't do it until they get out, I guess.
San Diego Hells
Don't
Angels
like that,
chapter
no.
president Gary Russell Castiglione and his girlfriend Kathleen Rebecca Pirelli. They were indicted on charges. Right. They were indicted on charges of conspiracy to possess 2 pounds of meth.
How do you conspire to possess 2 pounds?
Right.
Either you got it or you don't. I mean, come on, guys.
Right, with intent to distribute after the drugs were found in Pirelli's purse during a search by the United States
it's not
border.
Conspiracy to possess.
Wow, the Border Patrol got these.
That's a big ass purse.
Oh, they tried getting them in at the checkpoint in Temecula on the 13th of 1989.
It's a Temecula.
Temecula?
Temecula.
Oh, they did that, at the border Temecula checkpoint on May 13th.
Why are you going to the fucking border checkpoint? Idiots.
With drugs.
Idiots.
They won't check your purse. You're right. They won't.
Well, Castiglione, I think, right? Pled guilty to charges December 20th, 1989, while Pirelli pleaded guilty to using a telephone to facilitate a drug
Shit, that's bullshit.
March 5th, 1990.
Oh, so
how come they don't do
telegram
that?
or something?
How come they don't do that now with cell phones and shit?
Right.
Maybe they do.
Well, right.
Well, March 5th, 1990, Castiglione was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison. Oh, he's good. And fined $100,000, and Pirelli was sentenced to 2.
No, they both be out, and she'll be out in like 8 months.
Right.
He'll be out in a year and a half.
Elsewhere, 13 members of the Hades Riders motorcycle club in Fresno were arrested in July '89 on narcotics and weapons violations charges.
Oh, you idiots.
As part of that investigation, authorities seized a meth lab along with various amounts of meth, I would assume, marijuana and cocaine, as well as 40 weapons, including several assault rifles. Plus, they had evidence showing a conspiracy involving the Hades Riders and the Monterey Hells Angels chapter to distribute meth.
Obviously.
Yeah. Well, obviously, you think Hells Angels are going to let these guys cook on their turf?
Right.
No.
Holy shit. This is insane.
Dude, it's
just stupidity.
Literally rapid fire crime.
Constant.
And we're not even a quarter way through the episode.
And the shitty part is these guys, most of these guys are just nobodies.
Right.
Wow.
Oh, we had a couple of club presidents in there.
Otis Garrett, what they call Buck. He was president of the Hells Angels Vallejo-based Nomads chapter, and several of his associates were indicted in late 1989 and early 1990 on various narcotic and weapon charges. Garrett additionally charged with continuing criminal enterprise, money laundering, conspiracy to distribute 11 pounds of meth to the club's Winston-Salem, North Carolina chapter. Authorities believe that the Hells Angels members and associates were operating a large-scale meth distribution ring. No shit. With the clandestine laboratories in San Bernardino, Butte, and Modoc counties.
Well, Butte, but yes.
but
Butte, all
and
right.
Butte
Well,
and
obviously,
Modoc. Oh,
Garrett,
shit.
who oversaw what prosecutors described as the largest meth manufacturing and distribution case in the United States, made millions from distributing thousands of kilos of the drug.
Damn.
He was convicted of various conspiracy, possession, distribution, and interstate drug trafficking charges in June of 92, sentenced to life without parole, September 28, 92.
Just think of that, dude. Early 80s, they had to deal with the mob, mostly in the East. Then they had to deal with George Young and Pablo Escobar with their cocaine.
In Florida and shit.
In Florida and California.
Well, California was the weed.
Right. And then you had to deal with these Hells Angels guys. Oh, it's just insane. 80s. And then you had...
And not to mention, at this time, not early 90s, that's when the street gangs are popping up, Bloods, Crips, and all those fuckers.
They finally realized they can make millions off of cocaine and crack.
Yeah, it's
Get in the game, baby.
Crazy times. Former Winston-Salem chapter officer Charles Terry Norman testified against members of his former club in the case, which also resulted in the convictions of Carl Dulinsky and Harris Blaine Schimmel. Come on, Charles, you're going to get killed.
Jeez, oh, Pete. Garrett sentenced to an additional 4 consecutive life sentences.
You're never getting out.
Convicted on 4 counts of moida in an unrelated case on the July 26, 1995. Damn.
That's when he was convicted.
Right, on an unrelated case.
Well, obviously,
Wow.
they were like, what else can we dig up on this fucking guy?
How about these murders? Sure. He died at FCI Lompoc, age, must be a...
prison.
Right.
Correctional Institute, Florida. Is he in Florida?
Or hospital. Florida Correctional, yeah. Age 74 on the 12th of February, 2017.
Damn, he was in there for a while.
9 members and associates with San Diego Hells Angels chapter indicted on narcotic and weapons violation charges in December 1990. Bikers allegedly manufactured and distributed meth between Jamul, Indio, and Las Vegas, Nevada. The DEA, along with the state and local enforcements, began investigating the Hells Angels San Jose and Grass Valley, California Nomads chapters as a result of intelligence suggesting the Hells Angels was manufacturing and transporting meth, obviously, to Savannah, Georgia.
Going everywhere,
Holy
man.
shit.
Oh, the San Jose and Nomad.
You know what? By now, they can just suspect that every single chapter is doing the exact same thing.
You would think. The San Jose and the Nomads chapter clubhouses were raided with authorities seizing weapons, of course, 80 pounds of ephedrine, which I'm assuming is to make meth, 3 pounds of meth, $230,000 in cash.
It should be called methamphetamine.
Oh, right. Several club members and associates in California and Georgia were arrested. Hells Angel member Obadiah Breer.
Yeah, we got a Amish guy up in this bitch, huh?
He was arrested on state charges August 15, 2018.
He has to ride a bike.
Right. He was arrested in 2018 when police SWAT team executed a warrant.
He's riding Pee Wee Herman's Schwinn.
Schwan. What are you looking at, Schwan?
Look at that Schwinn.
Yeah, Obadiah Breer was arrested on state charges August 15, 2018, when a police SWAT team executed a search warrant on his Escondido residence and discovered coke, meth, and pharmaceutical pills,
Oh,
plus a firearm.
Oh, no. Come on, Obadiah. This is your 6 months of freedom.
Right, what do they call it? Like the journey into the wild or whatever the fuck?
Look what you did here, bud.
Join a biker gang. Fucking start distributing meth.
Damn.
Jeez.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
Except for
they made him grow a mustache.
You ever seen that stupid, right, they're like, dude, you need something on that top lip.
All that beard and no stash.
You ever seen that stupid show, Amish Mafia, on Discovery back in the day?
I've heard about
Shit
it.
was so fucking retarded.
Right.
Hilarious.
There was a movie I did watch not too long ago where 4 Amish left a place for their little thing, and they just fucked themselves up, dude. Fucked themselves up.
There's like
fucking
several,
drinking. The girl turned a stripper and fucking. Oh,
there's several documentaries about that.
insanity, dude. It was fucking very entertaining. And the Amish dad and mom were just like, no. The warrant was based on an incident in which Breer, he was alleged to have brandished a firearm during a traffic encounter with other motorists on 5th August in 2018. He also evaded police officers in subsequent chase. September 11th, 2018, when Breer was out of custody on pretrial release for the early offense, the Popo conducted a traffic stop of Breer on his motorcycle and discovered that he was in possession of meth and cocaine. You stupid son of a bitch.
Come on, you got your colors on, you're on your bike, why are you going to carry this shit around?
Right, knowing that everybody's watching you.
Idiot.
Wow, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison for meth distribution on the 17th of June, 2019. You dumb son of a bitch. That's fucking stupid.
Well, we ain't done yet because June 25th, 2019, Modesto Hells Angels chapter president Randy Peachy, his wife Tina Peachy, Michael Mize, and a club prospect Michael Peck were arrested and charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute meth.
Oh, wow.
3 other members of the chapter, including the vice president and secretary, were indicted for various offenses September 19th, 2019.
Wow.
Vice President Michael Schaefer was charged with conspiring to distribute marijuana.
Now they're getting some big guys.
Conspiring to distribute heroin, distribution of marijuana, and 2 counts of use of communication facility to facilitate a drug trafficking offense.
Oh, shit.
Jeez. And Secretary Patrick Gonzalez was charged with being a felon in possession of firearm and ammo.
Oh, no.
While Ricky Blackwell was charged with possession of cocaine with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking offense,
and
possession of a firearm after suffering a misdemeanor domestic violence conviction.
Holy shit balls on ice.
Beat his wife.
Damn. That is insane. This is just ridiculous.
Like the whole hierarchy on that chapter just fucking went to hell on there.
Holy shit.
Well, the case was the result of a months-long investigation to the chapter by the FBI, the guru of ATF, the ATF and explosives, but it's only ATF.
All right.
IRS criminal investigation in 2 local police departments. February 8, 2021, Blackwell was sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for possession with intent to distribute cocaine and possession of a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking offense.
Fantastic.
Jeez.
Wow. One major event in Hells Angels history involved December 6, 1969.
Oh, yeah.
Altamont free concert at the Altamont Speedway, partially documented in the 1970 film Gimme Shelter, featuring Jefferson Airplane, Flying Burrito Brothers, and the Rolling Stones. Oh, cool. I think we needed to know that. The Grateful Dead were also scheduled to perform, but canceled at the last minute, owing to ensuing circumstances at the venue. Like, we don't want to be a part of that shit. Didn't the Grateful Dead have issues with Hells Angels?
No.
The Angels had been hired by the Rolling Stones as a crowd security for a fee. Oh, we had this now.
And it's going to go on a little bit more of it, though.
Right. The Rolling Stones hired Hells Angels for a fee which was said to include $500 worth of beer. And probably all the women and drugs they want.
Right. Angels parked their motorcycles in front of the stage in order to create a buffer between the stage and the hundreds of thousands of concert goers.
Isn't there a video of this?
Yeah. Crowd management proved to be difficult, resulting in both spectator injury and death.
Oh, shit.
Over the course of the day, the Hells Angels became increasingly agitated as the crowd turned more aggressive. At a later murder trial of Hells Angel Alan Pissarro, who was a security guard testified he heard the Hells Angels being summoned over the loudspeakers when the helicopter bearing the Rolling Stones landed. Okay.
No shit, that was a shit show, I bet. Debate after the event was over whether the Hells Angels were to manage security for the entire concert or just for the Rolling Stones. Sam Cutler, the Stones agent, who had arranged to pay the Hells Angels, said their role was to bodyguard the Rolling Stones and nothing to do with the concert.
Right.
This was denied by the Angels as well as other connected to the event. During the opening act of Santana, the Hells Angels surged into the crowd numerous times to keep persons off stage. By the time the Rolling Stones took stage, numerous incidents of violence had occurred, both between the Angels and internally within the crowd. Not the least of which featured a circus performer weighing over 350 pounds, stripping naked and running amok amid the concertgoers. Fantastic.
All right. Audience members attempted to detain him. Eventually, the irate man was subdued after Angels intervened with fists and makeshift weapons, while a crowd of 4,000 to 5,000 looked on from the edge of the stage.
I mean, the guy was 350 pounds.
Right.
And probably drunker than piss.
And just ramming people over probably like a damn tank. Their aggression did not subside there, though, after an Angels motorcycle was toppled.
Oh, shit.
Club members' tempers continued to escalate. Their ire spread wide between the audience and performers alike. At one point, Marty Balin of Jefferson Airplane was knocked unconscious, following an altercation with an Angel, an event later depicted in the movie Gimme Shelter.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. Jeez. The Grateful Dead said, I'm not playing following the Balin incident, and they left that venue quick.
I mean, the Grateful Dead, they're like hippies.
Right. A shoving match erupted near the stage during a rendition of the song Under My Thumb. As the song began.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. As the song began.
Out of my car. Oh, that's not it?
That's
into my head. Wait, out of my head, into my car? That's not it.
As the song began, a man in the audience, Meredith Hunter, was allegedly harassed and then violently pushed back by the Angels. He returned, producing a handgun. Hunter was stabbed to death. Dude had a handgun and still got stabbed to death. Hells Angel member Alan Pissarro was later acquitted of moita on the grounds of self-defense. After the concert and critical media attention given to the Hells Angels, Sonny Barger went on a local California radio station to justify the actions of the Angels and to present their side of the story. Like, hey, man, we went there to do a job, and shit just got out of hand.
Well,
they had no security anywhere, and it was up to us. And then they fucked with our bike.
He did say that the violence only started once the crowd began vandalizing the Hells Angels motorcycles. Barger would later claim that Hunter fired a shot which struck a Hells Angels member with what he described as just a flesh wound. Ooh. 2005, after a 2-year exhaustive cold case renewal of the file, the Alameda County District Attorney's Office permanently closed the case. That ain't nothing here, boys.
Right.
An enhanced and slowed down version of the original film footage were produced for the police after examining it, Alameda County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Scott Dudek said Pissarro, who's been dead since 1985, was the only person to stab Hunter, and he did so only after the handgun was pointed at the stage where the Stones were performing.
Shit.
Alan Pissarro was the only person who stabbed, yes, Dudek said, adding that Pissarro's lawyer confirmed his client was the sole assailant. Quote unquote, Pissarro acted with a knife to stop Meredith Hunter from shooting.
Oh, I mean, justified.
Well, there we go. I don't know why you opened it back up. Probably because they're trying to get something else on Sonny Barger or something.
Jeez. Year 1970, during a conflict with the Axemen motorcycle gang, San Diego Hells Angel Chapter Vice President Andrew Horn shot and murdered with a sawed-off shotgun by Axemen biker Rick McCart, who was acquitted of the killing and subsequently fled the area afterwards.
He did.
In 1975, several X-Men members survived the bombing of their clubhouse via a remote-controlled explosive device. An X-Men member was shot dead as he rode his motorcycle the following year. According to a police informant and former Hells Angel, the murder was committed by the San Diego Hells Angels.
Well, they then became involved in a dispute with the Mongols after the rival club began wearing a California bottom rocker, which is the patch, obviously. And the Mongols had previously listed only individual chapter locations on their colors, and the Hells Angels asserted that they were the only club allowed to wear a California patch, as they were the dominant club in the state.
Piss off.
The Mongols objected to this, infuriating the Angels.
Piss off.
The Hells Angels then declared war on those Mongols at a meeting on July 7th, 1977. Said, we're fucking coming at them. They ain't wearing that fucking California bottom patch. We own this shit.
The conflict would result in the deaths of 4 Mongols members and an innocent 15-year-old boy. Mongols member Alan Bishop was shot off his motorcycle in Kern County on 29th of July in 1977. 2 other members of the Mongols San Diego chapter, Raymond Jingle Smith and chapter president Emerson Redbeard Morris, they were shot with a AR-15 while riding the motorcycles on Interstate 15 near, oh, look at that, 15, near Escondido on 15th, on the 5th of September 1977.
Right. Well, one man died at the scene while the other died at the Palomar Medical Center. The 2 biker spouses who were riding on the back of their motorcycles were wounded. Morris's wife, Dolores, was left paralyzed.
Oh, wow.
September 9, 1977, a van bomb was detonated at the funeral of Morris and Smith in Lemon Grove.
You don't do that shit at
2 members and the father of a member.
You don't do that shit at a funeral. Everybody knows.
Of course you do. These guys do. We already know that.
Holy shit.
Mongols member Henry Jimenez and Raymond Hernandez, the 15-year-old brother of another biker, were killed in an explosion after Jimenez began working on a tire rigged with a bomb at a motorcycle repair shop in Highland Park.
No.
That was on 24th of September 1977. Holy shit. You can't even work on your damn bike.
Right. Days later, San Fernando Valley Mongols chapter president Luis Gutierrez survived a car bombing outside his home. The violence led to a crackdown by law enforcement. I hope so. On the 7th of October 1977, 32,000 member Hamas
and the first intifada.
On October 7, 1977, 32 members and associates of San Diego Hells Angels were arrested on various charges, including chapter president Thomas James Crunch Renzulli, who was charged with attempted murder. 14 of those arrests were patch-holding members of the San Diego chapter.
Damn, so bunch of nobodies.
Mm-hmm.
The arrest followed a 10-month investigation of the club, which involved infiltration by a police informant. 6 sticks of dynamite were discovered attached to the vehicle of a San Diego Mongols member October 11, 1977.
Holy shit.
ATF agents matched the bomb components to the explosives given to the informant. The informant gave them to Renzulli on September 30th.
Oh, shit.
5 Hells Angels members, including gorgeous guy, Russell Castiglione, James Brett Eaton, and Thomas James Renzulli were indicted on racketeering and conspiracy charges in September of 82.
Holy shit.
Also nothing even to do with that.
Damn. Dude, Justice Department is working overtime. In the 80s, it was the mob crackdown, and now it's these guys. Holy shit.
Right.
Man, them prisons are just rough. The indictment alleges the group were responsible for the moitas of Morris and Smith, as well as the bombing of the funeral. Another Hells Angel, Thomas Heath, he was convicted in 1994 of 2 counts of second-degree moita of the killings of Hernandez and Jimenez. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. That's it? Wow. The Mongols seized control of Southern California from the Hells Angels in the 1980s.
All this, they're like, bitches?
Right. San Diego Hells Angels Sergeant at Arms Raymond Fat Ray Piltz. He became the Angels' first casualty in the conflict when he was shot and moitered in a biker bar in Lemon Grove on the 17th of January, 1982.
Took long. That was 5 years after their guys were getting killed.
5 Mongol members were indicted over his death, and one, Bill Michael Munz, they call him Mike, obviously. He was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 6 years in prison. Probably did 3.
Jeez. In an attempt to end the Hells Angels and Mongols war, the clubs agreed to a truce in which the Angels yielded Southern California to the Mongols. Wow. Under the terms of the truce, the Angels retained their charters in Monterey, Orange County, Riverside, Fresno, Ventura, San Diego, and San Bernardino, but allowed the Mongols to free reign over the rest of Southern California and gave the Mongols permission to wear a California rocker.
Oh.
The Mongols, in turn, promised not to establish any chapters in Northern California. They're like, all right, what's and then you can get risky because what's Northern California?
Right.
Where's that start?
I would say Sacramento. I mean, Sacramento. I would say
probably Sacramento. And
say Oakland, right?
No, Sacramento is way more north.
Yeah, if I say Sacramento.
After you get out of all those big slime-infested cities, then where it's all woods.
The feud reactivated when 50 to 100 members of the rival clubs clashed at a motorcycle trade show in Long Beach on 10th February 1989, resulting in San Bernardino Hells Angels chapter Sergeant at Arms Aristio Andres Carbajal, they call him Art. He was stabbed to death and several others wounded. No suspects ever arrested. Hells Angels member Christian Harvey Tate murdered. Several gunshots fired from another vehicle struck him in the back while he was riding his motorcycle on Interstate 40 near Ludlow on the 27th of April, 2002. Oh, jeez. For what reason? There had been a reason.
Well, he had been returned to San Diego after attending the Laughlin River Run motorcycle rally. Although police surmised at the time that Tate's death was connected to the River Run riot, a fatal confrontation between members of the Hells Angels and the Mongols, which occurred in Laughlin, Nevada earlier that day, the homicide was gone unsolved.
Okay.
17 members of the Associates of the Hells Angels in San Diego County were arrested June 11, 2003 as a result of a 2-year investigation into drug trafficking and racketeering.
Ooh-wee. Dumbasses. The Angels Clubhouse in Cajun was raided as part of the operation. Federal wiretaps also recorded club members planning to kill Mongol members in retaliation for the murder of Christian Tate. 10 Hells Angels members, including San Diego chapter president Guy Russell Castiglione and Sergeant-at-Arms Mark Allen Toyson, pled guilty to conspiracy. Oh, shit. Castiglione was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment on September 22nd, 2005. Toyson sentenced to 14 years on July 28, 2006. The convictions effectively dismantled this very chapter in San Diego. It's over with. Adios, amigos.
Well, and then there's the 2-year ATF investigation of the motorcycle club that resulted in the arrest of 26 club members in the San Fernando Valley, San Francisco and Ventura County on December 3rd, 2003. And it was racketeering charges filed at the U.S. District Court for the District of Nevada and stemming from the River Run riot as well.
All right.
How can you file charges?
Because it's federal. ATF's federal. You can charge them all over the place.
Right. Anyways, 9 Hells Angels, including the chapter president and 3 officers, were arrested in the San Fernando Valley, and another 17 were taken into custody in Northern California.
Man, these guys are just, how many freaking members they got?
Only 300.
Wow. Shit.
Well, now.
Right. The rest were carried out as part of a 5-state operation involving over 700 federal, state, and municipal law enforcement officers, which resulted in the arrest of 57 Angels across the country and the seizure of approximately 125 firearms. That's it? Right. 125 firearms, more than 1,000 rounds of ammo, several stolen vehicles, a quarter pound of methamphetamine, 3 Californian Angels Maurice Pete units, Raymond Folks and James Hannigan. They were among the 6 club members convicted of committing a violent crime in the aid of racketeering following their extradition to Las Vegas to face charges. No shit. That's a lot there, and they're going to get murdered with sentences. That's it.
Right. Well, February 13, 2007, Eunice was sentenced to 2.5 years. Folks sentenced to 12 months, while Hannigan was sentenced to 2 years, February 23rd, 2007.
Wow.
Charges were dismissed against the remaining 36 defendants in the case. Fast forward to 2008, Mark Papa Guardado, the president of the San Francisco chapter, was shot dead after a bar fight in the Mission District of San Francisco.
No shit.
Christopher Brian Ablett, a member of the rival Mongols Club, was later arrested for Guardado's murder.
Oh, man. These
We're going to renew it in the 2000s, huh?
Holy shit. 21st of May, year 2017. Mongols member Joshua Herbert exited a car driven by another unidentified man and opened fire with a revolver on a group of 5 Angels who were refueling their motorcycles at a Shell gas station in Riverside, killing Orange County Hells Angel James Duty and wounding another.
Wow.
The incident followed a series of shootings and attempted moitas between the clubs over the previous 8 months in Orange and Los Angeles counties. After a month-long investigation by the Riverside Police Department, FBI, the ATF, and California Department of Justice, Herbert charged with murder and firearm offenses on June 21st, 2017. Took a month to do that.
Right.
I'm sure there's video cameras all over that Shell gas station.
You would think. Well, Oakland Hells Angels chapter vice president Michael O'Farrell was killed after being stabbed in the neck, chest, and back, and then shot 4 times from behind at San Leandro Bar, June 6, 1989.
What the freak?
Another Hells Angels member, Michael Music, was wounded in the attack. Police stated that O'Farrell's killing may have been the result of a power struggle. Well, now we're moving on between infighting here.
Jeez.
It's a power struggle between the Hells Angels and the Aryan Brotherhood in the East Bay. Oh, I guess we're not. We're going to go against them in the Aryan Brotherhood now. Yeah, but the Aryan Brotherhood, they don't really do. It's a prison gang.
Yeah, but they're out on the streets.
Not like that, though. Maybe. 2 Aryan Brotherhood members charged with O'Farrell's homicide, Aaron Jerry Marsh and Michael Bruce Tank Shepard, were arrested in the following weeks.
Man, this is freaking dangerous living, man. Holy shit. I'd rather be a mobster. Fuck. Man. Marsh, he was taken into custody.
Well, at least mobsters had a protocol.
Right. Shit.
Just don't go and just blatantly out in the public and just start shooting and shit.
Ridiculous. Marsh was taken into custody in Manteca on June 27th. Shepard was apprehended by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department deputies and California Highway Patrol troopers on Route 60 on the 26th of July after a high-speed chase through Chino and Ontario counties. Shepard allegedly admitted his guilt in the murder to his lawyer, Stephen Gore. I did it. Allegedly. Nobody can ever figure that out because it's against the law, right?
Right.
Marsh was strangled to death in Pelican Bay State Prison on 25th of July 1997 by cellmate Gary Littrell after refusing an order from Aryan Brotherhood leadership to murder another inmate. And Shepard committed suicide by hanging himself in his cell at Santa Ana Central Jail in December 2004, shortly after pleading guilty in a RICO case.
Jeez. Did they really, though?
Right.
October 6, 2001, a fight between a small group of Hells Angels and Vagos escalated into a mass brawl involving up to 80 participants at a motorcycle swap meet at the Orange County Fairgrounds in Costa Mesa. Motorcycle parts such as handlebars and tailpipes were used as weapons in the melee.
I would think so.
Which ended when officers from 4 local police departments and the Orange County Sheriff's Department arrived at the scene about 5 minutes after the fighting began. That's a quick response.
Right.
And the bikers began to flee. A man was arrested on suspicion of assaulting a police officer, and 2 injured people were treated at the scene.
Oh, that's it.
Damn, it could have gone way out of hand. They're using fucking handlebars and exhausts.
Holy shit. Investigators are unable to determine the amount of property damage and the number of people injured due to the lack of cooperation from witnesses, obviously. It was also unclear if members of Mongols, who also attended the swap meet, became involved. 2011, president of San Jose chapter Jeffrey Pettigrew was shot 4 times in the back on 23rd of September 2011 at a casino in Sparks, Nevada. 2 California members of the Vagos motorcycle club at the crime scene were also shot but survived.
Oh, jeez.
Damn.
Who shot him? Well, Pettigrew was in Sparks for Street Vibrations, which is a long-running motorcycle festival in the Reno area. Sparks declared a state of emergency after another motorcyclist wearing Vagos colors was shot shortly after. Cesar Villagrana, who had been with Pettigrew, was charged with discharging a firearm and other offenses. Oh, no, what?
Wow.
Ernesto Manuel Gonzalez was later arrested in San Francisco in connection with the death of Pettigrew. Another Hells Angel, Steve Towson, an enforcer for the Santa Cruz chapter, was shot at Pettigrew's funeral.
Oh, shit.
According to the police, after the shooting, the suspect, Steve Ruiz, disappeared, and 1 or more people tampered with the crime scene, washing away bloodstains and removing evidence of the shooting.
Oh, no.
Is this...
It's an inside job there?
Yes, sounds like it to me.
Yeah. Man, I don't like how that is. You can't... A funeral is supposed to be, like, neutral ground, man. Come on, guys. Oh, like a funeral or a wedding or a bar mitzvah. Hells Angels member James Vincent Dixon was among 5 people arrested after a shooting at a 3rd Street Tavern in Highland, 6 November 2021. Left 3 people injured, including 2 of suspects. 24th April 2022, Dixon murdered and 3 others wounded in a shooting at Marquis Lounge in San Bernardino. In an incident that law enforcement theorized was carried out in retaliation for Dixon's killing, 6 Vagos and 1 Hells Angels were injured when a group of Angels opened fire on Vagos bikers on Route 95 in Henderson, Nevada on May 29, 2022.
Yeah, you got through that one, huh?
Why was only 1 Angels? Well, he was riding with the Vagos?
Well, they probably just for shooting back, I'm sure, right? Yeah, kicking it back to January 22nd, 1972, 5 Oakland Hells Angels, Sonny Barger, Russell Stanley Biella, Bobby V, The Dirt England, Jerry Benjamin Popkin, and Bert. No reason for the middle name, guys.
Right.
Bert Stephenson were charged with attempted murder, kidnapping, and assault with a deadly weapon after being arrested while driving through Redwood Regional Park by police and park rangers who discovered 2 bound, gagged, and beaten club prospects
Oh, shit.
in the trunk of the vehicle.
I remember that.
All 5 pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of unlawful imprisonment. It was just hazing, man.
Right, that's all it is. They'll be all right. September 1972. Angels member William Whispering Bill Pfeiffer, who was suffering from terminal throat cancer while incarcerated at Alameda County Jail in Oakland on various state and federal charges. He offered police information on Angels' burial ground in exchange for immunity.
Shit.
In order to spend the remainder of his life as a free man. His testimony led Mendocino County deputies to a ranch owned by former Oakland Hells Angels chapter vice president George J. Baby Huey Wethern and his wife Helen near Ukiah, where they discovered the bodies of 2 club prospects, Charles Charlie Baker and Thomas Shepard Big Tom Scholl. They also discovered a woman, Patricia Ann McKnight. They discovered these guys in abandoned wells on the 30th of October and the 1st, what is, skipped Halloween.
Right, like, sorry.
The 30th of October and the 1st of November, 1972.
Jeez, so Baker and Shaw have been beaten and strangled to death by Pfeiffer, whatever his name is, and other members of the club's Richmond chapter.
And others.
After being spiked with LSD at a party on January 15th, 1971.
Oh, shit.
While McKnight was killed by a gunshot to the head.
Yeah, that bitch. You know, they're just going to kill her.
Police also seized cocaine and stolen firearms at that ranch.
That bitch.
Weatherd and his wife were charged with drug and stolen property possession.
Oh, man.
4 other Hells Angels, Edward Jr. Carter, Chester M. Festus Green, William Mark Zorro Mitten, and William John Moran were charged with murder and accessory to murder.
Oh, jeez. Holy shit. There can't be no members left. Jeez. Weather became a government witness.
Of course he did.
And charges against him and his wife dismissed.
Well, of course they were.
While in protective custody, November 7th, 1972, he attempted to blind himself by gouging pencils into his eyes before attempting to strangle his wife.
What?
Carter pled guilty to accessory to moida, and charges against Green and Mitten dropped. 5th of April, 1973, Moran was convicted of murder of Baker and acquitted of Scholl's murder. He got one. Pfeiffer, he died after the first few days of trial, during which Green testified for the prosecution. Richmond chapter president Rotten Richard Allen Barker was convicted of first-degree moida and involuntary manslaughter in the deaths of Baker and Scholl in 1975.
Well, Theodore L. Ted DeWild, president of the Vallejo Hells Angels, was indicted on federal gun law violation charges in June of 73 after allegedly selling 2 dynamite bombs and a machine gun to an undercover federal agent.
No, an idiot.
He initially pleaded guilty to the charges and was scheduled to be sentenced May 74, but Judge Philip Wilkins granted a motion by DeWild's lawyer allowing him to withdraw the guilty plea and demand a jury trial.
Oh, shit.
He later disappeared, allegedly murdered, welded inside a 55-gallon drum and disposed of in the San Francisco Bay by his fellow Hells Angels, who became concerned that meth addiction and pending prison time may have caused him to cooperate with the faux-pos.
I would have to say so.
Probably.
Wow. Damn. Vallejo Hells Angels chapter president Dennis Meir was one of 5 men charged with various counts of rape, sex perversion in relation to the January 13th, 1974 sexual assault reported by a 23-year-old Richmond woman. The victim in this very case died of a heroin overdose 2 days after attorney Hugh Comiskey, who was to retain as counsel for one of the accused, inadvertently revealed her home address during pretrial proceedings. Oh, you dumbass. Meir?
Sure, Mir.
Meir later disappeared. According to informants, he was murdered by the Angels, who believed that he was cooperating with authorities.
Holy shit, she didn't die of no heroin overdose either.
I mean, she died of an overdose. But
Well, right, not willingly.
right.
Oakland Hells Angels chapter member Ray Dale Stork Kefauver, who had been scheduled to testify for the prosecution in a Redwood City murder trial, was found shot to death in a ravine near Port Costa, June 16, 1974. August 24th, the bodies of Hells Angels associate Alvin Lloyd Prater and his wife Mary Ellen were discovered by the side of a road near Sunol.
Jeez.
They had each been fatally shot in the head 2 days earlier after being handcuffed and beaten.
Holy shit.
They were laying on... Either somebody had their bodies for 2 days or they're laying on the road for 2 days, either or.
Yeah, man, these guys are like rivaling the Clinton kill list. Holy shit. Alvin Prater, allegedly murdered over the theft of an engine block from a Harley-Davidson motorcycle belonging to Hells Angels member. 1979 of June, James Ezekiel Jim Brands, an enforcer and a senior member of the Hells Angels Oakland chapter, was charged with murders of Kefauver, was charged with the murders of Kefauver and the Praters as part of the racketeering case against the club. Brands, who was implicated in a total of 4 of 5 homicides, was ultimately never convicted of any.
Oh, shit.
The initial trial ended in a mistrial in July of 1980, as did the subsequent trial in February 1981.
Well, unfortunately for him, he later hanged himself in prison in 1994. The murders remain unsolved. Mark Gary Robles, Sergeant-at-Arms of the Hells Angels San Diego chapter, was fatally shot several times in the back.
Holy shit.
Before his body was discovered in his parked van in San Diego's Claremont neighborhood, October 76.
What kind of fucking biker has a van?
Probably like Astro type deal, you know, those are cool.
Sure.
3 former Hells Angels later told the investigators that Robles was killed by a fellow club member, Douglas Chester Dutch Schultz. What?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
With approval from the Oakland Mother chapter during an internal dispute.
Oh, I'm sure they told him that.
Well, look at that, ain't that crazy? Dutch Schultz, remember he wanted to kill the Dewey guy, and then the commission planned to they took him out.
Right.
But now Dutch Schultz got his. Well, this is actually before then, probably.
Right.
Around the same time, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Wow.
San Francisco Hells Angel chapter president Harry the Horse Flamberus and his girlfriend Danette Barrett. They're each shot in the head and murdered.
Danette Barrett.
After being bound at their home in Daly City on January 6, 1977. $22,000 worth of cocaine and a quantity of LSD was also stolen in a quantity. $22,000 worth of cocaine and some LSD was also stolen from a safe at the house. How would they know that?
Right.
Prior to his death, Flamberus had resisted the Angels' move into prostitution, narcotics, racketeering. Right? He's like, come on, man, we're already getting enough trouble with all this other shit. Now you want to get into prostitution and narcotics, racketeering? His successor as San Francisco chapter president, Flash Gordon Gary Grow, operated a brothel in partnership with Otis Buck Garrett, president of the Nomads chapter in Vallejo.
Wanted him out. Well, Flamberus was laid to rest at Cypress Lawn Memorial Park in Colma on January 15th, and his Harley-Davidson motorcycle was buried with him 3 months later, April 22nd.
Oh, shit. That's loud.
Do whatever you want.
I guess.
His funeral was attended by approximately 200 members of the Hells Angels, including the ones that killed him,
right.
and other other motorcycle clubs from as far away as Hawaii, Anchorage, Alaska, and Lowell, Massachusetts.
Oh, shit. Wow.
Although police at the time suspected 2 or 3 possible motives, the murders have never been solved.
Of course.
The house in which Flamberus and Barrett were killed was burned down in an apparent arson April 24th, 1977.
Oh, you know damn well that was happening.
That's
3 months after.
3 days after they buried his bike.
Oh, shit.
Maybe they...
Wow. 3 members of Angels Los Angeles chapter arrested 6th of January, 1978, connection with the theft of 2,000 pounds of dynamite,
Damn.
which was stolen from a construction site in San Diego County.
Hey, just construction sites, just why would you not lock it up?
Right. The trio were found in possession of the stolen explosive, as well as a machine gun and other weapons. Found in the seizure, search warrants served on the residence of all known members of the Los Angeles Hells Angels. Oh, shit.
Geez.
When serving a warrant at the home of chapter president Ora Ray, Indian Ray Glore, police found him dead with 9 .22 caliber bullet wounds to the head. Holy shit, 9? You're a little insane. You don't need 1. Jeez.
Well, 22 is not bad.
Maybe 2.
22 is not bad.
9?
Big. Wow. Well, safe to say he didn't kill himself.
I mean,
Good.
maybe he tried the first time.
Officers discovered files on every Hells Angels member in the United States and Europe at Glore's residence.
Oh, shit.
According to the statement given to investigators by one of the Hells Angels arrested in the explosive seizure by the name of Old Man John Noble, Glore was assassinated over a personal dispute with Russell Baya, who was a senior member of the Oakland chapter.
Oh, wow.
Noble claimed to have been present at a meeting of the California chapter officers in Oakland at which a majority of the participants voted in favor of killing Glore.
Oh,
so get this
shit.
fucking guy out of here.
Damn.
And these are chapter presidents.
Right. This is insanity.
Holy shit.
Bert Stephenson, Sergey Walton, both members of Hells Angels Oakland chapter, charged with weapons and narcotic violations when the Popo found loaded pistols, hand grenades, tear gas canisters, blasting caps, 3 bags of cocaine, $8,911 in cash in the car in which they were traveling after they were stopped for speeding. So, why would you idiots? They stopped in Sacramento for speed in March of 1972. Walton pled guilty to cocaine possession and appeared as a witness during the trial of Stephenson, who was convicted on 5 felony charges of possessing narcotics and transporting explosives on February 16, 1973. So I'm guessing Stephenson was driving, because whoever's driving getting possession of all that shit. So Walton pled guilty to cocaine. He was like, I had the cocaine, but all that other shit was, Bert.
Right, he got charged with transporting explosives.
That dude was Bert. He was driving the car.
Right. Members of the San Diego Hells Angels chapter were suspected in the theft of 2,000 pounds of dynamite from a construction site. Yeah. They were suspected in that theft of the dynamite at the construction site. Oakland chapter member Sergey Walton was arrested in October 79 and convicted in March 80 of possessing a machine gun.
Oh.
He fled from the San Francisco County Jail March 24th, 1981, while awaiting transfer to a federal prison in Illinois, he was going to serve an 8-year sentence. His disappearance was not discovered until March 28th, 1981, when he was scheduled to be transferred.
Damn, this dude had 4 days on a run with nobody knowing. Holy, he could be gone.
Well, unfortunately for him, May 28th of that same year, he was apprehended by the ATF and the U.S. Marshal Service at a cabin in Ben Lomond in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
No shit.
2 women found in the cabin with Walton, Kimberly Lee Kimbra Townsend, and Laufey Gail Owen, who was the wife of Hells Angels member Kenneth Owen. Why is she there? Were charged with harboring a fugitive. 2 machine guns and accompanying ammunition were also found.
Can't have a machine gun without ammo.
Right. He was then sentenced in February 1983 for the jailbreak to 10 years in prison to be served consecutively with the prior 8 year. Okay. He later became a government witness and entered the WITSEC.
Jeez.
Of course, why not? Fuck it.
Right. Former Deputy Sheriff Louis Lou Ivankovich pled guilty February 18th, 1983 to conspiring to aid Walton in his escape. Oh. He was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison.
Damn.
Walton dead October 19th, 2006, age 62.
How do we know? He was in witness protection.
Right. November 1981, task force of federal, state, and local law enforcement officers raided a Hells Angels clubhouse in San Diego, confiscated machine guns, shotguns, more than 50 handguns, explosives, explosive manuals, torture kits, electronic eavesdropping equipment, wires, police radio scanners, and narcotics.
Let's top it off with a little sprinkle, a little crack on here. Let's get out of here.
There we go.
Hells Angels member Robert Lee Wildman Bright was charged with criminal mayhem after he, aided by 2 other inmates, used a spoon heated on a hot plate to burn a tattoo, which resembled the Hells Angels insignia off of a cellmate's arm. Oh, so you get this shit out of here.
Right.
At a San Diego County jail where he was awaiting trial on a narcotics charge. Bright, who was a Marine Corps veteran of the Vietnam War, died of natural causes at the age of 60, April 10th, 2006.
He died of natural causes at 60?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, whatever that guy that had the tattoo they were burning off him, he fucked up doing something.
You ain't kidding. Wow, you only get that if it's major, yeah.
That's like John Dutton. Cut that damn brand right off your chest, boy.
2 members of San Diego Hells Angels chapter, Michael Varner, chapter president, and his brother John G. Varner, were shot to death by an unidentified gunman in a tavern in Modesto, 6th November, 1973. Police were unable to establish a motive for the murders. Hells Angels member was hospitalized with a skull fracture and multiple abrasions when he was beaten unconscious by a group of bar patrons after he brandished a knife following a disagreement with another patron at an East San Diego bar on 26th of January in 1975. They don't have a name for that Hells Angels guy?
Jeez, dude. I mean, it's just one after another.
This is ridiculous.
February 16th, that same year, a heated
Fucking
and
savages.
air conditioning
Barely
company
human.
owned by the patron and his partner in Santee was targeted in an arson attack, which law enforcement believed was carried out by the Hells Angels in retaliation for the injuries suffered by the Hells Angels in the earlier incident in the bar. Hells Angels member Gerald Butch Lester shot 2 people in a van in Sacramento County October 26, 1977, killing one, wounding the other. Lester used a sleeping bag to conceal his victims' bodies and then dumped their vehicle in a river.
Oh, shit.
Hey, he wounded the other. He put the other one in the damn thing, too.
Oh, shit.
The incident, for which Lester spent 4 years in state prison, was it? It was reportedly the result of a dispute with $5,000 worth of meth.
Oh, look, come on.
And he only spent 5 years in prison?
Jeez, no wonder why.
He's right. What the fuck? Who the fuck is that? AG here.
Right.
Prosecutor.
Right.
Somebody.
Right, Kamala. Lawrence Richard, Large Larry Lajeunesse, a senior member of the Hells Angels San Fernando Valley chapter, and his girlfriend Tammy Ann Bannigan.
What's my name? Tammy Ann Bannigan.
They were shot to death in a converted industrial garage in Chatsworth, which was in L.A., where they lived on December 3rd, 1998, by Daniel Ray Waring.
Turned an industrial garage into a living space.
Right. They were murdered by Daniel Ray Waring, who was described by prosecutors as an aspirant Hells Angels member involved in a feud with Large Larry over meth dealing.
So he wants to get in the club.
Right. Waring, he robbed and murdered the couple, shooting Large Larry 5 or 6 times in the head.
Damn.
Before also shooting Tammy Ann Brannigan to eliminate her as a witness.
Jeez, Waring, who
I swear I won't say anything. You damn right.
Right.
Pew, pew.
Waring, who was a tow truck driver, worked as an informant for the California Highway Patrol detectives for over 10 years. He was convicted of first-degree murder on October 12th. They were like, come on, guy.
Right.
October 12th, 2001, he was convicted and sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences without parole, February 8, 2002. He died at age 60, September 27, 2017. The case was documented in the North Mission Road episode Hells Angels Mystery, which aired on August 22nd, 2005. Don't know what channel.
Right.
2001, 11 men associated with the Hells Angels in Fresno were arrested for allegedly assaulting members of another motorcycle club that had ignored their order to disband.
Oh, my goodness. This is just ridiculous. Ventura Hells Angels.
Just don't stop.
Right. Ventura Hells Angels chapter member Thomas Heath sentenced to 35 years in prison in February 2012 after being convicted of a 5th strike offense.
At least you got 5.
Right. 1992, he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment after being convicted of assault with a deadly weapon and dissuading a witness by threats for the beating of his wife at a hamburger stand. Heath was sentenced to an additional 7 years in 1994 when he pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder for killing a rival biker and an innocent bystander with a bomb in L.A. on September 24th.
How are you only getting fucking 7 more years for bombing people?
Right. Holy shit.
I just don't understand this.
This is crazy. 7 years for bombing, huh?
On November 22nd, 2010, he threatened the lives of his female roommate and her son, a crime for which he was found guilty December 16th, 2011. He was found guilty of dissuading a witness, threatening a witness, and street terrorism.
Oh, shit.
June 6th, 2023, a group of Hells Angels allegedly attacked 3 African-American men in the Ocean Beach neighborhood of San Diego. One of the victims was stabbed, another beaten unconscious, third managed to flee.
Oh.
17 Hells Angels members and associates were arrested September 17, 2023, charged with carrying out the attack in association with a criminal street gang.
Holy shit.
Jeez, dude.
Holy shit.
Now we're going to take a look at, legit murders we know these guys committed, I guess.
All right. 3 Hells Angels members and one of their girlfriends were charged on March 8th, 1972, with the murder of Bradley Parkhurst and Alameda longshoreman who was beaten and stomped to death in the basement of an Oakland home on the 24th of February. Parkhurst had arrived at the residence of Connie Perry, an Angels girlfriend, to inspect a motorcycle and was murdered by Angels member Russell Baya and Moldy Marvin William Gilbert after Gilbert took offense to the N-words handshake. Supposedly that's what he said. From Parkhurst, who was pronounced dead at Highland Hospital. It is believed that, due to Baya's status as a senior Hells Angel, Gilbert was pressured by the club to testify and exculpate Baya during the trial.
All right, well, despite his testimony, both Gilbert and Baya were convicted of second-degree murder August 17, 1972. Following the verdict, the Hells Angels member approached Gilbert and threatened his life in the presence of a deputy sheriff due to his failure to exonerate Baya.
Oh, shit.
Gilbert later moved to Spokane, Washington, become vice president of the Hells Angels chapter there.
Oh, wow.
And died at the age of 65, June 22nd, 2007. How?
All right. All right. Good for you, Gilbert.
What the fuck?
Wow. Let's take a look at the Compton family.
Oh, this is the murder of the Compton family.
Margot Compton began working at a Hells Angels owned massage parlor in San Francisco, where she was required to perform sex acts on patrons. Early 1977, in order to pay off a debt for amphetamine given to her on consignment by Otis Buck Garrett, president of the Vallejo Hells Angels chapter, Compton contacted law enforcement after she was beaten and raped by a patron, resulting in Garrett being indicted on felony morality charges. July 1977, Compton testified on behalf of the prosecution in California state trial that she and 4 other women working at the parlor were being pimped by the Angels, and that the operation was under the protection of 2 San Francisco Police Department vice squad officers who were bribed with cash and sexual favors. I mean, there's probably more than 2 cops involved. There's probably all over the damn place. After testifying, Compton fled to a cottage in Gaston, Oregon, where she, her 6-year-old twin daughters, Sylvia and Sandra, and Gary Seltzler, the 19-year-old son of her boyfriend, were shot dead with a .22 caliber handgun after being bound with rope on the 7th of August, 1977. Garrett in prison after being convicted of pimping and pandering in October 1977. 1991, Garrett and Hells Angels hang-around Robert G. Bug-Eye Rob Bob McClure were charged with the murders of while in prison on separate narcotic convictions after prison informants reported that McClure had bragged of committing the crime. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Well, McClure was convicted of quadruple murder and sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms July 30th, 1994. Garrett also sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences in prison after being found guilty on 4 counts of murder July 26, 1995. Over 40 witnesses, including former Aryan Brotherhood council member Michael Iron Mike Thompson, testified during each of the trials, which was held in Hillsboro, Oregon. According to the prosecutors, Garrett had ordered the killings of Compton and her daughters in retaliation for her testimony.
Yeah.
Seslar was killed just because he happened to be there.
Right.
What? So they had planned to kill the little twin daughters too? What a piece of fucking shit.
You know that. They're killing them all.
Yeah, but they actually planned to kill the daughters.
Right.
The other 19-year-old was just killed because he was there.
Jeez. Thompson claimed that Aryan Brotherhood had been approached by the Angels leadership in California to carry out the murders, but had turned down the contract because of their unwillingness to kill children. McClure's alleged accomplice in the murders, fellow Angels associate Benjamin Way Psycho Silva, was never charged in this very case. Prosecutors, they felt it wasn't even worth the expense and effort, as he was already waiting execution at San Quentin State Prison for the 1981 kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of 2 college students in Lassen County.
Oh, what the fuck?
Right. Why put him through it? That's a waste of money.
Well, additionally, Garrett was a suspect in the possible homicide of Rhonda Lynn Yoakum, who was a 19-year-old Filipino-American woman who was last seen getting into a car with Garrett in Oroville, February 10th, 85, before she disappeared.
Jeez.
Garrett was purported to be taking Yoakum to the Klamath Falls, Oregon area in order for her to flee the state to avoid a court appearance in a criminal matter. She's never been located and is believed that she is the victim of the Moida. Garrett died in prison at the age of 74, February 12th, 2007.
Isn't this guy like considered like a serial killer? The Garrett guy?
I don't think it's a serial killer when it's gang activity shit. Other than that, we'd have a lot more serial killers.
You ain't kidding, right? Let's take a look at Maureen and Telesforo Batista. Los Angeles Hells Angels member and meth manufacturer Robert Frederick Garceau stabbed to death his girlfriend Maureen Batista and her 14-year-old son Telesforo in a Bakersfield apartment on the 6th of September or the 7th of September in 1984. After Batista threatened to inform her former lover, drug dealer Eddie Nash, of Garceau's whereabouts and drug operation. Damn, who's this Eddie Nash guy? He's a nightclub owner.
Oh, he was allegedly the mastermind behind the Wonderland murders.
Oh,
if
no
you guys
shit.
know what those are.
Wow.
Yeah.
No shit. Look at this guy. So he was scared of Nash, probably, then, huh?
Well, something like it. She's like, I'm going to tell him where he is. He's going to fucking murder you.
Right.
Oh, yeah, bitch.
Motherfucker. Right. Ah, you die. You die. No, you die. Nash had previously paid Garceau to fulfill a contract which he failed to perform, and Nash was subsequently searching for him. Oh, that makes sense.
Well, 2 of Garceau's acquaintances, Greg Rambo and Larry Tom Waddington, disposed of the bodies by placing them inside a hollow bedroom dresser, which was then buried beneath a layer of concrete in the yard behind Rambo's residence in Shandon.
Uh-huh.
Well, then Garceau shot and killed Rambo, one of his drug business partners in Monterey County, on February 19th, 1985, after he became concerned that Rambo may have become an informant. Garceau and another acquaintance, Harlan Codd, then You know he did that. I wouldn't even trust this Garceau guy. What the fuck are you doing shit with him for?
Right. He's definitely needs to be taken care of.
Right.
Shit.
They then deposited Rambo's body in a ravine at Deer Creek in Tulare County. In view of Rambo's disappearance and fearing for her own life, his wife Susan contacted the Kern County Sheriff's Office March 6, 1985.
That's the worst thing you can do.
She's like, something's wrong here.
Well, her statements led to excavations of Batista's bodies on the 8th of March, 1985, and the rest of Garceau and Gorman.
Oh, right. Why would they do that when she probably knew that they buried the fucking people on his property?
Dumbasses. And that led to the rest of Garceau and Gorman on the 14th of March in 1985. 1987, Garceau sentenced to death in Kern County for Batista murders and an additional 33 years to life in Monterey County for Rambo's murder. Well, he didn't even get to get sentenced to death because he died from cancer at the age of 58 on December 29, 2004. He spent all these... How do you get sentenced to death and then spend 15 years in prison while waiting on death row? That just don't make no damn sense. If you're going to get sentenced to death, kill the motherfucker.
Yeah, but how many were in...
Right,
pleas and are fucking trying to get overturned and all that.
Yes,
shit.
but still, sentence to death is murder him right there.
Well, let's take a look at the Grondowski family murders.
Oh shit!
October 5th, 1986, former Hells Angels member William Ivan Billy Grondowski, his wife Patricia, 5-year-old daughter Dallas, and 17-year-old stepson Nolan Vandergriff were murdered in their home near Fort Bragg by Gerald Michael Butch Lester and Charles Anthony Chuck Diaz. That was the president and the vice president of the Vallejo. They're doing this shit themselves. The Vallejo Hells Angels chapter. Billy Grondowski, Patty, and Vandergriff were each killed by a single gunshot wound to the head from Lester, while Dallas Grondowski died of a result of multiple stab wounds from Diaz, which severed her spinal cord and caused a near decapitation.
Damn, they hated her.
Dude, I mean,
they hated
she
her.
was fucking 5 years old.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck.
This is messed up. She was also shot by Lester post-mortem. Billy Grondowski had been expelled by the Vallejo Hells Angels on September 28th, less than a week before the massacre. And Lester and Diaz had come to his home to retrieve a monetary debt, his motorcycle, and items of club property in his possession. $900 worth of Hells Angels support decals and a Hells Angels tattoo on his left arm, reading 84 in, 86 out. I wonder what that means. According to investigators, Grundowski was ousted from Hell's Angels due to the drug debt.
Is it an 86?
Well, he got a new tattoo.
Did he get it out?
He got a new tattoo. 84 in, 86 out.
Yeah, but does 86 out mean 86 is like code for murder or dying or something?
Right, 86. Yeah, 86. You're getting ousted.
Nixed. Right.
Oh, dude,
That's just crazy that it happened in 1986. Then, huh?
There was no reason to kill these guys. They just went there for the motorcycle and decals and shit. What the hell?
Well, Lester and Diaz later claimed the killings began after a .45 caliber pistol that Lester was using to threaten Billy accidentally discharged, killing him instantly.
Oh, so you had to kill everybody else.
And that the remaining family members were killed to eliminate witnesses.
Oh, get the hell out of here!
After his death, Grondalski's Hell's Angels tattoo was severed from his body and later disposed of by Lester in the toilet of a RV owned by associates of his. Dude, it's in the RV show. Wow. The handgun used in the killings was melted down with a blowtorch, and the slag was scattered over several northern California counties by Little Mike Tinkersley, a member of the Hells Angels Sonoma County chapter.
Cool for you, Little Mike, idiot.
Scattered over several. Okay.
Oh. The day after the murders, Lester and Sonoma County Hells Angels member Big Arm Charles Francis Haas returned to the home and set fire to it in an effort to destroy evidence. The corpse of the family were discovered by firefighters.
Well, oh my gosh, these got to be the dumbest motherfuckers.
Right. Haas implicated Diaz and Lester in the murders after becoming a cooperating witness for the government in February 1994, while awaiting sentencing on a federal drug conviction relating to a large-scale methamphetamine ring in Virginia. Damn, he was like, hey man, what if I tell you some shit that happened in California?
Jeez. He was granted immunity from prosecution in the case other than for the murders.
I don't like that. You should never be granted immunity just because you know something else that happened. You committed a crime still, motherfucker. Go to jail, bitch. They should have a jail for the witness protection people.
Well, it's kind of a jail, isn't it?
Not really. You're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want.
Right. He was then sentenced to he was granted immunity from prosecution in the murder case other than the murders. So he was still going to get charged for murder.
Oh, okay.
And he also had hope for a reduced sentence in the drug case. He was ultimately sentenced to 27 years imprisonment March 31st, 94.
Yeah, so you're opening your mouth to nothing, you dumb fuck.
Well, you could have got life.
Still.
Or death penalty. I think that was still going on there.
Well, don't worry. He was still being in prison for 30 years.
Really, though? 27 years? Probably was out in 20.
Right.
May 5th, 95, Diaz, by then the Vallejo chapter president, was arrested in Ukiah, and Lester was apprehended in Fort Smith, Arkansas, where he was living after leaving the club in June of 87.
Oh.
They were each charged with 4 counts of murder.
I bet they were. Tankersley also emerged as a witness in February 1996.
Damn, dude, this is 10 years.
When he was arrested in Arkansas on a fugitive warrant for assault charges and he faced in Marin and Sonoma counties, California. He was also charged with 3 counts of attempted capital murder after he used his vehicle to ram the car of the police officers who arrested him. You can't do that in 1996, maybe in 76. Tankersley had been expelled from the Sonoma County Hells Angels in 1987 and fled the state to escape retribution from the club and also to avoid criminal prosecution. And dude's on a run. He went to Arkansas.
Jeez. Due to his testimony, the attempted murder charges against him were reduced to 3 counts of aggravated assault, for which he was sentenced to serve 6 years imprisonment, 3.5 years suspended, concurrent to any sentence stemming from the assault charges in California, from which he ultimately escaped prosecution for. So he got 3 years.
If you're running from a biker club, I would go to like Canada.
Why? They're there too, bud?
Yeah, they're in Alaska. How often do you get to ride a bike in Alaska?
All the time. I don't know. Following 2 mistrials, Lester was convicted of 4 counts of murder on November 6, 97. He was then sentenced January 23rd, 98 to 4 life terms at the maximum security Pelican Bay State Prison.
I would move to Mackinac City or Mackinac Island.
Right, no motor vehicles allowed here. Unless they get bicycles. Ding, ching, ching, ching.
The Hells Angels, it's a Schwinn club.
Right.
Only Schwinn's here, baby. No Huffies. Charges against Diaz were dismissed twice due to lack of evidence. Once in 1996 and again in January 4th, 1999. But he was re-indicted on 25th of October 1999, charged with the murder of Dallas Grundowski. Diaz, convicted of first-degree murder on the 5th of May, 2004. Sentenced to serve 26 years to life in prison on the 10th of June, 2004. 3 co-defendants, Mary Ann Hodgkins, Sonoma County Hells Angels member Robert L. Huffman, and Sammy Louise Lester, the wife of Gerald Lester. They were convicted of conspiring to obstruct justice. Sammy Lester sentenced 2 years and 8 months in state prison, fined $200 on May of 27th in 2004. He was fined 200 euros for some reason. I don't know why.
Let's check, but yeah.
Huh? check. Huffman sentenced to 1 year and 8 months in jail on 10th of June 2004, and Hodgkins was given a 3-year sentence ordered to pay $600 restitution on June 29th, 2004.
Let's take a look at some targeted law enforcement personnel here. San Jose Police Department Sergeant John Cracked survived and attempted on his life when a bomb detonated near his car February 19th, 1977.
Bombing people in the 70s.
Sure they did. Crack, who was in charge of all San Jose Police Department motorcycle gang investigations, had been involved and arrested. Of course he had.
Right.
And he had testified against club members on several occasions.
All right.
James Ezekiel Jim Brandes, vice president and former and enforcer for the Oakland chapter, was charged with the attempted murder of Crack, as well as other crimes as part of a racketeering case against the club June of 79.
Okay.
His first trial ended in a mistrial July 80, as did the retrial in February of 81.
Oh, shit. Don't let this piss you off. These guys are like, mistrial? What the hell? Vallejo Hells Angels chapter member Kenneth Owen is charged with 2 felony counts after police discovered meth and prohibited firearms, a Derringer 2 rifles, and an Ithaca 16-gauge shotgun at his home, a rural property in Solano County. That's where they found it. They did that during a raid by Solano County Sheriff's Office's narcotics detective Bill Zerby. Now the cops gets a freaking nickname.
Right? I mean,
what
God,
the fuck? That happened on June 21st, 1977. November 14th, 1977, Oakland Angels chapter vice president James Patton Sleepy Jim Brandes found to be in possession of a pound of meth, which was hidden behind a threshold plate in the door of his Lincoln Continental, as well as a police radio, a radio band directory, a homemade police siren, blue flasher, a pocket-sized tape recorder, radio transmitter, and a device for detecting surveillance equipment after he was pulled over by Zerby and his partner, Inspector Richard Grundy. Damn, dude, that's all like... Isn't that a crime? He was like trying to
impersonate a police officer,
right.
It looked like. Also among the contraband was a military handbook on booby traps and an address book containing the home address, phone number, and the license plate number of Zerby. Oh,
so
shit.
He had a handbook on...
Zerby pulled this guy over and then found basically a plan to kill him by this guy.
So he had a handbook on bras?
Yeah.
Booby
trap. Right, I get it. January 30th, 1978, Zerby was seriously injured and deafened as a result of an explosive device detonated as he was entering a vehicle parked in front of his home in Vallejo. The detective was en route to court for a pre-hearing in the meth trial for Brandes at the time. 42 Hells Angels members and associates were served with grand jury subpoenas March 27th, 78 as part of the investigation into that bombing.
Damn, they were messing around. In or around November 1978, Brandes stated to the reporter for Rolling Stone magazine that Zerby drew a line and stepped over it. I don't take that from anybody in the streets. And I sure ain't going to take it from him.
Oh, big bad Brandes, huh?
I don't let nobody come around and shove me around. I don't think anyone does if he's a man. Wow. Good for you, bud. You're a man. The following year, Brandes and Owen were charged with attempted murder of Zerby as part of the racketeering case against the club.
They're all to be acquitted of the attempted murder.
Oh, shit. Of course.
Jeez. 1982, Brandes arrived in Australia with a photograph and the home address of the Victoria State policeman Barb Armstrong, who was in dispute with the Angels Melbourne chapter.
Jeez, you went all the way to Australia to do that shit?
Myself. He was then deported to the United States. He ultimately committed suicide by hanging himself in prison circa 1994.
All that for that. What a piece of shit.
Owen died July 4th.
Didn't he just say he's a man?
Right.
I'm a man.
And he hung himself.
Pussy.
Zerby, who was forced to retire from his law enforcement agencies due to the injuries sustained in that bombing, died in 2021 at the age of 79.
Wow.
The 1982 made-for-television film Hear No Evil was based on the incident.
No shit.
Well, look at that. Hear No Evil, because he's deaf, get it?
Right. 2 San Diego Hells Angels chapter prospects, Robert Michael Mexican Mike Johnson, William Lester Filthy Bill Peters. They are charged with conspiring to murder San Diego County District Attorney's Office Organized Crime Unit investigator
Holy shit.
Raymond C. Morgan.
All right.
After being arrested while conducting surveillance of Morgan's residence in Poway on, obviously, you guys, I guess it's not illegal to conduct surveillance. They did that in Poway on February 27, 1978. They had an M3 submachine gun, a high standard 22 pistol fitted with a silencer, ammo for both weapons, rubber gloves, camo clothing. A hand-drawn map to Morgan's home were found at Johnson's residence. An electronic listening device with a parabolic microphone was found in Peter's residence after search warrants were issued.
All right. Johnson's girlfriend, Linda Sue Osborne, was also charged in the case. Morgan, who had been assigned to investigate motorcycle gang activity in the area in 75, retired from law enforcement and fled California with his family due to intelligence reports there was a $50,000 bounty on his head.
Yeah, that'd probably be a smart thing to do.
It is believed that the San Diego Hells Angels obtained permission from the club's Oakland mother chapter to carry out the attempted assassination.
I don't know about that.
Of course they did.
Right. 4 police officers were fired, and another 4 were suspended as a result of a brawl between policemen and the Angels members outside the Hells Angels clubhouse in Oakland, 2nd of April, 1978. Shit. The fight began after 2 patrolmen began issuing citations for public drunkenness to the bikers, who had gathered to attend a meeting and a birthday party, and 41 patrol cars later converged at the scene. Holy shit. Oakland police officers manning the command post during Hells Angels members' funeral came under fire from a drive-by shooting carried by a club associate who opened fire in frustration at their presence. He fired shots, then left before returning and firing again. No casualties reported.
All right, I think we're going to wrap it up on the RICO case investigation on these guys. 33 members and associates of the Hells Angels, Oakland, San Francisco, Marin County, San Jose, Los Angeles, and Vallejo chapters, including Oakland chapter president and reputed national leader Sonny Barger, were indicted on the RICO statutes June 13, 1979.
Oh, shit.
21 of those arrested during the large-scale raids involved approximately 200 federal agents on the day of the indictment. Holy shit. Ultimately, 18 defendants stood trial as a result of dismissals and other legal maneuvers, while others remained fugitives.
The prosecution, representing the federal government, attempted to demonstrate a pattern of behavior to convict Barger and other members of the club of racketeering offenses related to guns and illegal drugs. 2nd of July, 1980, following an 8-month trial in which 194 witnesses testified. Guess what? Mistrial, baby, when a jury failed to reach a verdict on the primary counts of racketeering conspiracy against the 18 defendants. How? They had gotten to.
Well, on the remaining charges, which included drug possession and firearm offenses, 6 of the accused, who were Ronald Elledge, John Palomar, Alan Pizarro, Manuel Rubio, Donald Smith, and Bert Stephenson, were convicted, while the remaining 12 were acquitted. Of course. Damn, Alan Pizarro, you got acquitted for murder, but they're like, we're going to get you eventually. Right. August 12, 1980, the government returned a superseding the RICO indictment, which omitted the allegation that the Hells Angels itself constituted a criminal enterprise against 14 defendants, including some of those in the original case.
Really?
11 of those stood trial.
Oh. In addition to the racketeering charge, a second count of the indictment charged James Brandes with the murder of fellow Hells Angel Ray Kefauver and the attempted murders of San Jose Police Department Sergeant John Crack. And
yeah, we already know. These guys were already charged.
I know.
We already talked about that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let's take a look at Operation Rough Rider. Members and associates of the Hells Angels, Sacramento, San Diego, and San Francisco Bay Area were arrested and charged with racketeering and drug trafficking May 2nd, 1985, as part of Operation Rough Rider, which was a 3-year FBI investigation into the club. 6 were arrested, including San Francisco chapter president Gary Kautzman, and 40 firearms were confiscated in the Bay Area. That's it.
Damn.
The operation it took 3 years. No, you got was 40 firearms.
Right, come on.
The operation involved approximately 1,000 law enforcement personnel, resulted in the arrest of a total of 133 Hells Angels members.
That's like
and associates.
That's like $10 million worth of people. That's
it also had about 50 raids in 11 states and the seizure of $2 million in cocaine, marijuana, meth, hashish, PCP, and LSD, as well as weapons including Uzi submachine guns and rocket launchers.
Ooh, some Uzis.
Well, at least they got $2 million in fucking drugs.
Right. Much of the intelligence.
Just gonna go over there. Just gonna sell it right back to some fucking drug dealers.
Right. Much of the intelligence that led to the indictments was provided by Kevin Bonner, a undercover FBI agent who infiltrated the club for 26 months and made drug deals with various chapters. He purchased meth and cocaine from Kautzman on 5 occasions between 4th of June and November 6th, 1982.
Well, idiots.
Right.
Let's think about probably the biggest thing against these guys, which was Operation Caucus. Cacus. C-A-C-U-S. Caucus. November 10th, 1987, 13 Hells Angels, including Sonny Barger and his second-in-command, Michael O'Farrell, were arrested on drugs, weapons, explosives, and conspiracy charges during 26 raids carried out by 250 ATF, FBI, California State Police personnel in the San Francisco Bay Area, which also resulted in the seizure of over 100 weapons, more than $1 million in cash and narcotics, and 3 meth labs.
Ooh, now they're getting somewhere, right? Approximately $1 million in cash were discovered at the Oakland home of Kenneth Owen as well, a club member arrested for meth distribution. The raids were the culmination of undercover organized crime drug enforcement task force, which was called Caucus. The operation in the Bay Area was executed
it was called the OCDTF.
Operation Caucus.
Right.
The operation in the Bay Area was executed in synchronization with raids on various other Hells Angels chapters in 4 other states, producing a total of 38 arrests, and concluded a 2-year investigation of the club, which commenced in 1985 after Anthony John Tate, the sergeant at arms in Anchorage. How much crime can you do in Anchorage?
A lot, man.
Right. Sergeant at arms of the Anchorage chapter volunteered to become a paid FBI informant.
Paid, too.
He's like, I'm sick of these 6 months of lights.
Right.
I need darkness.
Traveling the country at government expense, Tate made documented purchases of weapons, explosives, drugs from the Hells Angels. He also covertly recorded club meetings by wearing a wire. Owen was convicted of selling 3 pounds of meth to Tate and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. Jeez.
Holy shit.
And a $2.1 million fine. Holy shit.
Damn, he would never pay that.
Right. That was in 88. Barger and O'Farrell were among 10 Hells Angels from California and Alaska extradited to Louisville, Kentucky to face trial for conspire to transport firearms and explosives across state lines in order to kill members of the Outlaws.
Oh.
Remember when they killed
Right.
the John Cleve Webb guy?
Wow. Well, Webb, he was the president of the Anchorage Hells Angel chapter, who was shot and murdered by...
His sister lived there or something.
Right. Who shot and murdered by 2 outlaw members outside a bar in Jefferson County, Kentucky. That happened on the 12th of August, 1986. Barger, O'Farrell, convicted of conspiracy on 28th of October, 1988. They have to cancel their Halloween party. Other members of the California Alaska...
Convicted. Did they go to jail right away?
Maybe. Other members of the California Alaska chapters were convicted on state drug and firearm charges, either side of the federal trial. Okay. O'Farrell shot and stabbed to death by 2 men during a bar fight in San Leandro on the 6th of June in 1989 while awaiting sentencing. Damn. Surprised they even let him out. Barger, he served 3.5 years of a 4-year sentence at FCI Phoenix in Arizona and was released on the 6th of November, 1992. Good for him. Owen, he died on the 4th of July, 2016.
It's only about the 4th time this has been said.
Yeah. $1 million bounty was allegedly put on Tate's life by the Angels.
Yeah, allegedly. And finally, we're really gonna end it now with crackdowns on these sons of bitches.
I mean, how much more crackdowns can you do? It's been 30 years of crackdowns.
It's been 30 years. April 29, 2011, Ventura County Sheriff's Office gang unit detectives raided the Ventura Hells Angels chapter during a club meeting, arresting 5 members on charges including being under the influence of meth, possession of marijuana, for sale or possession of a deadly weapon.
Oh.
Among the arrested was George Christie. We'll get to this fucking guy, this is George Christie III, who was the son of the guy we'll fucking get to, which is George Christie Jr.
Yes.
The raid followed a 3-week investigation into the theft of a gun safe from a home in Ojai.
Ooh, that's some time there. 26 members and associates of the Hells Angels were arrested in federal drug charges and raids by SWAT teams of the FBI and the San Diego Police Department and the Oceanside Police Department.
I will be going in on this.
Right. They did that in 19 locations across San Diego County on the 29th of September in 2011. Additional 6 defendants already in custody as well as 4 fugitives were named in an affidavit. Thousands of dollars in currency, 10 firearms, and narcotics were also seized. The charges stem from a 2-year investigation conducted by the FBI's Violent Crime Gang Task Force, which investigated meth trafficking and violent crimes committed by the San Diego charter of the Hells Angels. So much money wasted on these people.
Right. Hells Angel member Charles Nucci was arrested when the San Francisco Police Department Gang Task Force raided the headquarters of the Hells Angels in the Dogpatch neighborhood of San Francisco, May 14, 2014. They were serving a warrant in connection with an aggravated assault in 2013, in which several assailants wearing Hells Angels jackets allegedly attacked a victim in San Francisco.
Every one of these guys are just savages. They don't even belong on the streets.
Right.
Wow. February 11, 2015, SWAT officers and Riverside County Sheriff's Department deputies raided the Hells Angels clubhouse on West 19th Street in San Bernardino, serving a gang-related warrant and arresting 1 member of the club. Shotgun confiscated, as it was a batch of a suspicious white powder. Wow. What's this? It's coke, you dumb bitch. The raid was part of a larger operation, which overall resulted in multiple arrests and the recovery of 19 firearms, some narcotics, stolen property, and a motorcycle that was also stolen.
Shit.
17 warrants were served in relation to the gang violence and unsolved violent crimes.
Holy fuck.
And others. Holy shit.
Dude, this whole episode was just rapid fire murder and assaults.
These guys are just a threat to humanity.
Dude, this is...
Holy shit.
You guys just listened to an hour and a half of this shit, and this is just California.
An hour and a half of freaking crime nonstop. Oh my gosh.
This is just California.
Oh, my.
We got the rest of the United States coming up next month, and that one's even longer.
This is insane. These guys are just some freaking, man, some mongrels.
Australia's bad. Canada's bad. United Kingdom's bad.
Oh, you already know that.
The rest of the world is bad. And then we'll get to George Christie. He's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
He's a bad man. Holy
Holy
shit.
shit.
I mean, that's a lot to take
These
in there.
guys.
Holy moly. Well,
Wow.
we'll be kicking it back to the old remastered series next week as I guess we're going to go to a lighter subject, which is Charles Black Bart Bowles. He might have only killed a couple people. So,
Oh, isn't that the guy who killed people with their snoring or something?
no, that was, we'll get to him, but
Holy shit.
that was John Wesley Arden.
Wow.
It's a lot of stuff to unpack there. So,
These guys are just morons. Just morons.
morons that just didn't give a fuck.
Right. Holy shit. Drugs really got a hold of me, man.
Right.
Son of
Really
a
want to let him
bitch.
go. Yeah, well, that being said, that's a long ass episode. We're wrapping this shit up. Join us next week for Wild West looks tame compared to this. We're doing a remastered episode of Charles Black Bart Bowles. Remember, go check out our YouTube at Bang Dang Network, and if you are interested in our Dart League, we'll have the description for our new YouTube channel, just exclusive for the Dart. So give us a subscription there. If you listen on Spotify, Apple, give us a review, share us with your friends, answer that Spotify question. We'll be back next week for some more Outlaws and Gunslingers. We are the month of music industry.
Bang dang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Outlaws and Gunslingers with your host Bang and Dang. And we're back for some more Hells Angels Motorcycle Club shenanigans after last month's episode of Crimes in California, which was just a rapid fire of murder,
Ridiculous.
sex crimes, and
Insanity.
robberies. We're back at it again for crimes in the United States. Well, the rest of the United States, obviously all the way up from Alaska to Virginia, whatever states they operate in. Interestingly enough, they are not operating in Michigan.
Weird.
Almost every damn state around them, though, which crazy. There's 92 Hells Angels chapters in the 27 U.S. states, so they're only in 27 states with a membership of over 800, which is not a lot at all.
No.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that. Go check out our YouTube channel at Bang Dang Network. We'll leave the link in the description. You get this podcast. Plus, you get Battles of the American Civil War, where we go through every single battle of the American Civil War. We're almost at the end, though. We're like October-ish of 1864. Shenandoah Valley is now totally controlled by Union. Crazy
Over.
stuff happening there. And then you can get clips, shorts, all that other stuff. We also have a YouTube channel where we play darts. That'll be linked in the description. So if you're Dart fans, go check us out over there. And if you're listening on Spotify, Apple, give us a review, share us with your friends, answer that Spotify question. It's going to be the same thing as last month's California episode of this. Nothing but state by state crime.
Wow.
That's it. Due to the club's designation as a known criminal organization by the State Department and the Department of Homeland Security, the United States has a federal policy prohibiting its foreign members from entering the country. Hells Angels partake in drug trafficking, gun running, extortion, money laundering, insurance fraud, kidnapping, robbery, theft,
And theft, I
and
guess.
thrifting, counterfeiting, contraband smuggling, loan sharking, prostitution, trafficking in stolen goods, motorcycle and motorcycle parts theft, assault, a murder, bombings, arson, intimidation, and contract killing. They do everything that is you need to become a criminal.
All right.
Wow.
Check all the boxes, baby.
They sure do. Don't let nothing get past them.
Nothing. Club's role in the narcotics trade involves production, transportation, distribution of marijuana and meth. In addition to transportation and distribution of cocaine, hashish, heroin, LSD, MDMA, PCP, and diverted pharmaceuticals. Everything.
MDMA, what is that? Ecstasy or Molly?
Or something like that, right? According to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Hells Angels may earn up to $1 billion in drug sales annually. Hells Angels are allied with numerous smaller motorcycle gangs such as the Devil's Disciples, the Diablos, the El Forastero, the Galloping Goose, the Hessians, the Iron Horsemen, the Red Devils, Sons of Silence, and the Warlocks. They have associated in criminal ventures with the Buffalino, Cleveland, Gambino, Genovese, and Patricia crime families. Patriarcha crime families, as well as the Aryan Brotherhood, the Mexican Mafia, Nazi lowriders.
So just like their crimes, you know, they work with fucking anybody pretty much.
Rival motorcycle,
except for these guys.
Right. Rival motorcycle gangs include Banditos, the Breed, Mongols, Outlaws, the Pagans, Sons of Satan, and Vagos.
The Vagos. Well, all right, here we go. State by state. We're taking a look at Alaska first. Chapters were...
They got a lot more allies than they do enemies.
Well, unfortunately, their enemies are all of the top 5 motorcycle groups besides them. So
True.
Alaska chapters were established in Anchorage and Fairbanks December of 82 following a merger with the Brothers MC. The Brothers performed in 1967 and established an association with the Hells Angels in the San Francisco Bay Area by 77. The club patched over to the Hells Angels during a ceremony in California attended by members of the Brothers Fairbanks chapter. The Alaskan Hells Angels are involved in meth trafficking. Not much you can do up there.
It's Alaska. Snowmobile and smoke meth.
Right.
The Anchorage chapter, Sergeant at Arms Anthony John Tate, he volunteered to become a paid informant for the FBI.
We had this in
Right. He did
the Sonny Barger episode.
Yeah, he did that in 1985. He provided the government with detailed information on the club's organization and criminal activities, such as drugs and explosives trafficking. He did that for 2 years. During this period, Tate traveled the country at government expense to meet with various Hells Angels members, and he secretly recorded some of these meetings by wearing a wire. Good for him.
Well, as part of the investigation, the informant and undercover agents purchased approximately $1.6 million of cocaine and meth from the Angels, in addition to more than 20 pounds of explosives,
Wow.
3 automatic weapons, and 2 silencers.
Wow.
The Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, Operation Cactus, culminated with 38 Hells Angels members in Alaska and 4 other states being arrested on narcotics, weapons, explosives, and conspiracy charges November 10th, 1987.
Damn right.
Which included Sonny Barger himself.
Did Anchorage chapter president Edward Floyd Hubert and Fairbanks chapter president Dennis E. Paling. They were among 14 people taken into custody during raids by the FBI and the ATF on homes in Anchorage and compound in Fairbanks. 10 Hells Angels from California and Alaska, including Hubert and Paling, extradited to Louisville to face charges of conspiring to transport firearms and explosives across state lines in order to kill members of the Outlaws. They did that in retaliation for the death, have you guessed it, John Cleve Webb, the previous Anchorage Hells Angels president, who was fatally shot by 2 outlaws outside a saloon in Jefferson County, Kentucky, 12th of August, 1986.
Fast forward to October 28th, 1988, Anchorage chapter members Hubert, Lawrence, Russell, Hagel, and Gerald Protzman were convicted of the misdemeanor charge of converting a government intelligence manual for their use.
Oh, wow.
While Palin and 4 other Alaskan Angels were acquitted.
Okay.
Other members of the Alaska and California chapters were convicted on state drug and firearm charges either side of the federal trial. Hells Angels allegedly put $1 million bounty on Tate's life after this. So we're going to kill you, Tate.
Take a look at some federal racketeering cases. 4 Alaskan Hells Angels, Montgomery David Elliott, Michael Hearn, Dale Leadham, and William Spearman. They were arrested by ATF agents on federal racketeering and firearms charges during raids at 3 homes in Anchorage and 1 in 2 Rivers. That happened on the 3rd of December 2003. Hells Angels clubhouses in Anchorage and North Pole were also searched. Wow. The charges.
Fucking even Santa's doing some shit.
Right. The charges, which were filed at the United States District Court of the District of Nevada, stem from the River Run riot, a conflict between Hells Angels and Mongols, 27th April 2002. 3 bikers dead in that one in Laughlin, Nevada. Followed a 20-month ATF investigation of the club.
Is that the one where they beating people with fucking motorcycle parts and stuff?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, the operation resulted in the arrest of a total of 58 Hells Angels members and associates by federal, state, and local law in Alaska and 4 other western states for narcotics trafficking, firearms violations, possessing stolen explosives, and various other crimes. And others. Leadham, the Fairbanks chapter president, was one of 6 Hells Angels convicted in the case after being extradited to Las Vegas to face charges. He pleaded no contest to committing a violent crime in the aid of racketeering in October 2006, sentenced to 2 years in prison February 13, 2007. 36 others had charges against them dismissed. They're like, well, we got the president.
Right. That's all it needs. Take a look at some violent incidents that happened Hells Angels member James William Leffel, convicted of first-degree assault for stabbing a man. They stabbed Jens Schurig in the thigh, opening his femoral artery outside a bar in Anchorage after Schurig allegedly denigrated Leffel's motorcycle. 3rd of August, 2017. Michael Steak Knife Staten was kidnapped and taken to a duplex in Wasilla, where he was tortured, beaten, and murdered by members of the 1488s, a white supremacist prison gang to which he belonged to, after he was accused of stealing drugs and colors from Craig Oakey King, a Hells Angels member and 1488 associate.
Damn, not even a member. Not even a member of the 1488s gang, but they killed one of their own members for messing with him. That's how feared the Hells Angels are in Anchorage, I guess.
Plus he stole his colors. You can't do that.
Right. King and 5 1488's members were arrested March 27, 2019, charged with murder, kidnapping, and racketeering crimes, including drug trafficking. May 2nd, 2022, King was convicted of racketeering conspiracy in aid of racketeering, murder in aid of racketeering, kidnapping resulting in death, and kidnapping conspiracy. King and 4 others were sentenced to life in prison without parole in January of 2023.
Dang. It's just recently.
Yeah, obviously.
Wow. Take a look at some meth. Hells Angels member Charles Denver Pup Phillips and his wife, Lois Latrilla Phillips. They were arrested after an FBI drug task force discovered 12 pounds of meth and almost $25,000 in cash.
Oh, they discovered it? Oh, they just...
Right. They discovered that at their apartment and in a nearby shipping container in Anchorage. They did that on August 10th, 2018. Investigators also found a ledger listing money and quantities and a list of names of Hells Angels prospects throughout the state. Couple convicted of distributing and conspiring to distribute meth. 30th of October 2019, Charles Phillips sentenced 18 years in federal prison. His wife, 5 years.
All right. Well, moving on to Arizona. Arizona, the Hells Angels have approximately 100 members in that state, and is classified as a criminal street gang by the Arizona Department of Public Safety. The Arizona Hells Angels produce meth, obviously, independently and in conjunction with Mexican drug cartels, and also distribute the drug at retail level. The Hells Angels' predecessor in the state, the Dirty Dozen, voted to merge with the Hells Angels in 1996 and officially patched over during a meeting in Oakland in October of 97. With the merger of the Dirty Dozen, the Hells Angels established 6 Arizona chapters, which are in Phoenix, Mesa, Tucson, Cave Creek, and Flagstaff, as well as a Nomads chapter.
Fantastic.
These guys go wherever they want.
These guys, right? June 2001, Greg Snake Surtican, Chris Porker Bauckham, president and vice president of Hells Angels Nomads chapter in Arizona, arrested, charged narcotics trafficking after the DEA uncovered an international drug network involving the smuggling of meth into the United States from South Africa.
Damn.
Wow. The smuggling ring was allegedly established in November 1999, involved South African Hells Angels members, speed mailing meth hidden inside stuffed toys to their American counterparts in Flagstaff, from where it was distributed to other United States. On June 17th, 2002, 2002, Surtican and Bauckham pled guilty drug trafficking. Surtican was sentenced to 15 years in prison. We don't know what happened to Bauckham.
Well, there was a thing called Operation Black Biscuit, which where the ATF initiated an undercover investigation into the Arizona Hells Angels in September of 2001, when Rudolph Rudy Kramer, a member of the Solo Angeles, a club based in Tijuana, Mexico, with a small presence in Southern California, he agreed to become an informant and infiltrate other motorcycle gangs in exchange for the dismissal of charges against them after he was arrested by ATF agents for weapons violation. The investigation, known as Operation Black Biscuit, resulted in 21-month infiltration of the club by a team of ATF agents, technicians, and confidential informants.
This is ridiculous.
Dude, they like to get their shit infiltrated, don't they?
You ain't kidding. Kramer made contacts throughout the state as a dealer of meth and firearms. Began collaborating with Hells Angels in narcotics and weapon smuggling after fabricating a story that he was arming the Solo Angeles in Mexico to combat a Mongols chapter there. He sought permission from the Hells Angels to form a Solo Angeles Nomads chapter in Arizona, which the ATF used to make contact with Hells Angels. Kramer began introducing ATF agents posing as Solo Angeles bikers to Hells Angels leaders statewide after a meeting with Mesa chapter president Robert Bad Blood Johnson Jr. in July of 2002. Bad Bob. What did I say?
Bad Blood. Damn, dude, they had a whole gang of ATF agents.
Right.
Motherfuckers. The drug-addicted Kramer eventually became a liability to the operation, however, and was returned to prison after the firearm indictment against him was reinstated in September 2002. All you had to do was not be a piece of shit, guy.
Right.
He was sentenced 5 years in prison after pleading guilty, and he later entered protective custody.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that shit had to come up in, like, the trial and shit. Information on Kramer's role as an informant soon leaked, and Hells Angels leaders in Arizona also began hearing rumors from Southern California that the Solo Angeles were imposters. Oh, no, they're going to take out everybody.
In an effort to ensure credibility, undercover ATF agent Jay Dobbins told the Hells Angels in June of 2003 that he and another Solo Angeles biker would be traveling to Sonora to kill Mongols. The ATF then staged the murder of a Mongols member by photographing and videotaping a law enforcement officer posing as the rival biker, laying in a shallow grave, splattered with lamb blood and brains.
Jeez.
Dobbins had blood-stained Mongols colors mailed to the Hells Angels from Mexico and provided a videotape and pictures of the staged murder. The ruse proved successful. According to Dobbins and the ATF, he was subsequently voted in as a member of the Hells Angels Skull Valley chapter.
Yeah, okay.
Sonny Barger and the Hells Angels have vehemently denied that Dobbins was ever awarded membership.
You just don't vote somebody in.
Right.
We already know how they roll.
Right. You got to go see Sonny.
That, and you got to spend, like,
Right.
2 years as a prospect and all that shit.
You got to get your ass beat and you have to murder and shit. So get the fuck out of here.
Operation Black Biscuit was ended prematurely because the ATF believed Robert Chico Mora, a senior member of the Hells Angels Phoenix chapter, was plotting to murder the Solo Angeles. Mora did not know the Solo Angeles were undercover, clearly,
All right.
but believed they were a potential rival encroaching on the Hells Angels territory.
They were.
He allegedly assembled a group of veteran Hells Angels enforcers to liquidate the Solo Angeles. Operation culminated with a series of synchronized raids carried out across Arizona July 8, 2003, with the arrest of 52 people. 16 Hells Angels members and associates were indicted on charges including RICO Act, murder, and drug trafficking.
Damn.
See, they bring these crimes upon people. If they were never doing this shit, these people wouldn't have even planned to murder them.
Right.
Fucking idiots. How's that even legal?
They can get away with it. Over 500 illegal weapons, including silencers, pipe bombs, courtesy of CM Punk, sawed-off shotguns and machine guns, along with ammo, $50,000 in cash and drugs were also seized. During one of the raids, a Hells Angels clubhouse in North Phoenix, club prospect Michael Wayne Michael Wayne Kofelt was shot and wounded with a rifle by the police officer Laura Bueller.
Of course, it was a woman. Can't hold her fucking finger.
He was charged with aggravated assault against Bueller, who reported that Kofelt fired first and was cleared of any wrongdoing in shooting by county prosecutors. Man, whatever.
The charges against Kofelt were dismissed in November 2004 when Judge Michael Wilkinson of the Maricopa County Superior Court ruled that the police violated state search and seizure laws during the raid. Investigators determined that Kofelt never fired at Bueller either. Operation Black Biscuit was deemed a success by the ATF, but internal government disagreement ultimately led to the 16 defendants escaping conviction on the key charges of racketeering and murder.
Because you guys fucked up.
Can't be a success then.
You wanted it so bad you're willing to break the rules to get it, and you got caught.
Half of those defendants bargained to lesser offenses, and 5 others had federal charges dismissed.
Damn right they did. They should all have been dismissed. The plea agreements resulted in no more than 5-year prison sentences. 2004, Mora was convicted of the federal charge of possessing body armor with intent to sell and sentenced to 18 months in prison.
Allowed to possess body armor?
I guess not. The conviction was overturned the following year after an appeal. The Skull Valley chapter disbanded as a result of this investigation.
Yeah, they just went somewhere else.
Right.
All right, these guys committed some notable murders. First up is Cynthia Garcia. October 27, 2001, Full Patch Hells Angels members Kevin Augustiniak and Michael Christopher Mesa Mike Kramer and prospective member Paul Merle Eichide. They murdered Cynthia Yvonne Garcia, a 44-year-old mother of 6 who verbally disrespected the club and its members while in an intoxicated state during a party at the Hells Angels clubhouse in Mesa.
Damn it.
After beating Garcia unconscious, the 3 bikers loaded her into the trunk of a car and drove her into the desert near the Salt River, where they stabbed her 27 times and attempted to decapitate her. Jeez.
Why did this bury her out there?
Well, they had to kill her.
Huh?
They had to kill her.
They didn't have to. They could just buried her.
Well, I guess. Still would have killed her.
Garcia's body discovered 31st of October. Kramer contacted ATF agent John Saccone the following month, and without disclosing this crime, offered to become an informant. Really? After moving to Los Angeles and infiltrating the club's San Fernando Valley chapter by posing as an Arizona drug runner. Kramer offered the ATF info on Garcia's killing in exchange for immunity from prosecution.
Wait a minute.
Did he do it? Yeah, he was there.
Kramer, how could he pose as a gun trafficker when he was clearly a part
Right.
of this Hell's Angels chapter? Like, they're never going to meet up?
Oh,
Well, that.
doesn't make no sense.
Right.
14 months after becoming an informant, he signed a plea agreement to serve 5 years of probation for the murder.
Jeez. I should fled the country following his indictment for the killing in
You
2000. Yeah. In 2007, it was placed on the U.S. Marshal's 15 most wanted fugitives list. He was apprehended in the San Isidro district of Buenos Aires, Argentina, February 3rd, 2011, after being tracked by the United States Marshals and the Diplomatic Security Service and Interpol. Aishid was extradited to Arizona in July 2018 after exhausting all of his appeals in the Argentine legal system. Augustiniak pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in October 2011 and was sentenced to 23 years and 6 months imprisonment March 30th, 2012.
Wow. Take a look at some conflicts with the Mongols. Joshua William Harbor, member of Hell's Angels Chapter, Ventura, California, shot in the face.
Damn.
Outside a bar in Cave Creek, 8th of June, 2002. Died later that day at John C. Lincoln Medical Center in Phoenix. Harbor's unidentified killer fled the scene in a car after the shooting. Well, he couldn't have been a biker. He's a car. While Phoenix police detectives investigated several motives for the moida, including the possibility of retaliation by the Mongols for the killing of a Mongol by the Hells Angels at the River Run riot in Laughlin, Nevada on the 27th of April, 2002. The crime has become a cold case. They'll never find out. They'll never find out.
Cave Creek Angels member, chapter president Daniel Leroy Hoover Sabert, shot to death outside a bar in Phoenix March 22nd, 2003.
Damn.
The autopsy report showed that Sabert was shot in the head at close range by a small caliber handgun, which was located during the investigation in Sabert's back pocket. What?
Really?
And they shot him and put it back in his back pocket? The homicide has never been solved, and there have been various theories regarding the reason for Sabert's killing. It has been speculated that he was killed by the Mongols, by the Hells Angels, maybe as part of an internal conflict, or by the ATF in relation to the Operation Black Biscuit. What the hell? ATF's just going out here assassinating people?
Oh, you know what?
Probably more likely the last one, then.
We know the ATF assassinates people.
Oh, right.
Ruby Ridge.
No, they massacre people. What do you say, Ruby Ridge, and as if Waco don't exist?
Yeah. Yeah, but they didn't shoot a little boy in the back at Waco.
They also didn't shoot a woman through a doorway either.
Oh, my.
Well, you know, they just burned down a compound with fucking 40-something people in it. But
They say they didn't. 2 days after Sabert's death, Mongols member was stabbed in the back. Wounded. He was literally stabbed in the back.
Right.
And wounded.
Literally, yeah.
Right. At a gas station in Reno by a suspected Hells Angels member in a possible revenge attack. 7 Hells Angels, including the Tucson chapter president, former Mesa chapter president, and other leaders arrested in Arizona. Various charges on December 3rd, 2003. Well, they got to do this shit around Christmas. Think of their kids. They want to see daddy at Christmas time. Right?
no,
No.
right now.
Following a 2-year investigation of the club by the ATF, they decided to arrest him on the 3rd of December 2003. 5 of those who were indicted at the U.S. District Court of District of Nevada on federal racketeering and firearm charges stemming from the River Run riot.
The raids in Arizona were carried out as part of a coordinated operation which led to the arrest of at least 55 Hells Angels members and associates in 5 western states by federal, state, local law enforcement agencies. 2 Arizona Angels, Rodney Cox and Kelvin Schaefer, were among 6 Hells Angels members convicted in the case after being extradited to Las Vegas to stand trial. All right. Schaefer was sentenced to 4 years and 3 months in federal prison January 12, 2007 for committing a violent crime in the aid of racketeering.
Okay. Well, Cox, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison, February 23rd, 2007. Pled guilty to the same charge. Charges were dismissed against 36 others, though.
Jeez.
Patrick Michael Eberhardt, treasurer of the Hells Angels Cave Creek chapter, shot dead. And also a club hanger-on was wounded when a group of 6 Hells Angels were fired upon while driving their motorcycles in Phoenix on the 7th of February in 2015. Earlier that very day, a group of unidentified bikers fired shots at members of the Mongols nearby. A Mongols member is one of 2 suspects in Eberhardt's unsolved moida to this very day.
August 17, 2016, Hells Angels Mesa chapter member Wayne Witt opened fire outside a sports bar in Tempe, killing one Mongols member who was Richard A.Z. Slick Garcia and wounding another before fleeing on his motorcycle.
It's AZ Slick. Arizona Slick, right?
Arizona Slick.
All right.
Shooting followed a verbal altercation between the rival bikers inside the bar.
Oh, I bet it did.
3 surviving Mongols, Frank Gardea, John Magana, and Efren Ontiveros, were arrested, although the Tempe Police Department declined to press charges against Witt as the shooting was deemed self-defense.
Oh.
I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, right. Self-defense, good stuff, right? Let's see what the conflicts with Vagos. How'd that work out for these guys? 5 Hells Angels and 2 members of the Desert Road Riders, a club founded in Bullhead City in 1993, became a Hells Angels support club in 2002. They were arrested on 2nd December 2009. They like arresting people in December by an Arizona Department task force as part of the Operation Quiet Riot. A 6-month investigation into a turf war involving the Hells Angels, Desert Road Riders, and the Vagos in Mojave County. April 11, 2012, 4 Hells Angels members, Stephen Helland, Dale Hormet, Rodolfo Martinez, they call him Rudy, and Gerald Smith, they were acquitted of rioting and assisting in a criminal street gang.
Hey.
Another, George Joby Walters, he took a plea deal and was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison.
Those charges stemmed from an alleged riot involving the rival clubs at a bar in Bullhead City, June 11, 2009. Other members of the Hells Angels were allegedly involved in a shootout with Vagos in Chino Valley, August 21st, 2010. Over 50 shots were fired and at least 5 people were wounded, although no life-threatening injuries were reported. After dozens of law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, 27 people were arrested on charges ranging from attempted murder and aggravated assault to participation in a criminal street gang.
Idiots. These guys are so dumb.
Yeah.
Charges against 7 Hells Angels members, John Bernard, Kevin Christensen, Kylie Hill, Robert Kittredge, and Michael Cope, and Larry Scott Jr., and Bruce Schwager. Oh,
Schwager.
They were dismissed in June 2012 after it transpired that Alfred Acevedo, the only direct witness to the confrontation between the gangs immediately before the shooting, was a Vagos hang-around working as an informant for the Arizona Department of Police Systems.
Probably public safety.
Right. He was working for John Morris, Detective John Morris, and who had previously tried to infiltrate the Hells Angels and was rebuked. So he's uncredible.
Let's take a look at some other...
He's incredible? Uncredible?
Incredible. It would be incredible.
Incredible.
We got some other incidents taking place with the Arizona Hells Angels when one member, Nathaniel Barton Sample, was convicted in 2009 of September of aggravated assault and acting for the benefit of a street gang following an incident at a Scottsdale bar March 28, 2008, in which he and another man, Jose Cano, attacked an unidentified third man who accidentally bumped into them.
Come on.
The case marks the first time that the Hells Angels had been labeled a gang in the state of Arizona. Oh, really?
Wow. Former Tucson Hells Angels chapter president, William Gary Potter, they call him Tramp. He was expelled from the club due to his meth use and also because he was suspected of being a government informant.
Jeez,
you got the
dude.
wrong guy. He was arrested after deputies from Pima County Sheriff's Department found the body of Randall Scott Field.
Sure.
Buried in his yard on July 13, 2010. Randall Scott was the subject of a missing persons investigation and had been shot twice in the head.
Damn.
Potter, he pled guilty in April 2012 to second-degree murder and 2 counts of possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor. So he wasn't an informant.
Well, he was already out of the group, so they didn't need him anyway. So,
All right, I guess.
June 4th, 2012, he was sentenced to 19 years in prison.
Damn.
Hells Angels Yavapai County chapter treasurer Bruce Schwager Sr. was sentenced to 8 years in prison on August 12, 2014 after being convicted of threatening and intimidating as a criminal street gang member, assault, disorderly conduct, and felony misconduct involving weapons charges stemming from an August 2013 bar fight in Cottonwood.
All right, let's take a look at old Colorado. Hells Angels have 3 chapters in Colorado. The club initiated its first chapter in the state on June 13, 2001 by converting the Brothers Fast Motorcycle Club, which was a club founded in Denver in 1963. That's cool. The Hells Angels inherited their meth distribution operations and expanded into Colorado at a time when the Sons of Silence, historically the state's preeminent motorcycle gang, they were severely weakened as a result of a federal investigation.
Got to move in.
Came in strong. Huh?
And when it comes to the Hells Angels, you know there's going to be violent incidents.
Oh, of course.
One of which, August 5th, 1996, 2 members of the Angels San Fernando Valley, California chapter. See, it's all these California fucknuts coming
Right.
into other states.
That's usually what happens.
Donald Dinart and Larry LaJeunesse were shot and wounded at the Iron Horse Inn at Steamboat Springs, which was hosting the club's annual rally. Dinart was airlifted to Denver Health Medical Center and underwent surgery for gunshot wounds to the arm, leg, and chest. Well, Lajeunesse was treated at Route Memorial Hospital after being shot in the hand.
Oh, why do you even go to the hospital?
Right. A member of the Ventura County chapter was suspected of the shooting. Which police believe was carried out as a punishment for a breach of club rules. Oh, damn.
All right. Hells Angels members reportedly blocked police from entering the motel where the incident took place until after evidence had been removed.
Wow.
Over 200 Hells Angels attended the convention. Several beatings and stabbings at the local bars. They were all attributed to the bikers. By the end of the 4-day rally, 160 police officers from 27 agencies had been drafted into Steamboat Springs to assist the 24 officers on duty in the town.
Jeez. There's 800 members. Why did only 200 attend?
Right.
A group of Hells Angels were allegedly involved in a bar fight with other patrons at the Black Nugget Saloon in Carbondale, November 19, 2005. The bikers were reportedly attending a concert benefit, there it is, featuring several area punk rock bands to raise money to pay the legal fees of a prospective club member when they were provoked by a group of locals, resulting in a brawl. It's a prospective club member, too. It's not even a full club member.
Right.
These guys
Bullshit.
loyal. I guess we have different opinions on that. Kevin Hilgeford suffered a broken jaw and 2 broken ribs, while Kurt Trade, another patron purported to have been injured in the melee, left the bar before an ambulance arrived.
Nah, he's like, fuck this shit. Both men declined to press charges. Hilgefred denied being the instigator of violence and claimed that he was a victim of a jumping. John Lockhart, a prospective member of the Hells Angels LaSalle-based Colorado Nomads chapter, he was charged on June 19th, 2017 with 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of vehicular eluding, and illegal discharge of a firearm after a series of incidents in Weld County, in which a gun was fired at 2 vehicles, including a Popo car.
Jeez. All right.
Vehicular eluding.
Running away in a car.
Right.
In the early hours of June 11th, Lockhart shot from his Harley-Davidson motorcycle through the rear window of a sport utility vehicle driven by Faustino Garcia in a road rage incident in Greeley, before also firing at and hitting a pursuing police cruiser near Colorado State Highway 60 in Milliken. He was identified by investigators via surveillance video after being observed speeding in Greeley on June 13th.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dude, that was 2 days afterwards. So he's still riding around Greeley, speeding around the streets like an idiot,
like
dude.
a dumb fuck.
March 22nd, 2019, he was convicted of vehicular eluding and acquitted of attempted first-degree murder and illegal discharge of a firearm. Acquitted? Even shot at a cop and got away with it. Wow. A mistrial was initially declared on the charge of attempted first-degree murder of a peace officer, although he was subsequently convicted for that on June 26th in a retrial. You know they were getting him.
Right. July 30th, Lockhart sentenced 32 years in prison for attempted murder. He was to run this consecutively with a 3-year sentence for the vehicular eluding eviction. Members of Hells Angels and the Mongols engaged in a gun battle that started in the parking lot of Jake's Roadhouse Bar and Restaurant in Arvada on July 11, 2020, leaving Hells Angels member William Kelly Henderson dead from a gunshot wound. Also, 3 others were injured.
Dozens of shots were fired over a 4-block area, and the suspects fled the scene before police arrived. Among the wounded was Ryan McPherson, a member of a band playing in the bar that night, who was hospitalized in critical condition with a brain injury after he was hit in the back of the head by an unknown assailant as he attempted to assist an injured man.
Oh, jeez. Fucking idiots. Let's take a look at lawsuits against the police. We gotta have some of those, right? Hells Angels Denver Chapter Clubhouse, located in city's Highlands neighborhood, raided by the Denver police July 31st, 2001. 3 club members arrested. 1 convicted of disobeying a lawful order, while charges were dismissed against the other 2. July 2002, 11 plaintiffs.
So they raided them,
Right.
found nothing,
Right.
and decided this guy didn't go against the wall when we told him to. We got to convict him.
Right.
Fucking
I
idiots.
had to get something. July 2002, 11 plaintiffs, 10 Hells Angels members, and the owner of the building housing the club's headquarters. They filed a federal lawsuit as a result of the warrantless search, alleging that the Popo acted illegally and violated their constitutional rights.
Can't be doing that, guys.
They probably did without a warrant.
The Denver City Council approved a $50,000 settlement in the September 2003 with 18 claimants. The original 11 petitioners, in addition to 7 other Hells Angels who were detained in a motorcycle swap meet early 2003. Denver Police Chief Gary Whitman also wrote the club a letter of apology. Wow, that's got to be disgraceful for them.
Damn.
Elsewhere, Hells Angels members Shiloh Frazier and Todd Zahn were arrested for possession of handguns after 8 club members were pulled over by police for allegedly speeding while riding their motorcycles in Denver September 2nd, 2005. Guys, what do you do?
Well, Zahn pled guilty to possession of a weapon by a previous offender, and charges against Frazier dismissed. According to federal lawsuit filed by the group in the United States District Court for the District of Colorado, August 31st, 2007, alleging an unconstitutional traffic stop and a search without probable cause, the old bikers were held at gunpoint and they were handcuffed while dozens of police officers, including a SWAT team and a police helicopter, arrived at the scene. That's a waste of a helicopter.
Yep.
After the officer who made the traffic stop called for reinforcements. What a piece of shit. He'd seen a couple bikers like, oh my God.
Right. Or thought he was going to be a hero and get some recognition for arresting him.
My wife's pregnant.
I have a little girl.
Okay, let's see. Hey, mijo, where were you at today, mija?
Don't bullshit me.
Don't bullshit me.
All right, it's my
I was in
lady.
school all day, every class. Don't bullshit me.
Some fucking white boy jumped out and fucked him up bad.
What does white boy look like? I don't know. Well,
Hey, we're going to talk about this later, yeah?
hey, man, just business.
Alonzo owes a lot of money to the Russians. January 24th, 2008, the police departments of Denver and adjacent Mountain View settled the lawsuit with a $14,000 payment, with Denver manager of safety Al LaCabe and Mountain View Police Chief Eric Gomez also signing apologies. Damn, dude, they're making these motherfuckers. That's more important than the money, I would
You
think.
ain't fucking kidding. I would be like, no, I want him to show up at my house, knock on my door, and do an apology.
On TV.
On TV.
Right. Well, Hells Angels member Anthony Mills filed a federal lawsuit in April 2020 against the city of Greeley, the town of LaSalle, and the Weld County Sheriff Office, as well as individual officers from those jurisdictions and from the Kersey and Garden City Police Departments in response to an April 8, 2018 incident in which LaSalle police officer David Miller joked about shooting Mills in order to get paid vacation after he had pulled him over for speeding.
Oh,
I should
my.
just shoot your ass, go on vacation.
Right.
That's what he's a little fucking
Until the
pussy.
investigation's done.
A little,
Gets it-
yeah, that'll be a while too.
Right.
And you get paid. What a
Right.
little fucking assholes.
Oh, you know, that's how they were. Fucking cocksuckers. And this wasn't even that long ago.
All right.
Holy shit. Wow. September 2020, 5 police agencies paid $25,000 to Mills to settle the very lawsuit. Miller issued an apology to Mills as part of the settlement and resigned from the police department.
Yeah, you got your vacation, bud.
Denver Hells Angels chapter member Dusty Ulrich. He filed a federal lawsuit on the 3rd of November in 2021 against Jefferson County, the cities of Golden, Aurora, and Arvada, and 16 individual police officers from 4 departments over injuries he suffered when police executed a no-knock warrant at his home in Golden on the 7th of November in 2019. As part of an operation targeting 14 bikers in an organized crime case. Oh, what does Ulrich say he did?
He was hospital and placed in a medically induced coma after being hit by a projectile when Jefferson County Sheriff's Office Deputy Anthony Brown discharged a short-barreled shotgun loaded with lock-breaking ammo.
Oh, my gosh.
Brown was cleared of wrongdoing in 2020. Well, I mean, he
think
was
he
just trying to
was.
break the lock
Right.
to get into the house and got
Busted
in the way.
Busted that mofo. Well, let's take a look at organized crime. I think we have been.
Well, that wasn't organized.
Right. Unorganized crime. 12 people were taken into custody after the ATF and the police SWAT teams. They raided 19 locations in the Denver metropolitan area, Colorado Springs, and also Weld County, including the Denver Hells Angels chapter clubhouse, 2 tattoo shops, and an automobile business. Is it a car lot? Or are they fixing cars? Or is it a chop shop? They did that on 7th of November 2019. Dozens of firearms, meth, cocaine, cash, passports, all seized in the raids. 13 Angels members and 14th man affiliated with the Destroyers motorcycle gang were ultimately indicted on charges of assault, kidnapping, robbery, motor vehicle theft, chop shop activity in relation to a Denver-based organized crime ring.
There you go.
Damn.
A 5-month investigation into the ring involved 11 state and federal law enforcement agencies and began in July 2019 after former Hells Angels member Joshua O'Brien began offering investigators details on the Denver chapter's alleged involvement with the interstate drug trafficking, gun running, prostitution, and money laundering.
Wow.
Okay. O'Brien allegedly survived an ambush by a group of Hells Angels at a stash house in Erie, June 28, 2019, after he was expelled from the club due to suspicions he was cooperating with the law enforcement, which emerged when he was arrested on firearms charges following a police raid on his motorcycle shop in Lakewood. Yeah, they're like, dude, you just got arrested on firearm charges. Why aren't...
Right.
How'd that get dismissed?
Right. You can't trust an O'Brien spelled with a Y.
Right. Right.
Jeez. In another alleged incident on the 12th of July in 2019, O'Brien with a Y, he was beaten and kidnapped. Good for him. Change your name, bitch. Put an I. No, never.
Well, it'd be an IEN. Anyway, not even an II or IAN. In another alleged incident, July 12, 2019, O'Brien was beaten and kidnapped before having his club tattoos covered up at a Hells Angels owned tattoo parlor in Inglewood. Well, better have them covered up than cut off like the one people did in California. One defendant in the case, William Kelly Henderson, was killed in a shootout with a rival motorcycle gang July 11, 2020, before he could stand trial. William Curly Whitney received a 2-year deferred sentence after pleading guilty to possessing an explosive. Charges were dismissed against Michael Dyer.
All right, let's take a look at the old dangerous state of Connecticut. Very dangerous. Some violent incidents that took on there. Connecticut is home to 3 Hells Angels chapters: Bridgeport, Hartford, and Middletown. Bridgeport chapter was the first to be established following a patch over of the Grateful Dead Motorcycle Club in 1975.
No, Jerry Garcia died in like 95.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the Connecticut Hells Angels have been recruited as enforcers and contract killers for the mafia. Well,
Of course they have.
February 7th, 1975, Bridgeport Police Department Patrol Officer John McGee issued a member of the Hells Angels Bridgeport chapter with a citation for speeding on his motorcycle.
Well, unfortunately for him, while driving home at the end of his shift that evening, McGee observed a stalled vehicle and stopped to assist the occupants when he was attacked by 3 men and beaten with a baseball bat.
Oh, shit.
He suffered a major head injury and was hospitalized in critical condition. A Hells Angels member was convicted of the assault and sentenced to a year in prison, while the 2 others had charges against them dismissed. How do you have a charge dismissed?
Right.
Unless they just stood there while the other guy beat him.
Damn, police raided Bridgeport Hells Angels Chapter Clubhouse, 7th of May, 1975. Arrested 5 members: John J. Miller, Frank Pasalacqua, Robert L. Redmond, Nicholas Romano Jr., and Joseph Crazy Joe Whalen. They had arrested him on charges of first-degree manslaughter in connection with the death of Jose Sosa, whom police determined was pulled from his automobile and beaten to death after being involved in a near collision with a vehicle operated by one of the bikers in the early hours of the 2nd of May.
He's talking about road rage.
Oh, shit. Crazy.
He died of multiple head and internal injuries.
Oh, shit.
And his body was found in the back of his parked car by 3 passing youths the following afternoon. 3 other Hells Angels, Jack Forbes, Russell Kutzer, and Carlos Pinney, were later apprehended on the same charges. Bridgeport Hells Angels members Frank D'Amato and Salvatore Saffioti, they sound like mobsters, were killed, and another, Donald Big Red Meredith, was left wounded in critical condition when they were shot with a .44 Magnum carbine by Donald Krosky after they forced their way into a hotel and bar in Sandy Hook, Newtown on July 31st, 1975.
Shit. The 3 Hells Angels armed with knives had been contracted by the building's owner, Charles Framularo, to evict Krosky, who rented and managed the premises. Krosky, who was associated with the rival Huns Motorcycle Club, was charged with 2 counts of moida and 1 count of assault with intent to moida on the 10th of November, 1975. He was freed on $100,000 bail. After receiving several anonymous death threats, Krosky was shot dead with a shotgun when another vehicle pulled up alongside his car while he was stopped at a traffic light in Trumbull on the 20th of July, 1976. You got to be more careful, bud. It's like people don't pay attention.
Well, a woman passenger, Jean Ann McDade, was also hospitalized. Jean. No one has ever been arrested for Krosky's murder, although police believe the gunman was Meredith. Meanwhile, old Frank Pascalacqua, he was one of 4 white inmates investigated over the homicide of Alfred Chisholm, who was a black inmate who was strangled to death at Northern Correctional Institute November 10th, 1977.
Okay.
Jeez. And Daniel Eugene, who is the Bridgeport Hells Angels chapter president, he's Daniel Eugene Diamond Dan Byfield, along with Susan Corin Bouton, was arrested by local officers in Milford October 3rd, 1979, after being observed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun in his vehicle.
Oh, shit.
How you be observed with that?
Right. 45 caliber semi-automatic handgun, also found in Bouton's possession. Byfield was on probation for a 1975 assault on a cop at that time. He was convicted of possession of a shotgun by a convicted felon in October 1980. Sentenced 2 years in prison on 20th of November 1980. That's it.
Jeez. Well, let's go back to Joseph Whalen, because he fatally stabbed bar patron John Matulianis after a verbal altercation in a Bridgeport bathroom. In a Bridgeport bar room, February 24th, 1980. He was sentenced to 25 years of life in prison for the murder. Hells Angels Sergeant-at-Arms Daniel Dan Klimas shot and killed Todd Festa, a rejected club prospect and state police informant in Wallingford on January 7th, 1998. Klimas pleaded guilty to murder and possession of a pistol without a permit and was sentenced to 28 years in prison March 3rd, 2000.
Shit. Wow, these guys just don't care, huh? Roger Mariani, senior member of the Hells Angels in Connecticut, shot and killed while riding his motorcycle on the Connecticut Turnpike in West Haven, 2nd of April, 2006. Shooting happened after a group of over 20 motorcyclists was involved in an altercation with 4 men traveling in a sport utility vehicle. Another Hells Angels member, Paul Carroll, he was wounded when shots were fired from the car.
Oh, jeez.
Damn.
Within hours of Mariani's killing, 2 Hells Angels, Trevor Delaware and Jeffrey Richard, were arrested near the home of an Outlaws member in Enfield in possession of weapons including knives and a loaded gun.
Oh, shit.
As well as pages from a classified state police manual that lists identities and addresses of gang members. How the hell did they get it?
All right.
The pair were charged with weapons possession and theft of a license plate.
Oh, fuck. It's like almost like mail, isn't it?
I don't think so.
The Hells Angels are considered suspects in the murder of Joseph Ferriolo. They call him Hojo. He was the president of the Outlaws Waterbury chapter. He died from multiple gunshot wounds after being ambushed outside a tattoo parlor that he owned himself in Hamden on the 9th of February, 2010. No one has ever been arrested in this very case, which the Popo consider an open investigation still to today.
Hells Angels associate Howard Hammer was contracted by loan shark James Broderick III to collect a $1,500 loan from a delinquent debtor in late December 2015. When the individual failed to pay the debt and falsely claimed to be the acting president of the New York Hells Angels chapter, he was stabbed 8 times, beaten with a hammer, and blinded in one eye in a New Milford hotel room January 25, 2016.
You think that's why they call him Howard Hammer?
Well, no, because... Ain't that ironic? Maybe they beat him with a hammer because his name is Hammer.
Right.
That's probably something that happened. Well, Broderick and Hammer were arrested May 27, 2016.
But of course they were. Hammer refused to identify those involved in the assault, although an investigation revealed that members of the Hells Angels Bridgeport chapter had attacked the victim in connection with the extortion scheme. Hammer pled guilty to conspiracy to participate in the collection and attempted collection of an extension of credit by extortionate means on December 2nd, 2016, sentenced to 2.5 years in prison on June 1st, 2017. Broderick, he also pled guilty at the very same time for the very same charge. No, not same time. A couple days later, on the 7th of December, 2016, he was sentenced to 2 years on the 29th of June in 2017. Why does it take so long to sentence? I don't understand that shit. So stupid.
Yeah. You know, if it's the Hells Angels, they're involved in some racketeering.
Oh.
Daniel Byfield and 2 Bridgeport Hells Angels associates, including Daniel's father, Richard Byfield, were convicted of conspiring to make and collect extortionate loans and Hobbs Act violations August 4th, 1981 for their involvement in a loan sharking operation headed by Francis Fat Franny Curcio, who was a made member of the Genovese crime family.
Oh, nice.
And As an inmate awaiting sentence, Daniel Byfield and 3 others escaped from the Bridgeport Correctional Center on September 23rd, 1981.
He was never in any of our stories.
Who?
Fat Franny.
Fat Franny? That's because he's not clickable, so he's nothing.
Right. He became the subject of an international manhunt by the FBI. And at one point, a body found in the East River in New York City was incorrectly identified as that of Byfield.
Oh, did they set it up that way, or the police are just stupid?
Dumb. After spending several weeks in the United States, he fled to the Bahamas. Bermuda, Bahamas, come on, Byfield. Successfully managing to elude his pursuers, Byfield finally returned to the United States in late January of 1982. Why come back?
Why?
Then he went to Denver, Colorado. That's even worse to go, where he was eventually apprehended by the United States Marshal Services and FBI agents on the 5th of February, 1982.
Stupid. Well, Byfield was sentenced 2 weeks after his capture to 2 consecutive 20-year prison sentences on the extortion charge.
Fuck.
He was then found guilty on June 10th, 82 of escape from the custody of the United States Attorney General and was sentenced to an additional 5 years imprisonment to be served consecutively.
Oh, but that one guy only got 2 years for being a felon with a frickin' shotgun.
Well, extortion.
No, extortion's worse than owning a gun when you're a felon.
Yes.
Well, I guess. Whatever.
Clearly. Meanwhile, 37 members and associates of the Bridgeport Hells Angels were arrested on racketeering and drug trafficking charges May 2nd, 1985. That's in connection with a 3-year FBI investigation of the club known as Operation Rough Rider.
Oh, nice. The arrest took place in 3 cities across Connecticut. Among those indicted was an officer of the Bridgeport PD, Joseph Siemens. 2 law enforcement officers were injured during the raids. State Trooper Angel Gonzalez wounded when a suspect fired at him through the door of a house in Stratford. And a Drug Enforcement Administration official suffered a broken toe. Aw, that was the most hardest to heal, too. suffered a broken toe while using a sledgehammer and he just missed because he sucked to break through an armored clubhouse door in Bridgeport. Also, there was an undercover FBI agent, Kevin Bonner. He infiltrated the club for over 2 years and made drug deals with various chapters during the investigation.
All right. The operation involved around 1,000 law enforcement personnel and resulted in the arrest of a total of 133 Hells Angels members and associates during approximately 50 coordinated raids carried out in 11 states.
Damn.
The raids also led to the seizure of $2.6 million worth of cocaine, Mary Jane, methamphetamine, hashish, PCP, LSD, as well as weapons, including Uzi submachine guns and rocket launchers. Shit.
Holy shit, can you imagine having a rocket launcher on a motorcycle? Shit.
Nice.
Damn, they arrested almost freaking 25% of the whole.
Well, there's 800, yeah. The fucking... that was in 85. There was probably more than 800 than that.
Right. 35 of those charged were convicted, including Roger Mariani. They called him Bear. And they also had a Robert Red Dog Redman and Joseph Whalen, who were each sentenced
this
to
Joseph
15
Whalen
years.
guy.
All right. Each sentenced 15 years in prison. One Hells Angel, Robert Banning, he became a cooperating witness.
Because, of course.
Why not? Somebody's got to. 1986, Detective Nicholas Barone of the Connecticut State Police received intelligence indicating that he and H. James Pickerstein, Chief Assistant United States Attorney for the District of Connecticut, were to be physically harmed by the Hells Angels in retaliation for their efforts in the investigation and subsequent prosecutions. These attempts at violence were to be funded by the Hells Angels Oakland chapter. As a result, Barone was subject to an intense security for an extended period of time. I don't know if there's any merit to that.
Well, look at that, Connecticut with some shit going on there. I mean, it is mafia stuff. Moving on to Illinois. 4 leading members of the Hells Angels in northern Illinois were arrested and charged with numerous crimes, including violating the RICO Act in 2005, which followed a 4-year federal investigation into the club.
Now, there should be some violent stuff going on here. It is the Midwest.
Yeah, but they're not really big in Illinois. That's where,
Right.
the Mongols are.
That's true.
One of them.
Chicago.
At least 3 were convicted. Melvin Rode Chansey, who was president of the Chicago chapter from 97 to 99. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison. David G. Poley Ollendorf, president of the Spring Valley chapter from 2003, was sentenced to 4 years in prison. And Richard A. Abrams, a former president of both the Rockford and Spring Valley chapters, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison during trials in June and July of 2006.
Oh, shit. Damn. Their group carried out the June 25th, 1994 shooting of a rival club president in Cook County, threatened to bomb a rival gang's clubhouse in Kankakee in March of 1995, and they planned 2 murders in Peoria and Juliet, crimes they committed to protect sales of cocaine and meth, with a street value of $624,000 from 93 to 2002.
Yep, and that's all in Illinois, apparently. We'll move on to Indiana. 2016, law enforcement received public backlash for heavily patrolling the area where the Hells Angels was holding a charity for educational programs for children with special needs.
Oh,
Citizens took issue with authorities summoning the Chicago area SWAT team.
Right.
Why are they? They're in Indiana. And a helicopter unit for the relatively small bike night, which attracted about 80 motorcycles to the small bar where the event was hosted. One Angels member summed up the public's feeling in an interview. He says, as far as what we view as excessive law enforcement buildup that's always present at our events, they've made it clear to us they don't want motorcycle clubs in Porter County. We do understand the need for law enforcement in our society. However, what happened Thursday night was a waste of their talents and a waste of our tax dollars.
Damn right it was. Get it. That same Hells Angel member then once again reaffirmed that the main purpose of his club was for men to ride motorcycles together, and that this was a purely charitable event. Like, we just want to ride our motorcycles together and wear leather coats that match. Right. He then spoke about how his chapter...
rape a couple people, or, whatever.
He then spoke about how his chapter is working to support the communities that support his club.
Good for you. Sometimes they do. I mean...
Right.
Moving on to Maryland, then. Pagans member Christopher J. Brennan shot and wounded 3 Hells Angels at a bar in Deal on May 30th, 2002, when he fired shots from a van with a .32 caliber pistol. Brennan pleaded guilty to reckless endangerment and was sentenced to 90 days in jail. What? After prosecutors dropped additional other charges, which included attempted first-degree and second-degree murder due to a distinct lack of witness cooperation. I guess only in Maryland, home of Baltimore, can you get away with shooting out of your car and only get 90 days in jail for it.
Right. Crazy. 3 members of the North Beach Hells Angels chapter president John Anthony Beale, vice president Louis James Hall, and Cornelius Wood Alexander, as well as Hall's wife, Tracy Eugenia Hall. They were indicted on federal drug charges and firearm charges. and they were arrested by the ATF during a series of simultaneous raids on the 24th of July in 2003. Federal agents uncovered 17 firearms, over 270 rounds of ammo, that's it, 270 rounds of ammo, a bulletproof vest, and meth during the raids.
Gotta have that meth.
Well, it's probably the bulletproof vest and the meth that really got them.
According to affidavits filed in federal court, 2 undercover ATF agents who had infiltrated the Warlocks witnessed Beale sell cocaine to 2 Warlocks members at the Hells Angels Clubhouse May 3rd, 2003. The arrest followed a nationwide investigation into the Hells Angels, which also resulted in operations against the club in 5 other East Coast states.
Oh, wow.
Cool. Oh, you're going to get, Massachusetts is going to have some shit. There's another mafia / gangster state.
Take a look at Massachusetts. The Hells Angels established chapters in Lowell, Lynn, Salem, Cape Cod, which is headquartered in Buzzards Bay, Berkshire County, headquartered in Lee. The Bad Company chapter in Lowell, founded in 1966, was the club's first branch on the East Coast.
Cape Cod, isn't that like a rich area?
I think so.
Fucking bikers riding around with top hats and shit.
Nobody can see behind them. Hells Angels are the most significant motorcycle gang involved in drug trafficking in Massachusetts. And they have also collaborated with the Boston faction of the patriarchal crime family in loan sharking and narcotics distribution.
But they have. They're going to do some violent incidents as well if they're involved with the mafia. Well, I mean, it's just Hells Angels in general, but there you go. Hells Angels members were among a group of 20 people, 15 men, 5 women, charged with various offenses after a battle with police on Lowell's Andover Street, December 14, 1969. Violence erupted when police officers arrived at a house party in response to complaints from neighbors who were threatened with a rifle. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Around 45 officers, including reinforcements from neighboring towns, were required to arrest the group. I would assume.
Really? 5 popos were injured. Patrol wagon was damaged in the incident. Several rifles and sawed-off shotguns were seized, along with clubs and daggers, as well as pills. Hells Angels member Alan Hogan, along with Gilbert LaRoque and Joseph Corderone Jr., they abducted Linda Condon outside a bar in Beverly in the early hours of 9th of August, 1975. Forcefully took the keys to her Newburyport apartment, which her and her husband lived at, a former member of the Hells Angels.
His name was Theodore Condon. Well, LaRoque held Linda Condon captive in the back seat of Corderone's Cadillac. Hogan Corderone, a police officer in the city of Beverly. Corderone was? Right. Oh, wow. They entered the apartment and beat Theodore Condon with clubs, inflicting severe injuries, including fractures of the femur, and both tibia, a severe contusion on the left side of his face, a through-and-through laceration of his left ear, a perforated left eardrum, and a fractured skull. What think you hurt? I bet you the femur fractures hurt more than anything.
I know it.
Linda Condon was then taken to a motel room in Peabody, where she escaped through a window and called the popos after LaRoque fell asleep. Oh, he's probably dead.
Trio convicted of kidnapping, assault, battery by means of dangerous weapons, and mayhem. Like me. The Massachusetts Appeals Court reversed all convictions because, in its view, the trial judge improperly forbade cross-examination of the Condons, designed to show bias because criminal charges stemming from a 1971 drug indictment were pending against them at that very time. And you can't do that.
So what? Should have let him fucking get cross-examined. Stupid.
Right.
September 84, Salem Hells Angels chapter member Bill Leary and another motorcyclist were arrested by the Massachusetts State Police for operating under the influence after leaving a nightclub in Revere. Leary was subsequently charged with 3 counts of assault and battery and 3 counts of making threats after an incident occurred when officers attempted to strip search him at a Peabody police station. Oh. He was ultimately acquitted. Right. Why are you strip searching him for?
Right. 2 Angels members were accused of raping a woman at the Lynn's chapter's clubhouse during the 1997 funeral of former chapter president Alan Hogan.
Oh, Alan Hogan died, guys.
Look at that shit. Salem Hells Angels members James Costin and Thomas Amaduda were charged were charged with assault and battery following an attack on an off-duty police lieutenant, Vernon Coleman. They call him Skip.
What if him and his brother started a law firm and with another guy, his last name was Day? Right. Law firm of Doodah Day.
Doodah Day. Yeah, they assaulted an off-duty police lieutenant, Vernon Skip Coleman, at a Lynn bar.
Skip.
On the 24th of November, 2004. Coleman suffered a severe facial laceration after being punched and kicked.
Well, Costin pleaded guilty May 18, 2005, and was sentenced to 2 to 4 in prison with 15 months to be served and the rest suspended for 5 years probation. Oh, look at him. During a traffic stop, Route 107, January 6, 2005, Hells Angels member Christopher Ranieri fled into a marsh after State Trooper Daniel Christie observed what he believed to be a gun under his jacket.
Oh.
Police eventually coaxed Ranieri out of the swamp and arrested him on several charges. He was given a 90-day suspended sentence for assault on a police officer.
That's it. That's cool.
Good for him.
I mean, it is what year?
2000.
2005. Oh, damn. I expect that to be like 1985 or something.
That's because they didn't find a gun and they had to fucking do something because clearly they didn't have probable cause of pulling him over.
Right. Eric Franco, Sergeant at Arms of the Lynn Hells Angels chapter, found to be in possession of a firearm and ammo on 3rd of May 2011. When the Popo were called to a department he shared with his girlfriend and her child after receiving report that Franco had assaulted his girlfriend. Franco's criminal record in Massachusetts includes 3 convictions for assault and battery by a dangerous weapon, as well as convictions for indecent assault and battery, failure to register as a sex offender, breaking and entering at night with intent to commit a felony, and conspiracy to violate the Controlled Substance Act.
Is it breaking and entering a felony?
Right. At night's even worse, I guess.
Franco was also convicted in Arkansas for battery in the 2nd degree in a case in which he and 5 other Hells Angels assaulted and stabbed 4 Banditos members. He was convicted September 2012 of possessing a firearm and ammo after receiving a felony conviction and was sentenced to 21 years, March 12, 2013. Guys never learn.
Never learn. 2 members of the Angels Salem chapter, Mark Eliason and Sean Barr, the chapter president, were arrested on charges of kidnapping, mayhem, extortion. That was on 13th of March in 2013. Along with Nicholas Avalis and Brian Weymouth, 2 members of the Byfield chapter of the Red Devils, a Hells Angels sport club. 2 others were also later apprehended. The charges related to the assault of a former Red Devils member who was forced to resign from the club after failing to assault an expelled member of the Salem Hells Angels as ordered by superiors. Man,
they're just going back and forth. Red Devil, you assault the Hells Angels. Hells Angels, you assault the Red Devil. Jeez. The victim was lured to the Red Devils Byfield Clubhouse on October 15, 2012, where he was interrogated before being knocked unconscious and having his hand broken with a ball-peen hammer, causing permanent injury. His motorcycle was also stolen. After being threatened by Red Devils members into delivering the title to the stolen motorcycle, he went into hiding and eventually contacted the feds.
We're going to need that title.
Right.
I got to go to Secretary of State.
Was the bike really that important?
Barr, Eliason, Weymouth, and another Hells Angels member, Robert DeFranzo. They pled guilty to conspiring to commit violent crimes, maiming, assault with a dangerous weapon, assault resulting in serious bodily injury, racketeering also. And they did that in February of 2015. Barr and Eliason were each sentenced to 8 years, while DeFranzo and Weymouth sentenced to 4.
Let's take a look at some Massachusetts conflicts. David A. Urban, a member from Buffalo, was fatally shot in the heart after an unidentified gunman fired 4 rounds from a pistol into a bar in Lynn, April 23rd, 74. Mark W. Verbon, Menlo Park, California Hells Angel, was also wounded after being shot 3 times in the stomach and the leg, while 2 other club members escaped unharmed. Although the murder was unsolved, Lynn police have speculated that the shooting stemmed from a conflict with a fledgling rival club called Lucifer's Henchmen, and an incident at a local cafe April 7th in which the son of the cafe proprietor, Thomas Abernathy Jr., was allegedly stabbed by 2 Hells Angels.
So you got Hells Angels and Lucifer's Henchmen.
Well, there was also the Devil's Disciples and
I think they'd all be working together.
Satan's Henchmen.
Hells Angels reportedly emerged victorious in this very feud, seizing the colors of 10 or 11 Lucifer henchmen members. Another 3 rival bikers fled the state. One of the Hells Angels charged with the non-fatal stabbing, Whiskey George Hartman Jr., was murdered in Florida on the 3rd of April when he could face trial. Wow. Before he could face trial. A man sentenced in the cafe assault was released from prison days before. Abernathy Jr. was seriously injured by a nail bomb left on the porch of his home on the 24th of March, 1975. He was blinded and lost his left arm and his right hand in the explosion. Oh, shit.
Like a package or something? He went to pick it up and it said, kaboom.
A bunch of nails. Damn.
Well, during the early hours of September 20th, 1981, James Rich was stabbed numerous times in the legs after being attacked outside a bar in Revere Beach by 4 unidentified men believed to be Hells Angels members who accused him of being a member of the Devil's Disciples. The following evening, 3 friends of Rich, Robert Cobb, Arthur Corbett, and Andrew Million, went to the bar seeking revenge on any Hells Angels present. Million shot bar patron Dana Hill in the head with a shotgun. Holy shit. Hill, who was not a member of any motorcycle gang but had the appearance of a biker, died 3 days later.
Damn, he lived?
For 3 days.
Must have been some some birdshot in there or something.
Must have been across the bar.
Holy shit. You get shot in the head with a shotgun. Usually there's nothing left. After discarding the murder weapon in the body of Wada, Cobb, Corbett, and Milian, they were arrested by the Popo and indicted on first-degree murder on the theory of joint enterprise. May 19th, 1982, Corbett and Milian convicted of murder in first degree. Cobb convicted of murder in second degree. The trio sentenced to life.
So I guess that old degree didn't really matter, did it?
2 Angels members were stabbed in Revere on November 8th, 1991, allegedly by Devil's Disciples members. Oh, shit.
Well, again, Hells Angels members Michael Blair and Jake Doherty were arrested June 19, 2016, and charged with beating 2 members of the Defiant Disciples with a flashlight outside a pub in Worcester on May 8, 2016. Witnesses said a total of 7 men were involved in the assault. Blair pleaded guilty January 7, 2019, and was given a 2-year suspended prison sentence. 7 bikers suffered stab wounds during a brawl involving approximately 50 members of the Hells Angels and the Pagans in front of the Pagans Fall River Chapter Clubhouse May 14, 2022. 4 of the wounded were treated at Rhode Island Hospital, and 3 others were taken to Charlton Memorial Hospital.
Holy shit. These guys are some dangerous. Oh.
Well, it ain't over yet.
We got some moitas. Michaela Gagnon, a member of the Quebec chapter of the Hells Angels, believed to be a prime suspect in 2 unsolved murders that occurred in Lynn, 1975. His girlfriend, Susan Marie...
1970. Fine.
1979. His girlfriend, Susan Marie DeQuina, who reportedly wanted to break up with him because he and his friends were using her car to transport drugs. She went missing on October 3rd, 1979. Shortly after her disappearance, DeQuina's car found, abandoned, burned in Saugus.
Well, authorities believe she was moited. On November 4th, 1979, the dismembered torso of Robert Bino Garbino, Gagnon's roommate in a Hells Angels prospect, was discovered by children playing in a dump near where DeQuina's car was found. He had been shot in the head, back, and shoulder, and his severed head and hands were later found buried in the yard of his Lynn residence. Police suspect Garbino was killed by the Hells Angels over a drug ripoff and begin searching for Gagnon in relation to the murder.
Holy shit. Well, they found him. Shot to death in an apartment.
Wait, what?
Bridgeport, Connecticut, November 25th, 1979. His death, ruled a suicide.
Who?
Gagnon. Yeah, they found Gagnon and shot to death in an apartment in Bridgeport, Connecticut, 25th of November, 1979. Death ruled suicide, although some authorities believe he did not take his own life.
Shot himself twice in the back of the head.
Hells Angels members Alan Cutler and Edward R. Simard and another man, John Burke, were arrested on February 4th, 1986 in connection with the murder of Vincent Danino, a drug dealer who was found shot dead in the trunk of his car in a supermarket parking lot in Revere, 29th February 1984.
It was also ruled a suicide. According to police, Danino refused to pay Simard approximately $10,000 owed over a cocaine deal, and after learning that the Hells Angels had put a contract on his life, sought protection from rival Trampers Motorcycle Club. With approval from both clubs, he was allegedly lured to the Cutler's home and shot in the shoulder with a shotgun before taken to his car and shot 4 times in the head. Damn. 4 suspect, Trampers associate and future patriarch of crime family soldier, there you go, Darren F. and Nino Buffalino, fled to King's Court, Ireland, before being apprehended in Fuengirola, Spain, June 11, 1987. Jeez.
Charges first-degree murder against Buffalino, Burke, and Simard dismissed on 10th of December 1990 when a judge ruled that the FBI wiretap evidence in the case to be inadmissible because, guess what? There had been an 8-day delay in sealing the tapes.
So who knows if they could have been tampered with or anything. I mean, come on, guys. Get shit together.
Right. So
this is years 1990. FBI still fucking up.
FBI, no matter what we do. Berkshire County Hells Angels Chapter Sergeant at Arms, Adam Lee Hall, along with Caius Viovis. He was born Ray Gafinski Jr. And Aryan Brotherhood member David Chaloux kidnapped Robert Chadwell, Edward Frampton, and David Glasser, Chaloux's roommate, from Frampton's home in Pittsfield during the early hours of 28th of August 2011 before fatally shooting all of those.
Jeez. Their bodies, dismembered with an electric circular saw, were discovered in why not?
Nice.
Were discovered in Beckett 10 days later. Glasser was killed to prevent him from testifying against Hall in an unrelated assault case. Chadwell and Frampton were just killed to eliminate witnesses.
Right.
Chaloux, Hall, and Vavoy were each convicted of 3 counts of murder, 3 of kidnapping, 3 of intimidation of a witness during separate trials in 2014. They were each sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life.
Both
Damn, these guys were dead, and they still got them with intimidation of witnesses because they intimidated them. All right.
Son of a bitch. Take a look at some drugs that gets trafficked.
We're still in Massachusetts. Holy fuck.
Alan Hogan.
Oh, he's dead.
Right. And Robert Montgomery, both members of the Hells Angels Lynn chapter. Thomas Apostolos, a member of New Hampshire.
Yeah, he does.
A member of the New Hampshire chapter were in prison after the police discovered a trailer home converted into a meth lab in Middleton. No, this one actually is Middleton. They did that on the 11th of January, 1980. 2 non-club members turned state's evidence and entered the federal witness protection program following the trial. 3 murders in Canada of a Hells Angel, his wife and his mother, were directly linked to the case. Oh, you can't be...
5 Hells Angels members, including the vice president of the club's East Coast faction, were arrested in the greater Boston area on charges of conspiracy to distribute cocaine May 2nd, 1985, in connection to the FBI's Operation Rough Rider. 3 of those taken into custody surrendered peacefully in a raid on a home in Lynn. Lynn's pretty popular, huh?
I guess so.
Where federal agents also confiscated a home computer system in 1985. Jeez.
Not allowed to have home computer systems, huh?
It was used to handle the Hells Angels' administrative and financial matters.
Oh, makes sense.
That'd have been making some money to get a home computer system in 1985.
Okay, man. You gotta, have all kinds of stuff.
Right?
3-year investigation, which involved undercover FBI agent Kevin Bonner infiltrating the club and making drug deals.
These guys love to be infiltrated, don't they?
Right, always. This guy made drug deals for the chapters across the country, culminating in a total of 133 Hells. You know these guys still get charged with drug dealings and all that, even if they are
Definitely not.
infiltrating.
They're off for authorized.
Are you sure?
Yes. It's not White Boy Rick. These are actual agents.
Right. Sometimes agents do get, somebody's got to
Yeah, if
fall.
they cross a line.
Right.
This is the same thing we already went over in Connecticut, I believe. Operation Rough Rider. Uzis and rocket launchers during the operation.
Right. Let's take a look at Lynn chapter members Glenn Hoppy May.
Oh no, Hoppy.
And Steve Fee Sullivan.
Stevie.
Hoppy and Fee. Hoppy Fee.
Fee Hoppy.
Fee Hoppy. Fee Hoppy. Indian name or something.
Right.
They were sentenced 3 years in prison after being convicted, and another Linwood Lee Barrett III was acquitted of what? 13 members and former members of the Lowell Hells Angels were indicted on September 1991 on charges of conspiracy to distribute meth as part of a drug ring that operated in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire between 1987 and 1991. A further 5 Hells Angels were arrested on drug charges in connection with the case on June 1st, 1992. 12th of January 1993, chapter president Charles T. Pasquiotti, they call him Doc, and 14 others were sentenced after earlier pleading guilty to possession with intent to distribute meth and conspiracy. Sentences range from 15 years for Pasquiotti to 3 years probation.
Okay.
Several government witnesses in case, including Crazy Eight's MC president, Galen Blake. Whoa.
He's just a witness.
Oh, okay. Crazy Eight's associates David and Larry Machado, Die Hard's MC president Gordon Tardif, and Hells Angels associate Robin Golden. They entered the federal witness protection.
Damn, a whole president of a chapter had to say, bye, I gotta go to witness protection. He could have just said no.
Right.
Obviously, he was facing some shit on his... The DEA began an investigation of the Salem's Hells Angel chapter in February of 95. As part of an undercover operation, DEA agent Phil Muallo infiltrated the club for 18 months and purchased kilos of drugs from Gregory Greg Domi.
And they claim to have such a strict policy for letting people
Every
around.
single chapter has been infiltrated.
Like, sure, come on in, bud.
He purchased kilos of drugs from Gregory Greg Domi, who was the chapter president, as well as the Hells Angels leader on the East Coast, and other members.
Wow.
And others.
And others.
Why is the president doing these things?
All right, it's so stupid. The investigation was also aided by the use of an informant. July 1st, 1995. Bartolomeo. John Bartolomeo, they call him Johnny Bart, and another Hells Angels. They chased Gerard Giorgio. Oh, my goodness.
Gerard Giorgio. I'd say that 10 times fast.
They chased Gerard Giorgio, a member of the Devil's Disciples, down Route 3 as he rode his motorcycle and badly beat him and stripped him of his colors after catching up with him, leaving him in critical condition. Oh, Johnny Bart then killed another Devil's Disciple member, William Michaels, they call him Cat, He did that on the 29th of July, 1995.
Jeez. Well, Michaels was riding his motorcycle on Route 18 in Weymouth when Bartolomeo accelerated an automobile into him. The operation culminated with the arrest of 16 Hells Angels members and associates during raids on 10 locations, including the Sailor Chapter Clubhouse, September 5th, 1996. Quantities of cocaine and meth were also seized. All 16 people indicted were convicted, and Domi was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment in 97 after pleading guilty to running a criminal enterprise that sold coke and meth.
Oh, shit. Oh, Johnny Bart pled guilty. Possession with intent to distribute. Conspiracy to distribute. Cocaine and meth on the 21st of May, 1998. State and federal authorities agreed not to charge him with the attacks on 2 Devil's Disciple members in conjunction with a plea agreement. Sentence, 35 years. I don't think it matters. 35 years anyway.
He murdered somebody.
Right. They just love their meth.
Oh, my gosh. Got drugs off the streets. They're also involved with some arm trafficking, as 2 Hells Angels members, a prospect and an associate, were arrested on firearms charges in March 86 as part of Operation 1%er, which was an ATF investigation. Full Patch members George Harvey of Revere and Peter Lazarus Jr. of Lynn were convicted. Harvey was sentenced to serve a year at FCI Danbury, while Lazarus was sentenced to probation.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
Right.
Good for you. Do it again, guys. Racketeering. More racketeering. What?
That's what they do, man.
Freaking racketeering in Massachusetts is there? Didn't we just ever have one for racketeering?
We did not.
You sure?
We had a bunch of people charged with racketeering.
Wow. Hells Angels took over ancillary activities of the Patriarcha crime family's Boston faction, such as loan sharking and drug dealing, from the East Boston-based trampers, who had previously overseen operations under contract with the Mafia since 1986. Hells Angels member Mark Rebel McKenna was one of the 11 men indicted on charges of loan sharking and racketeering on the 9th of June, 1987. He was, they got charged him for operating the largest loan sharking ring in United States history, which collected $3.5 million from approximately 350 victims.
Jeez, the indictments followed a 2-year state and federal investigation of organized crime in Boston. Joint investigation of the Hells Angels Boston, Salem's chapters by the ATF, DEA, MSP, and Internal Revenue Service. You gotta get them IRS agents in there. That began in January 2007 and resulted in the arrest of 6 club members on various charges during a series of raids September 20th, 2007. Christopher Sweeney pleaded guilty to possessing a firearm and a silencer and was sentenced to 2 years and 4 months imprisonment December 4th, 2008. Christopher Ranieri was sentenced to 1 year in prison and restitution to the United States Treasury in the amount of $33,438 February 3rd, 2009, after he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of failure to file income tax. Federal income tax.
Fuck those income tax. Robbing you anyway.
Fuck, man, moving on. Oh, shit, Massachusetts.
All right, let's go down south. Check these guys out in Mizzou. 27th April in 2022, Springfield, Missouri. 2 men in a white Chevrolet Camaro came to the clubhouse and opened fire on Hells Angels members standing outside. 1 man shot.
Oh, terrible shots.
Local police executed a search warrant of the clubhouse, recovering video recordings related to the shooting. The shooting victim told the Popo, "You need to catch who did this before the Angels do, because they're going to kill them."
That's it.
And then the cops were like, whatever.
Right, well,
Either or.
let's move on to Nebraska. The first Hells Angels chapter in the United States outside of California was established in Omaha in 1966.
All the crime, and then only one thing happened in Missouri.
Hey, man, Missouri don't have that much. The Hells Angels are involved in retail-level methamphetamine distribution in Nebraska.
Omaha.
They also did some violent incidents, of which some of them, and one of them, was 11 people were arrested when police visited a party involving Angels members in Omaha September 14th, 1967, after a complaint by Adolph Carl, the owner of the house where the party was being held. Pussy. 9 of the 11 were convicted of disorderly conduct and fined $25.
Oh, it's such a waste.
I know.
Douchebag. Hope he got his ass beat. A group of 10 Hells Angels
Just
were
for having the name Adolf.
Right. A group of 10 Angels were involved in a brawl with police who attempted to eject them from a bar in Omaha on the 12th of August, 1969. Hells Angels member Francis Bayless, they call him Frank, was convicted of assault with intent to inflict great bodily injury after he attacked a police officer with a can opener. Ooh. He was sentenced to a term of 1 to 3 years in prison. He did 1. Hells Angels member Louis Lundholm was charged with beating a man with a baseball bat and pushing a man in a wheelchair down a flight of stairs. What?
Oh, jeez.
After an incident at a party in Omaha in November of 1971. You leave that guy in the wheelchair alone. It's like a hate crime, right?
I don't think those existed back then. Meanwhile, the North Omaha home of Nebraska State Liquor Commission Inspector John Dupre was bombed on April 7, 1972. The ATF discovered that the bomber used dynamite with a 4-inch fuse. August 72, federal agents raided the home of Hells Angels member Roger Level and East Omaha on suspicion of his connection to the explosion. While weapons and drugs were found, no related explosives were reported.
Fantastic.
Dude, what the hell? Why? State Liquor Commission? Would he shut down one of their bars or something, probably?
Probably. 2 bodies discovered west of the Elkhorn River, southwestern Douglas County, April 1973. Suspected to be those of Omaha Hells Angels members, Louis Lundholm and John Peterson.
Oh, no.
One had been shot in the head, and the other's skull had been fractured with a blunt instrument. Ooh. Hells Angels Leslie Fitzgerald was shot and killed during a fight involving 2 couples outside of Hells Angels party in North Omaha.
What the fuck's going on in Omaha, man?
On July 12, 1980. Fitzgerald's killer was acquitted of second-degree murder by reason of, you guessed it, self-defense.
That'll happen. Jay Witt sentenced to 34. Jay Witt sentenced to 30 to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to charges of manslaughter, use of a weapon, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person in connection with the death of Hells Angels member William Willie John Furlong, who died after being shot 3 times at the Omaha Chapter's Clubhouse July 14, 2013. Witt died at the Nebraska State Penitentiary September 20th, 2019, age 53.
Damn, that's young. Look at some murders that happened in Nebraska.
Besides the ones we just covered.
All right, Hells Angels member Orville Hins, along with Ronald Eugene Kirby and Robert Walker, charged with first-degree murder after Gilbert Arthur Batten Jr. was shot in the head and murdered at a house in Omaha on September 20th, 1968. Kirby, who was in a dispute with Batten's acquaintance James Lynch over a woman named Judy Dunbar, he testified that Hins and Walker accompanied him as he went to Lynch's home, armed with a .22 caliber survival rifle. What the fuck is a survival rifle? And he said that Batten was killed when the rifle accidentally fired as the trio assaulted Batten.
I'm sure that's exactly what happened, right? Kirby was convicted of Batten's murder, sentenced to life. Hells Angels member Thomas Edward Red Nesbitt killed Mary Kay Harmer at a drug party at his Omaha home during the early morning hours of November 30th, 1975. With the help of Nesbitt's friend and neighbor Wayne Bieber, Harmer's body was dumped in a manhole in Carter Lake, Iowa, after being stored in Bieber's garage for approximately 36 hours.
Authorities theorized that Harmer was lured to Nesbitt's home by 2 women seeking a sexual partner for 2 Hells Angels, and that she was murdered when she resisted their advances. Her remains, discovered by an engineering crew in April of 1984.
9 years later.
Damn, forensic experts were unable to determine the cause of death. Nesbitt was arrested for Harmer's murder as well as for conspiracy to manufacture meth.
Gotta get him on that meth charge.
DA agents did that while living under an alias in New Carlisle, Indiana on 26th of October, 1984. His Brazilian girlfriend, Ana da Silva, was also arrested on drug charges. Nesbitt, convicted of murder in first degree on 7th of March, 1986, sentenced to term of life.
Well, it wouldn't be Hells Angels if there wasn't drug trafficking. When the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs set up a front operation dealing in narcotics, gambling, and porn in Omaha after infiltrating the Minneapolis, Minnesota chapter of the Hells Angels via identical means beginning in December 1969. April 21st, 1970, Minneapolis Hells Angel member Stephen Paul Liley obtained heroin from Roger Curtis Level and Dale Ray Corky Haley.
Nice.
Vice President and Secretary Treasurer of the Omaha Angels chapter, respectively, in Omaha.
Oh, look at that. Fucking Omaha.
Yeah.
Shit. The drugs that had been furnished by Minneapolis chapter Vice President Roger Lee Sheehan, who purchased them from the Oakland chapter. 1 ounce of heroin was sold by Liley in an Omaha motel to Special Agent Jack Walsh, who was posing as a bookie. Haley and Lavelle, they sold 2 ounces of heroin, and Omaha chapter President Gerald Franklin Smith sold meth to Special Agents James McDowell on the 15th September 1970. Wow. McDowell and Liley, a government informant, and the brother of Stephen Liley, made another drug deal with Haley, Lavelle, and Smith on 14th October 1970, purchasing 3 ounces of heroin along with meth.
Haley, Lavelle, and Smith were arrested October 15, 1970 as part of a federal operation, which also resulted in arrests of other Hells Angels in Minneapolis and San Francisco. Haley was convicted of conspiring to sell narcotics, while Smith was convicted on 4 counts of unlawfully possessing and selling narcotic. Isn't the same? And 1 count of conspiracy. Lavelle failed to appear for trial in February of 71.
Makes sense.
He said bye.
Right. 10 members and associates of Omaha Angels, including chapter president Walter Larry Phillips and treasurer Lamont Kress, indicted 18th February 1981. They are indicted for their role in a conspiracy that used intimidation, assault, torture, and murder to establish a monopoly of meth trade in the Omaha area. The drug manufactured in clandestine labs throughout the United States and obtained from other Hells Angels chapters in multi-pound quantities, was delivered to Omaha in motorcycles and motorcycle parts, also cars and also vans.
You know, the way you would typically move things.
Anyway, and drugs.
The conspiracy began in December of 72 and is suspected in the unsolved murder of Joseph Sackett, who was found dead in a field after being shot execution style in August of 79. 18th-month investigation culminated in a series of raids on 10 locations in Omaha, one in Council Bluffs, Iowa, and another in Santa Rosa, California, on February 28th, in which around 80 officers from federal, state, county, and municipal law enforcement agencies made 6 arrests, that's it, and it recovered a cache of rifles, shotguns, and automatic weapons, as well as narcotics ranging from Mary Jane to cocaine.
Didn't get what they were looking for, huh?
Nope.
4 Hells Angels members, Gary Apkert, James Jim Bob Cronin, Kelvin Davenport, and Raymond Buzzard Gerhardt, and also Janice Fitzgerald, the widow of a slain Hells Angels member Leslie Fitzgerald. They were all convicted of felony firearms violations and also drug possession. The 30th of November, 1981.
Well, good for them. Omaha Police Department initiated a 3-year undercover investigation targeting a cocaine distribution network in the Omaha metropolitan area. The FBI became involved in an investigation called Operation Zookeeper in July of 82. Well, there we go, went to hell. Federal grand jury indicted 43 individuals, many of them Hells Angels, in 1983. By the end of the year, 15 members of the drug ring had been pled guilty, and many of the others were later convicted.
Wow. Okay. Arrests that were made during a series of coordinated raids carried out in Omaha, 2nd of May, 1985, as part of Operation Rough Rider. FBI investigation of Hells Angels that can commence 3 years prior. Undercover agent Kevin Bonner infiltrated the club for 26 months and made drug transactions with numerous chapters as part of the investigation, which resulted in indictments of total 133 Hells Angels members, associates in 11 states on narcotics trafficking and racketeering charges.
Fucking rocket launchers and stuff.
Right. The raids involving approximately 1,000 law enforcement personnel also led to the seizure of cocaine, marijuana, meth, hashish, PCP, and LCD, about $2 million, as well as weapons including submachine guns and anti-tank weaponry.
A.K.A. rocket launchers.
15 Hells Angels members and associates were arrested in Omaha area on 17th October 1990 after being indicted on charges including interstate and foreign travel in support of racketeering enterprises, money laundering, manufacturing and distribution of controlled substance, and also that one little pesky one, the possession of a felony firearm.
The arrests, which came during a series of simultaneous raids on 14 locations, including the club's Omaha headquarters, were the culmination of a 2-year investigation. They also resulted in confiscation of rifles, a .22 caliber automatic pistol, $800,000 worth of drugs, $200,000 in cash, as well as Hells Angels paraphernalia. Okay. Nice. Hells Angels members Dale Ray O'Haley and Lamont Crest, the club's former East Coast regional treasurer, along with associates Timothy Egan, Mary Lee, and Rodney Rumsey, were convicted May 15, 92 of drug trafficking, money laundering, and illegal weapons possession. Haley was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. Cress, Egan, Rumsey sentenced to 15 and 8 months, and Lee was sentenced to 12 years and 3 months. 5 others negotiated plea bargains, and another was acquitted.
All right, Nebraska. Holy
Omaha.
shit.
It wasn't even Nebraska. It was just Omaha.
Right. Let's take a look at Nevada. There's got to be some shit going on there, right? The River Run riot occurred on 27th April 2002, which we all know, at the Haraz Casino and Hotel in Laughlin. Members of the Hells Angels and Mongols motorcycle clubs fought each other on the casino floor. As a result, Mongo Anthony Barra, 43, stabbed to death. 2 Angels, Jeremy Abel, 27, and Robert Tumulty, 50, were shot to death.
Jeez.
23rd of February 2007, Angels members James Hannigan and Rodney Cox sentenced to 2 years in prison. Cox and Hannigan captured on videotape confronting Mongols members inside the casino. That's it.
Hells Angels member can be clearly seen on the casino security videotape performing a front kick on a Mongol biker member, causing the ensuing melee.
A front kick.
However, prior to this altercation, several incidents of harassment and provocation were noted in the Clark County, Nevada grand jury hearings have been perpetrated upon the Hells Angels. Members of the Mongols accosted a vendor's table selling Hells Angels trademarked items and had surrounded a Hells Angel and demanded he remove the club clothing. No. Oh, see, fuck you guys.
Oh. In addition, 9 witnesses claimed the fight began when a Mongol kicked a member of the Angels. Regardless of which minor physical incident can be said to have caused the melee, it is clear that the Angels had come to confront the Mongols concerning their actions. Attorneys for the Angels claimed that the Angels were defending themselves from an attack initiated by the Mongols. Charges dismissed against 36 other Angels originally named in the indictment. Good for them.
Well, that's all for Nevada. Let's go to New Hampshire. 11 members of the Hells Angels Lowell, Massachusetts chapter were arrested on narcotics-related charges during a raid by 26 federal, state, local law on a dwelling in Nashua. Oh, that's why. On September 9, 1969, a cache of heroin was also seized. Chapter President Donald James Skeets Picard was convicted on 2 counts of heroin trafficking and sentenced to 2 concurrent 20-year prison sentences.
Damn. Wow. 12th of June, 1972, Angels members Robert Gardner and Kevin Gilroy.
He got it.
Were shot while riding their motorcycles on Interstate 93 in Londonderry by Dean Dietis, a member of the Devil's Disciples, who fired at the pair from a moving vehicle. Gardner was wounded and Gilroy murdered.
Oh, he ain't got it.
Right. Dietis was arrested in Key West, Florida on the 2nd of November, 1982. Was brought up to New Hampshire to face trial for Gilroy's killings in May of 1983 after a 5-month extradition process. He was convicted of second-degree murder later that year and sentenced to 18 to 40 years.
Hells Angels formed their first chapter in New Hampshire when members from Massachusetts and Maine established a branch in Manchester, March of 2000. An innocent bystander was wounded with a shotgun during a fight involving the Hells Angels, Outlaws, and Milford and Company Motorcycle Club outside a restaurant in Manchester, April 16th, 2010. Why is that in the fucking middle of that? I don't understand it.
Right.
Hells Angel member James Cunningham was among 4 men arrested June 2017. Federal drug trafficking charges following an investigation that spanned several years.
Holy shit, Cunningham. He sold meth to an individual who was cooperating with the FBI. On 4 separate occasions he did this. He did that in Manchester and Merrimack between the 23rd of May and November 20th in 2013. He pled guilty to meth trafficking, sentenced to 3 years and 3 months. He did that. They did that on the 10th of May, 2018.
All right, so not much in New Hampshire, but there's a lot in New Jersey.
Oh, jeez.
During their war against the Breed in the 1970s, the Hells Angels carried out a grenade attack on the home of the Breed's national president in Plainfield. 1983, 2 members.
National president?
National president.
Shit.
What has he got? 7 members.
Right.
1983, 2 members of the Binghamton, New York Hells Angels chapter were charged with assault and attempted murder after a shootout with the New Jersey State Police in Hope Township.
No shit.
Jeez.
And the Angels established their presence in New Jersey in 2002 with the founding of Prospect chapter in Newark, which was sponsored by Angels chapters in New Rochelle. Right?
I'm assuming.
All right, which was sponsored by Angels chapters in New Rochelle, New York, and New York City. The Newark chapter formed following a treaty between the Angels and the Pagans in February 2002. The New Jersey faction is small, but it's backed by the New York City chapter, one of the club's largest. I mean, it's right there.
3 Hells Angels were beaten by a group of Pagans members and associates outside a bar in Woodland Township, January 1st, 2005. 1 Hells Angel, Vincent Honcho Heinrich, was airlifted to Cooper University Hospital with head injuries after being struck with a wooden board.
Oh, shit.
No arrests were made. Incident, which occurred during a time when the Hells Angels were actively recruiting from the pagan stronghold of South Jersey, allegedly prompted the Hells Angels East Coast leader John the Baptist LaFranco to declare war on the pagans.
Oh, he sounds like a bad motherfucker.
Right.
John the Baptist, huh?
John the Baptist.
4 Angels members, Rocco Gulata,
Yo, Rock!
Kerry Kester, Justin Morris, and Joshua Woods. They were indicted on charges of unlawful possession of weapons, possession of a prohibited weapon, certain persons not to possess a weapon, and unlawful possession of a controlled dangerous substance after law enforcement officials observed them loading large knives, machetes, and other weapons into the trunk of a Chevrolet Malibu. This happened in a restaurant parking lot in Clinton Township on the 22nd of August, 2015. That was all Jersey has to offer.
I guess we're moving to New York.
Oh, shit.
And some mafia connections. The United States Department of Justice has stated the Hells Angels have links with New York Gambino and Genovese crime families. The mafia has afforded security and transportation and narcotics deals in exchange for drugs and contract killing.
And that's all they know.
Right.
Jesus. Take a look at some rape and sexual assault.
Hey.
All right. 8 members of the Hells Angels who were in New York City to attend the funeral of murdered club member Jeffrey Groover Coffey was arrested on suspicion of the March 10th, 1971 gang rape of 17-year-old girl in a leather goods store in East Village, Manhattan. The bikers allegedly returned to the store, owned by Eugene Pritzert, to pick up goods that they ordered the day before. When Pritzert told them the goods were not ready, they began abusing him, waking Pritzert's girlfriend, who was asleep in the rear of the store. Oh, shit.
While some members guarded the store owner, others took turns beating and raping the girl.
Oh, man.
After approximately, why does this guy have a 17-year-old girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
After approximately 6 hours, Pritzert managed to escape and alerted police. The girl identified her alleged attackers in a police lineup. The 8 men, Robert Gardner, Robert Marshall, and Carl Peretta from Massachusetts, Thomas Fusco, Edward Robinson, and Kevin Seymour from New York State, Kurt Grudel from Ohio, and James Ordfield from New York City. Well, he could have been included in the New York State one.
Right.
They're all charged with rape, sodomy, unlawful imprisonment, and criminal trespassing.
Holy shit.
Jeez.
Take a look at assault, murder, and conflict with rival clubs.
Let's just do all these in one.
College student Bruce Meyer shot 5 times in the head at point-blank
jeez.
range with a .22 caliber handgun fitted with a silencer in the parking lot of his apartment in Brewster on 14 December 1975. Law enforcement sources stated that Meyer was murdered by the former president of the Connecticut Angels chapter in retaliation for him killing an Angels member in a car crash on July 3rd, 1975. I don't think he meant to. Jeez.
September 94, near Buffalo at the Lancaster Speedway drag races, there was a clash between the Hells Angels and a rival biker gang, resulting in 2 deaths and multiple injuries. Who's the rival biker gang? We'll never know. January 28, 2007, a woman named Roberta Shalavi was found badly beaten on the sidewalk outside the Hells Angels clubhouse at 77 East 3rd Street in East Village, Manhattan. The resultant investigation by the NYPD has been criticized by the group for its intensity. The police refused access to the Hells Angels clubhouse and responded by closing off the area, setting up sniper positions, and sending an armored personnel carrier. Damn, they're about to have a standoff.
Damn. After obtaining a warrant, the Popo searched the clubhouse and arrested 1 Angels member, who was later released. The group claims to have no connection with the beating of Shalabi. If they did, that's because of her last name. 5 security cameras covered the entrance to the New York chapter's East 3rd Street clubhouse, but the New York Hells Angels maintains nobody knows how Shalabi was beaten nearly to death at their front door. A club lawyer said they intended to sue the new city of New York for false arrest and possible civil rights violations.
So the footage didn't show anything?
Right.
Or what? There's some drug trafficking. A meth trafficking network run by members and associates of the Hells Angels Rochester chapter, operated in western New York from 2002 through July 9, 2010, was dismantled after an investigation by the FBI, the DEA, the New York State Police, Genesee County Sheriff's Office, all the way from Michigan, huh? Right. The City of Batavia Police Department, and the Village of Leroy Police Department. James Henry McCauley Jr., the vice president of the Rochester chapter and the leader of the drug ring, was sentenced to 25 years in prison, July 2016.
Richard Marr, former president of Club's Monterey chapter, which is in California, supplied the Rochester Hells Angels with meth and trafficked the drug to New York from California. He was sentenced 10 years in federal prison in August 2016. Rochester Angels members Richard E. Reedman and Jeffrey Tyler and 3 associates, Donna Boone, which is Macaulay's wife, whoever that is, Gordon Montgomery.
Was the vice president and drug ring guy.
Okay. Gordon Montgomery and Paul Griffin. They pled guilty to drug trafficking offenses based on their roles in the conspiracy. Reidman was sentenced to 37 months in prison, Tyler to 18 months in prison, Boone 3 years in prison and 12 months of home incarceration. 3 years probation and a year of house arrest.
Damn.
Montgomery, 6 months in prison, and Griffin...
60.
60 months in prison. And Griffin, he got probation.
Oh, good for him. Additionally, Rochester Hells Angels member Robert W. Bugsy Moran Jr. was sentenced to 18 months in prison, and Gina Tata was sentenced to 3 years probation, while Timothy Stone was sentenced to 12 months in prison on charges related to the case. New York didn't really have much going on either, huh? Well, let's go to North Carolina. Come on and raise up.
I don't think a lot of stuff's going to be going on there with the mafia.
That's
and all that.
obviously more West Coast. That's what Hells Angels are, man.
Right. Let's take a look at North Carolina. Helicopter.
Raise up.
North Carolina's first Angels chapter, founded in Durham, 24th of July, 1973, was then followed by the Charlotte chapter, which was chartered on October 19th, 1978. It was formed by Michael Franklin Thunder Finazzo, a member of the Hells Angels elite Filthy Few from Omaha. Oh, they are filthy. And others. Charlotte was home to numerous motorcycle gangs at the time, including the Outlaws, but under Finazzo's leadership, the Angels were able to take control of much of the city's criminal rackets and operated drugs, prostitution, and motorcycle theft rings throughout the state.
Well, during the Angels International Rally held at a private campground on Kerr Lake, July 4th, 1981, journalists covering the event for the Charlotte Observer were assaulted by Hells Angels members. Staff reporters Robin Clark and Tex O'Neill were punched, and photographer Mark Sluter was forced to turn over his film at knife point. You better get it over here. I'll fucking take a picture of you. The attack was stopped when O'Neill alerted FBI agents who were also observing the rally.
Oh, shit.
Michael Finazzo and his lieutenant, Tyler Duras, Yank Ferndick, were found shot dead and stuffed in the trunk of an Oldsmobile. That took a turn. Stuffed in the trunk of an Oldsmobile 88, and had plenty of room for about 3 more bodies. That was in Randolph County on September 26, 1981.
Damn.
What'd you do, Finazzo?
Well, at that very time, Finazzo was considered by the Popo to be among the 10 most powerful members of the club.
Jeez.
Although the murders remain unsolved, the police believe that the killings were related to a feud with outlaws.
The outlaws taking out big guys.
Or it was a power struggle within the Hells.
Oh, okay, so they don't know. Actually, I think it's probably the second one.
Right. Club members from across the United States, as well as Canada, Denmark, England, and the Netherlands, they attended the burials of both men, which took place in Marshville on 1st of October, 1981.
Finazzo's successor as chapter president, Fred Martin Scarnacchia, and another Hells Angels, Thomas Lee Campbell, pistol whipped undercover DEA agent John Lundrum amidst a scuffle during a drug deal sting operation, in which Scarnacchia was also stabbed at Scarnacchia's home in Fort Mill, South Carolina, July 27, 1982. Authorities then obtained warrants to search a storage unit in nearby Rock Hill, South Carolina, where they uncovered a booby-trapped stockpile of weapons consisted of C4, grenades, ammo, and 2 fully automatic submachine guns equipped with silencers.
Holy
Those
shit.
silencers are going to help.
You ain't getting. Wow. The ATF was called to investigate the seizure. An explosive ordnance disposal unit from Fort and an explosive ordnance disposal unit from the Fort Jackson Army Base was required to disarm the trap. Scarnacchia and Campbell sentenced to 5 years in prison for assaulting a federal agent on January 6, 1983. Charlotte chapter was at one point the Hells Angels' largest on the East Coast, with approximately a dozen members and numerous associates.
Dozen members.
Right. But they were disbanded after its position became precarious following the murders of Finazzo and Ferndeck and imprisonments of Scarnacchia.
Chapter clubhouse known as the Bunker was burned down in a suspected arson attack August 12, 1985. Investigators believe the Hells Angels themselves destroyed the property before their departure. Clearly.
No, they did.
So that's bye-bye. There's nothing in Charlotte no more.
Nope, nothing in Charlotte. Take a look at Ohio. United States Department of Justice has stated that the Angels have been involved in contract killings and drug trafficking in Cleveland, crime family. The New York chapter of the Angels was involved in a large-scale brawl with the Breed, in which knives, chains, and clubs were brandished at a motorcycle trade show in Cleveland on 6th March, 1971. The violence, it led to deaths of 5 bikers. Breed members Bruce Emmerich, Andrew Demet, Emilio Gardel, and Thomas Terry.
And I was like, Emilio!
Right. And also a Hells Angels member, Jeffrey Groover.
Groover.
Coffey.
23 people were also injured, including 3 police officers. 84 people were arrested at the scene.
Yeah.
On March 9th, 47 Breed members and 10 Hells Angels members were each charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder. Jeez. Feud between the two clubs reportedly began 2 years earlier after fight in Philadelphia and continued during the following 2 decades.
Holy shit. 27th February 1988, David Hartlub murdered in his van at a bank parking lot near the Music Land record store that he managed, and he was dropping off the nightly deposit as well at the bank. Deposit bag contained about $4,000 in cash, not even taken.
That's because they wanted they wanted his life, not the money.
Right. 3 members of the Angels motorcycle gang, Stephen Wayne Yee, Mark Verdi, John Ray Bonds, they were carrying out a hit.
Clearly.
The Cleveland Hells Angels were planning to retaliate against Sandusky Outlaw gang member for the Joliet, Illinois shooting of an Angels member the previous year, at which Bonds had been present. Wow.
Okay, the outlaw member drove a van almost identical to Hartlob's. The trio mistook Hartlob's van for theirs and shot and killed him by mistake. Both the gun and the van's carpet were spattered with blood. I would assume right. Allowing police to use DNA evidence and discovered that John Ray Bonds was a shooter who had hid inside Hartlob's van and was waiting to kill him. He shot him with a Mac 11 9mm semi-automatic pistol fitted with a homemade silencer. Dude.
Thanks.
Bonds' DNA profile analyzed by the FBI matched the bloodstains found in Yee's car, and based on this, they were able to fit it as or use it as key evidence. Why was John Ray Bonds bleeding?
Right. What's happened there? Wow.
Unless he got blood from Hartlob on him and got in the car.
Well, this is one of the very first cases of DNA being used for a criminal conviction.
And that was only in 90, guys.
Right. Wow.
Right? 88.
1988. The trial and legal wrangling lasted nearly 2 years and ended in long prison terms for all 3 Angels members, who remain in prison on life sentences to this very day. Mark Verde, was released in 2019.
Afterlife. All right, Oregon, what you got for us? I think we only have like 2 more states. Virginia, something. Police have stated the Hells Angels have avoided Oregon since '67, when the state was ceded to the Gypsy Jokers to quell a San Francisco area drug war between the clubs. Right, remember? Oregon. Hells Angels prospect Robert Bug-Eye Bob McClure. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. Was convicted of quadruple murder and sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms July 94 for the shootings of Margot Compton, her 6-year-old twin daughters, remember that? Silver and Sandra, and Gary Sessler, the son of her boyfriend, in Gaston, August 7th, 1977. They went up to a cabin and they went up there, fucking pieces of shit.
Crazy. McClure's alleged accomplice in the killings. Angels hang around Benjamin Psycho Silva. He was never even charged in the case. Prosecutors felt it wasn't even worth the expense and effort. He was already on death row anyway for the 1981 kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of 2 college students in Lassen County, California. Otis Buck Garrett, the Angels Vallejo, California chapter president, ordered the murders of Compton and her daughters in retaliation for their testimony against several Angels in 1976 San Francisco prostitution trial, which we all know. Garrett, he was a one-time millionaire meth dealer, already serving a life term in California on narcotics conviction. On narcotics conviction. He was found guilty on 4 counts of moida and sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences.
I think it's good.
Right. In prison in July 1995. Yeah, he was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences in July of 1995. Garrett, he died in prison, age 74, February 12, 2017.
Good for him. Take a look at Pennsylvania. An alliance between the Pagans and the Philadelphia crime family has historically prevented the Hells Angels from establishing a presence in the Philadelphia area. March 2002, a South Philadelphia tattoo parlor owned by the Pagans member who had been involved in a brawl with the Hells Angels on Long Island the previous month was firebombed in what authorities suspect was a retaliatory attack by the Angels. Angels member was stabbed numerous times during a fight between the rival clubs in Northeast Philadelphia in November of 2002 as well.
Shit. The unattended clubhouse of the Sons of Satan, a pagan support club, was destroyed by a pipe bomb explosion in Raffo Township, 13th December 2002. The case has yet to be officially solved, although authorities believe it is to be the work of the Angels. An Angels chapter was formed in West Philadelphia in 2004 after 4 high-ranking pagan members, Mark Slowpoke Mangano, Anthony Mint Condition Magini, Thomas Thinker Wood, and James Slim Jim Weissong, they patched over the year before. Look at that shit.
Okay. January 1st, 2005, Hells Angels member Vincent Honcho Heinrich was airlifted to Cooper University after being assaulted by a group of pagans outside a bar in Woodland Township, New Jersey, yes, which allegedly prompted the New York-based East Coast leader John the Baptist to declare war on the pagans.
Oh, holy shit. Wood, the Philadelphia Hells Angels vice president, shot dead while driving his GMC pickup truck on the Schuylkill Expressway after he and fellow Angels member Byron B&E Evans departed a go-go bar in the early hours of January 15, 2005. 2 men in Chevrolet Suburban began firing at Evans, who was riding his Harley, and Wood swerved in and attempted to shield Evans when he was fatally shot in the head. Damn. Pagans members, Robert Go-Fast Gray and Stephen Gorilla Monda Virgin, they were questioned by police in retaliation to the murder, which has gone unsolved to this day.
October 31st, 2005 Pagans member allegedly stowed a sign outside the front of the Angels clubhouse, resulting in an exchange of gunfire. Philadelphia Hells Angels chapter, consisting of 12 members and approximately 5 prospects, was disbanded during a meeting in New York, November 8, 2005. Law enforcement believed the demise of the chapter was a result of poor leadership by LaFranco, who ordered the outmatched Hells Angels to carry out a war against the better established pagans.
Right, you can't do that. Jeez,
You got 12 people, guy.
Take a look at Rhode Island. I mean, I don't know why there's any bikers in Rhode Island.
Well, same reason why the mafia is there.
All right. Hells Angels Rhode Island chapter was formed in Providence, September 5th, 1992. Angels established a work relationship with the Providence faction of the patriarchal crime family, acting as enforcers for the mob. Christian Rufino, a member of the New Rochelle, New York chapter of the Hells Angels, was sentenced 15 years in prison.
New Rock City, baby.
New Rock City. He was sentenced 15 years in prison after being convicted on a federal firearms charge in April 2012. Guess what? He was found to be in possession of cocaine. He had a loaded handgun, and he had additional ammo. They did that when they had a traffic stop on him in Cranston, December 2009.
Hells Angel member Douglas Leadham was sentenced to 7 years in prison July 9, 2019 after pleading guilty to trafficking meth and coke and being a felon in possession of a firearm. He was arrested in February of that year when a court-authorized search of his North Providence home uncovered 39 grams of meth, 19 grams of coke, 2 handguns, 12-gauge, body armor, dozens of knives and hatchets, brass knuckles, more than $6,000 in cash, and material used in the packaging and distribution of drugs. All right, I think we got South Carolina and Virginia left, man.
Let's take a look at South Carolina. Hells Angels' first chapter in the southern states was established in Charleston. It's February 7th, 1976. Artie Ray Cherry, founding member of the Charleston chapter, and a Special Forces veteran of the Vietnam War.
Veteran of the Vietnam War.
He died of a gunshot wound to the head after being shot during a bar brawl in Rock Hill in the early hours of January 7th, 1982. 3 other men were also injured during the melee. And Mac McClendon Teal, a man believed by police to have had a long association with gangs and nightclubs in the area, he was charged with Cherry's murder.
Well, he was killed in an apparent attempt to take over a bar from Teal. Oh. At the time of his death, Cherry was wanted by police for the murder of Carl Billingham, who died 5 days after being stabbed in the groin during a fight with 4 men at a nightclub in Charleston County in October 79.
Really?
Go back to Fred Martin Scarnacchia, the president of the North Carolina Charlotte chapter, and another club member, Thomas Lee Campbell, pistol-whipped and broke the nose of undercover DEA agent John Landrum. Right. Yeah, we know about that. Scarnacchia was also stabbed during the skirmish. Right. Authorities then obtained warrants to search a storage unit. Yes, we know where they found C4. It was booby-trapped. You guys remember that? Yeah. And they were sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Well, 16 members and associates of the Hells Angels South Carolina Nomads chapter operated clubhouses in Lexington and Rock Hill, convicted of crimes related to the RICO Act, following a 2-year cooperative investigation by the FBI, ATF, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and 4 local police departments. Investigation revealed that the group engaged in drug dealing, money laundering, firearms trafficking, violent crimes, attempted armed robbery, arson, and other offenses.
Well, in excess of 100 guns, including fully automatic machine guns, silencers, assault rifles with high-capacity mags, pistols, and sawed-off shotguns, were trafficked by the group and recovered during the execution of search warrants. And members of the organization, guess what? They also supplied meth, cocaine, bath salts, and prescription pain pills. The Angels leadership coordinated the criminal activity and received kickbacks from proceeds generated by members and associates of the chapter. Of course, you know, like any fucking organization would do.
Bath salts. Remember bath salts were a thing?
Yeah, when that dude ate the fucking other dude's face in Florida.
Man, during the investigation, chapter's leadership transitioned from longtime Angels member Diamond Dan Byfield to recent inductee Mark Lightning Baker after Byfield was voted out as
you gotta fucking go.
You gotta go, bud. Law enforcement began the operation when Byfield made a drug deal with an informant.
That's why you gotta fucking go, dude.
They arrested 20 people, 16 men, 4 women. They did that in a series of raids in June of 2012. The last of the 16 convicted were sentenced in June 2013. The group sentenced to more than 100 years in prison collectively.
All right, I think we're on the last one, Virginia. Here, there might be a Wyoming in here though too. I'm not sure. 4 New York area Hells Angels members and 1 prospect were convicted of ambushing and wounding 2 Southern Virginia-based Pagans members at a motel near Greenville, September 10, 2018. The attack happened as the rival gangs happened to be staying at the same motel while passing through the area and led to one Pagan being shot and the other beaten with a hammer. Dominic Ditchico and club prospect Anthony Milan pleaded guilty to malicious wounding by a mob and use of a firearm and the commissioning of a felony and were sentenced to 8 years in prison, while Nathaniel Villeman, Joseph Anthony Terzo, and Richard E. West all pleaded guilty to malicious wounding by a mob and were given 4-year sentences during the trials held in Staunton in February 2019.
Fantastic.
All right, there was no Wyoming, but there is a Washington.
There has to be a Washington. Hells Angels established their presence in the Pacific Northwest when the club's San Fernando Valley charter.
Charter character.
All right, the Hells Angels established their presence in the Pacific Northwest when the club's San Fernando Valley charter sponsored a prospect chapter in Spokane, summer of 1993. Hells Angels Washington State Nomads chapter was officially founded on July 16th, 1994. 2016 chapter was established in Seattle as well.
All right, let's wrap it up here. 2001, Hells Angels Rodney Lee Rollness, a former Hells Angel, and Joshua Binder, Michael Santa Walsh, who allegedly falsely claimed to be a member of the Hells Angels. Paul Foster, hoping to join the Hells Angels, aided in the murder by luring Walsh to a party at his house and helping cover up the crime. West Coast leader Richard Smilin, Rick Fable, along with Rollness and Binder were convicted of various racketeering offenses.
Fantastic. Holy
fuck,
shit.
dude! It's...
Wow.
Just like a plethora of the same crimes, but in different
over
states.
and over and over and over again.
Dude,
Holy shit.
what do we got going on in Australia? Because that's our next Hells Angels one. Hopefully, can we get some more? Can we get other stuff?
Right. I mean,
There's a lot of stuff we can't pronounce.
right.
Following the death of Slemenik Sarmashakalakalukalaka, the club president was charged with possession of a military-style assault weapon.
Oh.
Found in the boot of a taxi, which means the trunk. Oh, no. We're going to... Oh, no. A lot of stuff here. Oh, yeah, I mean, there's nothing else you can say. You guys heard it all here. USA, California, done. We'll be moving to Australia for next month's episode, then Canada, then the UK, then the rest of the world. And then we'll wrap it up with George Christie as our closing episode of the Hells Angels, but hopefully a little bit more crazier stuff, and UK is probably crazy, right? It's got to be. We'll see. Either or, go check out our YouTube. Go all the links in the description. I'm not going through it all again. It's 2 hours into this damn episode. We'll see you next week for Remastered, which is going to be on the town of Las Vegas, New Mexico.
Oh.
Some say the deadliest town in Wild West history, even more so than Deadwood, Dodge City, Tombstone, all of that. So
Right.
take a look at that next week, and we'll see you next month for some more Hells Angels. We are the Mother Music Industry.
Bang, bang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Back on to the Hells Angels. Like we told you last Hells Angels episode, we ain't done with Canada because we got the old Quebec Biker War, which is a turf war, obviously in Montreal, Quebec.
It'll be the most friendliest biker war you ever seen in your life.
I don't know about that.
I'm gonna shoot at you now, if that's okay.
That lasted from 94 to 2002 between the Quebec branch of the Hells Angels and the Rock Machine, who, after this, guys, we might just continue doing biker gangs, because
Obviously.
the Rock Machine's got a nice little story to them.
Got a cool name,
and
too.
some criminal allegations and incidents throughout the world. So awesome.
Holy shit,
So-
they're in Russia?
Yeah, oh shit! Oh, are they?
Oh.
A couple in the United States as well. Look at that. All right, yeah. So maybe we'll do that afterwards. But we got a long one here today about the Quebec Biker War. This war left 162 people dead, including
shit.
civilians. There were also 84 bombings and 130 cases of arson.
What's up with the outlaws loving the Angels loving bombs, dude? Or any biker gang. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen in my life.
What easier way to take out a bunch of people?
I guess. I guess.
The Hells Angels first entered Canada, which we know via patchover of the Popeyes of Montreal on December 5th, 1977, and subsequently established dominance in Quebec during the First Biker War, right, in which they vanquished outlaws from the province.
Right.
However, the club was severely weakened by the Lennoxville Massacre on the 24th of March, when 5 members of the Angels chapter in Laval were shot by their clubmates.
Damn.
As the Laval chapter of the Angels had been liquidated, the leaders of the Sorel chapter fled Canada upon learning that they were also targeted.
Ooh-wee. Well, in the aftermath of the massacre, Michael Lengoy, they call him Sky, the national president of the Canadian Hells Angels, he fled to Morocco. Well, that's where... After a warrant for his arrest was issued on the charges of first-degree murder. Afterward, the vacuum left by the Hells Angels, which was a Hoover, a pretty expensive one, it was filled by a number of Montreal-based organized crime groups, such as the Rock Machine. And it was not until the early 1900s, and it was not until the early 1990s that the Angels became a major force in Montreal organized crime once again. In the early 80s, though, Maurice Boucher, they called him Mom, and Salvador Gazetta, they were leaders of the white supremacist SS motorcycle gang, dominating organized crime in the Pointe-aux-Trembles district of Montreal.
In 1986, following a prison sentence for sexually assaulting a 6-year-old girl, he quickly rose to become the club's leader. Oh, good for you, Hells Angels. Boucher, who became a Foley Patch Hells Angel May 1st, 1987, he became president of the Sorel chapter later that year. One of Boucher's friends was Guy Lepage, a former Montreal police officer who was dismissed from the force for associating with mafiosi, and who became his main contact with the mafia.
Boucher's deflection to the Hells Angels resulted in a rift between Gazetta, who had sworn against working with the Angels over the involvement in the Lennoxville massacre the previous year. Gazetta instead formed his own motorcycle club, and it was called the Rock Machine, with his brother Giovanni. Oh, nice. Around this time, Quebec had earned a reputation as a hotbed of violence and had become known within the biker world as the Red Zone. The Italo-Canadian Gazetta was not a member of the Mafia, but he did have a close relationship with the Montreal Mafia. As a result of his Mafia ties, the Hells Angels were unwilling to challenge the Rock Machine as long as he was their leader. He's like, we ain't fucking with the mob.
Nope. Well, Cazetta has often been described as controlling all of the organized crime in Montreal that was not controlled by the Mafia in the late 80s and early 90s.
What's left?
Right. March 26, 92, as part of a push to recruit more members, the Hells Angels created a puppet club known as the Rockers Motorcycle Club, or Motor Club.
Damn, look at these guys.
This was a common tactic on the part of the Angels to provide more manpower and a wider pool of followers willing to commit crimes in order to become Hells Angels.
Okay.
It is standard for members of a puppet club to commit most of the crimes in the hope that they will be promoted to the rank of prospect within the Hells Angels proper.
It's kind of smart
Right,
there.
so have all these other little dudes do it for you, but they're not officially Hells Angels, so it can't come back on you.
Fan-fucking-tastic. A British policeman told journalist Patrick Letenier about the use of puppet clubs by the Angels. He said this, however, the paranoia that new recruits might be infiltrators from law enforcement or even journalists causes much angst around their selection. To try and avoid this, potential members are treated like shit and asked to perform various tasks to prove their worth. Oh, dude, they're doing some gruesome shit, probably. These are often degrading or illegal. The rationale being that a UC, which is undercover cop, or similar, wouldn't have the stomach for this or have the necessary authority to actually commit crimes.
Right.
Yeah, you can't. If you're undercover, you can't commit crimes. And if you do, you're held accountable to them. The downside of this is that the attrition rate is very high. However, those determined to wear the patch will do as they are ordered. And that's what makes these gangs so dangerous. Quote, unquote.
Sir. Well, the war officially began as the Hells Angels in Quebec began to make a push to establish a monopoly on street-level drug sales in the province in 1993. In Quebec, most of the illegal drugs were imported by the Mafia and distributed by the biker gangs to various street-level drug dealers. The journalist André Sedelat, an expert on biker gangs in Quebec, stated in an interview, he says, the Mafia were in charge of importation and the Hells Angels were the distributors. Internationally, the Mafia has a better reputation than the Hells Angels because the Colombians don't trust the Hells Angels, but they do trust the Mafia.
It's because the Mafia has a code like not blowing people up with bombs all over the damn place. And, jeez. In Quebec, the power of the Mafia was limited by the fact that it was only open to those who were Sicilians or of Sicilian descent. In contrast, the Quebec bikers were and remain mostly French-Canadian. When Cazetta was arrested on charges on importing cocaine from the United States in 1994, the Angels saw an opportunity to challenge the Rock Machine.
There we go.
He spent 10 years in United States prison for attempting to smuggle 200 kilograms of cocaine into Canada. Holy shit. Just 10 years?
The laws were a little lax back then, apparently.
And fucking George Young got less than that. I mean, more than that for less. Claude Vizina, he was president of the Rock Machine's Quebec City chapter at the time. Became the club's new national president when Cazetta was serving his 10-year sentence. So that means open fucking...
season.
Yep.
Vezina.
Vezina?
You know,
like the Vezina
trophy.
Vizina?
Renaud Jampfe, he was made president of the Montreal chapter, while Marcel Demers became the president of the Quebec City chapter, until eventually opening the Beauport chapter in 96. In early 90s, various independent gangs controlled drug sales territories in eastern and northern Montreal, including Saint-Denis Street, as well as in Laval, Mascouche, Terrebonne, Saint-Sauveur, and Saint-Adèle. A number of drug dealers and crime families, such as the Dark Circle, the Pelletier clan, the Rock Machine, the Palmers, and former members of the Devil's Disciples resisted the Hells Angels' attempts at monopolization and established a coalition known as the Alliance to Fight the Angels.
I mean...
You don't ever want an alliance against you. That's all I'm saying.
Right. The subsequent Guerre des Motards resulted in the bombings of many establishments and murders on both sides. It claimed more than 160 lives, including one of Daniel Desrochers. He was an 11-year-old boy who was fatally injured by shrapnel as he was playing near a Jeep that was blown up. These bastards. Peter Edwards, the crime correspondent of the Toronto Star, he wrote The Rock Machine. He wrote The Rock Machine wasn't really a motorcycle club at all. Members didn't have to own a bike-to-bike. What brothers Giovanni and Salvatore Cassetta sought to create was a cohesive confederation of drug-dealing groups.
The Hells Angels attempted to dislodge the Rock Machine and their allies from the Montreal drug market and issued an ultimatum that anyone dealing drugs in the city would have to buy from them. Maurice Boucher organized puppet clubs to persuade Rock Machine-controlled bars and their resident drug dealers to surrender the illegal drug business.
Oh, shit.
In response,
strong in arming these motherfuckers.
Right. In response, Rock Machine created the Palmers Motorcycle Club, a Rock Machine puppet club created to counter the Hells Angels and their Rockers and Death Riders puppet club.
Uh-oh.
The Palmers had chapters in both Montreal and Quebec City and were led and organized by Rock Machine members John Duquer, named, they call him La Franca, and Andre de Sormo. Sorry, guys, these are French words.
Right, no one knows how to speak that, not even French. De Sormo was a member of the Dark Circle and later joined the Rock Machine.
All right.
Rejecting the Angels' ultimatum, the Alliance launched a series of attacks against the Angels, beginning on 13th of July, 1994, when the Death Riders member Pierre Dolst was shot dead by 3 Rock Machine associates while working in his motorcycle shop in Rivière des Prairies. The following day, Rockers member Norman Robitaille, he survived a shooting in Montreal. His name was Norm, they called him. Later on the 14th of July in 1994, the Sûreté du Québec arrested 5 Rock Machine members, including Norman Baker, who were found in possession of firearms, explosives, detonators, and they all did this while en route to attack the South Shore clubhouse of the Evil Ones, which was also a Hells Angels puppet club.
Jeez. 15th of July, 1994, senior Hells Angels from across Quebec were summoned by Boucher to an emergency meeting at a hotel in Longueuil to take a vote on whether or not they wanted to take part in biker war against the Alliance. I don't think you want to turn that down anyways.
Right.
According to Sherbrooke Hells Angel turned Crown Witness, Sylvain Boulanger, the Montreal, Troy, Rivière, and Quebec City chapters, Michel Langoy, and Maurice Boucher of the Montreal faction, and Quebec City chapter vice president Marc Pelletier, in particular, were strongly in favor, while only the Sherbrooke chapter leaders were against retaliation against their rivals. They're like, dude, do you know what this is going to do?
Right. Well, despite Sherbrooke's initial holdout, the chapter eventually relented in August of 94, providing the Hells Angels leadership the unanimous vote required to go to war against the Alliance.
Oh, wow. Well, they need a unanimous vote to do this, but they don't give a fuck about blowing up kids on the block.
19th of October, 1994, local drug dealer Maurice Lavoie gunned down in his car while his girlfriend was wounded. Lavoie had previously been buying his wares from the Pelletier clan associated with the Rock Machine, but he had recently switched to the Angels, and as a result, the Pelletier clan hired a hitman named Patrick Hall to kill Lavoie. You've been called upon.
October 28, 1994, Sylvain Pelletier, the leader of the Pelletier clan, was killed by the Hells Angels,
no shit.
who threatened to murder any drug dealer who did not buy their supplies from them.
Oh.
After these killings, an increasingly murderous struggle for the control of the drug trade in Montreal began between the Angels and the Rock Machine that would not end until 2002.
Holy shit.
The favorite weapon of both biker gangs was dynamite stolen from mines and construction sites.
Oh, my.
The use of dynamite came with a high risk of wounding or killing bystanders, which they don't give a shit, as well as risks for those using it as a weapon.
Oh.
Right.
Damn. Well, after the beloved Pelletier was moited, the independent drug dealers of Montreal formed an alliance to fight the Angels, headed by his bro, Harold Pelletier, whose first act was an attempt to assassinate Boucher in November of 1994. Another member of Pelletier clan, Martin Simard, he purchased enough stolen dynamite to fill a truck, which was left near Boucher's favorite restaurant by the Alliance member, Martin Pellerine.
Jeez.
The plan was to set off the explosives by remote control when Boucher arrived, killing him and everybody else in the restaurant. Damn. But a Montreal parking officer noticed that the truck was illegally parked, and he had it towed, thus unknowingly foiling the
Holy
spot.
shit, and almost killing everybody that was in the tow yard.
Son of a bitch. 4th of November, 1994, Rock Machine member Daniel Bertrand shot dead while drinking in a Montreal bar. Poor guy. 4th of December, 1994, another Rock Machine member, Bruno Bandiera, murdered when he was by a bomb that he was transporting in his car, exploded prematurely. Oh, that's why you don't fuck with bombs, man.
Right.
Jeez.
Put it in some damn rabbit and a bunch of towels or something so your bumps ain't fucking... Jeez. Well, the Pelletier clan and the Rock Machine were the most visible parts of the alliance to fight the Angels, but its most influential part was the secretive Dark Circle, who was a group of Montreal businessmen who were secretly engaging in the drug trade. Oh. What the Dark Circle all had in common was that all of them owned bars and or restaurants from which drugs were sold and drug money laundered. Bars in particular were a business where transactions were often in cash, lending themselves well to money laundering. It was agreed that the Pelletier clan and the Rock Machine would provide the muscle, while the Dark Circle would provide the money.
The Dark Circle's leadership was provided by a committee of 5. The chairman was Michael Duclos. He was a Montreal school teacher. He also owned a bar, which was a front for the laundering profits from the drug trade. November 1994, disgruntled member of the Rockers, they called him Danny Kane, a protege of senior Angels leader David Carell, they called him Wolf. He contacted the Interpol offices in Ottawa. He said that he wanted to sell info to the Popo.
Sell it.
Carroll had founded the Angels chapter in Halifax in 1984 and moved to Montreal in 1990 to assist the president of the Montreal chapter, Maurice Boucher, although his French was very limited. He really didn't need it, right?
It is generally believed that Carroll was in Montreal to assist the planned expansion of the Angels in Ontario, since he, together with National President Volodymyr Stadnik, and Donald Pup Stockford were the only Anglos in the Quebec Angels leadership. Neither Stadnik nor Stockford spoke French, and police wiretaps showed that when the leaders of the Angels met, interpreters were needed for them to participate.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Carroll, meanwhile, had spent 2 years in a Quebec prison between 85 and 87, awaiting first-degree murder charges for his role in the Lennoxville massacre.
Learn some French there, right?
During which he learned some French.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Wow. At the request of Carroll and Stadnik, Kane, he founded a puppet club from the Angels in Toronto called the Demon Keepers Motorcycle Club. Fantastic. However, the Demon Keepers ended in a fiasco, with the entire group being put behind bars by authorities without even making a single drug sale. And Kane sought revenge by working with the Popo.
What, revenge for what? You being dumb?
Right. Interpol put Kane in the contact with Staff Sergeant Jean-Pierre Levesque of the Royal Canadian Mounted Popo, who appointed Corporal Pierre Verdun of Montreal to be his handler.
At their first meeting November 4th, 94, Kane told Verdun that the leader of the Angels in Quebec was Maurice Mom Boucher, whom he described as a highly dangerous man who was feared by the other Angels, who was planning to murder anyone who might oppose him in his plans to take over the drug trade in Quebec.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Some of the information sold by Kane to the... He sold it, too. How much is he getting paid?
Right.
Some of the information sold by Kane to the police was self-serving and incorrect. And when he named another Angel as responsible for a murder that he himself had committed in 95. Oh, jeez.
You dirty bastard. However, Kane's information was mostly accurate, and he is the main source of info about the Biker War from the Angels' perspective. Oh, Kane, he was leading a double life in more than one sense. As the ostensibly straight Kane was having a secret relationship with another rocker they call Amy Samard.
Don't tell me this is a dude. Hitman.
Oh, it's
he was
a guy.
Member. Yes.
Oh my gosh! No! Son of a... Kane mentioned to Verdun that one of the Angels, which was an American living in Montreal named Scott Steinhardt, was willing to do anything to win the war, and he went on a dynamite spying spree, adding that both Boucher and Steinhardt were furious when they learned about the dynamite packed truck left by the restaurant.
I would be too.
Right.
On January 1st, 95, Norman Baker, a Rock Machine member, was murdered while drinking in a Hard Rock Cafe in Acapulco by the Hells Angels' Francois Hinds.
Oh, shit.
Baker had been one of the killers of Doust, who, and his murder while on vacation in Mexico was intended to send the message that no one who crossed the Angels was safe anywhere.
Right.
Hinds was arrested by the Mexican police, but freed after a Mexican judge was bribed with some 700,000 Canadian dollars to dismiss the murder charges. January 30th, 95, Jacques Furland, a chemist who worked for the Rock Machine, was murdered in Quebec City in a house by the Hells Angels hitman Serge Kuznel.
27th February 1995, Claude Cassette, a Rock Machine member, shot dead while he was sitting in his van. Claude Rivard, drug dealer for Pelletier clan, murdered while his car was stopped for a red light. Damn, dude died like Lonzo, son of a bitch. His killers, Serge Kuznel and Richard Valet, then engaged in a car chase followed by the Montreal Popo, but they were able to escape on foot.
Makes sense.
Nice. 23rd of March 1995, Kuznel murdered an independent drug dealer associated to the Rock Machine. They called him Richard Belcourt. They did that by persuading him to visit Quebec City and then shooting him in the head halfway along the journey after pulling over on a remote rural road. Damn.
Jeez.
Hey, pull over here. I take a piss.
Right. Kuznel was a professional hitman for the Troy Riviere chapter of the Hells Angels who had murdered a drug dealer named Richard Jobin on 9th of September 1993 to give himself the underworld reputation as a killer. October of 93, Kuznel murdered another independent drug dealer, Martin Naud, by ramming a pair of scissors through one of his eyes and then used the scissors to cut his throat.
Oh, my goodness.
November of 94, he was permitted to join the Troy Riviere chapter of the Hells Angels after the president of that chapter, Luce Roy, they call him Milo, he decided that he was the type of killer he wanted in his chapter. I bet.
Oh, he's the type of killer that you want close by, or your friend, or I don't care.
Yeah. You don't want him after you.
I'll still not even sleep with both eyes closed around that motherfucker. Why? Right?
Probably, right?
Why? Why told Quisnell he would be paid $500 a week and $10,000 every time he committed a murder. And an offer that Quisnell promptly accepted. He's like, well, that sounds good. He's like, I can murder somebody every day, baby. Yeah. Quisnell's career as a hitman was cut short when he was arrested on the 1st of April, 1995, leading him to turn Crown's evidence in exchange for becoming eligible for parole after 12 years.
Holy shit.
And he had to pay $390,000 in fines. Wah was arrested and charged with murder, but guess what? Not enough evidence. Acquitted April 1997.
He didn't have to pay the Crown. The Crown paid him.
All right, the Crown paid him $390,000. Damn, this dude.
Shit. If you want to turn informant, apparently you want to do it in Canada, not
Plus,
America.
They're scared because he was a fucking hitman.
Probably. On June 24th, 95, Boucher founded the Nomads, which was an elite chapter of the Angels that, unlike the other chapters, had a new geographical limit and were able to operate all over Canada. To join the Nomads, applicants were required to commit murders, which ensured that no undercover police agents could enter the Nomads chapter. Additionally, only the highest quality Angels who had proven themselves could join the Nomads. Several members of the Angels Montreal chapter, which was the oldest chapter in Canada, they resented the way in which the Nomads came to overshadow them as the premier Hells Angels chapter in Canada, but none dared to challenge Boucher.
And most notorious incident of the Graz des Motards, on the 9th of August, 1995, there was a drug dealer named Marc Dubé. He was killed by a bomb planted in his Jeep. Daniel Disrokers, an 11-year-old boy playing across the street, which we had mentioned earlier, died. Remains unclear whether it was the Angels or the Rock Machine who planted the bomb. Kane, in his reports to Verdun, mentioned that Steinhardt, whom he described as an arrogant and aggressive bully, he was acting very strangely after the death of Disrokers. So you think it was Kane? Steinhardt?
Well, maybe Kane described Steiner as acting very worried and expressing the fear that he might finally have to go to prison or be deported from Canada, which led Kane to the conclusion that he was the one who planted the bomb that had killed the kid and was now worried about a police crackdown. Kane reported, since that day, Steiner no longer talked about the bombs he had ordered and never spoke again about using bombs. Oh. Steiner asked some of his crew what they thought about the bombing. When they told him that they thought the murderer should be liquidated, Steiner didn't respond and became very pensive.
No shit. According to Kane, Boucher, and Steinhardt, they discussed a plan to win over public opinion by killing one of their own in an especially brutal manner out of hope that the public would blame the Rock Machine. Damn. Dubé, who was a low-level drug dealer working for the Angels, was chosen as that to be sacrificed. Damn. The Popo report describes Steinhardt as a very violent and cruel psychopath who can't control himself, quote-unquote, concluding that he was a prime suspect for the bombing. The cops also stated that the fact that whoever controlled the bomb that killed Dubé was aware that there was children playing across the street, fitted in with what was known for Steinhardt's character and with what Kane had reported.
Well, Commander André Bouchard of the Service de Police de la Ville de Montreal, he stated, I'm convinced today that the person who pressed the button to have the bomb explode, he saw children across the street. There was no way he could not see the children across the street. Now, Renaud Jomfay, who was president of the Rock Machine Montreal chapter, he was interviewed and told reporter Michael Auger of the Journal de Montreal, he said, we don't attack or target. We certainly don't kill children.
Oh.
He also stated the Hells Angels as a bunch of goons on a power trip.
Oh, shit. Plan gonna backfire on these motherfuckers? 15th September 1995. Richard Iman, they call him Crow. He was gunned down in the parking lot while helping his girlfriend get out of a car, becoming the first fully patched Hells Angels to be murdered by the Rock Machine.
It's been 3 years that the only people getting killed are Rock Machines.
Iman had just replaced Roy Wah as the president of the Troy Riviere chapter.
Why has he gotten... you guys are in a biker war. Why do you not have people around you?
Don't they learn from the mob?
Right.
Come on. 21st of September, the day after Iman's funeral, 3 Rock Machine members, Benoit Grignan, Danielle Paul, and Pierre Patry, murdered as they tried to plant a bomb outside the St. Luc clubhouse of the Jokers and the Angels Puppet Club, which was an Angels Puppet Club whose activities were previously overseen by Imond. You dumb bastards. I wonder how they were killed. By the bomb exploding prematurely?
Well, Grignon, Paul, and Patry died when a Joker's member fired a shotgun at the trio, which caused the explosive to detonate. 2 other bombings were also carried out on the same day, one targeting a strip club in Laval, and another at a used car dealership in Montreal Est. No casualties reported in these attacks, although several cars at the dealership were damaged. By October 95, the police would list 30 murders committed in Montreal as being connected to the biker war, and it ain't over yet.
Wow. In response to the public outrage over the death of Dick Rochers, the federal, Quebec, and Montreal governments announced on the 5th of October 1995 the much vaunted Operation Carcajou.
Carcajou?
Right. An elite joint task force consisting of the best detectives from the Canadian police, the mounted police, that is, the Sûreté de Quebec, and the Service de Police de la Ville de Montréal. I don't know how you say that. Fire the police, Montreal police as well.
Right.
This was supposed to end the biker war swiftly and promptly and bring justice to those responsible for the death of that 11-year-old boy, Des Rochers. Operation Carcajou, it proved to be a fiasco. Guess why? Politics. Everything's a fiasco with politics. If you put politics in anything, it's a shit show. From 1994 to 2003, Quebec was governed by the separatist Parti Québécois, and relations between Ottawa and Quebec City, which were difficult in the best of times, were highly acrimonious.
PQ government blamed the Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, claiming that existing laws were insufficient to deal with the bikers. PQ officials also claimed that Canada needed a tough anti-gang law modeled after the RICO Act in America that would make membership in criminal organizations illegal. The Croatian government for a long time resisted this pressure, claiming the existing laws were just fine to deal with the biker war and that it was just up to Quebec to apply them.
Oh shit. Both sides had their own agenda, though, with the Quebec City using the unwillingness of the federal government to pass a RICO-type act as evidence of the Ottawa's supposed indifference to Quebec, thus justifying separatism, while Ottawa used the inability of Quebec City to deal with the biker war as evidence of Quebec's incompetence in maintaining law and order, thus justifying federalism. The feuding between the federal and Quebec governments affected Operation Carcajou, with the Royal Crown Mounted Police and the Sûreté de Quebec.
Okay.
So there's infighting going on with both these governments, too, so...
Detectives spent their time feuding with one another and made almost no serious efforts to investigate crimes committed by the bikers.
Exactly.
As the detectives were much more interested in pursuing their vendettas against one another. One detective who served on Operation Carcajou later told journalists William Marsden and Julian Schur that the operation was completely ineffective owing to the poisoned relations between Quebec City and Ottawa during this period.
Sergeant Gaetan Saint-Onge of the Canadian Mounted Police, who served with the Carcajou squad, stated this: Wolverine was a total circus. The SQ was jealous of the RCMP source, which was Kane. They were always asking his name.
Who's your guy?
Right.
I can't tell you your guy. It's
The
like Departed.
Right. Who's your guy? I can't tell you that, man. The SQ used to give out the names of their sources all the time. They're like, hey, man,
Not this time.
They didn't care if they were blown.
What piece of shit.
They treated them like dirt. At meetings, they would just blurt their source's name and expect everybody to keep it quiet.
Typical of the approach of the Carcajou squad was the police reaction to the funeral of the Hells Angels' Robert Richard on 29th of February 96. Out of the concern of a possible rock machine attack on those attending the funeral, the Carcajou squad sent some extra police officers to provide security, leading to President of Provincial Police Unit Luc Savard to denounce the squad as he maintained the Sorel Police force was capable of providing the security. Likewise, the mayor of Quebec City, Jean-Paul Lallier, wanted the Carcajou squad to take the anti-biker activity in his city because he believed this would mean the Quebec City police would not have to be involved, and in this way he would save his city much money.
Well, the Royal Commission chaired by Justice Lawrence Poitras that was set up to examine the Sûreté du Québec after the case against the West End gang boss Gerald Maddox collapsed when detectives were caught planting evidence. Blasted Operation Carcajou as a colossal waste of money in its 1998 report.
Son of a bitch.
The Poitras Commission in its report stated that the Operation Carcajou was characterized by the dysfunctional relationships, clashing egos, and bureaucratic infighting with the Service des Police de la Ville de Montréal.
Holy shit.
Only interested in making a power grab.
Okay.
And the RCMP and the Sûreté du Québec only interested in ensuring that the blame for the continuing biker war fell on the other service. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get nothing done when you can blame everybody else.
Sounds like the FBI and the FDA and all that shit.
Right.
The Poitras Commission spoke of a virtual police war was being waged inside of the Carcajou squad with the detectives from the RCMP and the Sûreté du Québec openly feuding with each other.
Openly.
Oh, man. The Poitras blasted the chief of the Carcajou squad, Michael Arcand of the Sûreté du Québec, saying he had contemptuous attitude about upholding the law and that it was totally inappropriate for him to be the director of the Carcajou squad. As a result, Arcan fired. Get the hell out of here.
After that, Commander Bouchard joined the Operation Carcajou in 1995 and started with raiding businesses controlled by the outlaw bikers, always dressed in his full uniform in order to show he was not afraid of the bikers.
Ooh, I like that.
Initially, Bouchard described Carcajou as an impressively well-funded operation with the most modern equipment, but described we're not saying Sûreté du Québec anymore.
No.
We're going to be, from now on, known as the Quebec Police, okay?
Right.
But described the Quebec Police detectives who were part of the Operation Carcajou as having questionable ethics.
And Carcajou means Wolverines.
Right. In a visit to Quebec City, Bouchard was taken by several Quebec police detectives to a restaurant where all the food and drinks were on the house.
Bouchard described the scene as this. He said, I walk in, and they got a party going on in there. This is a sit-down supper. You know, booze, wine, $50 a bottle. Nobody's paying. And you started to think, what the fuck is going on here? Is this a protected bar? Okay. So they never take down a Hell's Angel or a rock machine or someone who's in the bar. They let them alone. That's not good.
Oh.
Quote, unquote. Look at this guy. He's just ready to pounce on these sons of bitches. Bouchard also described the Quebec police detectives as having dubious expense accounts.
He stated, my guys from Montreal are interrogating a source at some motel. They order a pizza and 4 Cokes or whatever, talk to the guy for a couple hours, and then they order a club sandwich. But the SQ guys were coming in with invoices for stays at the Ritz-Carlton, steak, dinner, wine. Damn. I was asked to sign bills for $800.
Oh, shit.
I go, fuck you, I'm not signing this. You interrogate a piece of shit, you interrogate him in a motel. You don't interrogate him at the fucking Ritz.
Oh.
Jeez.
No,
I mean,
man.
right, why would you go to the Ritz?
Right. Holy shit, this guy, and he should have been here all along.
Right.
Bouchard stated that he left Operation Carcajou in 1996 out of disgust with the uncooperative attitude of the Quebec police, saying this, they were doing secret jobs. We didn't even know. We found out the next morning there'd be 7 guys in the cells. Where in the fuck did they come from? That's when it got a little rough. Quote, unquote.
These Quebecers love the F word, don't they?
You ain't kidding.
Oh, well, it reminds me of 2 fucking ignorant podcasters.
Despite the outrage, little was done to stop the carnage, as the Service de Police de la Ville de Montréal, which has long been notorious as the most corrupt police force in all of Canada, they preferred to take bribes from biker gangs and look the other way.
From both gangs.
Right, from both of the gangs. The policemen that are unwilling to accept bribes from the bikers found themselves receiving death threats, and their cars are torched by arsonists. Damn.
In 1998, one policeman who worked undercover in Montreal, he complained it was impossible to have charges filed against the bikers stick in courts, as judge, prosecutors, and jurors had all been bribed. Benoit Roberge, a senior detective with the Service de Police de la Ville de Montréal, in charge of stopping the Quebec Biker War, instead cultivated a close business relationship with the Hells Angels leader named René Charlebois, selling his information.
Oh.
Kane, the informant guy, told his handlers in 95 that somebody in the senior ranks of the Montreal police was selling Boucher information.
Oh, shit.
As Boucher had often boasted to him that he knew everything that the police knew about him.
Oh, shit. I mean, you got to, right? Kind of like that movie, The Departed.
Right.
Kane also told the RCMP that the Hells Angels paid double a policeman's weekly salary for info, and that much of the Montreal Popo were working for them, causing him to ask that the RCMP should never, ever again share information with the Montreal police, lest he be exposed.
Oh, wow.
An additional problem with handling outlaw biker cases was the state of the crown attorneys in Quebec. There were 84 crown attorneys, which are prosecutors, in Montreal, who had 4 secretaries at their service. Damn, that's it? Holy shit. Wow. I think I would be hiring my own secretary.
Right.
This required the crown attorneys to do much of their own paperwork, leaving them little time to even prepare for cases. Oh, wow.
Well, that's not good.
Ooh.
Well, furthermore, until 2002, crown attorneys in Quebec were not provided with computers, forcing them to write out their notes on typewriters or by hand, nor did they have access to online criminal databases. What the fuck?
no.
What kind of country is this? The law library in Montreal was so antiquated that the crown attorneys sometimes had to ask defense lawyers for information on the current jurisprudence.
Do they have to give them information?
I would assume, right?
I think so, right?
I don't know if they have to, but pretty sure if they want information.
Wow.
Well, crown attorneys in Quebec had the lowest salaries for prosecutors in Canada, receiving half of what crown attorneys made in Ontario, and those who took in outlaw biker cases received no security for themselves or their families. Yeah, why would you want to prosecute then?
Well, typically a single crown attorney would be assigned a case concerning outlaw bikers instead of the 4 or 6 that were normally assigned in other provinces. Damn. And those who could not handle the pressure were seen as failures by their superiors. No, you're asking these guys to do a hell of a lot.
Right.
As the outlaw bikers usually had well-paid defense lawyers, the crown attorneys often found themselves overwhelmed by the heavy burden of work, leading to frequent burnouts. They didn't even give a shit anymore. Rene Domingue, the crown attorney who prosecuted the men responsible for the Lennoxville massacre in 1986, was assigned to the Operation Carcajou squad as its legal counsel in 1995. Ooh.
Well, he stated that the Crown gave the Carcajou squad a budget of $5 million, but none for the Crown attorneys.
Oh, shit.
He also said, I was alone on a part-time basis. I was running around like a madman and unable to do any decent work. Another Crown attorney, Francois Legault, who prosecuted Hell's Angel Richard Valet in 97, found himself handling the case alone and having to do some of the police work himself.
Oh, son of a bitch.
He said the police were totally disorganized. They didn't know how to do a case like this. They didn't have the structure to properly organize the evidence.
Holy shit. Well, this is all new to them, so. Damn bikers.
Is it?
Right.
They've been in there since the 70s.
It's true. After working for 75 hours a week on the Valet case for over a year without any help, Legault had a nervous breakdown and he lost his case. Crown attorney Lucy Delfrenze, she found herself in 1998 taking on 5 defense lawyers on the case of 5 rockers who were charged with killing Jean-Marc Casey of the Rock Machine. She said this: I asked for help and I was refused. This was a huge case with all sorts of proof, electronic wiretaps, an informant, and I was told there's nobody available.
In the middle of her trial, she suffered what she called her humiliated nervous breakdown as well.
Holy shit.
She has not tried a case since 1998. And she said, I adore it, but I'm no longer capable.
Right.
You push and push and push until the machine breaks. The vision here is always short term.
Oh, wow.
Domingue, on the other hand, told journalists Sure and Marsden, if you look at the rate or percentages of success in cases solved against the Angels, I would say they kill with impunity.
Oh.
They have reasons to laugh at the law because they could do what they wanted, but for the odd arrests here and there.
Right.
We ended up being their best place to prosper. We didn't take them seriously enough.
Oh, wow. In Canada, belonging to a criminal organization like the Mafia or the Angels was not in itself a crime. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they don't have the RICO.
Right. And prosecutors could not even convict a mafioso or an angel if it could be established that they had committed a crime. Wow.
Could only
Oh, they could only convict. Under the RICO Act in the United States, membership of a criminal organization was made a criminal offense, thus making the job of American prosecutors so much easier. The Charitian government refused to pass a RICO-type law. Quebec's like, fuck off. Citing concerns about civil liberties, and the closest it came was a bill which was called C-95 in 1997. It increased the penalties if it could be established that someone had committed a crime in the service of a criminal organization. I guess you're working to it. Get there, right?
I guess. How long does it get there, though?
Right.
That bill was passed in 97, and journalist Timothy Appleby and Tu Tanaha of the Globe and Mail observed in 2000 that nobody had even been convicted under the bill offenses. 1997, the Carcajou squad decided the best way to end the war was to put the Rock Machine out of business, arguing that the Rock Machine was the weaker of the two clubs, and the war would end once the Rock Machine was removed from the scene. January 29, 1997, 7 Rock Machine members were arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit murder in connection with the failed murder plot against Boucher in 1994. Yeah, I guess you got to get rid of one of them.
Right.
97 of May, the Rock Machine clubhouses in Montreal and Quebec City were raided while the police arrested 18 Rock Machine members, seized 225 kilos of explosives, particularly TNT.
Uh-oh.
The police confiscated the Montreal clubhouse after drugs were found within the premises.
Damn. Reflecting the way that the Angels were winning the war. In October 95, Harold Pelletier, one of the heads of the Pelletier clan, turned himself in to the Quebec police, confessing that on the night of the 7th of August in the year of 1983, he murdered a drug dealer named Michael Boileau, who was behind his payments to the Pelletier clan. He asked that the police provide him with protection from the Angels in exchange for more info about his crimes.
Yeah. Ultimately, he confessed to committing 17 murders between 83 and 95. Yet he was only convicted of the murder of Boileau. Pelletier's murder of Boileau was classified as second-degree murder, despite the fact he had fallen asleep after Pelletier got him drunk before he opened fire.
Oh, man.
Since the murder was premeditated, it should have been first-degree, obviously.
Yes.
In his plea bargain, in June 96, Pelletier was sentenced to life with a promise that he would receive full parole after 10 years served. in exchange for everything he knew about the Montreal underworld.
Oh,
Yeah, served 10 years for 17 murders? Yeah. Might
right.
as well.
The Crown justified the plea bargain with him, given that he was guilty of 17 murders on the grounds that he was a mine of information about the underworld of Montreal. We've got to clean Quebec up, baby. Pelletier's motives for striking a plea bargain was the alliance against the Angels was collapsing, with alliance members defecting over to the Angels, and he wanted the Crown protection from the Angels for himself. However, he violated the terms of his plea bargain, as they all do, under which he promised not to commit any more crimes. I mean, come on, it's like asking a dolphin to stay out of the water. I don't know. When he was caught in 2002, attempted to bribe another prison inmate to kill a prisoner who he disliked.
Oh.
Wow, and this allowed the Crown to revoke its agreement, and he was not released until June of 2006, as was promised 10 years earlier.
He was not released in June of 2006.
Right.
He was supposed to get out in June
Right,
of
that's
2006.
right. He was not released in June 2006, as
Well,
promised.
he did finally receive a full parole December 2013.
Ooh.
After he completed his high school equivalency degree.
Another 7 years, dude. He spent 17 years in prison, one for every fucking murder.
He also started attending Alcohol Anonymous meetings. I think he's pretty much alcohol-free.
17 years, right?
And
the toilet water?
Maybe. And demonstrated an ability to get along with penitentiary staff. January 96, go back. Hells Angels associate Glenn Cormier was murdered in Quebec City.
Oh, shit.
March of 96, Kane murdered a drug dealer, Roland Labrasseur, who refused to buy drugs from the Hells Angels.
Oh,
After getting over a scare caused by the killing of De Rochers,
that 11-year-old.
Steiner was living high at this time, receiving the Filthy Few patch in March of 96, awarded to those who killed for the Angels.
Oh.
And he got a full patch at the same time.
Fantastic. Look at this guy. Scott Steiner was the biggest pimp. Oh, damn right he was.
Oh, yeah.
Pimping ain't easy.
Fucking big bad voodoo daddy.
Ew.
Daddy.
Yeah, he was the biggest pimp in Montreal.
He's like, where are my freaks?
He had the largest arms in the world. Only the Sensations Escort Service, whose office in Montreal was destroyed in the case of arson in August of 1996. And guess who did that? The Rock Machine, baby. Mid-1996, Marcel Demers, who had been acting president of the Quebec City chapter, he created a second Rock Machine chapter in the United States. Nope, in that very city of Quebec City. It was located in the suburb of Beauport. With the Demers becoming the president of the new Beauport chapter, Frederick Fulcher was promoted to president of the Quebec City chapter. He's like, hey, take my...
The success of the Sensations Escort Service caused tensions with Carroll, whose Adventure Escort Service suffered as Steiner wanted all the profits from prostitution for himself.
Oh.
Steiner founded what he called his Groupe des Cinq to take over all the bars and nightclubs in Crescent Street in Montreal and branch out to Ontario to take over the bars and nightclubs on York Street there.
Okay.
Or in Ottawa, I mean.
Uh-oh.
Steiner also had plans to take over bars, restaurants, and nightclubs of Toronto, Kingston, and Winnipeg. Not content with Canada, he also had got into contact with the New York Mafia
Got to.
send strippers from Quebec to a Mafia-owned resort in the Dominican Republic.
Oh.
Jeez.
All right. The Angels had their own surveillance unit with 3 vehicles equipped with hidden cameras, batteries that lasted for 72 hours, that were discreetly placed on the streets to collect footage of various targets. Damn, look at these guys. The funeral of Mafia boss Frank Catroni's mother was recorded as Boucher wanted footage of the faces and the license plates of all who attended the funeral. He was planning to liquidate the Catroni family once he was finished with the Rock Machine. Boucher, he approved of Steiner, whose work ethic contrasted strongly with Carroll, who was a self-proclaimed party animal. Yeah.
Well, Kane mentioned to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police that Steiner had been living in Montreal since he was a teenager, but that he had never taken Canadian citizenship, which led the Canadian government to go to the court seeking an injunction to deport his ass back to the States.
Oh.
May of 96, Steiner's bodyguard, Donald Magnuson, they called him Bam Bam, he lost his temper at a party and murdered David Boyko, who was the leader of a Winnipeg biker gang, the Los Bravos, who were planning on patching over to become the Hells Angels. That caused some problems with the Angels' plans to expand into the prairies, I would assume, right?
Yeah. I guess. Magnuson, he was unintelligent, had only been recruited into the Angels because of his size, his strength, and brutality.
Useful idiot.
Carroll became convinced that nobody could be as stupid as Magnuson, which led him to the conclusion that he must be an undercover policeman working to destroy the Angels from within. Steiner, he was not even included in the Nomads chapter at all, and he was planning in October 96 on forming his cell within the Montreal Cell chapter and what appeared to be a challenge to Boucher's authority. Oh. A month later, in 1996, the Rock Machine planted a bomb in the old Angels bunker in they had a bunker? In St. Nicholas and the residential neighborhood where it was located. It was shaken by the immense force of the blast.
Oh, wow.
The bunker received significant damage, which it should. Carroll offered Kane to kill Magnuson, an order that Kane was reticent to fulfill, as Magnuson was a full patch angel, while Kane was only a rocker. Such a violation of Angel's etiquette could have resulted in Kane's own death.
That was coming from one of the big guys.
Right. At Kane's request, the police visited Magnuson to warn him that the other angels were planning to murder this big son of a bitch. But he dismissed the warnings and completely as a police provocation intended to turn him against his brothers.
All right. Well,
He's
December
like, you
95.
lying, motherfuckers. They'll
I
never
know what
do
you guys
that.
are trying to do. Fuck off my property. December 95, Steiner purchased the mansion previously owned by the Lavagure family in the 80s on Laval's expensive Ile aux Pruches Island, which is part of the Hochelaga Archipelago, in which he was married in the summer of 96. A deportation order was served on Steiner, who was born in Milwaukee, ordered him to leave Canada by the 14th of November 96.
Oh, damn.
But his lawyers were able to avoid the deportation order, arguing that he had just married a Canadian woman with whom he had a child, making it inhumane to make him go back to the United
Right,
States.
you can't do that. Besides the marriage ceremony at the Lavagure mansion, Steinhardt, he also used his estate to make a pornographic film entitled The Babe Angel. It starred himself and 9 of his prostitutes.
All right. Good for you, bud.
August 1996, Salvatore Cazzetta, who was being held in a Parthenias detention center prior to his extradition to the United States. He was attacked and wounded by 6 prisoners in a jailhouse contract. Ooh-wee.
Jeez. October 18th, 96, the president of the Rock Machine Montreal chapter, Ronald Jeanfay, alongside Christian Deschaines of the Rock Machine, were shot and killed while eating in a Chinese restaurant in Verdun.
Son of a bitch.
The Rock Machine leader was seated with fellow club members and Raymond Laurel in a booth at the rear of the Chinese restaurant known as Restaurant Kim Hoa, which was located on Wellington Street.
Okay.
A man entered the establishment and approached the table, fired several shots, and fled out of the rear of the building. Jeanfay and Deschaines were killed, while Laure was wounded in the shoulder.
Son of a bitch. One of the Paradis brothers, Peter Paradis, he would succeed Jeanfay as president of the Montreal chapter, taking over much of his business in the suburb of Verdun. As one of the club's most prominent members, Marcel Demers became an assassination target for the Angels. December 1996, Bruno van Lerberg, a member of the Quebec City chapter of the Angels, was murdered while he was eating at a restaurant. Shot him 6 times. Damn. February 97, Magnuson beat up Leonardo Rizzuto, the son of Vito Rizzuto, in a bar fight, which led to a request from the Rizzuto family for Magnuson's
now you're
murder.
really going to get it, Magnuson.
Yeah, you don't beat up mafia guys.
Jeez. March 28, 97, Kane's lover, a rocker member, Amy Simmerd, stated he was acting under the orders of rocker president, a man known as Gregory Woolley, they call him Pissarro. He murdered Jean-Marc Casey as he entered the Montreal arena to play hockey with his friends.
I'm sure he did.
After being arrested, Simmerd agreed to work for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police as he was terrified of his gayness being exposed. Simmerd also turned on his lover Kane, revealing to the police that Kane had committed 3 murders over the last 2 years, which caused the Royal Canadian Mounted Police to sever contact with Kane for 2 years.
Oh, that's it? Jeez. Wow. Damn. Simard gave the Crown evidence that Gregory Pissarro Woolley, a Haitian immigrant, was eating cats.
Shit.
He was working as Boucher's bodyguard. He was also an assassin for the Angels, saying that despite being black, Woolley was accepted by the otherwise all-white Angels as he was their best killer.
Hey.
Woolley had founded a street gang of fellow Haitian immigrants based on the north end of Montreal in the poor neighborhood of Saint Michel, where many Haitians lived at that time, initially known as the Crackdown Posse. And it was renamed the Syndicate in 1998.
All right. Well, they wore blue gang colors that were closely modeled after the hats and clothing worn by the Crips in the USA. The Syndicate began engaging in extortion rackets and robbing convenience stores before moving on to serve as drug dealers and killers for the Angels, becoming well known in Montreal for doing the dirty work that even the Angels didn't even want to do.
Damn right.
Woolley was president of the Rockers, the Hells Angels puppet club in Montreal, and although he could never hope to join the Angels proper as a black man, he maintained very close ties with them. Whatever.
All right, what are you going to do? Pretty much there, right? For reasons that remain unclear, Woolley had no qualms about serving as the bodyguard for the white supremacist.
Money, baby.
Right. For the white supremacist Boucher. However, Simard, he proved to be a poor witness on the stand, and Woolley's trial for the first-degree murder ended with his acquittal. Afterwards, the Crown
You're
disavowed.
getting murdered. Simmered.
Afterwards, the Crown was like, you know what, Simard, we have no more fucking use for you, buddy. They said that he failed to even fulfill his side of the bargain, as Woolley was still a free man, and it ended its protection for him in 1999, placing him in the general prison population. Throw him out with the dogs, right? Wolves. The Angels put out a jailhouse contract on Simard's life, and in 2003, murdered by a fellow inmate, stabbed him to death with a homemade knife, inflicting over 187 wounds. This happened at the federal prison where he was being held in Saskatchewan.
Oh, jeez. See, that they should get charged for murder.
Right.
Because they knew he was going to get murdered.
Knowingly, yeah.
Jeez. May 97, Giovanni Cazzetta of the Rock Machine was arrested when a Rock Machine member turned police informer asked him to buy 15 kilos of cocaine.
Son of a bitch.
Cazzetta introduced the informer to Richard Maddox, who was the brother of Gerald, who ran the West End gang. Maddox told the informer he could not supply 15 on a very short notice, but he did sell him 9 for $350,000. Okay.
It works for me.
Jeez. Cassetta was then sent back to prison for violating his 1993 parole, and in 1998 was sentenced to 9 years after his conviction.
Wow.
Maddox, in his part, was sentenced to only 3. He was the drug dealer.
Right. Son of a bitch. They didn't want him. 21st of May, 1997, National President Claude Vezina and his Sergeant-at-Arms Danny Legare, they call him Legros, they were both charged with trafficking of narcotics. Oh. In order to conduct his arrest, the Popo had to sneak by guard dogs that he had located on his property. They entered his home and arrested him in his bedroom. This was the result of a sting operation set up by the Quebec Popo. A police informant had completed 7 transactions of narcotics with the 2 members of Rock Machine during a 5-month period. The massive raid launched by authorities as part of the Operation Carcajou resulted in the seizure of a laboratory where narcotics such as PCP and methamphetamine were produced.
Wow. 1.5 million worth of various other narcotics, over 225 kilograms of dynamite, along with detonators, 7 pistols, 2 fully automatic machine guns, 3 semi-automatic carbines, and a pistol suppressor were also found. Jeez. After the arrest of Vezina, Frederic Fulcher, he became the Rock Machine's new national president on September 11, 1997. Alain Red Tomato Brunette was promoted to president of the Quebec City chapter. Right. Brunette Redhead.
You know, it's a lot of stuff in history happened on September 11th, dude.
I mean, or just
It's crazy. Just, right.
we just know that date.
Right. At that very same time, the Great Nordic Biker War was taking place.
Sure was.
And the Rock Machine was impressed with the way that the Scandinavian branches of the Bandidos held their own against the Scandinavian branches of the Hells Angels. June 1997, 3 leaders of the Rock Machine, Fred Fauché, Johnny Plesio, and Robert Tout Leaguer, they all went to Stockholm to seek support from the Swedish branch of the Bandidos. But guess what? Expelled by the Swedish Popo, who declared that they did not even want any Canadians in their country, let alone biker gangs.
Fauché, he had gained wide attention in underworld circles by blowing up the Hells Angels clubhouse in Quebec City, February of 97. And after the Rock Machine's leader, Claude Vezina, was arrested for drug smuggling. Yes, we know. He decided the best hope for the Rock Machine was to have the club absorbed into the Bandidos, which was the second largest outlaw biker club in the world. Oh. He did that in a bid to internationalize the conflict.
Got to do something here because you're not going to win against the Angels.
Right.
Well, he invited George Wiegers, the president of the Bandidos in the United States. He said, come to Canada. However, a dinner that Fauché held for Wiegers at the expensive Quebec City restaurant on 28th of October 1997, it ended in a huge fiasco when the old Popo arrived and announced that since Wiegers had a lengthy criminal record in the United States, that he was not even wanted in Canada, and that they were to escort him back to the airport to put him on the first flight back home.
Bye.
Get your ass out of here, you son of a bitch.
Yeah. And a former Rock Machine member, Norman Brisbois, he stated in an interview, the Hells Angels were 10 times more powerful and organized than us. Another former Rock Machine member, Gilles Lalonde, said the Rock Machine were more like just drug dealers.
Right.
They weren't much of an organized club. The Angels were more like a big business.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. There was a widespread belief with the Rock Machine that joining the Bandidos was their only hope to win the Biker War. 2 members of the Angels who came into conflict with Boucher were Steiner and Donald Magnuson. Magnuson. David Carroll, they call him Wolf, one of the nomads, charged that the 2 were working for the police. noting that the Crown was completely unsuccessful in its efforts to deport Steinert back to the U.S., which led him to the conclusion that Steinert must have been working for the cops all along.
Well, meanwhile, Kane, who was anxious to distract attention from himself, he did everything to encourage Carroll in his line of thinking, saying Steinert must be police. It must be the police mole inside the Angels. Contributing to suspicions about Steinert and Magnuson was the interception of a shipment containing 31 kilos of marijuana and 200 ecstasy pills sent by the duo to be sold to drug dealers in northern Ontario. While the RCMP was tipped off by Kane, he accused Steinert and Magnuson of the tip-off. Oh, jeez. Steinert and Magnuson, were last seen alive 4th of November 1997, leaving the Labaugur mansion to see Boucher. The bodies of them were later found floating in the St. Lawrence River with their hands tied behind their backs and their heads beaten to a bloody mush, showing wounds from repeated blows from baseball bats and hammers.
Son of a bitch died
They gave him taught him a lesson, didn't they?
Yeah, they beat him like they did what's-his-face in Casino.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. 1997, an imprisoned Hell's Angel, Dennis Howell. He was the victim of an unsuccessful assassination attempt when a Rock Machine member opened fire on him from beyond the prison fence. Holy shit. The resulting investigation first alerted the public to the existence of Dark Circle, and it was reported that the Angels would pay well for information identifying the members of the Dark Circle. Over the next 2 years, 2 members of the Dark Circle were murdered by the Angels, while a third only escaped when the Angels shot and killed the wrong Serge Hervoy, a 38-year-old father of 2, was murdered, damn you, when the Angels mistook him for the employer Serge Bruno, who was a member of the Dark Circle. 1997 saw 27 murders committed as part of this very biker war. Holy shit.
All right, well, don't really like to do this, but I think we have to here because we're already an hour and something in. We got at least an hour or more to go, so we're going to have to end this right here for part 1. Part 2 is only going to get bloodier as we got all the way. We got 5 more years of this shit to get hashed out.
That's when the good stuff comes.
And, yeah, so that's the first part of the old Quebec Biker War, and more like a mafia war right here going on.
Yeah.
So,
Except for the brutal murders that are just killing everybody.
yeah.
Idiots. I'm glad that freaking truck got towed away.
These
Fucking took a whole city block.
guys don't care who's in the way. They'll do it. As long as they get their target, I guess. So maybe we'll hold off on next week's remastered and do...
Yeah, I mean, the remaster is only there to fill in time.
Right, and we'll do part 2 next week. So instead of remastered next week, we'll do part 2 of the Quebec Biker War, and then after that, we're on to another serial killer. So make sure you're joining us on YouTube at Bang Dang Network or Spotify, Apple. Share us with your friends, answer that Spotify question, and give us a review. We'll be back next week for more Outlaws and Gunslingers. We are the Multi Michiganders.
Bang dang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, we're back. Part 2 of this Quebec Biker War. And, well, so far on the part 1, what did we do? We got some bombing that killed a little kid, a little 11-year-old. We got the fight for Montreal/Quebec. We got our informant guy named Kane who spilling his guts. His guts are about to be spilled in this episode. Spoiler alert. We got basically a lot of... the Operation Carcajou, where all 3 little law enforcement agencies in Quebec and Canada are absolutely failing at bringing down these bikers. So pretty much that's what happened here, and we're going to go into more of some crimes and more about that Operation Carcajou, and like I said, their prize informant, Kane. I forget the guy's first name. He's still doing shit, and he's going to meet his bitter end. Bye. Starting off with Stéphane Gagne, who's a petty criminal from Hochelaga Maisonneuve district of Montreal, who joined the Angels. He wanted desperately to join the Nomads, which was the elite group of the Angels in Quebec, and to do so, he agreed to murder prison guards for Maurice Boucher. Everybody knows, if you heard him last time, they call him Mom. He's a leader of that Nomads chapter, as well as all of Quebec, I believe. June 26, 97, Gagne and another Hells Angels biker, Andre Toots Tausignet, They murdered a prison guard, Diane Levine, who gunned her down in the streets in Montreal while riding a motorcycle. She was riding a motorcycle, or they were? She was, probably. Gagne and Toots were promoted up on July 1st, 97 to become prospects with the Angels, giving them the right to wear partial Hells Angels patches as a reward, right? Police listened to Toots call his wife, Eve, to tell her, I got my patch yesterday, leading her to say, I'm so proud of you.
Oh, wow.
Toots, then called his mistress to break the news, leading her to say, congratulations.
Oh, look at that.
At least he got his wife first, right?
Yeah, she said proud, and she said congratulations.
All right. 8th of September, 97, Gagne and a fellow biker, Paul Fontaine, they call him Fonfon, gunned down another prison guard, Pierre Rondeau.
Oh, poor Pierre. During an attack on a prison van carrying prisoners from Rivières des Prairies prison to a court on the morning of the 8th of September, 1997, Gagne and Fontaine, they began to shoot up the old front seats of the van with their handguns, killed Pierre Rondeau, and badly wounded another guard, which is Robert Corriveau, who was critically injured, but he survived. Gagne's gun jammed, which saved Corriveau's life, as Fontaine decided that since Corriveau was already badly bleeding, he would die before an ambulance arrived. He's like, look at him. He's not going to make it much longer.
In response to those murders of the two guards,
I think that was the mafia. They actually would have killed
probably stopped and put a gun or a bullet right in his head.
Right.
In response to those murders of the prison guards, Commander Andre Bouchard, he launched Project Harm in the fall of 97. They raided bars, restaurants, strip clubs that were controlled by the Angels and the Rock Machine, hoping to find something that would lead them to the killers of Levine and Rondeau. 4th of December 97, Bouchard received a call for help from a police officer raiding a strippers agency run by the Angels.
Oh, here we go. Upon arriving, wearing his full dress uniform as usual, Bouchard, confronted by a burly Angels member who wanted to fight him. He said, let's go, you son of a bitch. Leaning him to punch out the Angel. Wow, look at that. And then he asked this. Anybody else want some?
Okay, who says this? Him?
Right, yeah, I don't think that happened. Sorry. Does anybody else want one? In the strippers agency, the police found 67 guns. Wow, they found photos of Angels having sex with the strippers and each other. Full patch Angels often sodomize, hang around, and prospect Angels to assert domination. Sorry, I'm just going to stick this in here. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
There it is.
Does the U.S. Angels know about this?
I mean, they probably do it too.
Wow. They also found $2.5 million worth of cocaine.
All right. That's probably why they're banging fucking prospects in the ass.
Right. They didn't care. They're all high. And next morning they woke up like, what did we do last night? You don't want to know. One of those arrested was a Peruvian drug dealer known as Steve Boyce.
Oh, jeez.
Who has assisted Gagne with cleaning up after Moitas and named him as the killer in exchange for a lesser sentence. And it promised not to deport him back to Peru. Oh. Really?
Indeed, no? December 5th, 97, Gagne was arrested. And after lengthy interrogation by Detective Sergeant Robert Pigeon, he confessed.
Oh.
Pigeon described Gagne as a weak character, a man easily dominated by others, apparently, and observed all that was needed was to apply some pressure on him to make him break down in tears and confess.
Well, clearly not, because you said it was a lengthy interrogation, so I guess they tried being nice at first. Right.
Gagne then agreed to turn over evidence to the Crown after he was arrested in December, and in his confession, he named Toots and Fontaine as his fellow killers.
Oh. Fontaine fled to Mexico after Gagne implicated him in where he lived for a number of years. He later returned to Canada in May of 2004.
Why would you do that?
Right, and go back to Quebec. At least go to, like, Manitoba or something. Right. He was arrested in Quebec City, where he was living under an assumed name, Jean Goyer. In October 2008, he went on trial in Montreal, convicted in February 2009, one count of first-degree murder for killing Rondeau. Toots, a prospect for the Nomads who disappeared after Gagne's confession, he was found murdered, shot twice, and his body then set on fire.
What happens, Toots?
Yeah, they don't like rats up there, huh?
He was last seen alive on December 7th, going to see Boucher. Fontaine's boyfriend was Serge Boutin, the chief drug dealer in Montreal's gay village.
Oh, wow.
Unlike Toots, Fontaine was kept alive as Boucher wanted to keep the services of Boutin. The corpse of Toots was found buried in a shallow grave in the Eastern Townships, February 27, 1998, and his murder never solved. December 18th, though, 97, Boucher was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. For that,
Wow.
Interesting.
Throughout the Guerre des Motards,
Biker War.
right, the Biker War, the more powerful and better organized Angels consistently held the upper hand over the Rock Machine, which had previously controlled all of the non-mafia organized crime in Quebec. 1998, Jacques Lemieux of the Royal Canadian Mounted Popo told The Economist that the Angels were seeking control of the narcotics trade, automobile theft, prostitution, smuggling, illegal gambling, and of course what goes with all of that, extortion rackets in all of Quebec. In the same interview, Detective Lemieux, he said, bikers seem a lot more active in Canada than elsewhere, and a lot more violent in Quebec.
Yeah.
Quote, unquote.
A lot of area.
Yeah. Quebec's huge.
The Hells Angels had of the Société d'Assurance Automobile du Québec.
So
I'm guessing like the DMV or something.
Right.
They issue driver's licenses, right? And namely, they had Jeanette Martineau and Raymond Turgeon working for them. Oh. Of the DMV people, they are working there. Turgeon. Between November 23rd, 99 and October 31st, 2000, Turgeon and Martineau sold the home addresses of 25 Rock Machine members to the Rockers for a mere $200 each.
Wow.
Of which 4 were killed.
Oh.
February 20th, 98, Denny Below of the Rock Machine was shot dead while he was eating a Quebec City restaurant. They love to kill people in restaurants, don't they?
That's right. What a waste of food. Let me eat that first. 30th of July, 1998. Bab Bam, Richard Legacy of the Rock Machine, murdered while he was leaving a Montreal gym. 23rd of August, 1998. A team of Rock Machine killers that's said to consist of Frederick Fauché, Gerald Gallant, and Marcel Demers. They rode by on their motorcycles and gunned down Paolo Controni in his driveway. Controni was a member of the Calabrian Controni crime family, who were the rivals of the Sicilian Mafia Rizzuto crime family. Ooh. Controni, he was killed partly to gain the favor of the Rizzutos and partly because he was a friend of Boucher.
Okay. 8th of September, 98, Johnny Plesio, a founding member of the Rock Machine and president of its Point Aux Trembles chapter in Montreal. He was at his Laval home watching television when his cable was severed. As he rose to see what was wrong with his television, 27 bullets went through Plesio's living room window, 16 of which struck him.
Damn.
At his funeral, a flower arrangement appeared bearing the word Banditos, which was the first sign that the Banditos Motorcycle Club of Texas was taking an interest of the Rock Machine.
Oh, wow. Where have these guys been?
Oh, they gave him little flowers. My condolences.
All right.
Now be with us.
Right. Norman Whistle would succeed Plesio as president of the Point Aux Trembles chapter. Disaster struck the Dark Circle when one of their members, Salvatore Brunetti, a restaurant and bar owner and also a drug dealer, he defected to the Angels and gave them a list of remaining members of the Dark Circle. They've been trying to find these guys for a minute.
The Dark Circle is,
Right.
I guess if you didn't watch part 1, they're
Just
a group of businessmen that
Right.
are funding the drug dealers and shit.
Jean Rosa, a 32-year-old businessman, he lived in the middle-class suburb of Montreal, found shot to death in front of his Pontiac Grand Prix.
Oh.
Damn. This was in his driveway on the morning of the 25th of September, year 1998. He died of blood loss. Oh, at the hospital later that day.
Rosa was a member of the Dark Circle, and his neighbors were shocked to learn that respectable Rosa was in fact a gangster whose home had been purchased with profits from the drug trade, which was laundered through the bar Rosa owned.
Right.
8 p.m., 22nd of October 1998, Pierre Bastien, who owned another successful bar, had just parked his car in the driveway at his home, and as he went to open the door of his automobile for his 8-year-old daughter, he was shot in the head at point-blank range in front of his kid. See, dude, Mafia wouldn't do that.
Son of a bitch. Could you imagine?
Like, we're, like, glorifying the Mafia. The Mafia are such good guys. I mean,
Right.
they wouldn't just... I guess
Wow.
they would, but not like that.
Son of a bitch. That sucks. At least you never know it was coming. Damn. Bastion was also a member of the Dark Circle.
Yes.
And his bar was also a front for laundering drug money.
I bet it would be.
To save their lives, several other members of the Dark Circle turned themselves into the Popo and confessed to their crimes, saying that they would be safer in prison than they would be as a free man. I don't know. Do they know anything about prison? Well, maybe in Canada. I don't know.
I don't know. They already had, like, 2 people killed in prison.
Right. At least one member of the Dark Circle who went to prison was later offered full parole for good behavior, which he declined, saying the Angels would kill him for certain if he got out. And it was his wish to spend the rest of his life in prison. Oh, wow.
Dude, go somewhere else.
Go to the protection. They can't offer him that.
Right. Well, probably not. Unless he's going to give up something.
Another member of the circle, a restaurant owner and bar owner named Claude Jaunet, he followed Brunetti in defecting over to the Angels, agreeing to launder drug money for them in exchange for his life.
Right.
10th of November 98, Stéphane Morgan of the Rock Machine and his bodyguard Daniel Boulet, they were shot dead outside of Morgan's house. November 27th, 98, Boucher was acquitted of ordering the murder of the 2 prison guards in 97, and afterwards became a folk hero in Quebec, with people in the poor neighborhood of Hochelaga Maisonneuve in Montreal cheering Boucher and his fellow Angels as they rode their Harleys down the streets like it was a royal procession.
Aw. Yeah. Look at these guys. Wow. Night of 27th November 1998, celebrate his acquittal. Boucher attended a boxing match in Verdun with his fellow nomads, with the audience cheering him on as he took his seat and hundreds of people lined up to get his autograph. Boucher became a celebrity in Quebec overnight, despite, or perhaps because of the violence of the Biker War.
Probably perhaps.
With many polls showing that he was one of the most popular and best-loved man in La Belle Province, with much of the Quebec media offering fawning coverage of the charismatic Boucher. The Crown was stunned by Boucher's popularity with ordinary Quebecians, with many police officers and prosecutors saying this reflected the moral decay of the Quebec society.
Yeah. May of 99, the Rock Machine became a hang-around club for the Banditos. After 18 months, they became a probationary chapter in December of 2000. Unlike the Angels, those bikers joining the Banditos had to enter as a prospect, regardless of what their membership had been in the Rock Machine.
Oh, wow.
Even the presidents.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, I would do that, right?
That was considered very off-putting, causing several members to join the Angels instead.
Oh, wait.
Right. You go as a sergeant at arms or something, you're immediately going to be a member, I would assume, of the Angels. Why would you make them a fucking prospect? That's dumb. Shortly afterwards, Fauché was arrested on charges of importing cocaine into Canada, and the Rock Machine new president became Alain Brunette. You're the Red Tomato guy. That's the Red Tomato Brunette. Remember him?
April 1999. 5 powerful bombs were found next to 5 different popo stations, including the one where Bouchard he worked at, and only failed to explode because the bomb maker had attached faulty detonators.
Idiot.
The bombs had been planted by an Angels puppet gang, the Scorpions, and one of those involved later testified that the orders came from Boucher himself. In the summer of 1999, a bizarre incident occurred on the streets of Montreal when Woolley was riding his Harley-Davidson while wearing his rocker patch on his vest. He was pulled over for speeding.
The Hitman guy.
Yeah. He's not a member. He can't be a member. He was a member of the gang that switched over.
No, he was a Haitian-born guy that had his own gang.
Right.
Well, the constable who pulled over Woolley, Michel Bureau, he claimed he was frightened when he noticed that Woolley had something under his vest, saying he knew Woolley was an especially violent man as he was the only black outlaw biker in Montreal, and offered to drop the fine if Woolley would just show him what was under his vest.
Oh, really? Okay.
When Woolley refused, Constable Bureau said it didn't matter if Woolley was carrying drugs, he was willing to drop the charges just as long as he showed him what was under his vest.
Right, just show him.
Why?
Wow. When Woolley informed Burrow that he was not under arrest, well, I guess he's telling the cop he's not under arrest.
Why is the cop being like, oh, just show me and you'll be all right? If he's going to be all right, just go.
Right. When Woolley informed Burrow that if you're not going to arrest me, and this is none of your business, then what I have underneath my vest, Burrow was like, okay, I'm going to call for backup. And this took 5 officers to arrest Woolley for speeding. Wow. No guns or drugs were found on Woolley, though a handgun was found lying on the streets close to the arrest scene, which Woolley's lawyers claimed was planted by the popo.
Maybe.
Could have been.
Well, later, the judge threw out all of the charges, ruling that this was not a routine pullover, suggested it was an unusually clumsy attempt on the part of the police to entrap Woolley.
They did, too.
During his time in jail while awaiting the charges, Woolley was involved in 3 different fights with other inmates and an attempt to smuggle PCP into the jail. Damn, how was it? He was in there for 3 days.
Right, he did all that shit.
Jeez. Before finally being separated from other inmates on the grounds, he was too violent.
Wow.
Okay.
We're about to take a look at one of the most notorious incidents of this very Biker War that we've been talking about. Happened on 26th of August, year 1999, in a time when the whole world was going crazy.
I think the world's gone crazy.
They thought they had mere months left to live, or computers were going to survive. We don't know. Y2J save us. 2 rockers entered a car rental agency in St. Leonard neighborhood of Montreal. Asked to see Serge. The Serge they wanted to see was Serge Bruneau,
the
owner of the agency and member of Dark Circle. But as we went through this last episode, one of his employees was named Serge Hervoy. He told them that Jo Saint Serge, he says, I am Serge, at which they opened fire. Their 357 Magnum handguns, putting 4 bullets in the unfortunate wrong Serge, killing him instantly. While Bruno hid under his desk.
The other Serge.
Oh, they never said that last time.
The intended Serge.
Wow.
Well, the wrong Serge, who was a married man with 2 children, had no involvement with organized crime. Besides killing the wrong man, the killers, Jean Richard Lariviere, they call him Race, and Eric Fournier, they call him Piff. They also failed to set fire to their getaway car, which was a stolen Chrysler Intrepid.
Oh, no shit.
Leaving behind in the trunk massive evidence incriminated them, not the least of which was that their fingerprints were all over the papers listing the address of the car rental agency.
These guys are so dumb.
Stupid.
Wow. Well, despite killing the wrong Serge, both men were promoted to full patch rockers, making them well on their way to finally becoming angels. Despite a promise to the Popo that the violence would stop, on the 1st of October 1999, the president of the Rock Machines, Point Au Trembles chapter, Tony Plescio, brother of Johnny Plescio, gunned down in a parking lot of Montreal's McDonald's.
Jeez, what is up with these restaurant hits?
All right. He was taking his family to dinner at McDonald's, you piece of shit. You have all this money, you're going to McDonald's. I guess, whatever. I don't give a fuck what you eat.
It's the 90s.
Right.
McDonald's was decent then.
All right. Other members of the Rock Machine killed in 1999, including Richard Relative and Serge Boisvert. Just killing these Serge guys.
Surge, the level of violence against Surge is surging. Boisvert, while high on drugs, walked down the street in a small town while waving about an AK-47 and was shot down by the Popos when he refused the order to put his down his gun.
Well, that's what you get. Holy shit.
Jeez. Boisvert's brother, Hector, he stated he knew he was going to die soon. Eventually, that is certain. May 1st, 2000, a drug dealer working for the Rock Machine, Patrick Turcott, he was lethally shot in the back and leaving a store renting pornographic videos by a man riding in a blue van using a Beretta handgun equipped with a silencer.
Damn, isn't that a song? Or like a title of an album?
A man riding in a blue van using a Beretta handgun equipped with a silencer? That's a fucking hell of an album. There's a man in a blue van holding a Beretta handgun equipped with a silencer. Turcotte's killers, 2 rockers named Peanut and Schrumpf, they were rewarded by being promoted to prospects for the Angels.
Fantastic. Cool guys. Well, going back to Kane, he was not a nomad, but in early 2000, he began to work as a chauffeur for a nomad, which they called him Norman Robitaille.
Yes, that's because that was his name.
Right. Driving him all over Montreal as Robitaille met with other angels and occasionally the Mafia himself. Kane reported this to his Royal Crown Mounted Police handlers that Robitaille had told him during one of their car rides that he, Boucher, and Robert Savard, one of the most notorious loan sharks in Montreal, guess what they were going to do? The cops were like, what? They're going to start an internet company that would allow all of the pawn shops of Quebec to sell their wares online in exchange for a monthly fee. However, the twist of the plan was that any pawn shop owner who refused to list his products with the planned company would have his business, guess what? Burned down, baby.
I mean, that makes sense. That's Mafia. Robitaille added that angels had already been sent around to warn pawn shop owners that they would either list with the planned company or see their business destroyed by arsonists. Though the Rizzuto family leaned towards the Angels, one of the Rizzuto capos, Paolo Gervasi, he was a supporter of the Rock Machine, who he sold drugs and reserved a table for them at a strip club.
Right, but when it all comes down to it.
I think he's going to do what the gang or the Mafia family wants him to do. April 2000, Gervasi's son, Salvatore, who was also in the Mafia, was murdered and his corpse placed inside his Porsche, which was left outside his father's house. Oh, that's a message. You're going to fucking get right with the Angels, baby.
Porsche.
Wow. Fuck you. Saying that shit. Oh, Paolo himself survived an assassination attempt later that year, but January 22nd, 2004, he was killed while entering an Italian bakery.
Oh, man. Quit going to restaurants.
Stop going to food places, man.
Jeez. 17th April, year 2000. Norman Hamill, one of the nomads, murdered when attempting.
If you guys wonder why we keep going back and forth, because these are just...
Right.
This
crimes.
is not like a linear thing. These are just crimes that are happening. It's like going through different crimes. Just like all the Angels, all the other Angels episodes. Just a rundown of shit.
Right. Right. In this case, we just did a 2004 murder. Now we're about to do a year 2000 murder. Everybody's relieved that they're still alive. Computers work. April 17th, year 2000. Norman Hamill, one of the nomads, murdered while attempting to flee a rock machine assassins in the Laval parking lot while he and his wife were taking his son to the doctor. Oh, come on, guys. Hamill was the most senior Hells Angel to be killed in the Biker War. Boucher himself showed up at the crime scene to investigate Hamill's killing. And later that very same night, nomad Norman Bellinger, while using his cell phone that the police had tapped, he was heard saying that Hamill's murder was part of the game we play, but also pretty disgusting, saying his wife and son should have not seen his murder. Well, like the other guy
piss off.
shot
You guys
right in
just
his
shot
head.
somebody in the head and blew up a little boy.
Jeez, 27th of April, year 2000, Boucher's friend, Andre Desjardins, they call him Didi, was one of the most infamous construction and union officials in Quebec and well known for extortion and loan sharking. Guess what happened to him? Killed, parking lot of Montreal restaurant. And that restaurant name was Sean's.
Jeez, dude, don't go to restaurants.
Eat at home, you motherfuckers.
Order in. Well, then they'll probably
Jeez.
send the assassin over there and delivering the food. Well, he was called the King of Construction. He had been the vice president of the Fédération des Travailleurs et Travailleuses du Québec Union in the 70s.
Okay, Federation of Traveling, right?
It's the Quebec Federation of Labor.
Oh, what? Where do you get travelers from?
They're, it's got to make it 107 words longer. Yeah, he was president of the Quebec Federation of Travel. What?
What?
What was it?
Workers.
Federation of
He's
Labor.
a labor union.
He was a labor guy in the 1970s, where he attracted much attention in 74 when his union committed vandalism that had cost subcontractors on the James Bay project some $30 million as part of an extortion attempt, which led to the Cliché Commission that found the construction industry in Quebec was systematically corrupt, with the construction unions all controlled by
Guess
the
what?
mafia.
You know it. They got to control a little part of something of everything, right?
Mafia love construction.
Yeah, the journalists Julian Scher and
Sharon Marsden.
William Marsden, they wrote that Desjardins' murder was not an isolated killing over a simple debt, but he was killed because this is the beginning of a new era of consolidation of the Hells, now massive drug empire, which extended throughout Quebec and the Maritimes and was fast spreading into Ontario and Western Canada as well. Desjardins' business partner, Robert Savard, murdered 7th of July, year 2000. He just had breakfast with Boucher on the previous day, and by October 2000, there had been 11 murders of independent gangsters not with the Rizzuto family, who had previously been allies of the Angels. Uh-oh.
June 2000, Sandra Craig, a Bolivian immigrant who was the daughter of one of Bolivia's most powerful drug lords, was almost killed by the Hells Angels on the streets of Montreal. August 29, 2000, her Canadian husband, Raymond Craig, was indeed killed by the Angels in the resort town of St. Adelaide.
Oh, my goodness.
The Craigs had previously been the main link between the Colombian gangsters and the Rizzuto family and the Hells Angels in Montreal. Not anymore.
Fucking Craigs.
In December 2000, Michel Auger, the crime correspondent of La Journal de Montréal, he wrote a series of articles in that journal stating that Boucher had turned on his former allies such as Desjardins, Savard, and the Craigs, and was systematically killing them off, saying, we're going to take the piece of pie for ourselves.
Wow. Okay.
Jeez, look at that. Is Boucher like the most evil lead boss guy ever?
Looking like it, right? 12th of May, year 2000. The Angels attempted to kill the two Rock Machine members, Tony Duguay and Denis Boucher, suspected of killing Hamill, leading to a wild car crash, during which Duguay took bullet wounds to his arms, right hand, and also thigh. Tony Duguay, the Rock Machine member who was convicted of killing
Huey
Hamill,
Dubois.
right, of killing Hamill in 2006. He was acquitted in 2016, so this guy did 10 years, dude. That's bullshit.
Well, what are you going to do, man? This price is better that he was in prison not doing dumb shit anyway.
Right. He was acquitted after 10 years in prison when it was established that the eyewitness who gave the testimony that had convicted him had been fed information incriminating him by Detective Benoit Roberge, the senior anti-biker detective with the Montreal Popo, who was secretly working for the Angels. Oh, he's not so much anti-biker, is he? And that the witness had not actually seen Duguay kill Hamill at all, as he testified during this trial.
Of course not. Well, the witness stated in 2016 that everything he said at Duguay's trial was perjury. He claimed that Detective Roberge had forced him to perjure himself. 25th of June 2000, Wah, the president of the Angels Trois Rivières chapter, he disappeared after attending a party to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the founding of the Nomads. He had frequently ignored Boucher's orders by selling cocaine for less than $50,000 per kilogram. Jeez. July 2001, Elias Lecas testified that Wah was taken to a meat processing plant owned by Gerald Maddox, and while still alive, was run through a meat processing machine, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, head first? No, probably not. Feet first, for sure. Right? You got to.
That's what I would do.
Shit, right.
Son of a bitch. Wow. Regardless of his precise fate, Wah was never seen again. July 2000, Boucher's plan to set up an internet company were derailed when Robert Savard, the loan shark who charged 52% interest on loans he made to the desperate and needy, he was gunned down. He got gunned down at the Déjeuners Extra, which was also a restaurant in the north end of Montreal.
This should not be called the Quebec Biker War. This should be called the Restaurant Killings.
Right.
The Restaurant Gun Down.
Wow.
Something more clever than that. But
Savard had been an Angels associate for several years, and he was considered a right-hand man for old Boucher.
I don't more. Well, his dinner companion, Norm Descateau, a hockey player, of course, turned loan shark, was also a target, but he survived by grabbing a waitress, Helene Brunette,
By the pussy?
and using her as an involuntary human shield, ensuring that she took 4 bullets meant for him.
Oh, wow. What a bitch.
Despite the way she took bullets in her arms, legs, and chin, Descateau was not charged. What? Really?
No shit.
Yeah, what would that charge be?
Wow.
Well, the shooters were... Did she die? I would assume, right?
I don't think so.
Well, the shooters were infamous Canadian hitmen Gerald Gallant and an unidentified associate. Gallant was employed by a member of the Dark Circle and also frequently carried out contracts for the Rock Machine during the conflict with the Angels.
Okay. Between the years of 1980 and 2003, he was responsible for 28 murders, 13 attempted murders. His most active years were during the Quebec Biker War,
I would assume.
when he killed 2 members of the Angels Puppet Clubs in 97 and wounded a third. In the year of 1998, he eliminated 5 men, including Paul Catroni Jr., son of mob boss Frank Catroni, making 1998 his most busy year as a hitman. A striking sign of the way in which the Angels had become part of the mainstream of Quebec society occurred at the wedding of the nomad Rene Charlebois on the 5th of August 2000.
Charlebois?
Charlebois? Yeah, right. Charlebois. Nomad Rene Charlebois on the 5th of August 2000, which was attended by Jean-Pierre Ferland and Jeanette Reno, 2 of the best-loved folk singers in all of French Canada,
Okay.
who both received $1 million for singing at Charlebois' wedding.
Charlebois' wedding, right?
Right, and they also received $10 million to go to Harris's rally.
Probably. Well, both Furlan and Reno posed for photographs with the Boucher for the Montreal tabloid Allo Police at the wedding, saying they both honored to meet such an outstanding man like Boucher.
Oh.
In particular, Reno, who has a very respectable image in Quebec, produced shock by her willingness to pose for photographs with the convicted rapist Boucher, who in '84, we know, held a gun to a 16-year-old girl's head, threatened to kill her if she didn't have sex with him, and she's over here posing with a photo with him.
Wow, what a piece of shit.
$1 million will make you do anything.
All right, both Ferland and Reno later claimed that they were unaware that the Angels are one of the most feared criminal syndicates.
Oh, sure. Even though we were just saying how Boucher's like some folk figure and fucking popular shit.
Right. Both of them went on to say that they would have never attended the wedding if they had known that. Are you kidding? And they even denied being paid $1 million and had anything to do with their willingness to perform at Charlebois' wedding.
So you would have done it for free?
Right.
Doubtful.
Wow. A few days after the wedding, Kane found dead in the garage of his home. Apparently a suicide.
Apparently,
Found on his body was a rambling and confusing suicide note full of spelling mistakes and grammatical errors.
grammatical.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like this podcast, baby. Yeah.
Containing his reflections on morality, the ethics of betraying his biker friends for the crown, and he went on to finally say that he was deeply confused about his sexuality. He said that he was not even certain if he was gay or even bisexual.
Well, you're still gay either way.
Right, which had apparently driven him to take his own life.
Oh, yeah, I bet. September 13th, 2000, Michelle Auger was the journalist.
was shot. Oh no, was shot in the back 5 times while getting out of his car in the parking lot of La Journal de Montreal.
Oh, son of a bitch.
After his attempted assassination, he didn't die, which was seen as an attack on the freedom of the press by the bikers. 200 journalists marched down the streets of Montreal in a rally 2 days later in a show of protest.
Look at these guys.
They
Good
just
for
started
you.
writing some bad shit about him.
All right. Son of a bitch. The increased media coverage of crime in Montreal caused by the attempted murder of Auger made the Rizzuto crime family regarded as the most powerful mafia family in Canada with close connections to the Bonanno crime family of New York. They're like, you know what? We need to seek a truce between the Warren biker gangs.
Yeah, it's about time. See,
They're fucking up their own shit now, and you start fucking with my money.
number one, if this was America and the mafia, like 2
been
mafia
stopped.
families would have been doing this, would have been fucking put to rest already
Right.
because you're drawing too much of fucking tension.
Right. And that's what Bonanno's probably telling Rizzuto. Be like, hey,
dude,
listen
you're
here.
fucking up our shit in New York now, bud.
Right. Wow. 26th September, year 2000, Vito Rizzuto held a meeting in an Italian restaurant named Blue Martin, attended by both Maurice Boucher, leader of the Angels in Quebec, and also Frederick Fauché, the leader of the Rock Machine, in an attempt to impose a truce. Like, come on, guys. Both of you are going to die if you don't.
All right, October 8, 2000, to celebrate Thanksgiving, Boucher and Fauché had dinner together at the Martin, and while a photographer from the Allo Police
Fantastic.
recorded the scene, the leaders of the Hells Angels and the Rock Machine exchanged handshakes, hugged, and broke bread together.
Oh.
To seal the truce, the biker leaders then went to the Super Succès, which is the most exclusive and expensive strip club in Montreal, with the photographers from the magazine covering their visit as well.
Ah, shit. Fantastic. Good for you guys. Look at you guys. One of the Angels present, Norman Robitaille, he was joked with the 2 cops sitting outside the strip club. He was like, well, with this truce, looks like you guys are about to lose your overtime pay, buddy.
Oh, man, I bet you they were like, wait a minute, we need these guys to be fighting.
Less holidays for you, motherfucker. Holidays is vacation in other people's worlds, except for the United States.
Right.
2000, Montreal Crown Attorney, which was a prosecutor, complained to the media that the bikers kill with impunity, saying it is almost impossible to convict members of either the Angels or the Rock Machine because of widespread corruption in Quebec justice system. He's like, we got to get that under control first before we can attack these guys.
Yeah, the public's perception that the Quebec justice system was too incompetent and corrupt to stop the bikers finally spurred the Crown to act decisively against the bikers. In a rare victory for the Crown, October 10, 2000, a Montreal appeals judge undid double jeopardy, ruling that the Crown had presented a credible evidence that the 98 trial of Boucher was marred by intimidation of the jury and that the judge's instruction to the jury were defective. And as such, Boucher should be retried for the murders of Levine and Rondeau. Yeah, see? Fuck yeah, baby. That's what I'd be doing, too. Fuck these guys.
Double jeopardy, man. That's bullshit.
Fuck double jeopardy.
Bullshit.
Actually, that's really important. You should not have double jeopardy.
No. Boucher's lawyer, Robert Lemieux, who was a celebrity in Quebec for his role defending members of the FLQ.
And his brother's one of the most famous hockey players ever.
After the October crisis of 1970, he announced that his client had launched a $30 million lawsuit against the province of Quebec, alleging wrongful prosecution. He's like, come on, man. Unfortunately for Boucher, he had written much of the letter of a complaint himself, sparking widespread ridicule as his French was full of spelling mistakes that one would expect from a man who dropped out of school in grade 9.
All right. Okay. The truce imposed by the Rizzutos lasted only a few weeks and was ended when the Rock Machine agreed to join the Bandidos motorcycle club based in Texas. Bandidos are like, we ain't ending this shit.
Right.
In a sort of reverse takeover, Fauché arranged for the Rock Machine to patch over to join the Bandidos in a bid to internationalize the conflict by involving them, who were based in Texas. Yes, we know. The Rock Machine was sponsored to patch over by the Swedish and French branches of the Bandidos, while the American leadership disapproved, not wanting to be dragged into a war with the Hells Angels.
I can see that.
Yeah, because they're already doing shit in the United States against each other.
I mean, come on, man. The truce that just had happened had an ulterior motive, though, for the Angels, who sought to divide those who wanted to join the Bandidos and those who did not. Most of the Ontario machinists, which is biker slang for Rock Machine members, they preferred to join the Angels rather than Bandidos.
Why not?
The Angels' national president, Walter Standick, offered the Angels membership to the Rock Machine's Kingston, Niagara Falls, and Toronto chapters while excluding the London chapter, saying that the members of the London chapter were unqualified to be Angels.
Fuck them. Well, some members of the Kingston chapter and a few of the Toronto chapter took up Stadnick's offer, as it was felt by some that the Bandidos patch with his cartoonish drawing of a Mexican bandit was silly.
Furthermore, Stadnick offered Hells Angels membership on a patch-for-patch basis, allowing members to trade their current patches for equivalent Hells Angels. Well, we know. Banditos didn't.
Right.
Paul Porter, they call him Sasquatch. He was a founding member of the Rock Machine and said and the president of their Kingston chapter was extremely influential in the club and was responsible for initiating the creation of the Rock Machine's 3 chapters in Ontario.
Look at this guy.
What are we going to do here, Paul?
Well, guess what happened with him? Paul, he wrote on the wall of the clubhouse, "Hello to all the RMMC.
Rock Machine Motorcycle Club.
I wish you the best with your new colors. Bye, my brothers."
Oh.
Porter became the president of the
Nice.
Hells Angels new Outlaw chapter.
Outlaw Ottawa.
Porter became the president of the new Hells Angels Ottawa chapter.
Well, look at that shit, dude. You're fucking, you're brawling with each other, and now you're a president of the people you hated.
Well, the simple fact that the Angels had conspired to kill Porter at one time when he was a member of the Rock Machine did not stop him from defecting.
Hey, man, it's only
Right,
business.
it's business, baby. Porter brought over so many members of the Rock Machine Banditos to the Hells Angels as to cause the Toronto chapter to close. That's what they wanted. That's all they wanted, guys. This is all we wanted. For you guys to either patch over or close up.
Get the hell out of here.
Right.
Porter also persuaded Andre Curly Swabago, another prominent Rock Machine leader, to join the Hells Angels. The defection of so many Rock Machine leaders such as Porter and Curly further weakened the club. December 29, 2000, about 168 Ontario bikers rode over to Montreal for a mass patch over to join the Angels.
Look at that shit. Fucking Torontians.
The Satan's Choice, the Paradise Riders, the Paradise, P-A-R-A, Dice, D-I-S-E,
We get it.
cool. The Los Lobos, and a number of other Ontario and others. They all abandoned their old patches for the Death's Head patch of the Angels, finally allowing the Angels to enter southern Ontario.
Look at that shit. It took a while.
Yeah, well,
I get it. In a typical show of self-confidence, the photographers from Allo Police were invited to the Angels' bunker to record the patch over. 1st of December, 2001, Rock Machine Motorcycle Club became official members of the Banditos Canada in a patch over ceremony at the Rock Machine's Kingston chapter. The Banditos Canada inherited 7 new chapters: Montreal, Quebec City, Pointe-aux-Trembles, Beauport, Toronto, Kingston, and Niagara Falls. Good for you guys.
the Scandinavian Banditos sponsored the Rock Machine and were technically responsible, but the Canadian Banditos ultimately took orders from the American Mother Chapter, right?
Makes sense.
It was stated by Jerry Langton. He says the Rock Machine might have ceased to exist, but it wasn't because of the Hells Angels. Instead of surrendering, Fauché and his men wanted to get stronger. I mean, you're not doing that on your own. You got to go up against a national or worldwide power.
Right. Well, shortly afterwards, 6th of December, year 2000, Fauché, along with Marcel Demers, founding member of the Rock Machine, as we know already, and he's also president of the Beauport chapter. They are both arrested on multiple narcotics charges and
Not making a first good impression.
right, and for ordering a bombing that caused major damage to an Angels bunker, which was located in St. Nicholas. The police, they stated that they were accused of distributing more than 2 kilograms of cocaine a month and generated almost $5 million in profits annually. That's it.
Alain Brunette became the new national president after that. Jean-Claude Bellinger would replace Brunette as president of the Quebec City chapter. Robert Lager, he would head the Beauport chapter until his death. Police reported that Fauché's arrest was due to the fact that he was leader of a narcotics empire, and he had been responsible for the bombing of the bunker and 6 other buildings between 96 and 97. According to authorities, he was earning $250,000 per month from cocaine trafficking alone.
Oh.
He pled guilty to 28 charges, sentenced to 12 years, that's it, in prison on May 11, 2001. Dude, I guess back in those days, you want to get caught with shit, you go to Canada, because
Right.
that shit was getting people 30, 40 years in America in 2000.
Kidding. 18th of January, 2001. Riel Dupont, they call him Tintin, of the Banditos, shot dead.
Oh.
He was in his car in Montreal.
Was he in a drive-thru?
Maybe. 14th February, 2001, another Bandito, Michel Gauthier. Gauthier?
See, now they're taking it out on the Banditos.
Right, yeah, I mean, you got to. Michel Gauthier was found shot dead inside of his car as well. He was found in a forest. It was north of Montreal. Oh, shit. Oh, they took him out there and murdered him.
Right.
Alain Brunette, they call him Red Tomato. He was the president of the Banditos. He refused to offer to switch sides, as he told Detective Roberge. They killed my friends, my brother bikers. And now they want to change sides? I'm not a prostitute.
Right. Well, February 13th, 2001, Brunette was the victim of a murder attempt when his automobile was shot up while driving down a highway near Mirabel Airport. His car took 4 bullets while he himself took 2 to his chest.
Damn.
Despite bleeding badly, Brunette was able to reverse his car and sped away from his would-be killers. He later plaintively appealed to the Hells Angels to stop their attacks, saying in a press conference, "We just want to live in peace, man."
Right.
Later in 2001, a bandito named Eric McMillan, they call him the Red, he was beaten up by the Angels in an Oshawa bar. McMillan was slashed with a knife from his chest to his belly and almost bled to death.
Fuck.
Jeez.
Damn. Banditos are like, you fucking red machines.
Are the Scandinavians getting under pressure from the Americans now? Like, look what you brought us into. I guess they would already know.
Right.
I mean, it's the Hells Angels.
Yeah, I think they're kind of pissed. Shortly before his death, Kane had mentioned that a rocker named Jean-Richard Lavière, they call him Race, he was the main man for handling cash payments, which led the Operation Crocker Show detectives to focus on following him around. The Popo surveillance showed that Lavière rented an apartment at 7415 Bourbon Street in the east end of Montreal, which he did not even live in.
I wonder what that is.
But he received a steady stream of drug runners bringing bags to leave in the Unit 504. A man named Robert Gauthier would go to the Unit 504 every Tuesday and Thursday to receive the drug runners.
Oh. September 2000, the Quebec police sergeant was able to install a camera inside the apartment, which showed the drug runners were leaving money in the unit, which was then transferred by Gauthier over to Unit 403. It was in 504, so we got 2, which also had no tenant living in it, but did have 2 computers and a huge safe. A man named Stéphane Chanan, he would go to Unit 403 every Tuesday and Thursday to count the money left and then enter the amounts into the computers. Oh, you're doing it in the computers?
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Nothing was saved on the hard drive of the computers, but there were several disks on which were stored the financial records of the nomads hidden under the carpet. The man in charge of the computer program at the Nomad Bank was Richard Gem, an insurance underwriter who was studying at the Hautes Études Commerciales, the best business school in Quebec. Sorry, Quebecians, I can't speak your language. Surveillance showed the money collected at 7415 Bourbon Street every Tuesday and Thursday went to other apartments in Montreal to be counted.
Jeez. Well, the Operation Carcajou squad discovered that there were counting machines in the apartments, and the average box of cash that went out had $500,000 in it.
Nice.
A monthly average of 24 to 36 million went through what the police called the Nomad National Bank, with financial records showing the Nomad Bank had in January 2001 $36 million in deposits and another $13.3 million in receivables.
Damn.
Despite the surveillance, the police never learned how the Hells Angels laundered their money.
I'm sure they figured that probably went to the United States.
It's called follow the money. They were still doing business, but there's been several businessmen that switched to the Hells Angels.
True. One Angels, they took 3 boxes with $1.5 million in cash to the house of a prominent Montreal businessman, and the police placed the house under surveillance, hoping to see where the money went. When a search was performed, the money was gone, making it a mystery as to where the cash went or how they're even laundering it or what the hell. How do we even break this case?
Well, Commander Bouchard stated they had 5 money machines working 24 hours a day. They were taking out the cash, putting it on the table, flattening it out so it wouldn't get stuck, and throwing it into these gosh dang machines. It was almost like bubble gum to them. It was like a joke. They would laugh. I mean, why not? You're counting millions of dollars.
Right.
24th of January 2001, Sandra Craig turned herself into the Operation Carcajou squad, and she gave the police the spreadsheet showing her and her late husband's dealings with the Angels, which matched the records in the Nomad Bank.
There are going to be a bunch of these people, little businesses.
Something tells me Craig's going to die.
Well, Craig stated that she and her husband had supplied 1,700 kilos of cocaine to the Angels between the year 1998 and 2000.
2 years is a lot.
Every Angel had a code name with the Nomad Bank, with the instance Stadnik's code name being Gertrude and Carol's code name being Renard. 30th January, year 2001, Operation Carcajou raided the locations of the Nomad Bank, which the police seized $5.6 million in cash. Well, in the meantime, Commander Bouchard had decided to investigate from another angle.
He used a list of killers supplied by Kane as a list of suspects. Bouchard had the police gather up DNA evidence left by those named by Kane
such as saliva found on discarded coffee cups or uneaten food in restaurants, which did not require a warrant.
Right.
At the same time, Bouchard had two detectives who was Louis-Marc Pelletier and Michel Tremblay. They painstakingly went through all the old evidence from unsolved murders such as hair, skin flakes found on guns, and discarded Kleenexes, plus spit to see if there was any DNA samples that could be recovered.
Wow.
Look at these guys, dude.
Look at
everything.
About time, right? Well, they were unable to recover they were able to recover 4 samples of DNA from old evidence. And then using DNA found from coffee cups and others, were able to link 4 angels or rockers, most notably Woolley, to the murders.
Oh, big bad Woolley.
They had to go after the black guy.
He clowned him earlier. Fucking wouldn't let him arrest him and shit.
Yeah, by February 2001, Bouchard's team had assembled enough evidence that they were prepared to lay 23 charges of murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and gangsterism against 42 angels or rockers.
Gangsterism.
I love it.
15th February 2001, the police stormed into the Angels meeting at the Holiday Inn in downtown Montreal. Found at the meeting were photographs of every single bandito in Quebec, plus their addresses and phone numbers. Oh, shit. They're about to do some shit.
Oh, wow.
The nomads attending the meeting were all armed. Sergeant Thomas O'Neill of the mounted police stated, "We struck a gold mine when we went in there. This was amazing evidence for us."
Oh, wow.
The journalist Sharon Marsden called the meeting a board meeting of Murder Incorporated lining up their next targets. That's exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
However, to hide the coming Operation Springtime, the Crown made plea bargains with those arrested for weapons charges to avoid disclosing the evidence that led to the raid. Okay.
Look at that. That's smart. Wow. 28th of March, 2001. Operation Springtime. A joint investigation of the Angels by Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, and the Quebec Police, and also the Montreal Police. This resulted in the arrest of Hells Angels all over Canada, with 138 being arrested in Quebec, 51 being arrested in Calgary, and that happened on the 30th of March. At about 4 a.m. on the morning of the 28th of March, 2,000 police officers assembled and sent out to arrest 128 Angels and Associates in Montreal alone.
Damn. Arrested that very day were 106 full-patch members of the Angels, all of the Nomad chapter present in Montreal, all of the Rockers, and all of the Evil Ones puppet gangs. Oh, shit. The whole gang of the Rockers and the Evil Ones. When Hells Angels member Eric Bouffard, he was arrested 28th of March 2001. Photos were found in his home showing Jose Theodore, who was the goalie for the Montreal Canadiens. He was partying with the Angels at their Montreal South clubhouse. It was also discovered that Bouffard had Theodore's cell phone number.
Oh.
Jose! It's probably like Jose or something like that.
Yeah.
But, damn, look at this guy.
Wow. The revelation that a popular hockey player like Theodore was
I
like
don't think
close.
he's that popular.
Right.
Number one. Number two, that makes you think how many Montreal hockey players were mobbing it up back in the day, too.
That's why they're so great.
That's very true, man.
Wow. Well, the revelation that a popular hockey player like Theodore was a close friend of the Angels once again brought home how much the Angels had gone mainstream in Quebec, associating with celebrities from around the world of arts and sports. At this very same time, it was revealed that several other members of the Theodore family had been arrested for loan sharking.
Oh, jeez.
Another arrested during the 2001 raid was Montreal restaurant owner Salvatore Brunetti. The police found evidence that Brunetti had been between December 2000 and March 2001. He laundered $70,000 in drug money for the Angels. While at Brunetti's home, the Popo found $3,000 in the United States and $10,000 Canadian dollars.
So about the same.
Right. Along with an illegal .38 caliber handgun. Yeah, you can't have that.
During their raids, the Quebec police arrested Charlebois at his estate outside of Montreal as well. Charlebois, who once been a petty criminal selling marijuana and smuggled cigarettes out of a cheap submarine sandwich restaurant, he was found to have $7,000 in cash and 5 $1,000 gambling chips from the Casino de Montreal at his estate, together with a 1989 bottle of Chateau Haut Briand, which is worth $1,325. He had a 1990 bottle of Chateau Lafite as well. Charlebois had risen rapidly after joining the Rockers, the Hells Angels, and the Nomads in succession during the 90s. He went from the Rockers to the Angels to the big elites, baby.
Look at that shit. Fantastic. Charlebois was like to act like a tough guy. He broke down in tears.
Oh, of course.
Immediately attempted
Don't
to turn,
they all?
Right. And immediately attempted to turn Crown's evidence,
I'll tell you everything.
saying he couldn't face going to prison for the rest of his life. Yeah. Commander Andre Bouchard of the Montreal Police bluntly told Charlebois, "Fuck you, no deal for you," which caused him to cry even more.
No.
They should have recorded this and sent the recording to all the angels.
Everybody, dude.
Like, look at you guys. Look at this, you little bitches.
I bet they did. I'm sure it was recorded.
Of those arrested, only Woolley of the Rockers held up, refusing to say a word to the police.
Of course, dude. Look at
Makes
this. This
sense.
fucking stone cold killer.
Right. Bouchard, he stated that he felt that Woolley would try to make a plea bargain, saying this: "We've got him cold, and his lawyer knew it. We've got DNA. I mean, he was dead. What more do you need? Son of a bitch." He was the only one, really, who had never said even a word.
All right, and it turned out the black man was the guy that they could actually trust out of all of them.
All right, I mean,
Jeez. To assist with gathering evidence, Bouchard wanted DNA samples and was hoping that the accused would ask for food, coffee cup, cigarettes, or Kleenex. So now you guys know, if you're ever under investigation, don't take anything these motherfuckers give you.
no.
He wanted to seize their saliva samples to run for DNA. One angel told the police as he used a box of Kleenex, "If you think you can get my fucking DNA, you're a bunch of assholes." Well, they did. As Bouchard picked up the used Kleenex to run for a DNA test, he later stated, thinking at the time, "You look at these guys, they're not all the sharpest pencils."
All right.
One angel chose to eat his cigarettes to avoid giving saliva samples, which could be run for DNA tests. At least somebody's kind of smart.
I was just thinking that myself. One of the angels who escaped arrest was Carroll. He fled to Mexico in March of 2001. He's not been seen or heard of.
Oh, shit.
since.
Carol said, bye.
He ain't never seen.
Adios and bye, can be.
I bet he had a good meal or two, and he lived for life.
There you go.
Police affidavit stated that Carroll had had $1 million in a bank account in Antigua.
Antigua, Bahama, Mama.
And it's also to believe that he did not even stay in Mexico. He went to Brazil, which had no extradition treaty with Canada. 2014, the Interpol website stated, Hell's Angels have chapters in more than 20 countries. And information suggests that Carroll has frequented a number of them, including Brazil, Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, the United States, as well as countries in South America and Europe.
All right.
Isn't Brazil in South America?
Right. Right.
Stadnick, he was arrested in Montego Bay in Jamaica, spending time in what was his girlfriend called a hellhole Jamaican prison.
Oh.
Stadnick did not Stadnick did not even contest extradition back to Canada in April of 2001. Yeah, he was probably like, "Get me the fuck out of this prison."
Right. He's like, yeah, I got to get out of here.
Holy shit.
The journalist Sharon Marsden noted that Operation Springtime was a heavy blow against the Angels, but in no way crippled the group. Thomas O'Neill of the Mounted Police stated, "We didn't finish them off, but we set them back for years." The police arrested 120 Hells Angels and Rockers in Operation Springtime, but only 60 were full-patch Angels, with the rest being prospects or hang-arounds,
Right.
which left 70 full-patch Hells Angels free to continue to operate in Montreal.
Hey.
That's all you need. Almost every member of the elite Nomad chapter were arrested except for Carol and Andre Chouinard, but no members of the Angels Sherbrooke, Sorrel, and Saint Basile La Grande chapters were arrested. So you didn't even do anything.
Right.
The Sherbrooke, Saint Basile La Grande, and Sorrel chapters stepped in to fill the void caused by the arrest of the Nomads.
Of course they did.
I mean, the Nomads were the elite ones. One of those are going to have to step up and be the new elite ones.
Damn right. July 2001. July 2001. Luis Elias Lex. The account.
Lekas. Sounds Greek.
Right. The accountant for the Irish-Canadian gangster Jerry Maddox, the leader of the Irish West End gang of Montreal. He agreed to turn Crown's evidence after being arrested in March of 2001. Ooh, an accountant? Yeah, you know that dude.
He knows everything.
He's talking. After attempting to kill himself in prison twice, saying he was convinced that the Angels and or the West End gang had put out a jailhouse contract in his life, Louise agreed to testify for the Crown that the West End gang controlled the port of Montreal and in exchange for fees allowed the Angels to smuggle all sorts of things both in and out of Montreal. That makes sense.
After Maddox was arrested, at his bail hearing, the Roman Catholic priest for the parish of St. Bruno, Father Mark Mignault, he testified to his good character, stating that he was a devout Catholic who gave generously to the Catholic charities and was one of Montreal's most honest and respectable businessmen.
Oh, wow.
No, how about fuck you, Father Mark?
Right.
only because he's giving you money. Mm-hmm. Well, he said in particular, he praised Maddox for donating thousands of chickens every Thanksgiving and Christmas to the poor of Montreal as evidence of his good heart. Just because you do that doesn't mean you're not at the same time shooting people in the fucking eye.
It happens. Well, Crown Attorney Robert Rouleau, by contrast, noted that one of Maddox's businesses was found to have a paper hidden in the fridge bearing the names Guy and Mom. Uh-oh. Next to which were written to the cell phone numbers of Guy Lepage and Boucher.
Who they called Mom, right?
Right. Oh, my. Louise signed a statement for the Crown stating that Maddox, who controlled the Longshoremen's Union at the Port of Montreal, he made a profit of $22 million from smuggling drugs into the city. And he sold the Angels at least 700 kilos of cocaine in the last 2 years alone. Wow.
Well, Lekes later testified at the other trials in 2002 and 2003 that he regularly took cardboard boxes containing at least $500,000 in cash from the Angels as payments to the West End gang.
Son of a bitch.
And that the chicken, which Maddox was generous in donating to the Catholic charities, at times were stolen from container ships meant to export chicken to grocery stores in Europe. Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, inspired by Lekes' example, Jean McLean, one of Maddox's lieutenants, he agreed to turn Crown's evidence and to testify against Maddox's son, Donald, in exchange for only an 8-year prison sentence. He said, I'll do 8 years.
He won't even do 8.
Right.
Well, Lekes received a 7-year prison sentence with the promise that he would receive a new identity
Good for you, buddy.
and police protection for the rest of his life when he was released.
Awesome.
As a result, Maddox...
Unless you're like that one douchebag that got kicked out.
Or for being a dumbass. And as a result of Maddox's guilty plea in 2002, rather than face extradition in the United States, where he was wanted on charges of smuggling cocaine. What?
He pleaded guilty instead of facing extradition to the United States.
Right,
so he
right,
would
right,
be
right.
jailed in Canada.
Right. Spring of 2002, Boucher was again brought to trial for the murders of Levine and Rondeau after having been acquitted in 1998.
How can you do this 100 times?
Right. The Crown challenged the verdict, citing irregular aspects of the trial that suggested intimidation of the part of the Angels. And at a second trial, Gagne agreed to testify for the Crown in exchange for a lesser sentence. Uh-oh, Boucher.
Well, France Charbonneau, he was widely viewed as the toughest Crown attorney in Quebec. He was assigned to prosecute Boucher. Gagne testified that Boucher wanted random murders of people working for the Quebec justice system in order to create such a climate of fear that no one would ever dare prosecute the Hells Angels.
Ooh.
The most damaging evidence came from beyond the grave, as the reports that Kane had given to the mounted police between 94 and 97, and again in 99 and 2000, were presented as Crown's evidence.
I don't know if you can do that, though. I think somebody that's deceased, anything they say, because they have to be there. Is it a law in Canada?
Not if it's written down, it's already like...
Kane had stolen the financial records of the Nomads, which show that over the courses of an 8-month period in 2000, the Angels had made a profit of $111.5 million in Quebec.
111.5 million. Nobody ever says that.
111 million. $112 million. They made $111,503,110 in Quebec. On the 6th of May in 2002, Boucher found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in imprisonment with puppy monkey babies and no chance of parole.
For the next 25 years.
Right. 6th of May 2002, Boucher was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for the next 25 years. Andre Bouchard, the Montreal police detective, he told the media it was rumored that the American leadership of the Angels wanted Boucher dead.
Of course they do.
Saying this, we've heard that they in the United States go together, and they said to take that fucker out. They say this is the guy who caused all the trouble.
You think?
When he says they, he's referring to the Hells Angels leadership.
All right, the Canadian scholar Steven Schneider, he noted through Operation Springtime, it hit the Hells Angels hard. The resilient motorcycle club quickly bounced back and even saw its membership increase afterwards, though. At the time of Operation Springtime in 2001, the Hells Angels in Quebec had 106 full-patch members, while by 2002, the number had risen to 124 full-patch members. Okay. The arrest of every member of the Nomad chapter proved to be only a minimal blow as the drug trafficking network rebounded as the Trois Rivières chapter quickly replaced the Nomad chapter as the coordinated chapter. As I said,
I mean, come on.
Take one out, somebody's coming back.
Simple as that. It's like if you lose an offensive lineman, bam, there's 2 more ready to go. Maybe not be as good, but they'll learn.
Right.
The Bandidos Canada had been looking to take advantage of this opportunity to regain territory lost and take new territory from the Angels. They're like, all right, these guys are they're dwindling. However, a concurrent investigation, Operation Amigo, was underway targeting the Bandidos operations in Quebec and also in Ontario.
All right.
Only the chapters that patched over from the Rock Machine, though. This operation had initially gone under a different title and was created to target the Rock Machine as a result of the conflict in Quebec. When the Rock Machine patched over to the Bandidos, they became the main focus.
All right.
Damn, they just put...
Bandidos now just realized that it was more of a headache to
Right.
get these guys in the gang.
Right.
June 5th, 2002, raids led to the arrest of 63 members of the Bandidos Canada, including all of its Quebec members and many other associates.
Oh, wow.
After Operation Amigo, the Bandidos only had 15 members left in Ontario.
Damn.
The Bandidos Canada themselves confirmed this in an official statement when they claimed that all chapters in Quebec had been frozen due to the members' imprisonment. Because the operation initially targeted the Rock Machine before the patch over, chapters that had joined from the Loners Motorcycle Club were not included in the raids.
Nice. I mean, even though they're doing illegal shit as well, but nice. Giovanni Musaderi, Giovanni Musaderi, he became the new national president to replace the arrested Alain Brunet. July 2003, Brunet promptly capitulated to an ultimatum from the Angels, urging Musaderi to accede to their demands.
Yeah, man, just do what they want.
And what Peter Edwards, the crime correspondent of the Toronto Star, called an unconditional surrender, Brunet and Musaderi submitted to the demands of the Angels that the Bandidos would leave Quebec forever, and that all of the imprisoned Bandidos would retire from organized crime forever in exchange for the imprisoned Bandidos not to be murdered while in prison.
I say that's a hell of a deal that you have to take.
Yeah.
All right, well, Musaderi, he denounced in public the Quebec Bandidos as cowards for accepting the deal that he submitted to, and announced that henceforward the Bandidos would be focusing only on Western Canada. All in all, it is this biker war is the deadliest recorded biker conflict, with at least 162 people dead, 300 wounded, over 100 arrested, and 20 missing.
These guys were just like bombing and
They're just doing it all bad.
stupid shit.
Well, this
like
also-
just firing freaking guns in the middle of crowded
They
streets.
didn't give a shit. Just bombing. I mean, holy shit. Well, this also cost the government of Canada and Quebec millions of dollars in damages, with 84 bombings and 130 cases of arson.
Dude, it's just sickening.
Jeez.
Wow, April 2006, Bandidos, the only possible rivals to the Angels in Canada, self-destructed with the Shedon Massacre,
We'll get to that.
leaving the Angels as the only national outlaw biker club in all of Canada.
Damn, dude.
1st of October 2007, Bandidos website announced, as of October 2nd, 2007, the Bandidos MC 1% Canada is officially shut down. There isn't no more Bandidos MC membership in Canada, quote unquote.
Well, is there, though?
Right. April 2008, the former members of the Bandidos Winnipeg chapter started to call themselves the Rock Machine.
Oh, shit. Return.
Oh.
Reverse. However, beside for the same name and patch, there is no connection between the current and the former.
Just like the Winnipeg Jets.
Right. And most of the current Rock Machines chapters exist only on the internet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so they're like pen pal on each other and shit. The journalist Jerry Langton wrote, well, while the Outlaws had been essentially reduced to a disparate band of gray-bearded men waiting for their court-ordered restrictions to expire, and the amorphous loners, Rock Machine, Bandidos entity seems to be a club on the internet only, the Angels continue to groom new members and employ gangs of many different strips all over the country. It could be stripes. The Hells Angels own Canada, pretty much.
Right.
Not pretty much, they do.
Wow. In May of 2008, the career of Canadian Foreign Minister Maxime Bernier was temporarily derailed when it emerged that his girlfriend, Julie Colliard, in 2007, was a former stripper who had been the sexual partner of several Angels in the 90s, forcing him to resign in June
All because
2008.
his girlfriend's a former stripper? Who gives a shit?
I mean, we let Kamala run for president.
The future first lady has posed nude several times.
Bernier left behind a NATO briefing document at Colliard's house, and the media demanded his resignation, saying
it wasn't because she was a hooker.
Right. They said, you better resign because it was very inappropriate for a cabinet minister to be seen a woman who had once married an angel and involved in a common law relationship with another. Oh, shit. Jeez. They had common law in Canada? Didn't know that.
The affair of Bernier and Colliard almost destroyed Bernier's career, although it does not appear that national security was threatened in any serious way.
Probably not.
April 2009, over 156 members of the Angels were arrested in Quebec, New Brunswick, France, and the Dominican Republic, mostly in connection to the crimes related to the Biker War as part of Operation Shark QC, which we covered in the last episode,
right?
Well, the one about Canada. The arrests led to the charges for 22 murders committed between 92 and 2009. 4 Angels bunkers were also seized by police, including one in Sorel, Tracy, that was firebombed in 2008.
Oh, shit. Dozens of arrests were previously made earlier in the year as part of Operation Axe, which was happened in February, and also Operation Balladur in March. 13th of March, 2014, Detective Roberge pled guilty in a Montreal courthouse to charges of breach of trust and of engaging in gangsterism himself. Wow. Roberge admitted to accepting $125,000 from the Angels in exchange for information and was sentenced to 8 years in prison.
This guy was putting people in prison at the same time.
October 2015, charges against the Angels arrested in Quebec in 2009 dismissed following allegations that the Crown withheld evidence for too long, resulting in an internal investigation as to why the effort to convict the Angels failed. Shouldn't anything that detective
did or said in that time be gone?
Has to be retrialed, right? Retried.
I don't know. It's Canada.
Right.
Well, Quebec Superior Court Judge James Brunton ruled that delay between the arrests in 2009 as part of Operation Shark QC and 2015 violated the right to a speedy trial, which was guaranteed by their rights and freedoms, and dismissed all the charges.
Screw your rights and freedoms.
And they dismissed all the charges against the Hells Angels arrested as part of that operation.
Ooh, dude, I bet you that just pissed him off.
I bet it did.
Oh, wow.
2015, the Quebec police alleged in an indictment that Boucher had continued to engage in organized crime from his prison cell, using his daughter Alexandra Mongo as his messenger, and that his principal surrogate in Montreal was his former bodyguard, Wooly, who has been charged 3 times with first-degree murder. Jeez, Wooly's just straight roaming these streets, though, huh?
Fuck yeah. Fucking Willie. That's my guy.
Wooly.
2016, former mounted police officer and expert on biker gangs, Pierre de Champlain, told the media, since 2000, the Angels have had complete control over Quebec. From Sept-Îles to Granby, no one wants to work against the Angels independently because it's not in their interests.
Of course it's not.
Quote, unquote. Noting the funeral in Montreal in August 2016 of a biker killed in an automobile crash, Champlain noted it was attended by 300 bikers, but also 1,000 to 3,000 people who came out to watch. They wanted to see the parade, the coffin pulled by bikes. And we have to admit, it was spectacular.
It was spectacular. And there we go, folks. A whole 2-parter of this damn Quebec Biker War. And damn.
I don't ever want to read anything about French names or anything again.
Yeah, this is rough. Well, next month is going to be even crazier because we have all the rest of the world, which includes Spanish names, Dutch names, and all the like. So, yeah, Argentinians, San Isidro, Buenos Aires. We got Ice Kid along with fellow Kevin Augustniak. That's the Quebec Biker War, and I gotta say that's besides California, I think probably the most crazy of the Hells Angels so far is these Quebecers.
Yeah, Quebec's wild, dude.
Yeah, Quebec is wild. That's like I said. We said at the beginning of this and in the Canada episode. That's why they call it the Red Zone.
All of Quebec are like the soccer hooligans in London.
It's like French as fuck.
Right.
Yep. There you go. Next week we'll be back for serial killer, which maybe we'll do another popular guy. Maybe
Times Square
killer or the torso guy. Maybe next week we'll do Richard Ramirez or something. Get a nice good one in there. Yeah, Richard Ramirez. Maybe we'll do the Green River Killer or something like that.
The night stalker who looked like a werewolf.
Or maybe we'll do Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader would be cool. That's kind of more recent. What an idiot that guy was, by the way. Dude did his killings up until like the 80s. Did nothing for like 15 years. Finally got bored for some reason and started sending pieces of hair and shit from his victims to news stations and got caught. Like, what a dummy, dude. He could have got off forever.
I think he wanted it.
Of course he did. He wanted the attention again. Fucking weirdo, dude. The BTK killer. Maybe we'll do him next week. Outlaws and Gunslingers coming up. Subscribe to our YouTube.
I'm sorry, guys.
Spotify,
We're fucking
Apple.
terrible.
No, not we. Just one. We'll be back next week for more. We'll be back then. We're month with
Bang dang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, here we go. Back. Final episode of the Hells Angels series, and oh my, what a riot it's been. What a riot it's been. We've witnessed a lot of moida, witnessed a lot of drug selling, a lot of other stuff.
Bombings.
All around the world. Bombings, everything else in between, all around the world. And finally, we make it to George Christie, who was the club president for years and years and years. He was also the president of the Ventura chapter between 78 and 2011. He's the longest serving chapter president in the club's history, clearly.
Right.
He was also the national spokesman, like I said, and he's often described as the most notorious Hells Angel member in America after Sonny Barger himself. So,
Good for him.
yes, sir. He was born in Ventura, California in 1947, the only child of Greek immigrant parents, and raised in an insular Greek-American community in the city. He also lived in Camarillo and Anaheim as a child.
Oh.
His maternal grandparents anglicized their surname from Vlasopoulos to Blasey, and his paternal grandparents from Crispicos to Christie.
Okay.
He described himself as very timid, really sensitive as a child, and his parents were very protective, very loving and gentle.
Oh, look at that. He became interested in the outlaw biker subculture as a child when he first saw a member of an outlaw motorcycle club on the street when he was in L.A. with his daddy. He noticed that everyone around him was very concerned about the biker, but the biker seemed to not even care. Christie recalled, I don't know how old I was, 7, 10 years old at most. This guy made such an impression on me. Wow. Was it the leather?
Probably
Bike? The beard?
Wow. Well, another pivotal moment in Christie's early life, which caused him to develop even more of an outsider mentality, was when he was accused of cheating on an IQ test in high school.
Oh.
He struggled in school due to dyslexia,
Okay.
but scored highly on the IQ test, leading him to be accused of cheating by the school principal, who refused to believe that Christie had legitimately fared so well. He said of the incident, I thought to myself, what could it be? And then I saw the captain staring back at me. He said, I thought to myself, if this is polite society, no thank you.
No, thank you. Why do good when they're just going to tear you down? Oh, Christie became an avid surfer as a teenager. He joined
As one would do living in California.
You would think. He joined the reserves of the Marine Corps at the age of 17 after graduating from high school. He did not even see service in the Vietnam War, though. Christie, he served in the Marine Corps reserves for the rest of the 1960s. 1966, he bought his first motorbike. $200. 1957 Harley Panhead.
Oh, nice.
Late 60s, Christie was a member in succession of 2 outlaw biker gangs, the Question Marks in Ventura and the Satan Slaves in L.A. Can you be a member of 2?
In succession, so which means one after the other.
Can you do that?
Why can't you? He also began association with prominent motorcycle customizers, including Kenny Howard. You know, everybody knows him as Von Dutch. You see those stupid trucker hats with Von Dutch all over them. People don't even know what they are.
Right.
That's like those Ron John skate shop stickers. People in like fucking Nebraska will have them.
Right.
Like, dude, you've never even seen a surf shop in your life. Well, Christie was one of the few American outlaw bikers with a college degree. Good for him.
Right.
He worked as an electrician for the Defense Department while he married his high school girlfriend, Cheryl. And she immigrated to Ventura County from Newmarket, Ontario in 1961.
Shit, that's a long ways to go.
They had 2 children, George Christie III and Mariah Christie.
1975, Christie joined the Angels as a prospect, and in 1976, he was initiated as a full patch member.
Damn, only a year. I thought it took like,
Well, it depends. Right?
wasn't it like 3 years or some shit?
Maybe.
Maybe it was
He became a full patch member of the L.A. County chapter.
Laco.
They call him Laco. Christie told the Canadian journalists Julian Schur and William Marsden in a 2006 interview, I really wanted to make a statement of some sort. It really wasn't the thought of criminality. It was more an interest to rebel. It was a commitment. He identified with the Angels' live and let live philosophy and claims that while the Angels took part in brawls with sailors from the Naval Air Base in San Pedro and members of rival biker clubs, the level of violence was contained during that period.
Well, Christie remarked in an interview with Maggie Yates of the Santa Barbara Independent in 2018 He says no one ever went home after a fight and got a gun.
Oh.
The losers would buy breakfast.
And damn right.
I don't know about that. Unlike some other members of the Angels, Christie was married with children, and would typically carry out club duties at night on the weekends, and on the weekends.
Fantastic.
Reflecting on this in an interview with KNPR in 2018, he said, I was accepted for who I was, what I was. There was a lot of brotherhood back then.
Damn right there was.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of reflecting on this in an interview with so-and-so because he's all over the place media-wise nowadays.
Right. Christie went on to say it was all based on brotherhood and motorcycles back then. 6 months after becoming a full-fledged member of the LATCO charter, which was initially based in Glendale before relocating to North Hollywood, he was elected the chapter's president, succeeding old man John Noble. The culture within the Angels began to change shortly after Christie joined the club, however, when the Angels in Southern California came in conflict with the Mongols.
Those damn Mongols. Mm-hmm. Well, he was one of 9 Hells Angels members who were involved in a mass brawl with a large group of Mongols at a motorcycle swap meet in Anaheim on the 11th of March 1977, which is the first skirmish in the feud. Despite being heavily outnumbered, the Angels were able to leave a number of Mongols seriously injured before escaping convergent police. Shortly after, the Mongols began wearing a patch on their biker colors reading California, and we all know the Angels ain't having that.
There we go.
Which is obviously denoting the state as their territory.
As the preeminent motorcycle gang in Cali, the Angels claimed exclusive rights to the patch and took offense to the Mongols wearing
Where
it.
was Mongols?
Mongols, probably somewhere on the East
They were
Coast.
founded in Montebello, California, so why can't they? In 69.
Oh,
But by then, the Angels, what were they, 57?
something like that.
48. Oh, yeah,
48,
so
yeah.
it's the Hells Angels. Come on,
Right,
Mongols.
yeah.
You know what you're doing.
Right. When the Mongols defied the Angels, warning to cease wearing the California patch, the Angels voted unanimously at a club meeting on the 7th of July, 1977, in favor of declaring war on their rivals. The Biker War led to an escalation in violence, and resulted in the deaths of 4 Mongols and an innocent 15-year-old boy
There'll be a lot more of those to come.
in a series of shootings and bombings in L.A. and San Diego between July and September of 1977.
Jeez.
Mostly bombings. Assholes.
Well, the second Hells Angels chapter was established in L.A. County, January 1st, 1978, when members of the Satan Slaves patched over to form the Angels Chatsworth-based San Fernando Valley charter,
Fantastic.
which followed a vote of approval from Hells Angels leader in Oakland.
Damn right.
Christie, he subsequently founded the Hells Angels chapter in Ventura County, with himself obviously as president. That chapter was founded May 6, 1978. Claire Spiegel of the Los Angeles Times described the clubhouse of the Ventura chapter as a nondescript little building with a red steel door warning, no bozos and no wimps.
All right. No bozos and no wimps. That very same year, Christie was fired from the Defense Department on the account of his Angels membership. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I don't think he could be an outlaw biker and be a defense department guy.
Right. In Ventura County, Christie was a local celebrity who dominated political and economic life, and he was considered to be the most powerful man in Ventura County. Mark Coronado of the Ventura County Police Department stated, "People love him. They think he's a god down here." Sharon Marston wrote in 2006, Christie was almost universally admired in Ventura, with his image being that of a kind-hearted businessman who was generous in helping others.
In 1983, Christie was featured in a cover story in the Los Angeles Times about the mellowing of the Hells Angels. The same year, he denied accusations from the California Organized Crime Control Commission, which described the Angels as the epitome of all motorcycle outlaw gangs, outlaw motorcycle gangs,
Right.
insisting that the Hells Angels are merely a motorcycle club and saying it's a family is what it is.
Right.
In 1984, the ATF, they circulated explosives. They circulated a rumor in Ventura that the Hells Angels might disrupt the 1984 Summer Olympics in L.A. by supplying weapons to terrorists for an attack
get outta here.
at Lake Casitas, which hosted water sports at the games. Why would they do that?
So stupid. Christie told the L.A. Times in April of 1984, "There were rumors around L.A. that we would try to disrupt the Olympics. That's ridiculous. We're not against the Olympics." There you go.
That solves it.
2013 interview with Italian writer Alice Carbone Tench, Christie recalled, "The interesting thing is that they misjudged how integrated in the community we were. We had come here in 1978 and really became part of Ventura. When the ATF came in town, they started doing a character assassination to try to discredit us. I had started getting calls from many businessmen visiting by the ATF, showing the pictures of myself and my club members. In order to fight those ludicrous statements, we decided to embrace the Olympics and we got involved. The irony is that their program of misinformation to the community drew us in and made us the all-American boys."
The Ventura chapter conducted a national fund drive and raised the $3,000 entry fee necessary for Christie to carry the Olympic torch for 1 kilometer as part of the 1984 Summer Olympic Torch Relay.
Hey, just over a mile.
Olympic officials were initially unaware that the check, signed HAMCUS, was from the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club, United States. July 20th, 1984, Christie carried the torch through Oxnard during the opening rituals for the LA Olympics. Look at that, dude. They had a little outlaw biker guy. I didn't even know it.
Fantastic. He was cheered on by hordes of members of the Angels, crucifiers, and heathen motorcycle clubs as he arrived with the torch in a remote pea field outside of Point Mogo in Ventura County, in the culmination of 15,000 miles cross-country relay. Wow. Christie donated $3,000 raised by the Angels to the Special Olympics and designated the funds for a Special Olympics chapter in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. When the donation failed to reach Pottstown, Christie made dozens of phone calls from a payphone in Ventura Hells Angels Clubhouse to Eunice Kennedy Shriver, the chairwoman of the board of the Special Olympics, to inquire about the location of the funds. Like,
what happened here?
What the hell?
She corresponded by letter with Christie, informing him of a long-standing policy under which funds are distributed on a 50-50 basis between the Special Olympics headquarters in Washington and state chapters, rather than directly to the local program.
Oh, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit. June 11, 1985, Christie filed a lawsuit in L.A. County Superior Court against the Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee and Special Olympics, Inc. in an effort to have the Hells Angels donation given directly to Pottstown.
Oh.
Each page of the suit was stamped with a seal bearing the Hells Angels Death Head logo. The complaint was dismissed. They're like, no, dude.
Yeah. In the 90s and 2000s, Christie was generally considered to be the second most powerful angel in the United States, and to be the right-hand man of the Angel International president, Sonny Barger. After Barger lost his voice due to throat cancer, Christie became the public face of the Hells Angels.
In 1986, the FBI launched a sting operation against Christie, assigning Michael Mulhern, they call him Slim, he was a senior Mexican Mafia member and FBI informant. They wanted him to make Christie an offer to have the Mexican Mafia kill Thomas Arthur Cheney, who was a former Ventura Hells Angel, who had cooperated with the government and provided federal authorities information on the Hells Angels' drug dealing activities. Why? Okay. Cheney, he was in prison at the Federal Correctional Institute, Stafford, Arizona at the time. Beginning in August 86, Mulhern covertly recorded a number of conversations he had with Christie and another Hells Angel, Daniel Joe Fabricant. Christie allegedly offered Mulhern $500 in cash, plus a 1973 Pontiac automobile to arrange the killing of Cheney. GTO, probably?
Wow. The FBI faked Cheney's murder in September 1986, and a note was subsequently sent to the Ventura Hells Angels Clubhouse reading, "The body work has been taken care of." Later that very month, on the 25th of September, 1986, Christie visited Mulhern at a motel room in Ventura and paid him with an envelope containing five $100 bills and the title to a car.
Why is the president of a club going and doing this?
Wow. Christie was recorded by Mulhern talking about hiring Mulhern to kill Cheney. The transcript recorded Christie as saying, "I'd do it myself if he were here."
A wiretap also recorded Christie as saying to Mulhern, "I'm sure like in a week or so, everything will be mellowed out again, and I got something else that will be real easy for you." Coronado commented about the sting operation. That's the sheriff guy, I think. George just felt that something wasn't right. He's no dummy. After stepping onto the balcony to ponder what to do, Christie came back into the hotel room to ask Mulhern to return the money, saying, "Hey, Mike, let me have that envelope, all right?" Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
The dude is probably all skibbity and fucking acting crazy.
Damn. Well, the FBI then stormed into the motel room to arrest Christie on charges of conspiracy to commit murder. Christie insists he was the victim of entrapment,
technically,
with the money being used to pay off an old debt, not payment for a murder. The day after his arrest, Christie was ordered to be held without bail pending trial. He and Fabricant, they were each indicted by a federal grand jury on one count of conspiracy to murder and one count of solicitation to murder. That happened on the 6th of October, 1986.
Christie recalled, "At my first court appearance, when they said the United States of America versus George Christie, it sends a little shiver down your spine. The most powerful country in the world, and you're up against them." Christie and Fabricant went on trial in L.A. in an L.A. court beginning in April of 87. While prosecutors described the case against the defendants as a straight case of murder for hire, very simple, very clean, Christie's defense attorney, Barry Tarlow, he contended that the charges against his client were a retribution by authorities against Christie, who had no criminal record, but used the national media attention he had accrued during the 84 Olympic torch relay. He used that attention to accuse law enforcement of harassment against the Hells Angels.
Yeah, I'm sure they were.
Yeah, right.
Tarlow put Mulhern on trial, in a sense, as he attacked his character. Mulhern was an unsavory career criminal and a heroin
He's a
addict.
Mexican mafia guy.
Christie's lawyer portrayed him to the jury as a man willing to tell any lie to gain money to support his substance abuse. Tarlow described Mulhern as a one-man crime wave, a pathological liar who would sell out his own mudda. Mulhern came across on the stand as unlikable and as a man who was not telling the truth. Most notably, the federal prosecutors at the trial seemed to have been embarrassed by their star witness, who had a long criminal record and a history of telling lies. I mean, they had to know. They're like, no, they'll look over that. We're getting a big Angels guy.
All right. Well, Christie, by contrast, when he testified, came across as likable and sincere. Much of the government's case was reliant upon recorded conversations Mulhern had with Christie and Fabricant.
No.
The defense maintained that Mulhern had a number of unrecorded conversations with Christie, which revealed that the Mexican Mafia had, in fact, wanted to kill Cheney for their own reasons, and were seeking assurance from Christie that there would be no retaliation from the Angels were the murder to take place. I'm trying to spin that, even though that's literally not what happened.
Right. Well, that trial ended with Christie being acquitted.
Shit. I got the Hell's Angels version of Teflon Don.
Wow. One member of the jury told the media, George appeared to be very honest, very sincere, very dedicated not only to his family, but to the Hell's Angels. To celebrate his acquittal, Christie hosted a party at the Angels Ventura Clubhouse that was attended by the members of the jury that acquitted him. Oh, that's nice.
Cool. Then they got in there and they seen all these rough and rowdy guys. They're like, damn, maybe this guy did do it.
Right.
Christie became a media star in California who spoke at the graduating classes at high schools and colleges. Schur and Marsden, they wrote, small in stature and unthreatening, he became a media darling with his easy laugh and gravelly voice. October 26, 1989, the Angels filed a federal trademark infringement lawsuit in L.A. against Concord New Horizons, which produced the film Nam Angels, and against Media Home Entertainment, which distributed the film on video. And they did that over infringements on the club's registered trademarks. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that movie Nam Angels depicts a group of Hells Angels on a mercenary mission in the Vietnam War. As the Angels spokesman, Christie said, there's absolutely no way our board or membership would have approved the portrayal of the Angels in this movie. In fact, the portrayal of our members as disloyal to each other is totally contrary to the most important values of our organization, loyalty and trust. It's on our frickin' jackets. He further said, we have a structure in place for negotiating commercial licensing arrangements, and we would be perfectly amenable to working with any enterprise interested in using Angels trademarks within the guidelines we've established. So you can use it, but don't you
This is how
dare.
you're going to use it.
Right. The lawsuit ultimately settled out of court.
I bet it was. 1990, Christie was interviewed by Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes about the Hells Angels criminal allegations. When Wallace confronted Christie with the Hells Angels document from 87, warning that the Angels must not burn those involved in drug deals, Christie called the documents forgeries done by unknown hands.
Right.
Christie told Wallace that the Hells Angels were not involved as an institution in drug dealing.
All right.
As an institution.
All right. Christie became such a celebrity that by 1991, he sold the rights to make a film out of his life story to a Hollywood studio.
This dude was just looking for stardom.
Right. The film, which was to be produced and directed by Michael Mann, was ultimately not made, owing to objections from Cheryl Christie, who disliked the way she was portrayed in the script. When Christie visited Paris, he was hosted by Liza Minnelli at a party. Look at that. Oh, fucking Liza Minnelli.
Well, law enforcement in Ventura had a different opinion of Christie, with one policeman, Ken Corney, saying, we'd see the continual criminal influence in our city, the intimidation, the beatings, and the drug dealing. We arrested little users all the time and small-time dealers who wouldn't give us any names, but who readily admitted the meth and marijuana were from the Hells Angels. In 1991, the police chief of Ventura County, Richard Thomas, said of the Angels, they've taken the position right from the start that if they don't screw up in Ventura very much, there'll be no reason for police to hassle them. And that has pretty much been the case. The Hells Angels locally have been involved in very few provable criminal incidents.
Right. I mean, come on. You gotta be smart about it. One copper said in 1991,
Hey, copper.
Christie saved them. They know who their speakers are. And Christie is a very well-spoken member. And he is very charismatic. I've seen Christie step in and take care of business when members were getting out of control, getting out of line with law enforcement. Well, that same copper said that Christie is very difficult to investigate. He's so clean. Keeps himself removed. He's not even supposed to be doing the dirty business.
But somehow was delivering envelopes.
Right.
Well, the deputy district attorney of Ventura County, Roger Inman, said in 1991, he testified in the Fabricant case. That was the first time I ever saw the mythical George Christie.
Let's face it, in some circles, he seems to be somewhat of a folk hero.
Ooh.
Christie owned a tattoo parlor on Main Street, the Ink House, along with a martial arts studio, a bail bonds firm, and a pornographic company, Erotic Images.
Damn, he had a bail bonds firm. Fantastic.
Christie holds a black belt in karate and was described as an enthusiastic teacher of karate along with kung fu. Jeez. He sat as an administrator with the law firm where his daughter was an attorney, giving him what he called legal intelligence about who was being arrested and charged in Ventura. Oh, jeez.
Fucking fantastic.
Got everything.
1994, Christie sponsored his 18-year-old son, George Christie III, into his chapter as a full patch member, even though Angels records state that a member must be 21 years old to join. Christie told Sharon Marston, well, he must have had an ID that said he was 21.
What's up, the fucking boss? I do what I want.
Right. Christie was concerned about the image of the Angels as a bunch of old, pot-bellied men and stated that my agenda is moving the Angels forward into this next century, young.
Well, Christie's son was a member of the Pierpont Rats. It was a group of rich little white kids, as one policeman put it, who spent their time surfing and skateboarding.
Fantastic.
A number of Pierpont Rats followed Christie's son into the Hells Angels. We don't know his name. One policeman, John Castellanos, he stated, suddenly our street gang members are hanging around with George. They'd never been on motorcycles. I thought maybe George was going through a midlife crisis because these guys brought the cute girls from the beach.
Oh. Well, he's got to have a little eye candy there because sometimes those biker chicks, they ain't too much to look at.
I mean, 30 years of smoking and drinking, they don't do too kind to him. The old lady, that's what they call them.
I just turned 25. What? Bet you look like you're 40. At that very time, Christie was in the middle of a divorce with his wife, Cheryl.
Oh.
And he told Sharon Marsden, did I have an attraction to young women? Consciously, no, but you think I'm reaching the end of the road here. And suddenly you got these young, good-looking women who think you're pretty good.
Oh, dude, you probably fucked so many of them.
Well, Castellano stated he was throwing parties for all these kids. It was ludicrous. Young girls were going in and out of there. Well, that's the Ventura Clubhouse. Christie married a 22-year-old university student, Nicky Nicoletto, whom he met at one of his parties. Oh, Nicky Nicoletto. Nicky Nicoletto.
Why does it say Christie feels it so fucking stupid? Well, Christie's son recruited much of the younger friends into the Hells Angels. The recruitment of young men who dressed in a skateboard style, wore their baseball caps backwards, listened to rap and hip-hop, and had a punk attitude led to complaints from older Hells Angels. One Hells Angel, isn't it always like that? You got the old guard versus the new guard. One Hells Angel from Arizona told undercover policeman Jay Dobbins about the younger men. Well, maybe we'll do a profile about him.
Jay Dobbins?
He infiltrated the Hells Angels in Arizona. Yeah. He's all over fucking YouTube, too.
Right.
He told them about the younger members of the Ventura County chapter. That's fucking bullshit. These guys are a fucking embarrassment.
Wow. Corny stated the nucleus of the club George had formed was spinning out of control. He had very different types of people in that club. Different goals, different ways of looking at things. He had splintered his own club, he did. Wow. A police report dated 18th April 1997 declared several new trends, including the use of street gangs in the scale of meth, the extortion of businesses in the city of Ventura, and money laundering through businesses owned and operated by members and associates. Recent intel indicates a power struggle will ensure when Sonny Barger dies and George Christie continues to be the main man on the West Coast. It is believed that George Christie and the current president of the Oakland chapter will vie for the top position as national president.
In 1998, to celebrate the semi-centennial of the founding of the Angels in 1948, Christie hosted the Hells Angels World Run in Ventura, which was a significant honor within the group. More than 100 Angels from the United States, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Europe attended the Jubilee celebrations. Christie hosting the Golden Jubilee celebrations was widely taken as a sign that he was indeed the successor to Barger.
Damn right.
Corny stated, we were well on our way to becoming the HA hub for the world, or at least the U.S. He was the Al Capone of the city.
Damn. When Sharon Marsden informed Christie about the claim that he was the Al Capone of Ventura, he replied, how do I respond? I take it as a compliment.
I bet you do.
In 1998, the Ventura County Reporter newspaper, in its annual list of the top 10 movers and shakers of Ventura, placed Christie at the number 1 on the list. He's a mover and a shaker. Newspaper wrote, colorful, well-spoken individual, ever articulate. Christie brings an undeniable sense of character to Ventura.
Spring of 1998, a group of teenagers who were friends with the younger Hells Angels founded a gang known as the Outfit.
Oh.
Christie insists that there was no connection between himself and the Outfit,
okay,
but his son was one of the leaders of the Outfit.
Oh, man.
One policeman, Monty Polito, he noticed that in the spring of 1998, he said, on one of the side streets near the school, I would see a couple of full-patch Hells Angels sitting on their bikes after school. they'd be talking to a couple kids.
Hey, man, you gotta bring 'em.
I gotta recruit young, I guess.
At that very same time, the police noted that Vicodin, which was a painkiller, it is still, is known for being very addictive, that had become very popular in high school students.
Bet it did.
Outfit wore as a sort of uniform, clothing that was colored red and white, which was the colors of the Angels. And many members had the phone numbers of the Angels listed in their cell phones. Members of the outfit performed chores for the Angels, served as their spies, watching movements of the police. One member of the outfit, in an email to another, he wrote, "Do you ever see George Christie in jail? That's because he runs his shit right. What I'm seeing and hearing is that our shit is known. We are targets for the police."
So you write an email.
Right. He's so stupid because he runs his shit right. I don't, but...
At the same time, Christie was the subject of an investigation into tax evasion. Oh, you are the Al Capone and money laundering.
Rico!
With the charge being made that the Ink House was a front for money laundering.
Oh, fuck.
Christie had been the subject of a joint federal state-county task force, which involved the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and the District Attorney's Office of Ventura County, the California Highway Patrol, the IRS, the Ventura County Police Department, the Secret Service,
shit.
and the Ventura County Sheriff's Office.
Damn. District Attorney of Ventura, Michael Bradbury, gave orders to have Christie prosecuted whatever it takes. Oh, wow, one of those guys, huh? And assigned a new team led by Jeffrey Bennett and Mark Pekowitz for that task. 18th of May, 1998, the Popo raided the Ink House, Christie's home, in the house of Christie's ex-wife, Cheryl, who served as an accountant for the Ventura chapter. Still? Found inside the Ink House, 1,393 pills of Vicodin, 12 Vicodin pills at Christie's house, and at Cheryl Christie's house as well. 23 bottles with 500 Vicodin pills each, and 28 bottles with 100 pills
That
each.
was at Christie's house.
That was at Cheryl Christie's house.
He had only 12.
Damn, she had 23 bottles with 500 Vicodin pills in it each. Fuck.
And 28 with 100 pills each.
Damn.
At that time, the Vicodin addiction had become a serious problem with Ventura teenagers, with many high school students taking as many as 24 pills per day.
Damn.
All right. A number of outfit members were arrested at the time for selling the Vicodin, which led the police to suspect there was a link between Christie and the outfit. The police discovered, via the serial numbers on their lids, that the Vicodin pills found on the Christie properties and at the Ink House were manufactured for the United States Air Force and had been stolen by an Air Force pharmacy clerk, Joshua Adams,
Oh, shit.
who was selling them on the black market to a Hells Angels associate, Rogelio Botello.
Damn.
Damn.
Well, Adams stole over 700,000 pills from the pharmacy at the Air Force Base. How do you
Which
do
begs
that?
the question, why is the Army needing so many Vicodins?
Right, that they don't even notice 700,000 pills gone. Holy shit. The police put Botello and Adams under investigation. October 98, Botello recorded by a police wiretap saying that the Angels were the only source of Vicodin in California and that the price for Vicodin was $700 per bottle. One Angels of the Ventura chapter, Kenny Collins, he was recorded as saying that the Angels controlled the market for Vicodin and meth in Ventura County, so we got it all.
Well, when Barger moved to Arizona in October 1998, Christie reportedly took over the daily operations of the Hells Angels in California. Early 1999, he played a key role in negotiating the end of the long-standing biker war that the Angels had been in with the Outlaws ever since 1969. March of 99, he received a delegation of Outlaws at the Ventura County Clubhouse for peace talks. An indictment filed by the Ventura County District Attorney stated that the Angels sold Vicodin and Valium to the outfit between June of 97 and January 99 with the intention to sell and distribute to minors.
All right. That very same indictment alleged that a member of the outfit celebrated his birthday at the Angels Clubhouse, an allegation that Christie denies. Christie stated, "I find that is a vague and broad statement. Did we get a kick for him? I don't even know who this kid is. I couldn't pick him out of a crowd." However, Christie does admit that teenagers regularly attended parties at his clubhouse. Photographs seized by the Popo showed a number of teenage girls wearing tight shorts and T-shirts drinking at parties. At parties at the Ventura Clubhouse.
Jeez. And Christie placed a sign on the wall of the clubhouse, which was apparently intended for his teenage guests, which gave a message to the effect that whatever happened in the clubhouse stays in the clubhouse. Right. About the allegation that his chapter was selling drugs to teenagers via the outfit, he stated, "I don't care about respectability, but I command respect. How can you respect a man who sells drugs to kids?"
Ooh.
Christie admits that he knew Botello, but not very well at all.
Oh, okay. Oh, about the Vicodin pills seized in his house on the 18th of May, 1998, Christie states that the pills were only for his use, and not for sale at all.
I mean, he's got a claim there. He only had 12.
Concerning the 25,000, right?
Well, no, let's get to the 25,000.
Right. Concerning 25,000 Vicodin pills seized at his ex-wife's house, he stated, "I'm not a foolish man. I would not make a statement that those are for personal use. As for Vicodin pills seized at the Ink House, Christie stated, they never found my prints. My prints are on nothing. When Sharon Marston asked Christie why the pills at the Ink House were found in a locked office, which he had a key for, he replied, I do have a key. I wasn't involved, but it came back to bite me.
I would assume he has a key to his own tattoo parlor's door.
Right.
Raids on May 18, 1998 were ordered by Michael Bradbury, who was the DA for Ventura County, without consulting federal agencies.
Oh, shit.
And remember, they're on this thing together. Sharon Marsden stated that Bradbury wanted the glory of convicting Christie for himself, and the raids caused the collapse of the task force as the federal agencies pulled out in protest against the DA who did not want to cooperate.
Oh, yeah, they don't even care who you're going for. They're like, you know what? We got other things we can do.
The loss of the expertise provided by the federal agencies hampered the resulting investigation.
Right. Well, that investigation into Christie was plagued by infighting, as the sheriff's office and the DA proved to be incapable of working together. It's like the Army and the Navy in a Civil War.
It's like the FBI and the New York police trying to get John Gotti. They were doing the same damn thing.
Assholes. One sheriff's deputy recalled that the DA's office hired investigators to follow him around to find out what he knew about Christie while refusing to share intelligence, which made for a highly dysfunctional and poisonous working relationship with the DA's office. Assholes. Senior Deputy Assistant DA Jeffrey Bennett had prepared a sting operation under which bottles full of fake Vicodin pills were to be supplied to Botello, out of the hope that he would give them to Christie. But the sheriff's office arrested Botello before the sting could even be executed.
The sheriff's office were able to pressure one member of the Ventura chapter, though, whose name was Paul Wilson, to turn state's evidence in exchange for a lighter sentence after he was arrested for drug possession. Wilson wore a wire.
Lighter sentence? How about no sentence?
Right. Wilson wore a wire. That's a Dr. Seuss book.
Right.
He wore them to meetings of the Ventura chapter, but Christie communicated by writing on an erasable board. He said, I ain't stupid. One sheriff's deputy said, Christie isn't stupid. The Ventura police arrested David Girardin, the vice president of the Ventura chapter, and persuaded him to turn state's evidence after he failed to register as a sex offender, which would have been his third conviction under the California three strikes law. Why is this dude getting 3 chances to be a sex offender?
Right. The DA's office was able to have the task of running him as an informer transferred over to them. Coronado stated, we screwed up. Should have kept him. Girardin, drug addict known for being a bully, he proved to be a difficult informer to handle. Girardin did not wear a wire to his meetings with Christie, and instead gave verbal briefings to the DA's office. Coronado declared he could have gone in and talked to George about anything in the world. They never did it. There was so much potential to take down Ventura chapter, but they let it get away from them. Could have sworn that we were all on the same side working on the same crooks.
The DA's office itself was plagued by infighting as the district attorney, Michael Bradbury, removed the senior assistant DA, Mark Patchowitz, from the Christie case, leaving Bennett's efforts to be crippled. Bennett stated, half the case was in Mark's head, the other half was in mine. I tried to tell the boss it was like sawing off my leg, man. Right. What are you doing?
What are you doing? DA's office and the sheriff's office led separate and rival investigations. Idiots. The sheriff's office was able, via informers, to have drugs purchased 25 times from the members of the Angels Ventura chapter in 1998 and 99. April of 99, the sheriff of Ventura County announced in a press conference that 9 Angels had been arrested on charges of selling Vicodin, Valium, cocaine, and meth.
July 2000, Bennett called for a grand jury to issue indictments, which took 8 months and 186 witnesses, as the DA's office only had a circumstantial case against Christie. February 23, 2001, Christie was arrested and charged with 57 counts of theft, fraud, tax evasion, drug sales to minors, and the use of a street gang in a criminal conspiracy. The judge agreed to the DA's demand that Christie post $1 million in cash, in bail, in cash. And Christie spent almost all of the next year in jail as he's unable to raise the necessary $1 million. Where's your club, bro?
9th of January, 2002. Released on bail after the judge ruled that he could use his property worth $2 million as a bail. Being held in solitary confinement for nearly a year in Ventura County Jail imposed a visible physical strain on Christie, and it was observed that his jail experiences had aged him. Wow. The case did not go to trial. Following a ruling on another case that a grand jury indictment was invalid because women were underrepresented on the grand jury. Oh my goodness. So, damn, dude spent a whole year in jail. Well, at least he had to spend some time in jail. He's probably deserved it.
Well, as men were overrepresented on the grand jury that had indicted Christie,
Bennett was faced with the choice of either dropping the charges or bringing in a new and more gender-balanced jury to indict Christie again. January 12, 2002, Bennett reached a plea bargain with Christie. 19th of March 2002, Christie pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy to possess Vicodin with the intention of sales and pledged no contest to the charge of filing false tax returns. That's the big one. Fuck the Vicodin one.
Ooh, the rest of the charges against Christie were dropped. Christie stated, hey, they want their pound of flesh. Maybe this is the time to give it to them. You never know what can happen in a trial. All right.
It's true. He could have went to prison for 80 years.
Right. Christie's sentencing hearing on the 18th of April 2002. Bennett asked for 7 years in prison, but the judge sentenced Christie to 390 days with credit for the time served in jail, which meant he served almost no prison time.
What, 40 days maybe?
Maybe. Christie said of his conviction, I'm a lucky criminal. Yes, I'm lucky. But I also wasn't guilty. Christie's son resigned from the Angels to become a chef. Christie said in 2005 of his son's decision to leave the Angels, I tried to talk him out of it. Maybe someday he'll come back. The doors is open.
Well, not for you. So Christie remained proud of being a Hells Angel. As Sharon Marsden noted in 2006, he had a number of filthy few patches, which the police say is awarded to those who kill for the Angels.
Oh, wow.
Christie denies the allegation. That's what law enforcement says. I say it's for the people that are the core of the partying aspect of the club. Alongside his filthy few patches on his living room wall were photographs of Christie with the actors Mickey Rourke and David Carradine. Christie owned 2 properties in Ventura with a house in the city and an estate in Oakview.
Fantastic. Sharon Marsden described Christie's living room as a typical of a cultured haute bourgeoisie businessman, full of books such as retrospective of the work of Claude Monet and the Yale Shakespeare, along with DVD collections of The Sopranos TV show and the Godfather films.
Oh.
Christie remains angry about the allegations, as he stated in 2006. I don't want my legacy to be that I sold drugs to kids, that the Ventura Hells Angels sold drugs to kids, or that the Hells Angels at large sold drugs to kids, or had anything to do with that. Damn it.
He does admit that his chapter's association with the outfit and allowing teenagers to attend parties at the clubhouse were errors. As he said, I never thought in a million years that police would take this allegation of selling drugs to kids, latch onto it, and just beat it into the ground. Late 2004, when the longtime Ventura police chief Mike Tracy retired, Christie took part in the send-off video as he extolled his friendship with Tracy.
Christie told Sharon Marsden, I am who I am. I make no apologies for anything I've done. We are a society unto ourselves. We govern ourselves. We discipline ourselves. When Sharon Marsden asked him if he was the leader of a criminal conspiracy or just merely a weak leader who was unable to stop the members of his chapters from selling drugs, Christie grew uncomfortable and stated, certainly nobody wants to be considered a bad leader. So the question you're asking encompasses a lot of issues of morality, friendship. You can't control what everybody's doing all the time, and sometimes it's better you not even know. You know, we're not Boy Scouts, nor do we pretend to be.
He then pointed to his chess case and said, they are learning from their mistakes, and I'm learning from my mistakes. I think we're having a rematch. The Christie case was along as the most expensive criminal case in the history of Ventura. Sharon Marsden, these guys, they wrote that Christie's case was a case where no one won. The investigation and prosecution of Christie costed millions. Many in Ventura County were unhappy that the case ended with a plea bargain, given the vast sums of money that had been spent.
Right.
You're spending all this money, you got to produce something.
The way that the Popo and the prosecutors involved in the Christie case were caught up in ego-driven feuds and dysfunctional working relationships did very much damage to the reputation of law enforcement in Ventura. Coronado called the Christie case a complete failure. Christie being convicted of only one lightweight crap count in a plea bargain. The majority of the members of the outfit were convicted on various counts of assault, attempted murder, criminal conspiracy, possession of controlled substance, and in the cases of 2 outfit members who stabbed a man to death at a concert in July of 1998, second-degree murder.
Most of the Pierpont and Gratz gang were convicted of various drugs and conspiracy charges, and Castellano stated, at first they liked the power, the glory. Then they started realizing that George was just using them. Of the Hells Angels Ventura chapter, 16 were convicted of various counts of criminal conspiracy and drug possession. Of the 16 convicted, 8 were full patch members, and in a damaging move for the reputation of the Angels, 5 made plea bargains where they pledged guilty to criminal conspiracy charges in association with a criminal street gang.
You can't do that, you dumb bastard. The case did very much damage to Christie's reputation among the Angels, with the feeling being that he was a poor judge of character, as many members of his chapter turned state's evidence. Botello, convicted of criminal conspiracy charges and received 6 years in prison. Adams was given a dishonorable discharge from the Air Force, sentenced to 4 years in prison. Cher Marston wrote that the biggest losers in the cases were the countless teenagers who became addicted to Vicodin, who ended up dropping out of the middle class into poverty owing to their substance abuse. 2008, Christie pled guilty to 1 count of possession of 2 grams of coke and meth, and another count of being under the influence of a controlled substance. His sentence, 8 months. Probation.
April 2011, he retired from the Hells Angels. At a meeting, Christie announced his resignation on the grounds that the Hells Angels had become too combative, and he believed that the resultant aggression would be turned inward. Christie then returned his biker's jacket with the Hells Angels patch to his club, saying he was no longer a Hells Angel.
They let him go?
Scott Sutton, the current president of the Ventura County chapter, he claimed in 2015 that Christie retired because he was on the brink of being expelled, as he accused him of an abuse of power.
Oh.
Because Barger didn't like him.
Right. Barger placed Christie in a state of disgrace as being out bad. Barger banned all Hells Angels from having any social contact with Christie. Christie states that he is not in fear of his life, but he's concerned about his break with the Angels. August 2011, Christie was arrested on charges of ordering the bombings of 2 tattoo shops in 2007. Christie was accused of ordering the bombings of Scratch the Surface and Twisted Ink tattoo shops, which were competing with the Ink House. Well, at that time of his arrest, Christie was the subject of a documentary being filmed by a British filmmaker, Nick Mead, entitled American Ride, which continued to be filmed after his arrest by the FBI.
Well, the trial for that began in January 2013, but on the second day of the trial, a plea bargain was struck where Christie pleaded guilty to 1 of the charges in exchange for the other 7 being dropped.
Wow.
He pled guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to interfere with commerce.
No.
September 2013, he was sentenced to 10 months in prison. He served his sentence at the Federal Correctional Institution in La Tuna in Texas. Documentary about Christie by Mead was released in 2013 under the title The Last American Outlaw.
Fantastic. August.
And then this is where he starts going on a media run.
Happens. August 2015, Christie hosted a television show, Outlaw Chronicles, about his life on the History Channel.
I've seen a few episodes, not bad.
September 2016, he published a memoir, Exile on Front Street, that attacked Barger, whom he portrayed as an abusive husband and a father who beat his wife and children. Christie also accused Barger of calling the Popo for help when faced with difficulties. I think he did, which was a violation of the Outlaw Biker Code. Wow.
Well, that memoir was described in a review as offering a near mythic portrayal of the outlaw biker lifestyle that, while amusing, downplayed the criminal allegations against him. Of course it would.
Right, yeah. 2018,
Christie started a one-man play called Outlaw that was based on Exile on Front Street. At present time, Christie lives with his wife, Nikki, in Ojai.
Damn,
and,
still with the 22-year-old, huh?
I believe, well, she's 40 not something now. I believe he has a YouTube channel.
Probably.
If I'm not mistaken. He does. It's just called George Christie. You search George Christie, and it's the very first one that comes up. He's only got 16,000 subscribers, so he must not do much. I mean, he posted something yesterday. How's he only got 16,000 subscribers? I mean, he's got views, so good for him. Yeah, if you guys want to go check him out, George Christie. He's a big old guy. Oh, look, he meets with the J. Dobbins guy. Cool. Anyways, yeah, so that's that. And that's the end of the Hells Angels for us in this series. Debating on continuing this motorcycle club stuff and going to the Outlaws after this. Figure might as well, right?
Sure.
I don't think there's really not much out there on the Outlaws as much as there is on the Angels. So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see when the second week of next month comes out. But other than that, I mean, Hells Angels done, over with. Look at us wrapping up series and stuff. But have no fear. Our remastered series is up and running and not stopping anytime soon, because next week it's going to be the 3rd episode of Wide Earp, and we're going to be looking at this Vendetta ride. So
he's pissed.
He is pissed. And then obviously we'll end it with some type of serial killer for the new month and year of 2025. So we'll see you then for Wide Earp. Mother Michiganders with.
Bang, bang.
Welcome to Outlaws and Gunslingers. From the Wild West to the rise of organized crime during the Prohibition, all the way up to today, America has had criminals, gangs, and law enforcement trying to bring them down. Join us as we profile some of the most infamous criminals, gangsters, outlaws, and lawmen in American history. True crime like you've never heard it before. Ladies and gentlemen, here are your hosts, bang and dang.
The Altamont Speedway Free Festival was a counterculture rock concert in the United States held on Saturday, December 6, 1969 at the Altamont Speedway outside of Tracy, California. Approximately 300,000 people attended the concert, with some anticipating that it would be a Woodstock West, which the Woodstock Festival had just taken place in Bethel, New York in mid-August, almost 4 months earlier. According to Jefferson Airplane, Spencer Dryden, the idea for a kind of Woodstock West began when he and bandmate Jorma Kaukonen discussed the staging of a free concert with the Grateful Dead and Rolling Stones in Golden Gate Park. Referring to the Stones, Dryden said, next to the Beatles, they were the biggest rock and roll band in the world, and we wanted them to experience what we were experiencing in San Francisco.
Plans being finalized. Jefferson Airplane, they were on the road. Early December, they were in Florida, believing the concert plans for Golden Gate Park were proceeding. But by the 4th of December, the plans had broken down. Paul Kattner's account, because the city and the police departments were unhelpful. Innate conflict between the hippies of Haight-Ashbury and the police was manifested in obstructiveness. Sonoma Raceway was then the venue, but its owners wanted $100,000 in escrow from the Rolling Stones.
Jeez.
And the Stones were probably like, what?
Well, yeah, because the Rolling Stones are probably known to put on some rowdy-ass concerts. Well, at the last moment, Dick Carter offered his Altamont Speedway in eastern Alameda County for the festival. Jefferson Airplane flew out of Miami on December 5th. Kantner said the location was taken into a spirit of desperation. There was no way to control it, no supervision or order. According to Grace Slick, the vibes were bad. Something was very peculiar. Not particularly bad, just real peculiar. It was that kind of hazy, abrasive, and unsure day. I had expected the love and vibes of Woodstock, but that wasn't coming at me. This was a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's rough, bud. Holy shit. During the Rolling Stones' 1969 tour of the United States, many, including journalists, they felt that the ticket prices were far too high, like the Lions when they were a good team.
Right.
In answer to this criticism, Rolling Stones decided to end their tour with a free concert in San Fran.
Oh, good for you.
The concert, originally scheduled to be held at at San Jose State University's practice field, as there had recently been a 3-day outdoor free festival there with 52 bands and 80,000 attendees. They're like, well, that seems decent. Dirt Cheap Productions was asked to help secure the property again for the Rolling Stones and Grateful Dead to play a free concert.
The Stones and the Dead were told the city of San Jose was not in the mood for another large concert, and the grounds were out of bounds.
Yeah.
Golden Gate Park in San Francisco was next on the list. However, a previously scheduled Bears-49ers football game at Kazar Stadium, located in Golden Gate Park, made that venue impractical, and permits were never issued for the concert.
Damn right.
The venue was then changed to the Sears Point Raceway near Sonoma. Jeez.
Holy shit. I mean, come on.
Just be at Woodstock and go in the middle of the field somewhere.
However, a dispute with Sears Point owner Filmways Inc. arose over a $300,000 upfront cash deposit from the Stones and film distribution rights. Oh. So the festival was once again...
Why is it only the Stones that got to put up money? What the fuck?
I know, what about Grateful Dead and...
Jefferson Airplane.
I'm sure there's all other kinds.
5 more bands that were supposed to play.
Altamont Raceway, just outside of Tracy, chosen as a suggestion of its owner, local businessman Dick Carter. Concert was to take place on Saturday, December 6th. Location was switched on the night of Thursday, December 4th. Holy shit.
On making preparations, Grateful Dead manager Rock Scully and concert organizer Michael Lang helicoptered over the site before making the selection, much as Lang had done when the Woodstock Festival was moved at the last moment from Wallkill to Bethel. Did Rolling Stones play Woodstock?
I don't know. Maybe.
The hasty move resulted in numerous logistical problems, including a lack of facilities, such as portable toilets and medical tents. The move also created a problem for the stage design. Instead of being on top of a rise, which characterized the geography at Sears Point, at Altamont, the stage would now be at the bottom of a slope. Oh, that's not good. People can just literally walk right up on it.
Oh. Rolling Stone stage manager, 1969 tour, Chip Monk. He explained that the stage was 1 meter high, 39 inches for us. And at Sears Point, it was on top of a hill, so all the audience pressure was back upon them, right? Because of the short notice for the change of location, the stage could not be changed. He goes on to say, we weren't working with scaffolding. We were working in an older fashion with parallels. You could probably have put another stage below it, but nobody had one.
Okay. Well, because the stage was so low, members of the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club, led by Oakland chapter boss Sonny Barger, were asked to surround the stage to provide security. By some accounts, the Hells Angels were hired as security by the management of the Rolling Stones, on the recommendation of the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane, who had both previously used the Angels for security at performances without incident.
Right.
And they were purportedly paid $500 worth of beer just to do it.
I guess it's for you.
1969?
Right. Well, this story has been denied many times by some parties who were directly involved. According to road manager of the Stones' 1969 tour, Sam Cutler, the only agreement there ever was, the Angels would make sure nobody tampered with the generators. But that was the extent of it. But there was no way they're going to be the police force or anything like that. That's all bollocks.
That's all bullshit. The deal was made at a meeting including Cutler, Grateful Dead manager Rock Scully, and Pete Nell, a member of the Hells Angels San Francisco chapter. According to Cutler, the arrangement was that all the bands were supposed to share the $500 beer cost, but the person who paid it was me, and I never got it back to this day, said,
Oh, he's pissed about that.
Who said that?
Cutler.
Hells Angels member Bill Sweet William Fritch recalled this exchange he had with Cutler at a meeting prior to the concert in which Cutler had asked them to provide security. He said, "We don't police things. We're not a security force. We go to concerts to enjoy ourselves and have fun. Well, what about helping people out, giving directions and things? Sure, we can do that."
Right.
When Cutler asked how they would like to be paid, William replied, "We like beer."
Right.
In the documentary Gimme Shelter, Sonny Barger states that the Hells Angels were not interested in policing the event, and that the organizers had told him that the Angels would be required to do little more than sit on the edge of the stage, drink some beer, and make sure there were not any murders or rapes occurring.
I guess, right?
Murders or rapes, huh? What kind of concerts are you guys putting on?
2009, Cutler explained his decision to use the Angels. He says, "I was talking with them because I was interested in security of my band. Everyone's security, for that matter. In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. They were the only people who were strong and together. They had to protect the stage because it was descending into absolute chaos. Who was going to stop it?"
Who are you going to call? Hells Angels.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead manager Rock Scully said if the Angels hadn't been on the stage, the whole crowd would have easily passed out and rolled down onto the stage.
Right.
There was no barrier. Stefan Ponick, who helped organize the event, hosted a December 7th, 1969 KSAN FM radio broadcast of a 4-hour day after post-concert telephone call. He provided the following for the 2000 release of the Gimme Shelter DVD. He said, "What we learned in the broadcast was pretty much startling. These guys, the Angels, had been hired and paid with $500 a beer on a truck with ice to essentially bring in the Stones and keep people off the stage. That was the understanding. That was the deal. And it seemed like there was not a lot of disagreement over that. That seemed to emerge as fact because it became rather apparent that the Stones didn't know what kind of people they were dealing with."
Right. I mean, come on. Holy shit.
But first of all, this has got to put in perspective, why does everybody want money up front for the Stones? What kind of concerts do these motherfuckers put on? What kind of people are they attracting?
Right. The Gimme Shelter DVD contains extensive clips from the broadcast. A Hells Angels member who identified himself as Pete from the Angels San Francisco, the most likely Pete Nell, president of San Francisco chapter, he said that they offered us $500 worth of beer to go there and take care of the stage. We took this $500 worth of beer to do it. Sonny Barger, who also called into the KSAN forum, he said, "We were told by one of the other Hells Angels clubs if we showed up down there and sat on the stage and drank some beer that the Stones manager or somebody had bought for us."
Fuck it. In his lengthy call, Barger mentions the beer deal yet again. "I ain't no cop. I ain't never gonna pretend to be no cop. I didn't go there to police nothing, man. They told me if I could sit on the edge of the stage so nobody could climb over me, I could drink beer until the show was over. And that's what I went there to do." Fuck it.
Right. A woman who called into the program revealed that she had seen at least 5 fistfights from her vantage point of view near the stage and that the Angels were involved in every single one of them. She also described a general uncaring attitude toward people who clearly needed help. There was a girl who was dragged across the stage by her hair. There was another one who was on a bad acid trip. Bystanders kicked and walked on her.
Jeez.
She said that she felt like having the Angels there at security was an irresponsible move because we were all in terror of them.
All in terror of them? Okay.
I just don't like big bikers.
When she tried to speak about this at the concert, she was warned to be quiet by the people around her for fear of being beaten.
Oh.
At this point, KSAN's Scoop Nisker mentioned the bystander effect and the murder of Kitty Genovese. So individuals are less likely to offer help when a victim or present for other people. Right. Emmett Gorgon, the founder of the radical community action group The Diggers, who was intimately involved in the organization of the event, confirmed that the $500 beer arrangement on that same KSN forum with Ponick. Okay, so they got paid.
Right.
Why is the big dispute $500 a beer? Who gives a shit?
Everybody knows. Pete, he also tells the host Ponick that the Angels were hired by Cutler because of some rowdy, anxious on-stage incidents during the Stones' Oakland and Miami concerts weeks earlier. Security guards, Pete said. As security guards, Pete said, we ain't into that security, but that they agreed to offer beer, blah, blah. He also claimed that other than being told to just keep people off the stage, Cutler gave the Angels very little specific instructions for stage security. He says they didn't even say anything to us about any of that. And although Angels are not security guards, he also said, if we say we're going to do something, we do it. If we decide to do it, it's done, no matter what. How far we have to go to do it. Ooh. The similar lack of detailed security instructions by the concert's management was also mentioned by old Sonny Barger.
All right, Altamont Speedway owner Dick Carter had hired hundreds of professional plainclothes security guards, ostensibly more for the purpose of protecting his property rather than the safety and well-being of the concert goers.
So that should be up to him. This guy should have done it.
Barger mentions these guards as identified by their wearing of little white buttons. Political scientist and cultural critic James Miller believes that since Ken Kesey had invited the Hells Angels to one of his outdoor acid tests, the hippies had viewed the bikers unrealistically, idealizing them as noble savages and thus outlaw brothers of the counterculture.
Wow. Miller, he also maintains that the Stones may have been misled by their experience with a British contingent of the self-described Hells Angels, a non-law group of admirers of American biker gear who had provided non-violent security at a Free Stones concert earlier that year in Hyde Park, London. Cutler, however, he denies ever having any illusions about the true nature of Californian Hells Angels. That's another canard foisted on the world by the press, he said. But Rock Scully remembers explaining to the Stones what the real Angels were like after watching the Hyde Park concert.
Yeah, we already know the
like
California ones are.
Right. He's like, these ain't these guys. Trust me.
Well, the first act on stage that day, Santana,
Fantastic.
gave a performance and generally went smoothly. Because I'm so smooth. Oh, look at that. However, over the course of the day, the mood of both the crowd and the Angels became progressively agitated and violent. Wow. The Angels had been drinking their free beer all day in front of the stage, and most were very drunk. The crowd had also become antagonistic and unpredictable, attacking each other, the Angels, and the performers.
Oh, wow.
A Mick Jagger biographer, Anthony Scaduto, and Mick Jagger, Everybody's Lucifer, wrote that the only time the crowd seemed to calm down to any degree was during a set by the country rockin' Flying Burrito Brothers.
Nice.
They probably jammed out, dude.
Fuck yeah, I like it. Well, however, Denise Jukes, lead singer of the local San Francisco rock band, the Ace of Cups, 6 months pregnant, hit in the head by an empty beer bottle thrown from the crowd and suffered a skull fracture.
Damn.
Stones later paid for all of her ambulance and medical services. The Angels proceeded to arm themselves with sawed-off pool cues. Ooh, that's illegal. And also motorcycle chains to drive the crowd further back from the stage. After the crowd, perhaps accidentally, toppled one of the Angels' motorcycles. Oh, shit.
Well, it's your own fault for parking them in the middle of the damn concert.
Well, you know what happened then? The Angels became unglued, and they became even more aggressive, including towards the performers. Oh, shit. Here we go.
Marty Balin of the Jefferson Airplane jumped off the stage to try to sort out the problem, only to be punched in the head and knocked unconscious by an Angel during the band's set.
Oh, shit.
When Jefferson Airplane guitarist Paul Kantner sarcastically thanked the Angels for knocking the singer out, Angel Bill Fritsch took a hold of a microphone and argued with him about it.
Oh, no.
Okay. The Grateful Dead had been scheduled to play between Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young and the Rolling Stones.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young?
That's a hell of a contrast between the other bands.
You ain't kidding.
But after hearing about the Balin incident from Santana drummer Michael Shreve, they refused to play and left the venue, citing the quickly degenerating security situation.
I bet.
During Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young set, Stephen Stills was reported to be repeatedly stabbed in the leg by a stoned-out Hells Angels with a sharpened bicycle spoke. Oh, my God.
Shit.
What the hell?
It's probably just for fun.
Probably. That hurt. Oh, that hurt.
Oh, well, let's see you play now. Man. By the time the Stones took the stage, I'm surprised they even did. And this was an early evening. The mood had taken a decidedly ugly turn as numerous fights had erupted between Angels and the crowd. And within the crowd itself, these guys are just, oh, man. The Rolling Stones waited until sundown to perform. Stanley Booth stated that the part of the reason for the delay was that Bill Wyman had missed a helicopter. He needs to get here quick.
You gotta get here.
He's like, I didn't miss that son of a bitch.
I just didn't want to go.
When the Stones began their set, a tightly packed group of between 4,000 to 5,000 people were jammed to the very edge of the stage, and many attempted to climb onto it. Damn, dude.
Rolling Stones lead singer Mick Jagger, who had already been punched in the head by a concertgoer within seconds of emerging from his helicopter, was visibly intimidated by the unruly situation and urged everyone to just be cool down in the front there. Don't push around. During the third song, Sympathy for the Devil, That's when a fight erupted in the front of the crowd at the foot of the stage, prompting the Stones to pause their set while the Angels restored order.
Oh my goodness. This is just After a lengthy pause and another appeal for calm, the band restarted the song and continued their set with less incident until the start of Under My Thumb. At this very point, some of the Angels got into a scuffle with Meredith Hunter, which was an 18-year-old who attempted to get on stage with other fans. One of the Angels grabbed Hunter's head, punched him, chased him back into the crowd. After a minute's pause, Hunter returned to the stage where, according to Gimme Shelter producer Porter Bibb, Hunter's girlfriend Patty Bredhoft found him and tearfully begged him to calm down and move further back into the crowd with her. But he was too enraged, he was irrational, and so high he could barely walk, and you couldn't tell him nothing.
Right. Well, Rock Scully, who could see the audience clearly from the top of the truck by the stage, said of Hunter, "I saw what he was looking at, that he was crazy, he was on drugs, and that he had murderous intent.
Oh, shit.
There was no doubt in my mind that he intended to do terrible harm to Mick or somebody in the Rolling Stones, or somebody on that stage."
Or Angels.
Right. Following his initial scuffle with the Angels as he tried to climb on stage, Hunter, as seen in concert footage, wearing a bright lime green suit, returned to the front of the crowd and drew a long-barreled .22 caliber revolver from inside his jacket.
Shit. This dude.
He was gonna do something. All right.
Holy shit. Angels member Alan Pissarro, seeing Hunter drawing his revolver, drew a knife from his belt and charged Hunter from the side, knocking away Hunter's pistol with his left hand and stabbing him twice with his right hand, killing him.
Damn.
Footage shot by Eric Serinin, who was on stage taking pictures of the crowd, and Baird Bryant, who climbed atop a bus. This also appears in the Gimme Shelter documentary. Serinin was unaware of having caught of the killing on film. Oh, shit.
Well, this was discovered more than a week later when raw footage was screened in the New York offices of the Maisleys brothers. In the film sequence, lasting about 2 seconds, a 2-meter, 6-foot opening in the crowd appears, leaving Bretta Hoft in the center. Hunter enters the opening from the left. His hand rises toward the stage, and the silhouette of a revolver is clearly seen against Bretta Hoft's light-colored vest. Pissarro is seen entering from the right and delivering 2 stabs with his knife as he parries Hunter's revolver and pushes him off the screen. The opening then closes around Bretta Hoft.
Wow, Pissarro, he was reported to have stabbed Hunter 5 times in the upper back. Ooh,
got his lungs probably.
Yeah. Although only 2 stabs were visible in the footage. Witnesses also reported Hunter was stomped on by several Angels while he was on the ground, I bet. The gun was recovered and turned over to the Popo. Hunter's autopsy confirmed he was high on meth when he died. Pissarro, he was arrested, tried for murder in summer of 1971. But guess what? Acquitted after a jury viewed concert footage.
He's a hero.
Showing Hunter brandishing a revolver and killing their beloved Mick Jagger, attempting to kill.
Right.
This concluded that Pissarro acted in self-defense.
Sure did. The Rolling Stones were aware.
Is it self-defense or is it like
either or self-defense.
Community defense or something like that?
Defending something, right. The Rolling Stones were aware of the skirmish, but not the stabbing. You couldn't see anything. It was just another scuffle, Jagger tells David Masalis during film editing. But it soon became apparent that they could see something of what had happened because the band stopped playing mid-song and Jagger was heard calling into his microphone, "We've really got someone hurt here. Is there a doctor?" "Hi, everybody."
Right.
After a few minutes, the band began playing again and eventually completed their set.
And Mick's like, "Hey, Dr. Nick."
Jagger told Maisleys, right? They all agreed that if they abandoned the show at that point, the crowd would have become even more unruly, perhaps degenerated into a full-scale riot.
You know, it's a free concert and shit. Shit's happen like that. Why stay on stage and keep on doing it? I can see if people paid for tickets.
Right.
But like, hey, man, if you guys are going to be doing this shit, I'm doing this for you guys. I don't even have to be here. Going to continue this shit? We're fucking gone. 2003, Alameda County Sheriff's Office initiated a 2-year investigation into the possibility of into a second Angels member having taken part in the stabbing. Finding insufficient support for this hypothesis and reaffirming that Pissarro acted alone, the office closed the case for good on the 25th of May, 2005. You know why? Because they're like, man, we got to get him on something. Maybe we can find people that are willing to say something else.
Maybe, I bet you it was Sonny that did it.
Right.
The Altamont concert is often contrasted with the Woodstock Festival that took place fewer than 4 months earlier. While Woodstock represented peace and love, Altamont came to be viewed as the end of the hippie era and the de facto conclusion of the late 60s American youth culture. Altamont became, whether fairly or not, a symbol for the death of the Woodstock nation. Rock music critic Robert Christie wrote in 1972 that writers focus on Altamont not because it brought on the end of an era, but because it provided such a complex metaphor for the way an era ended. Yeah, because the 60s started all peace and love, and then you descended into the Vietnam War, and just 70s were fucking...
Dude, yeah, like beginning of 70 and 71 were just insanity. And then disco came. It was even worse.
Fucking ruined it for everybody.
Holy shit. Writing for the New Yorker in 2015, Richard Brody argued that what Altamont ended was the idea that left to their own inclinations and stripped of the trappings of the wider social order, the young people of the new generation will somehow spontaneously create a higher, gentler, more loving grassroots order. What died at Altamont is the Rousseauian dream itself. More contemporary perspectives challenge that since the Manson family murders, also ascribed to countercultural hippies, occurred even before Woodstock.
Okay. The music magazine Rolling Stone, in a 14-page, 11-author article on the event, 11 authors, entitled "The Rolling Stones Disaster at Altamont, Let It Bleed." Published in their January 21st, 1970 issue, stated that Altamont was the product of diabolical egotism, hype, ineptitude, money manipulation, and, at base, a fundamental lack of concern for humanity.
Yeah, it kind of was.
The article covered the many issues with the event's organization and was very critical of the organizers and the Rolling Stones.
Right.
One writer stated, "What an enormous thrill it would have been for an angel to kick Mick Jagger's teeth down his throat."
Oh, wow.
Jeez, dude.
There's a lot of stories about Mick Jagger.
Yeah, obviously. Like I said, concert people knew how... Must have attracted some fucking ragtag group of people coming to their concerts if they all wanted hundreds of $1,000s up front.
Right. Another follow-up piece in Rolling Stone called the Altamont event, Rock and Roll's All-Time Worst Day. In Esquire magazine, Ralph Gleason observed the day the day the Rolling Stones played there, the name Altamont became etched in the minds of millions of people who love pop music and who hate it as well. If the name Woodstock has come to denote the flowering of one phase of the youth culture, Altamont has come to mean the end of it. Oh, wow.
Well, the film Gimme Shelter was criticized by Pauline Kael, Vincent Canby, and other reviewers for portraying the Stones too sympathetically and for staging a concert for the sole reason that it could be filmed, despite all the problems leading up to it. Salon, the magazine, Michael Sragro, writing in 2000, said that many of the critics took their cues from the Rolling Stone review, which heavily blamed the filmmakers for being part of a staged event so that the Rolling Stones could profit from making a concert film. Right. Like one of the very first ones. Srago pointed out numerous errors in the Rolling Stones coverage and added that the Maisleys did not make major motion pictures in the traditional way. Instead, a variety of factors contributed to the tragedy. Maybe a bunch of drug-fueled fucking drunken fucking teenagers.
It was a shit show from the very beginning. Rolling Stone's Keith Richards was relatively sanguine about the show. He said, basically well handled, but lots of people were tired, and a few tempers got frayed. And on the whole, a good concert. They've probably seen worse. The Grateful Dead wrote several songs about it. Or in response to what lyricist Robert Hunter called the Altamont Affair, including New Speedway Boogie, featuring the line, "One way or another, this darkness got to give." And Mason's Children. Both songs were written and recorded during sessions from the early 1970 album Working Man's Dead. But Mason's Children was not included on the album at all.
All right. Well, Altamont also inspired the Blue Oyster Cult song Transmaniacon MC. MC means motorcycle club, really. The opening track of their first album. The incident is mentioned in the 96 film Cable Guy in a scene where Jim Carrey's character Chip Douglas performs Somebody to Love on karaoke. Yeah. You might recognize this song as performed by Jefferson Airplane in a little rockumentary called Gimme Shelter about the Rolling Stones and their nightmare at Altamont. That night, the Oakland chapter of the Hells Angels had their way. Tonight, it's my turn. Don't you want somebody to love?
Great movie.
That whole scene's like fucked.
Great movie. 2004, Australian electronic psych group Black Cab released their debut LP, Altamont Diary. It was a concept album based on the concert and its cultural fallout. The LP features a cover of New Speedway Boogie. Altamont is also referenced by Don McLean in the song American Pie, in the song's fifth verse, the majority of which contains symbols related to Altamont. Jack Flash, a reference to San Francisco Candlestick, though that the venue had nothing to do with the actual concert. Sympathy for the Devil. Oh, the Devil, but it's actually Sympathy for the Devil. An enraged spectator watching someone on stage and an angel born in the hell.
Oh, okay.
McLean officially refused to confirm or deny the song's ties to Altamont until he sold his songwriting notes in 2015.
Oh.
Within the context of the song, Altamont served as a culmination of a period that had begun with the plane crash that killed Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and the Big Bopper, during which things were headed in the wrong direction, and life was becoming less idyllic. It's the day the music died, man.
Today, 2008, former FBI agent asserted that some members of the Angels had conspired to murder Mick Jagger in retribution for the Rolling Stones' lack of support following the concert, and for the negative portrayal of the Angels in the Gimme Shelter film. The conspirators reportedly used a boat to approach a residence where Jagger was staying on Long Island, and that was in New York. The plot failing when the boat was nearly sunk by a storm. Jagger's spokesperson has refused to even comment on this matter.
And they don't have it in here, but Sonny Barger also is on record as saying if we wanted to kill him, he's been in London a whole bunch of times, and those boys over there don't play around. We could easily taken him out.
What did they say earlier? If we want to do something, it gets done.
Right.
I mean, come on, they ain't lying. January 2022, Library of Congress shared 30-minute clip of soundless footage shot from the stage at Altamont. So that's
Okay.
The library obtained the footage from the Prelinger archives.
Okay.
Cool for the Library of Congress.
And that was the Altamont free concert.
Shit show from the very beginning. Venue after venue after venue after venue after venue after venue being changed.
And like I said, again, the Rolling Stones, what kind of fucking concerts were they putting on anyway?
And the dude that had the shittiest venue for a concert was like, hey, you can use mine.
So desperate to do the little video, probably.
See,
And
the thing
like,
is,
we'll do it anywhere.
We're going to put 200,000 people on a hill, and you guys at the bottom.
And they're all going to be on LSD and meth. Good luck. Jeez.
Live from the BDN Studios,